Chapter 1. The Heart-Wrenching Loss of Kin and the Awakening of the System. In the year 1098 of the Eternal Calamity, after a millennium of resistance against the invasion of myriad races, humanity finds itself in despair. One of humanity's bastions, Taiping City, is engulfed by howling winds and crackling thunder. Inside the office of the Martyrs' Cemetery, lightning pierces the dimly lit room, casting a grave atmosphere. Upon the desk lie 36 sheets of paper, stark white with crimson lettering. Notices of death. Leaning against a solid wooden chair, Chun Fan resembles a puddle of despair, lost in shock. His father, Chen Amo, his sixth uncle, Chun Yu, his elder uncle, Chen Xiang, his third uncle, Chen Feng, his grandfather, Chen Yuan, his second grandfather, Chen Yushang, his elder aunt, Chen Bo, and his second aunt. 36 members of the Chen family have perished on the battlefield. Today, he received the notification to collect the death notices and the consolidated compensation. All his elders and kin gone. What use is compensation? He can no longer hear the playful banter of his siblings, the scoldings of his uncles, or the warm inquiries of his aunts. The once bustling Chun household is no more. Beside Chen Fan sits an elderly man, his hair white as snow, yet with a posture as straight as a spear. His furrowed brow and chiseled features are marked by the passage of time. His gaze lingers on the death notices, rendered speechless by the weight of sorrow. Standing before the desk, clad in military garb and exuding an aura of strength, Liao Jun speaks. Elder, young brother, may you find solace. All 36 members of the Chen family are heroes. They transcended earthly bounds, vanquishing the semi-divine foes of the Bone clan and saving countless warriors. With reverence, he gently places an iron box before the 36 death notices. His emotions swell as he recounts the events. The Chen family, resolute, united all 36 kin to confront the semi-divine adversaries of the Bone clan. After the battle, not a single complete body could be found, only the endless remains of the Bone clan's fallen. The death notices have arrived. 8 elders, 14 middle-aged, and 14 young experts, 3 generations, wiped out in a single conflict. For the elderly, such a burden is unbearable, their faces aging further under its weight. Understood. Do not concern yourselves with us, busy yourselves. The elder finally utters, his voice distant, imbued with an indescribable melancholy. To be born as a human is to carry the torch of legacy. Now it is their turn to contribute. How can the sons of the Chen family retreat? As his words fade, a wail erupts in the air. Chun Fan snaps back from the abyss of grief, his cries echoing. He grasps at the death notices, his tear-filled eyes seemingly conjuring images of his lost kin. 16 years have passed, though his parents were with him for merely 3 years. Those years were the most joyous and carefree of his life. After millennia of development, humanity finally established a space fleet to traverse the cosmos, preparing to explore the stars. Yet, upon opening a wormhole, they were met not with the beauty of the cosmos, but with the endless horror of alien races. These beings plucked stars from the heavens, scorched the earth, and traversed the stars with unmatched power. Humanity's warships, equipped with heavy artillery, proved as ineffective as refuse. In the early days of the invasion, space cities were obliterated, satellites shattered, and mighty cities turned to ashes as humanity was cruelly devoured. It was a period akin to a hellish purgatory. The myriad races kept humanity confined to planets, treating them as mere livestock, feeding off their essence. To survive, resistance was imperative. In the most trying of times, humanity stood united, regardless of race, black, white, and every shade in between, forebears sacrificing themselves selflessly, one after another. They gleaned wisdom from their trials, striving to save their doomed race. After a millennium of evolution, humanity, harnessing the spiritual energy from wormholes, honed their skills to hunt demons and forge their own paths of cultivation. They cultivated their inner energies to elevate their realms and strengthened their physiques through external training. Thus, they forged bodies potent enough to rival the myriad races, wielding powers akin to divine abilities. Crossing the sea of suffering, traversing the golden bridge, solidifying the sacred lotus, passing through the divine gate, igniting the divine fire, establishing the celestial pillar, transforming the spine into a dragon, communicating with the heavens, nurturing the sacred Gaethes comprised the 9 great realms. Upon establishing their cultivation system, they erected the 10 heavenly barriers to safeguard humanity's final refuge. Countless humans, young and old, male and female, charged toward the 10 heavenly barriers, disregarding life and death to ensure humanity's continuation. Their bones became fortifications, establishing a great wall of life. For 16 years, Chun Fan has bid farewell to uncles, aunts, cousins, and siblings, sending them to battle. Even when they returned, their stays never exceeded 3 days. It was these fleeting reunions that he cherished most dearly. Now, in the wake of their loss, he mourns profoundly. Unbeknownst to him, his hair has gradually turned white, from roots to tips. The elder notices and furrows his brow, speaking somberly. Do not weep, the sons of the Chen family stand and bleed, not languish in sorrow. Born in this era, one must stand tall and forge ahead. His voice is thick with sorrow. With trembling hands, he grasps the death notices, as if clutching the bodies of his descendants, stacking them neatly. Opposite him, Li Yu, a man of iron will, stands tall, witnessing Chun Fan's hair turn white, his own eyes turning red with anguish. Seeing the elder tremble, his heart bleeds. He murmurs softly, "May you find peace in your grief." Though the family is filled with heroes, and all his kin have perished, tears must be held back. The elder commands respect. Chun Fan cannot suppress his tears, his body racked with sobs. The elder's voice resonates in his ears. You must strive. The will of the Chen family rests upon you. Rising slowly, his gray robe stands straight, his chest out, akin to Li Yu before him, he declares solemnly, "We shall return." Clutching the 36 death notices, his robe quivers slightly. Chun Fan lifts the iron box, tears flowing ceaselessly. In these 16 years, even though he has traversed time, the bonds run deep. They bestowed upon him joy, childhood, and a sense of home. Now, not a single one remains. He cannot accept it. The elder and Chen Fan exit the office, casting one last glance at the 33-meter-high monument. Countless heroes without remains have their names etched upon it. Today, they shall add the names of the 36 members of the Chen family. Thunder rumbles, and the winds howl, as if the monument transforms into a guardian spirit, continuing to protect the people of Taiping City. Overwhelmed, Chun Fan kneels before the monument, gazing skyward, crying out, "Father, mother, grandparents, uncles, I will seek vengeance beyond the borders." Vengeance. With his forehead striking the ground, a resonating thud echoes, soon blood appearing upon his brow. Heavy rain pours down, drenching him. The elder stands amidst the downpour, tilting his head back, eyes hazy. It is unclear whether the tears or the rain stream down his face. Only when Chen Fan succumbs to unconsciousness does the elder seize his collar, grasp the iron box, and depart the martyr's cemetery. His body sways in the storm, solitary yet resilient, seemingly untouched by sorrow. In his unconscious state, Chun Fan hears a chilling voice. Detecting host's profound rage and sorrow, infinite fusion system binding successful, reward, novice gift pack, do you wish to activate? The voice resonates, yet he perceives it as a mere dream. However, it lingers in his mind, echoing endlessly. Frustrated, Chun Fan suddenly opens his eyes, shouting, "Activate!" As he surveys his surroundings, he realizes he is home, in the once vibrant villa now filled only with the chilling presence of the 36 death notices and the frail figure of his great-grandfather. The elder is absent from the room, whereabouts unknown. Just as he attempts to rise, the voice in his mind chimes again. Gift pack activation successful. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 fusion points. The infinite fusion system allows you to merge all things into your being, as long as you possess sufficient fusion points. Fusion points can be obtained by slaying myriad creatures and battling foes. The more you kill, the more you gain. The higher your rank, the greater the fusion points. As the explanation unfolds, a transparent dialogue box appears before him. Lin Fan, ordinary person. Fusion points, 2,000. No items have been fused yet. For Chun Fan, the system feels both foreign and familiar. It resembles the character setups in games he played in his past life. Upon glimpsing the transparent character panel, he suddenly notices a piece of paper on the table, picking it up for a closer examination. His eyes widen in shock, and with a sudden jolt, he leaps from the bed, disregarding his state of undress, and bursts from the room. Chapter 2. Fusion of Blood Essence Pill. The Sea of Suffering Transformed. Xiao Fan, great-grandfather has departed. We must venture beyond the borders. My child, their deaths cannot be in vain. We must see the living and the dead. Even if my vitality wanes and my realm diminishes, I cannot bear to watch you lead the way alone. The 10 heavenly barriers are trials. Without entering the sea of suffering, one cannot take a single step. Do not let the Chen family become extinct. Xiao Fan could never have imagined that his frail, elderly great-grandfather would venture alone to seek the fates of their 36 family members, believing the elder could not endure the pain and had retreated to rest in solitude. At 16, Xiao Fan stands on the cusp of maturity, preparing to open the sea of suffering within his dantian. The process of opening the sea of suffering is excruciating, requiring the convergence of all his vitality to assault the dantian. In these trying times, to survive, one must transcend the sea of suffering. Thus, the first realm is the sea of suffering. The size of this sea directly correlates with future achievements. The broader and more profound it is, the greater the potential for boundless accomplishments. For most, the sea of suffering resembles a mere stream. Only those like rivers are considered prodigies among the countless. Yet, without having opened the sea of suffering, Xiao Fan lacks the strength to leave Taiping City, rendering him incapable of stepping beyond the borders. In a frenzy, he dashed through the villa, racing up and down the stairs, yet the absence of his great-grandfather was palpable. Ultimately, he despondently sank into the living room sofa, his gaze falling upon an iron box perched atop the table. It was the very box he had retrieved from the martyrs' cemetery just the day before. Upon opening it, he discovered 36 neatly arranged blood essence pills within. Beneath them lay a card inscribed with the code 6 zeros, amounting to a staggering 36 million alliance coins. This represented the highest form of compensation, and Chen Fan understood well. Alliance coins could procure various protective gear, weaponry, and elixirs to enhance his strength. Simple cultivation techniques could be learned at school, yet acquiring them from the outside world was exceedingly costly, as each method was hard-won through the blood and lives of predecessors. Xiao Fan could not help but be reminded of the sorrow of his family's demise, his heart swelling with hatred towards the myriad races. System, can you assist me in traversing the sea of suffering and ascend to the 10th heavenly gate? The thought of a golden finger felt rather unimpressive. What could merging with the essence of the world possibly yield? With his great-grandfather gone, he had become his final pillar of support. As long as you possess enough fusion points, the master can merge with rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and the very earth, as well as the bones, cores, spirits, and souls of formidable beings from all races. That mere sea of suffering is insignificant. Merging with blood essence pills will naturally fortify my vitality. Upon hearing the system's grandiose response, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. His gaze shifted to the 36 blood essence pills, as though he beheld 36 beloved kin, standing resolute before him. Let us commence with the legacy of my kin and exact vengeance upon their behalf. Just as he was about to grasp the pills and prepare for the fusion, a reminder from the system echoed in his mind. Blood essence pill consumes 10 fusion points, enhances vitality, invigorating the blood and opening the meridians. He had never anticipated that merging a single pill would merely require 10 fusion points. With 36 blood essence pills, it would only amount to 360. Should he not attempt a fusion? He recalled the methods learned at school for traversing the sea of suffering. Should he succeed, he could venture beyond the peaceful city and begin slaying the vile entities of the myriad realms, avenging all his kin. He could gather fusion points and strengthen himself. The entire foundation lay within the blood essence pills. What was he waiting for? All his focus converged upon the 36 blood essence pills within the iron box, his heart inquiring how to proceed. In the next instant, the voice of the system resounded. Blood essence pills can be fused, consuming 360 fusion points. The potency is slightly intense. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Upon hearing the mention of intense potency, Chen Fan was instantly reminded of the deep-seated enmity for his 36 kin, a resolute expression taking over his face. Such mere potency, if I cannot endure it, how shall I seek vengeance? Fuse. As soon as the words left his lips, the 36 blood essence pills levitated into the air. They did not need to be ingested instead. They directly adhered to the 36 major acupoints scattered across his body, rapidly merging within him. In an instant, a torrent of potent energy surged throughout his being. Chen Fan felt his blood igniting with an unprecedented intensity, unleashing unimaginable power. His muscles and veins struggled to endure the force, nearly shattering under its weight. Goodness, is this merely intense? This is overwhelming. A frenzied, excruciating pain assaulted his mind. The agony of his body tearing apart brought him to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the power of his blood was extraordinarily robust while it wreaked havoc. It simultaneously healed his body at an astonishing rate. Like rivers converging into the sea, the boundless, boiling blood had nowhere to dissipate, crashing against his dantian, forcefully carving out the sea of suffering. Even those who consumed pills required extensive time to digest and absorb them, a slow process of transformation. Yet for Chen Fan, the energy surged forth autonomously, forging the sea of suffering. Once it emerged, the tumultuous vitality seemed to have found its outlet, flooding in wildly. Blood flowed away, leaving only a seething essence in its wake. His dantian transformed from a mere stream to a small river, then a mighty river, a lake, and finally a boundless ocean. In stark contrast to the tranquility experienced by others, his sea of suffering roiled incessantly, stirring up boundless waves that washed over the surroundings. Gradually, his dantian became supple, beginning to absorb the energies of the surrounding world. The sea of suffering was established. From this moment forth, his dantian would draw in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, enhancing his cultivation. His physical form would continue to amplify his vitality, nurturing his physique. In harmony, they would ultimately enable him to rival the might of the strongest beings across the myriad races. As the pain subsided, for the first time, Chen Fan reveled in the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy cleansing his body. He needed to fill the newly forged sea of suffering with spiritual energy before he could consider it complete. 3 full days and nights passed, during which a vortex of spiritual energy formed around the villa. Only then did Chen Fan feel the sea of suffering brimming. As he opened his eyes, they shimmered with brilliance. A glance at his body revealed a complexion akin to white jade. Clenching his fists, he felt as though he could shatter planets. The tumultuous strength ignited a newfound confidence within him for vengeance. Grandfather, parents, beloved kin, I have opened the sea of suffering. As soon as I report to school, I shall immediately embark on the path of retribution beyond the city. Rising, he noticed the iron box containing the blood essence pills on the table. Kneeling towards the hero memorial, he vowed loudly. Ignoring the fact that 3 days had elapsed, he hastily consumed some leftover food, freshened up, and set off for school with renewed vigor. Passing by the neighborhood entrance, the doorman, Grandpa Chin, advised him not to run around recklessly and to return home early, seemingly aware that he was now alone in the world. Upon arriving at the 8th Martial School, he learned that during his 3 days of recuperation, the school had compiled a list of all students who had opened the sea of suffering. All students who had reached the age of 16 and successfully opened the sea of suffering gathered on the playground. Their campaign was about to commence. After 16 years of nurturing, they had become sufficiently formidable to step onto the battlefield for training. Chapter 3. The Golden Waves of Suffering. Strength beyond measure with a voice that pierced through the air, Chen Fan turned to see his former nemesis, the most formidable student of Class 6 from the 1998 cohort, Zhao Yi. The first to traverse the sea of suffering, that it was rumored that his family boasted numerous powerful warriors, engaged in battles beyond the 4th Heaven Gate. Yet unbeknownst to him, members of the Qin family had already advanced to the 8th Gate, slaying semi-divine beings of the Bone Clan. Before Chen Fan could respond, another classmate interjected, I reckon he's just scared of the selection competition and is hiding at home, too afraid to show his face. Isn't that right? Ha ha. Yu Ling Hai, clad in exquisite armor and wielding a long sword, radiated confidence with his tall stature, fiery red hair, and eyes glimmering with a green hue, his muscular frame a testament to his own successful passage through the sea of suffering during the new year. It was said that the Sea of Suffering resembled a colossal mountain, immense and unyielding, astonishing both teachers and students alike that he had once stealthily ventured outside Taiping City, returning unscathed, a perilous feat, considering that an old soldier from the Golden Bridge realm had perished outside the city. Reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, this underscored Yu Linghai's extraordinary talent. Of course, he looked down upon ordinary students who had yet to traverse the Sea of Suffering. The ongoing integration of various ethnicities meant that many were mixed-blood descendants, exhibiting considerable variation in appearance. Among the 18 students who had ventured into the Sea of Suffering from their class, they joined a total of 260 from the entire school, preparing to leave the city together. For humanity's survival, anyone over the age of 16 who had crossed into the Sea of Suffering was compelled to face the heavy gates. Without undergoing trials, one could not become the backbone of humanity nor achieve personal growth. This year, Chen Fan had just turned 16 and, with the aid of medicinal pills, had managed to traverse the Sea of Suffering, a feat that could be deemed quite lacking in aptitude. However, now was different. He possessed the infinite fusion system, awaiting his exploration. Witnessing the provocation between the two, coupled with the recent loss of his kin, Chen Fan's eyes glinted with cold fury, his white hair billowing in the wind, and his black attire rustling ominously. "You insult my ancestors. Come forth and face retribution," he bellowed, his right index finger pointed at the two with fierce indignation. His 36 family members had perished in battle for humanity. He would not allow them to be dishonored. "Ah, Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize that I have traversed the Sea of Suffering and possess strength exceeding 10,000 pounds? One punch could obliterate you," Zhao Yi proclaimed boastfully, brandishing his fist at Yu Linghai. Taken aback, since that Chen Fan's aura was markedly different from before, suppressing the disdain on his face, he remarked, just aside, "Without traversing the Sea of Suffering, your physical strength is limited, unable to surpass 1 ton. You are not our match. Let us end this banter." Though he held the ordinary students in contempt, he did not wish to belittle them excessively, viewing it merely as jest, and he felt he may have overstepped. The surrounding students' gazes shifted to Zhao Yi and Chen Fan, murmuring among themselves, "Traversing the Sea of Suffering is akin to the initial stage. He is far superior to those of us who have just succeeded in our endeavors. Strength exceeding 10,000 pounds signifies the primary level. Achieving 50,000 pounds equates to the mid-stage of the Sea of Suffering. Sigh, having strong warriors in the family is truly a blessing. They must have fed him the blood of the green dragon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced so swiftly." The students gathered on the playground were all from the realm of the Sea of Suffering, possessing intricate knowledge of their standings. Chen Fan, however, was different. He had only just crossed into the Sea of Suffering today and had limited understanding. The Martial Academy's teachings were truly tailored to each individual, instilling foundational knowledge such as mathematics and chemistry alongside martial arts from a young age. Those who could not traverse the Sea of Suffering by 18 were forced to study mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, aerospace, and other scientific disciplines that in reality, some hoped their children could lead such an easy life, at least living safely within Taiping City. However, from childhood to adulthood, tales of heroes and the endless history of battles against myriad races would spark the fervor in young hearts, propelling them to step beyond Taiping City and engage in the war against countless races. Particularly for those born into families of strong warriors, the children would be eager to venture beyond the 10th Heaven Gate. Yet, the number of those who could truly emerge from the 10th Heaven Gate and battle against the myriad races was exceedingly scarce. With 36 family members lost beyond the gate, their fates unknown, Chen Fan felt compelled to venture out and seek answers. Now, facing the provocations of his two classmates, he could not remain passive. Even if he could not defeat them, he needed them to understand that his kin were not to be disrespected. Gradually stepping forward, he pointed at the two and coldly declared, "Do not jest with me. Who dares to mock my ancestors? I will ensure you regret it." His words resonated with conviction, unyielding and fearless. Zhao Yi chuckled, stepping out from the group, tossing aside the weapon in his hand. "Come now, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 punches if I take a step back. I'll apologize immediately. Otherwise, you must crawl through my legs from this day forth. You shall never see Ji Tianwu again." He beckoned Chen Fan with his right index finger, his head held high, dripping with derision. Yu Linghai interjected, "We're all classmates. Why resort to violence? A simple apology will suffice, and we can unite to slay the myriad races beyond the gates that he attempted to mediate, recognizing that their actions violated the school's regulations against infighting. Chun Fan, however, would not relent, coldly stating, "If there is no apology, I shall not permit it that I too have traversed the sea of suffering. I need not your allowance. You may not be my equal." With that, he advanced toward Zhao Yi. The crowd of students was astonished to learn that Chun Fan had also crossed into the sea of suffering. Standing against Zhao Yi, momentarily taken aback, felt his arrogance wane. Without traversing the sea of suffering, one's strength would barely reach 1 ton. However, breaking through the sea of suffering was an entirely different matter. Some found the sea of suffering vast and boundless, and upon breaking through, could achieve a strength of 10,000 pounds. Others might unlock unique attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, or darkness after traversing the sea. Should any of these possibilities arise, Zhao Yi knew that allowing Chun Fan 3 punches could lead to complications. Unwilling to sustain injuries before venturing out for training, he swallowed hard, refraining from mentioning the 3 punches. Instead, he coldly declared, "No wonder you have the audacity to challenge me. Let me show you just how formidable a true practitioner of the sea of suffering can be." Clenching his fists, a wave of energy enveloped his body, and a phantom river flowed before him. Drawing energy from the surrounding void into his dantian, the surface of the river shimmered with a faint golden glow. In the next moment, all phantom forms converged toward his fists, culminating in golden knuckles. His aura transformed, exuding a chilling and powerful presence, imbued with an unstoppable force. The great river of suffering was nothing but this. Simultaneously, Chun Fan summoned the power of the sea of suffering, coursing through his meridians, his muscles swelling with vigor. An illusory ocean enveloped his entire being, expanding boundlessly in all directions, as if about to engulf the entire playground. All students and objects were submerged in this gray ocean. Just as the energy reached its zenith, it rapidly withdrew, converging back into his body, forming a transparent armor that encased him. This transformation left the assembled students in awe. Rendering them speechless, it was evident to all that he had only just awakened the sea of suffering and lacked full control. Yet, the sheer scope of his energy was staggering, far exceeding expectations. This alone confirmed his undeniable genius, especially as the power did not merely concentrate in his hands, but formed an armor that enveloped him, an indication of the sea of suffering's ethereal energy shielding. This suggested that even in his nascent state, he harbored unimaginable strength. Regardless of their actions, Chun Fan charged forth, roaring, "Zhao Yi, I am coming for you," with a ferocious speed that left prints on the cement playground. He struck with a fist brimming with terrifying power aimed squarely at Zhao Yi's right cheek. "Stop! What are you doing? Brother Chun Fan, don't!" 2 voices rang out simultaneously through the air. Chapter 4. The Glory of Family. An apology as the voices echoed. The 260 students present collectively exhaled, realizing that a confrontation would not erupt. For many, internecine conflict was a folly, and while showcasing exceptional talent was commendable, the true battle lay against the myriad races. Chun Fan recognized one voice as that of his martial arts instructor, Kai Ji, and the other belonged to Ji Tianwu, a girl who harbored feelings for him. Contemplating Ji Tianwu, he furrowed his brow. She had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, yet he had maintained a certain distance from her. The 2 families had been close for generations, growing up together, fostering a bond. The reason for this connection was Ji Tianwu's exceptional talent. She had naturally traversed the sea of suffering by the age of 13, that had it not been for her age, she would have already ventured beyond the gates. Rumor had it that she possessed a mysterious attribute, which was not permitted to be disclosed publicly, that in contrast, Chun Fan at 16 had only just achieved this milestone with the aid of medicinal pills. The disparity between them loomed large. Thus, even though Ji Tianwu often lingered around him, he remained somewhat indifferent, especially as he was now consumed by rage and could not rein in the momentum of his impending strike against Zhao. Zhao Yi too had assumed an offensive stance, unwilling to be bested before an audience, and so he retaliated with equal ferocity. Their speed was remarkable, but the 2 intervening figures were even swifter. Kai Ji, seated in her wheelchair, was propelled forward by a radiant golden lotus, landing squarely between the 2 opponents. Meanwhile, beneath Ji Tianwu's feet, A golden bridge materialized, suffused with brilliant light, accompanied by fluttering butterflies, hastening her arrival. "Brother Fan," she exclaimed, grasping Chen Fan's arm, instantly dispelling the transparent armor that enveloped him. His frenzied advance came to an abrupt halt, the disparity in their realms overwhelming him. On the other side, Zhao Yi's fist collided with the front of the wheelchair, thwarted by the delicate golden lotus. Saint Lotus Realm. The educators at the school are predominantly individuals who have suffered injuries in the sacred Lotus Realm. While they may lack significant combat prowess on the battlefield, they possess the ability to nurture the younger generation. Take Kai Ji, for instance, a veteran with both legs amputated. Yet, she is not aged. At merely 30 years old, she has returned from a decade of warfare and has taught for 4 years. Her experience, realm, and strength are beyond question. Had it not been for her injuries, she would have already unlocked the divine gate, capable of regeneration. Thus, there are undoubtedly no individuals stronger than the divine gate within the school. Chen Fan gazed at his captured arm, noticing the delicate, jade-like fingers, soft and tender, entirely unlike those of a warrior. Rather, they resembled those of a pampered young lady. As the golden bridge in the air vanished, Kai Ji's wheelchair descended silently to the ground. On the northern side of the playground, a one-armed giant approached, limping while leading 20 talented individuals. They were true prodigies, having opened the sea of suffering a year or two prior, waiting until the age of 16 to venture beyond the city with their peers. Dressed in formidable gear, they exuded a commanding presence, standing out as the elite of their expedition, capable of leading a team independently. Kai Ji's cold voice rang out. "If you possess excess energy, unleash it all on the battlefield. Outside the city, countless heroes are fighting bravely, yet you engage in petty squabbles. Do you not feel ashamed?" Seated in her wheelchair, she spun around a few times, surveying Chen Fan and everyone present. Chen Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes glinting with cold light, and spoke icily. He mocks the valiant of the Chen family. With his long hair billowing in anger, he was unafraid to fight, even if his teacher intervened. Kai Ji's gaze shifted to Zhao Yi, realizing Chen Fan had opened the sea of suffering and had disturbed the teacher, was momentarily struck with fear and found himself at a loss for words. "Apologize." Kai Ji's icy command bore into him. "And no matter how exceptional your strength, you cannot act with impunity. That if you err, you must pay the price." Zhao Yi tightly pressed his lips together, looking at Chen Fan defiantly, remaining silent. His teeth clenched, muscles tensed. The surrounding students fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension as Kai Ji's ire enveloped the scene. However, Zhao Yi refused to apologize. The one-armed giant approached, his expression grave, and coldly stated, "Zhao Yi, you ought to apologize. The 36 members of Chen Fan's family have achieved tremendous feats, slaying infiltrating demigods of the Bone Clan beyond the Eightfold Heaven Pass. They left behind a demigod's white jade bones. All heroically perished." He turned gray overnight from grief, mourning for 3 days. "Do you believe that was unworthy?" His voice, heavy yet resonant, left all students in shock. For they understood that the Eightfold Heaven Pass represented the pinnacle of countless ordinary lives, that a demigod signified a master among the myriad races in battle. The Chen family's ability to slay one was a testament to their might, fearlessness, and resolve in the face of death. True pillars of humanity, deserving of reverence, kneeling, and admiration. The 20 prodigies accompanying the giant, proud and lofty, couldn't help but glance toward Chen Fan, even if they lacked his innate gifts. Their family's glory was sufficient to illuminate the entire Peace City. Zhao Yi's eyes widened as he comprehended the loss of his family, yet he was unaware that 36 had perished. He had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Guchen, a middle-aged man, seemingly dissatisfied with the shock level of the situation, continued. "You may not know, but the 120-year-old ancestor of the Chen family emerged from seclusion 3 days ago to seek the ashes of his descendants. He aims to achieve ultimate sublimation and be buried at the border. Shouldn't you pay your respects?" His voice thundered, echoing in the minds of the students, finally illuminating why Chen Fan was enraged enough to confront his teacher and felt compelled to teach Zhao Yi a harsh lesson. His family was entirely lost. The humiliation could not rest upon him. Zhao Yi licked his lips, closed his eyes, and squeezed out a few words. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." He was acutely aware that if he failed to apologize, He would be scorned by all and would never gain the favor of the goddess Ji Tianwu. Bowing his head for a moment was not disgraceful. It was an act of acknowledging his errors. After Zhao Yi's apology, Guqin turned to Chun Fan and said, "Chun Fan, now that Zhao Yi has apologized, let this matter rest. Your family's heroism should not be tarnished over trivial matters. Peace City was established through the blood and flesh of countless martyrs, and it must not be destroyed by our own hands." Having subdued Zhao Yi, he turned to comfort Chun Fan, recognizing the difficulty of the teacher's role. Chun Fan turned his head, his expression softening considerably, and said, "I will not seek trouble with him. For now, I only wish to leave the city, to slay the myriad races and avenge my family." His intention was merely to teach Zhao Yi a lesson, not to kill. "Excellent. You possess great ambition. The teachers are pleased. Having opened the sea of suffering, you may indeed venture beyond the city for trials." Guqin concurred without any objections, indicating the 20 prodigies to stand in front of the 261 students alongside Ji Tianwu, much like captains. Kai Ji's voice then rang out, cool and clear. "Remember, once you reach the outer territory, every blade of grass, every flower and stone may be transformed into creatures of the myriad races. The only trust should lie in your comrades by your side. Thus, do not harbor any grievances amongst yourselves that on the battlefield. It is a matter of either your life or mine. There is no room for error." Seated in her wheelchair, she moved back and forth effortlessly. Guqin continued, "During this expedition, we 4 teachers will escort you. Each class's leading student will serve as captain, ensuring your team is well prepared. Remember, you must hasten to the Shadow Hunt City at the first Heaven Pass. Any battles encountered along the way are of no concern to you. The area surrounding Shadow Hunt City is teeming with myriad race creatures, making it the most suitable ground for novice training. Do you understand?" His booming voice jolted the nerves of all present. "Understood." The crowd shouted in unison, their spirits soaring. Having long heard of the perilous nature outside the city, they were finally eager to witness it firsthand. As the teachers were instructing, a large transport aircraft dispatched by the school descended, preparing to head to Shadow Hunt City. The 4 teachers were not inside the cabin, but stood outside the aircraft, ready to confront any formidable monsters that might attack. Every newcomer was armed to the teeth, clad in full-body alloy armor, wielding an alloy blade, and carrying a food pouch, along with additional supplies prepared by their families. Chun Fan sat by the window, gazing at the school, bidding farewell to the Peace City where he had lived for 16 years. Lacking any gifts from his family, he possessed only a black card with 36 million federal coins. To establish a foothold in Shadow Hunt City, he must slay myriad race creatures. The skills he had mastered comprised only the basic knife techniques, basic fist and foot techniques, and basic breathing methods taught by the school. To learn advanced knife techniques, martial skills, and cultivation methods, there were 2 pathways. One was through continuous exploration and summation in battle. The other was by establishing merit, allowing exchange at the contribution hall in every city. This included not just elixirs, equipment, and cultivation methods, but also rare metals and spoils from myriad race creatures. Chun Fan believed that first converting the 36 million federal coins into resources to enhance himself was essential to bridging the gap between him and the prodigies, thereby increasing his chances of survival in the upcoming battles. That as he contemplated his future actions, a person appeared beside him. Ji Tianwu. "Fangu, what are you thinking about?" Her gentle voice resembled that of a delicate younger sister. Yet in reality, she was significantly more powerful than him. Talents received special privileges from teachers, who imparted their own martial techniques and provided subsidized elixirs, placing them at a far higher starting point than newcomers like Chun Fan. Talents must be nurtured in advance, destined to receive favoritism. With a prodigious sister by his side, how could Chun Fan not feel pressured? He managed to remain calm due to the infinite fusion system he possessed, which sufficiently compensated for his lack of innate gifts. Returning to reality, he replied, "I was contemplating how to proceed within Shadow Hunt City. I carry a deep-seated grudge and must avenge my family." His gaze fell upon his sister, who was clad in a red outfit, her long hair tied into a ponytail, her youthful visage displaying no hint of anxiety before the battlefield, resembling a leisurely trip. Unlike the aspirations, yearnings, curiosity, and worries of most newcomers, her demeanor was distinct. "Fangu, you need not worry. As long as you open the sea of suffering at the first heaven pass, exercise caution, and survive, all will be well. I have accompanied the teachers before and possess more knowledge about the situation. I will guide you. Although she was trying to comfort Chen Fan, her words inadvertently revealed her privileged status as a talent. Chen Fan recognized her good intentions, nodded, and replied, "All right." In the midst of casual conversation, the airplane took off, carrying over 200 students from the school, soaring towards the outskirts of Taiping City. As it flew over the city walls, a translucent light shield radiated ripples, as if transitioning from one realm to another. After the aircraft passed through the light shield, Chen Fan beheld the scene beyond the walls. That on the ground, countless human veterans stood armed, attempting to fend off the omnipresent low-level creatures of myriad races, which infiltrated everywhere with the sole intent of devouring humanity. That he recognized from his readings the stitched monstrosities, stone behemoths, flame bat tribes, ice crystal monkeys, and more. Today marked his first venture into the bitter sea. Thus he had never set foot outside the city. Witnessing the outside world, he realized the immense sacrifices humanity had made for survival. Truly, as teacher Kai Ji stated, every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, and every stone harbored the peril of life, that a moment's inattention could lead to being devoured without a trace, leaving one unaware of their demise. Even seasoned veterans could fall prey to fatal missteps. The students, who had never ventured beyond the city's confines, were all transfixed by the sights outside the window, save for 21 prodigies who maintained a calm demeanor. As if accustomed to such sights, that Ji Tianwu leaned closer to Chen Fan, pointing to the ground as she explained, "Do you see that red stone? It's a magma beast. Its shell is impenetrable, but its interior can be easily pierced. And that pear tree, it's a type of tree demon. When approached, it unleashes countless branches to ensnare and drain one's life force. Look ahead, that's a rift sky eagle, equivalent to a mid-stage bitter sea realm human. Yet it could easily outpace even late-stage bitter sea warriors due to its incredible speed. Teacher Guchun is making his move." Chen Fan observed Teacher Guchun standing on the wing. Advancing toward the rift sky eagle, he raised his right fist, which was enveloped in visible blood energy, transforming into a crimson tiger head that charged at the eagle. Boom! The 5-meter-long rift sky eagle disintegrated into countless fragments upon contact with the blood-colored tiger head, leaving the airplane unscathed as it flew past. At this sight, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. That Ji Chun, also a master of the sacred lotus realm, could effortlessly take flight and dispatch foes. Once a formidable figure of the divine gate realm, he had been grievously injured by a powerful adversary, rendering his wounds irreversible. Otherwise, he would still be battling in the front lines. Ji Tianwu continued to elucidate the situation, possessing far more knowledge than Chen Fan. Upon hearing her words, he turned in surprise. "Ah, there are indeed irreversible injuries." In that brief moment of turning back, he caught sight of Zhao Yi, whose eyes were bloodshot and fixed on him with malevolence. Understanding the source of Zhao Yi's fury, Ji Tianwu leaning against him, gazing outside, he realized the implication of their intimate posture. Consumed by jealousy, Zhao Yi was understandably enraged. Ignoring Zhao Yi's glare, Chen Fan reached out with his left hand to smooth Ji Tianwu's hair. This only served to intensify Zhao Yi's ire, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A blush crept across Ji Tianwu's face, yet she did not flinch, stating, "Indeed, there are irreversible injuries. Even the assistance of skilled practitioners is futile. One is destined to meet a tragic end." Thus, Teacher Gu is burdened with great responsibility, pouring his heart and soul into nurturing his students. If you could master his blood explosion technique, your combat prowess could increase by at least 50%. Unaware of Zhao Yi's demeanor, she maintained her focus on the outside world, explaining further. For her, Chen Fan's potential to carve a path through the bitter sea and join her in battling at the frontier was a stroke of immense fortune. As for strength, it mattered little. Her affection stemmed from the heart, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chen Fan nodded, a thought stirring within him. "Now that you are a master of the Golden Bridge realm, have you learned many martial techniques and skills? Surely, they must enhance your combat abilities." He posed this inquiry to gain insight into the efficacy of various martial arts, assessing their worth for investment. Ji Tianwu, understanding his intent, smiled sweetly and replied, "Indeed, I have mastered the cloud leaping technique, which, utilizing the gliding power of the Golden Bridge, allows me to strike consecutively 8 times in midair. It is sufficient to obliterate creatures of the same tier. I've also learned teacher Kai Ji's technique, the blooming lotus, which enables the creation of 8 lotus flowers during full combat, wielding exceptional power while engaging 8 adversaries simultaneously, just as she prepared to elaborate further. She noticed a change in Chun Fan's expression, his gaze fixed in shock upon the exterior. She instinctively followed his line of sight, exclaiming, "Ah, a flock of Rift Sky Eagles." The leader is shrouded in blood energy. Its combat power comparable to a human of the sacred Lotus realm. This is dire. How could they appear within the first barrier? Ji Tianwu's expression turned grave, and she quickly straightened her posture. Gripping her alloy knife tightly, as soon as she spoke, Gu Qin's voice thundered from outside. "All students, heed my warning. We are under attack. The airplane may not withstand the onslaught. Prepare for battle." His tone, infused with fury and determination, resonated within the hearts of all present. Chapter 6. Sudden Crisis. Teachers' Resistance. Students perish. The students, who had been gazing outside and had never experienced combat, descended into chaos. Where's my knife? Good heavens, that Rift Sky Eagle stands over 20 meters tall. It's terrifying. 18 of them. There are a total of 18 Rift Sky Eagles. Can our teachers protect us? We're suspended in midair. How do we fight? We could fall to our deaths. Panic-stricken cries filled the airplane cabin, while only the 27 prodigies who had previously ventured into the bitter sea, along with Yu Linghai, who had secretly slipped out of the city, managed to retain a semblance of composure. Ji Tianwu rose to her feet, addressing the responsible students. "Team members, pay attention. Immediately don your backpacks and parachute packs. Grip your alloy knives with your right hands. And keep your left hands free for emergencies. You've all learned how to deploy parachutes in school." She was not only a genius, but also a beauty, possessing an innate charisma that drew attention. Chun Fan hastily followed her instructions, securing the food-filled backpack to his chest and the parachute to his back, while gripping the alloy knife in his right hand. This was his sole weapon, one he could not afford to lose. Yet at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Fusion item detected. Alloy knife. Increases body hardness and sharpness, requiring 20 fusion points for activation." The voice brought him back to reality, reminding him of his greatest trump card. However, this was his only weapon, leaving him in a quandary. Before he could make a decision, the airplane shook violently. Boom, boom. His body was violently jolted against the cabin window, nearly pressing his face against the glass. Simultaneously, the sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The airplane was plummeting towards the ground. In his ears, Gu Qin's furious roar rang out. "You vile creatures, how dare you!" Chun Fan could clearly see the explosive surge of blood-red light emanating from his teacher, converging upon his fist. In an instant, his fist swelled to twice its size, resembling the fierce head of a tiger, far more formidable than before. The next moment, his body collided with the 20-meter-tall elite Rift Sky Eagle. In comparison to such a towering figure, he felt insignificantly small. However, at the moment of impact between his fist and the eagle's claws, an overwhelming force erupted, as if a cannonball had detonated. Boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, Chun Fan felt as though his eardrums might burst, and an unending shockwave surged outward, radiating in all directions. The airplane windows were repeatedly struck, developing cracks. Chun Fan witnessed one of the Rift Sky Eagles, which had just prepared to assault the plane, transform into a plucked chicken amidst the shockwave, all its feathers blown away, revealing numerous bloody gashes on its body as it collided forcefully with the aircraft. Boom! The aircraft veered sideways, the nose turning at an angle that obstructed Chun Fan's line of sight. He strained to catch a glimpse of the final scene. Gu Qin appeared as a diminutive giant, seizing the shattered talons of the elite Lietian Eagle, poised to rend it apart. His gaze shifted. He beheld Kai Ji engage in battle on the opposite side. Despite lacking both legs, she maneuvered fearlessly through the tempest of Litan Eagles. Aided by the flight granted by the sacred Lotus realm, in her hands, a 2-meter-long broadsword shimmered with golden light, radiating brilliant lotus petals that enveloped 3 Litan Eagles entirely. Crack, crack, as petals pierced the bodies of the Litan Eagles. Their bones exploded under the terrifying power of her sword technique. In the fleeting moments as the aircraft rotated, Chun Fan witnessed the 3 Litan Eagles reduced to mere chunks of flesh, plummeting toward the ground. The aircraft continued its rotation, revealing another teacher, Ekni. This instructor, with only his forearms remaining, displayed a formidable combat prowess. Suspended in the air, his legs spread apart like two fearsome celestial blades. Each sweeping motion was accompanied by terrifying green light, severing the bones and tendons of the Lightan eagles. The last teacher, Wu Donglu, was missing a leg and an ear, his face half concealed by a silver mask. The other half grotesquely marred where skin had been torn away. Wielding a staff, he conjured fierce winds that battered in all directions, targeting the three Lightan eagles, reducing their forms to a bloody mess. Yet, despite the combined efforts of the four instructors, the overwhelming number of Lightan eagles remained. With three still descending upon the aircraft, A.S. Chen Fan observed the chaos of battle. A terrifying ripping sound echoed above the plane. Two eagle claws, glinting ominously, tore through the steel plating with brutal force. Instantly, a chilling gale surged through the breach, making it nearly impossible for everyone to keep their eyes open, crack, crack, before many of the new students could react. Another eagle claw pierced through the cabin on Chun Fan's side. The once impenetrable steel was rendered as fragile as paper beneath the might of the Lightan eagle's talons. Four windows shattered simultaneously due to the pressure. And a fierce wind, laden with shards of glass, poured into the cabin. Those seated near the windows, caught off guard by the sudden chaos, found glass fragments piercing their arms and faces. Some unfortunate souls had their eyes impaled, writhing in agony. Zhao Yi, quick to react, dropped to the floor, narrowly escaping the onslaught of glass. Suddenly, a booming voice commanded, "Strike together, slay them." A gifted youth, clad in a shimmering silver outfit, brandished a long spear and rose with determination. Chen Fan turned towards the sound. Recognizing Lin Yu, the strongest among all the students, that a fiery aura enveloped him as he launched himself into the air, aiming for the Lightan eagle that was tearing through the cabin ceiling. Peak of the Golden Bridge realm, true energy materializes, Ji Tianwu remarked, acknowledging Lin Yu's superior prowess. However, she too responded swiftly, pivoting with her alloy blade that shimmered with golden lotus blooms, charging at the Lightan eagle that was surging through the breach. Despite her quick reflexes, the Lightan eagle was equally swift, and as it tore through the cabin walls, its massive claws ensnared two unfortunate students. Squelch, squelch. The newly initiated students, having just glimpsed the bitter sea of suffering, were rendered defenseless against the sharp talons, which mercilessly cleaved them into three pieces. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto those nearby. Ah, they're killing! So vicious. The surrounding students, paralyzed by fear, cried out in panic. Having never ventured beyond the city, even the most graphic videos of monstrous beings paled in comparison to the horror they now witnessed firsthand. Blood dripped onto them as they helplessly watched their classmates dismembered. Before the severed bodies could even touch the ground, the Lightan eagles snatched them up, devouring them whole. The diminutive forms of humans appeared as mere insects before the towering 10-meter beasts, easily extinguished. "Stop your cries! Kill!" Ji Tianwu shouted fiercely, charging forward. Almost simultaneously, another talented student reacted, a layer of black, true energy enveloping his fist as he merged it with his alloy blade, striking fiercely at the Lightan eagle. The teachers were too preoccupied to save anyone. They could only rely on themselves. Chapter 7. Self-Rescue. Jumped from the plane seated by the window, Chen Fan witnessed the classmates who had just stood proudly in the campus moments ago, now reduced to nothing but bones. Overwhelmed by shock and confusion, he grappled with the reality of the situation. He had often heard tales and watched videos depicting the merciless nature of the myriad races on the battlefield. But now he felt the weight of that truth more profoundly than ever. Filled with ambition, he had stepped beyond the city gates, believing he could become a hero for humanity, driving out the myriad races and restoring peace. Instead, he found himself faced with a grim fate before even landing a single blow or slaying a creature. Crushed under the weight of despair, that it was a brutal and desolate realization. 2 lifetimes lived, yet still unable to bear the burden. Watching Ji Tianwu's alloy blade, along with another student S, become engulfed within the ravenous body of the Lightan eagle, the sound of piercing flesh echoed through the cabin, and blood sprayed chaotically onto the surrounding students. The Lightan eagle let out a chilling cry of anguish as its claws flailed wildly in the cabin, desperately attempting to defend itself while seeking a point of leverage to escape its torment. As Ji Tianwu and her classmate fought with all their might, they were forced to retreat, colliding against the nearby seats. The cabin floor began to buckle under the pressure, descending rapidly, in an instant. 6 students nearest to the battle found themselves in peril. Just as they attempted to reposition, they were caught in the frenzy of the thrashing eagle claws. Despite their defensive stances, they could not withstand the onslaught of the light-hand eagle. Squelch, squelch, squelch. A series of horrific sounds filled the air as the sharp talons pierced through the bodies of the 6 youths. One unfortunate soul was cleaved into 3 parts, his intestines and limbs rolling onto the cabin floor. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching those nearby, warm and sticky, causing some to nearly regurgitate their last meal. 1 studentess' head was severed, landing in a girl's lap. Da! She screamed in terror, tossing the head aside as she scrambled to her feet. Overwhelmed with panic. The brutality, the bloodshed, the coldness. An acrid scent of blood filled the air as the raw carnage unfolded. Many of the new students shrank back in their seats, paralyzed with fear. Chun Fan, too, witnessed this horrific scene, the blood spattering onto his face. As he gazed at the injured light-hand eagle, preparing to flee the cabin, the faces of his 36 relatives flashed before him, instantly quelling his fear. His dread and his nausea. Gripping his alloy blade, he rose to confront the onslaught. The time for vengeance had arrived. Kill. He had been questioning and seeking answers, but in truth, he was gathering strength for this very moment of retribution. Now, with the wounded light-hand eagle as his target, he unleashed the true energy of the bitter sea, a powerful wave that enveloped the aircraft. With each stride forward, he pulled the energy back around him, encasing his alloy armor and blade in a protective shroud. With a fierce shout, he launched himself forward. Take this! By channeling the bitter sea's true energy, he could instantly triple his strength. The alloy blade shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the gap and pursuing the light-hand eagle. Squelch! Boom! Through the fissure, he could see the alloy blade slice brutally into the creature's abdomen. As feathers flew and blood rained down, the light-hand eagle, heavily injured, lost control and crashed into a nearby mountain, plummeting downwards. The aircraft continued its rapid descent, fierce winds rushing in through the breach, making it nearly impossible for anyone to open their eyes. On the other side, 3 students joined forces, targeting the cabin ceiling, but only 2 were left injured while the others remained unscathed. However, the crisis was far from over. The aircraft had dropped several hundred meters and was on the brink of disaster. If they did not evacuate soon, a crash landing would leave no one unscathed. The 4 teachers were being increasingly overwhelmed by the swarm of light-hand eagles and would undoubtedly be unable to assist them. Ji Tianwu glanced at the trembling newcomers, then at Chun Fan, whose face was resolute and filled with determination. The disparity was evident, even on their first foray beyond the safety of the peaceful city. Chun Fan's performance far surpassed that of his peers. Yet, a decision had to be made. She bellowed, "Everyone, jump from the plane immediately. Ensure you group in 3s and remain vigilant upon landing. The wilderness is perilous. Move quickly." She bore the responsibilities of a captain, commanding the newcomers to leap first. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the fresh recruits, upon hearing the order, rushed towards the shattered fissure, leaping down in a desperate bid for survival. Fearful though they were, with trembling legs, they understood the urgency of their plight. On the plain, there lay only a path to death. Meanwhile, others were also jumping from the crevice above in the cabin. Over 200 individuals began their fight for self-preservation. As they leaped, Chun Fan retrieved the alloy knife belonging to the 8 who had perished, leaving 1 behind and merging the rest, consuming 140 fusion points. He fused 7 alloy knives in an instant. He felt his bones and skin harden significantly, far surpassing the results of over a decade of training. Moreover, his vital energy now contained a sharpness that had previously been absent. Just as he completed this transformation, Ji Tianwu rushed to his side, seizing him without hesitation and leaping from the fractured cabin into the open air. It was only upon exiting that they discovered they were less than 300 meters above the ground. According to standard procedures, even deploying a parachute would be futile. A fall from this height meant certain death. However, with a master of the Golden Bridge realm by his side, the outcome was entirely different. Though they were descending with acceleration, she skillfully utilized the gap to glide, avoiding the trajectory of the crashing plane and gliding ahead toward a thicket of trees. Yet, Ji Tianwu was far from pleased. She quickly instructed, "Focus and prepare for combat. If any creatures of formidable strength appear, do not concern yourself with me. Run." Her words, reminiscent of a last testament, caused Chun Fan's eyelids to flutter rapidly, his pupils constricting. From his brief observation, he understood that the area beyond the city brimmed with danger. Thus, he replied in a low voice, "Understood. I will remain vigilant." His eyes widened, and he tightened his grip on the alloy knife while Ji Tianwu held his left hand. Gliding from the sky towards the ground, as their descent slowed, Ji Tianwu aimed for the edge of the thicket rather than the dense foliage. Chun Fan recognized that landing on the branches could cushion their fall. Yet he did not impede her actions. Instead, he activated the vital energy within him, preparing for battle at a moment's notice. With the earth rapidly expanding before them, they descended like meteors, the air filled with a deafening roar. Rumble. The damaged aircraft plummeted like a celestial body, crashing heavily into the midst of the trees. Countless trees were uprooted by the shockwave, scattering in all directions. Boom! A fireball erupted from the crash site, shooting dozens of meters into the air, accompanied by a crackling sound. The journey for the newcomers to Shadow Hunting City had come to a decisive end. Chun Fan noticed the thicket had stirred. As the flames burned, the surrounding trees seemed to shift aside, as if to evade impending danger. They were alive. They were tree demons. A crisis loomed. Chapter 8. The fusion of the entangling talent in an instant. Chun Fan comprehended why Ji Tianwu insisted on landing outside the thicket. They were all tree demons. On the surface, they appeared entirely ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he rapidly circulated the vital energy from his dantian. Preparing for battle upon landing, that he silently vowed to bolster his strength, refusing to become a burden to others. Without power, he had no means for vengeance. From this day forth, he would relentlessly slay the myriad creatures, accumulating fusion points and strengthening himself. Having made this resolution, he soon found himself unable to escape the clutches of the tree demons. The Ji Tianwu's voice reached his ears. "These are the lowest tier tree demons, but they are still stronger than newly initiated humans. Stick close to me. We will break through." If she were alone, she could easily glide past the densely packed tree demons. However, with Chun Fan in tow, managing their combined weight proved challenging. The fact they could land safely was a testament to her formidable control. Thus, she issued another command. As she spoke, she released Chun Fan's left hand and grasped the alloy knife at her waist. Realizing the time to face danger alone had arrived, Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. All the foundational techniques he had learned surged through his mind. Basic fist techniques, basic sword techniques, basic footwork. Images of his family flickered before him. For the sake of avenging his family, he would slay. His eyes gradually turned blood red, muscles in his arms bulging, just as the tree demon's branches, like sinuous serpents, began to wrap around them. Ji Tianwu's golden bridge vanished, replaced by trails of blue halos. With rapid, successive steps in midair, her speed was akin to a phantom. Crack, 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 in a flurry of movement, the 7 branches closest to them exploded into a shower of splinters, which then hurtled towards the pursuing branches behind. Ling Yun Zong. The martial arts Ji Tianwu had mastered indeed unleashed tremendous combat prowess. Chun Fan observed intently as each fragment shimmered with blue ice crystals, seemingly transformed into ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many of the advancing branches were severed in midair by the icy shards, demonstrating the sheer force of impact. As they rapidly descended, both Ji Tianwu and Chun Fan found themselves engulfed within the thicket of tree demons. "Follow me," Ji Tianwu commanded, her alloy knife transforming into petals of a lotus flower as she surged towards a recently cleared area, resembling 7 blue lotuses blooming amidst the verdant branches. Chun Fan understood that this was no time for hesitation. Gripping his alloy knife, he employed his basic footwork to navigate through the dense jungle. Despite Ji Tianwu's formidable strength and fierce attacks, even she could not defend against the encroaching tree demons entirely. Not wishing to remain sheltered beneath her offensive, Chun Fan faced the approaching branches, striking fiercely in his mind. He thought, how tough could these branches be? Surely, he could sever them with ease. Yet, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Crack! Whoosh! Employing 2,000 pounds of force, he managed to break only one branch, while 3 others continued their relentless advance towards him. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, realizing the necessity of the Bitter Sea realm to leave the city. Had he not reached this stage, he would have surely been impaled and met his demise right there. Did I end the next instant? He dared not be careless. The Bitter Sea vital energy surged within him, tripling his strength as the alloy knife struck out once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 resounding strikes, he severed all 3 branches, sending them flying. Bright green sap spilled from the broken ends, staining the ground. With a newfound sense of experience, he charged ahead, the alloy knife whirling relentlessly, keeping pace with Ji Tianwu. However, his lack of combat experience soon became evident. Having only advanced 5 steps, he found himself ensnared by a branch wrapping around his left arm, nearly causing him to tumble backward. Sharp thorns protruded from the branch, threatening to pierce his armor and penetrate his skin. Yet, to his surprise, the fusion with the alloy knife had rendered his skin extraordinarily resilient, impervious to the attack. Seeing him ensnared, Ji Tianwu shouted urgently, "Hurry and sever the branch. They will inject toxins. If you are paralyzed, you will be bound to death." She quickened her pace, intent on clearing the surrounding tree demons to assist Chen Fan. At her words, Chen Fan felt a surge of panic. His pupils dilated as he quickly retracted his left hand, seizing the tree demon's branch, while his right hand raised the alloy knife, ready to sever it. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, detected a fusion talent, entanglement, aiding the comprehension of softness, requiring 100 fusion points. Without hesitation, Chen Fan opted for fusion. He needed to escape control and leave the battlefield. In the next moment, a faint green glow emanated from the branch, infusing his left arm. The pulling force dissipated, and the tree demon, once vibrant with green leaves, instantly withered into a still, yellow form. Eliminate the tree demon. Gain 50 fusion points. It was dead. The fusion was successful. Chen Fan felt a gentle power coursing through his left arm, softening his muscles and enhancing their pliability. That it was a truly marvelous sensation. Yet he had no time to savor it. Any delay would result in 6 more branches tightening around him, pulling him in 4 directions as he was hoisted into the air. Had he been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the toxins and perished before Ji Tianwu could reach them. But Chen Fan was different. The voice in his mind continued to echo, detected a fusion talent, entanglement. Do you wish to fuse? Detected. Fusion, complete fusion. Based on his earlier deductions, he realized that fusion would lead to destruction. What was he waiting for? He had to escape danger swiftly. In an instant, the 6 branches entwined around him were enveloped in a layer of green light, which then infused into Chen Fan's body, causing the tree demons to rapidly wither and lose their strength. With a slight exertion, he shattered the branches binding him, tumbling to the ground, performing a forward roll. He evaded the next onslaught from 6 incoming branches. The alloy knife danced in the air, swiftly severing the remaining branches as he charged towards Ji Tianwu. The voice in his mind chimed again. Defeated a tree demon. Gained 200 fusion points. A mysterious power enveloped him, softening and fusing with the hardness of his muscles. That it was not merely expulsion. It was an enhancement of flexibility, rendering him more resilient. Too rigid, and one risks breaking. Now, his increased pliability yielded different results. Chen Fan felt a significant boost in his strength and agility, his power surging by several hundred pounds, his speed enhanced by 30%. The fusion system was truly formidable. As the branches surged towards him, Chen Fan found himself attacking with newfound ease and fluidity. With only 2 tree demons left obstructing his path, he was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Sever them." Ignoring the entangling branches, he gripped his alloy knife firmly, channeling all his chi into a powerful strike aimed at the grotesque head upon the trunk. The most repulsive aspect of the tree demons lay in their multitude of branches, making it exceedingly difficult to approach their heads. Thus, even if one were less powerful than the human realm of the Bitter Sea, dealing with them remained a formidable challenge. Now, Chen Fan had resolved to abandon defense, daring to attempt to slay the tree demon alone. At that moment, Ji Tianwu, witnessing this reckless act, could not suppress her exclamation. Do not be reckless. Their branches are highly toxic. Anxiety gripped her heart as she skillfully sliced through the encroaching branches, striving to sever the head as well. Watching Chen Fan's perilous gamble filled her with dread, but it was too late. He was already ensnared by two branches. Likewise, he charged toward the trunk of the tree demon, the alloy knife shimmering with a faint grayish light of the bitter sea, crashing down upon the head with ferocity. Die. Chapter 9. The Greenstone Demon, first level crystal crack. The alloy knife, propelled by a fierce wind and Chen Fan's relentless murderous intent, cleaved through the demon's head with a resounding impact. The tree, adorned with the eerie visage of a witch, was sent flying 2 meters into the air. The surrounding branches shattered, transforming into a cascade of debris, while green liquid erupted 2 meters high, raining down upon the scene. Aware of the imminent danger, Chen Fan leaped away just as he hit the ground, narrowly evading the deluge of green liquid. Hissing sounds echoed as the areas drenched by the liquid began to emit thick, acrid smoke, as though the very earth were being scorched. Killing the tree demon grants 100 fusion points. The announcement rang in his ears, and Chen Fan exhaled deeply, turning to face the pursuing tree demons with a gaze filled with grim determination that he was prepared to retaliate. After all, these were fusion points earned by his own hand, double the amount compared to those claimed by the system, compensating for some of the losses he had endured. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu darted toward him from among the tree demons, observing that he was unscathed. A look of confusion flickered in her eyes. Without pausing to ponder, she urged, "Run. Do not engage recklessly. It will wear you out. If we cross the land ahead, the tree demons will cease their pursuit. However, other dangers may lurk." As she spoke, she hastened toward the exterior of the tree demon cluster. Upon reaching the outskirts, it became evident that their sluggish movements would not allow them to catch up with the Bittersea realm. Clenching his teeth, Chen Fan cast a resentful glance back at the tree demons before turning away. He was acutely aware that having slain only 6 of them had already left him breathless. The endless expanse of tree demons could indeed be his undoing. Once he found a favorable position, he vowed to eradicate them without exception. The two fled to the edge of the terrain, where the tree demons, true to her words, halted their advance, rooting themselves in place. Their branches swayed gently in the wind. Ever watchful for prey, Ji Tianwu perched upon a large rock, yet unease lingered in her expression as she scanned the surroundings with keen focus. Chen Fan, though puzzled, mirrored her vigilance, recalling their instructor Kai Ji's words. Every flower and blade of grass, every stone and tree could harbor myriad life forms. Perhaps unseen perils awaited them. Just as he contemplated this and began to relax his guard, the massive rock trembled violently, shooting upward. 4 crude arms, hewn from stone, reached out towards them. The enormous hands could easily envelop their entire bodies, leaving no escape should they be captured. Damn it, the sudden shift caught Chen Fan off guard. His basic agility was insufficient to evade the onslaught. Resigned, he raised his left fist, channeling his Bittersea Qi, and struck fiercely against one of the stone giant's hands. Ji Tianwu, opting for evasion, gracefully darted aside like a butterfly, landing deftly on the ground. In her hand, the alloy knife transformed into countless blue petals, slicing towards the joints of the rough stone appendages. Be careful. This is the Greenstone Demon. It's incredibly resilient, with wounds from the alloy knife all over its body. Do not confront it directly. No sooner had she spoken than a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Boom! Chen Fan was hurled back by the ferocious force, crashing to the ground. The Greenstone Demon's stone fist shattered in the air, scattering debris everywhere. The Ji Tianwu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. This is impossible. In her mind, it was unfathomable for a human to contest a creature of myriad life forms on equal footing. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Chen Fan, newly entered into the Bittersea realm, had obliterated the Greenstone Demon's arm. The hardness of its body surpassed that of the myriad life forms. It was absurd beyond belief. Due to the Greenstone Demon's erratic movements, her attack had missed its mark slightly. Clang, clang, clang. Several fine wounds appeared on the forearms of the Greenstone Demon, yet they failed to sever its limbs. Instead, inciting its fury, with a thunderous roar, the Greenstone Demon swung its 4 arms in a frenzy, resembling a windmill as they barreled toward Ji Tianwu. Though the movements seemed clumsy, they carried immense force. Tearing through the air, Its massive form was akin to a small tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Thud thud. After landing, Chun Fan felt a numbing ache in his arms, his muscles vibrating from exertion. As he beheld the greenstone demon charging forward like a mad beast, he knew he could not allow Ji Tianwu to be pursued. He dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the demon's right leg. Towering at 8 meters high. Having observed that the alloy knife's effectiveness against it was limited, he decided to rely on his own fists instead. Pursuing the demon was far less taxing than a head-on collision. He concentrated 70% of his bitter sea chi into his fist and struck with all his might. Boom! Like a cannonball, the greenstone demon's right leg shattered in an instant, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. The colossal body, losing its balance, toppled to the side and crashed heavily to the ground. The impact shook the very earth, creating chaos all around. Ji Tianwu, no longer retreating, her eyes glinting with lethal intent, thrust her alloy knife directly into the joint of the demon. Chun Fan, unwilling to let such a prime target escape, was determined not to allow her to claim the kill. This was a matter of fusion points. With swift footwork, he lifted his fist and struck once more at the demon's head from behind. Their attacks landed almost simultaneously upon the greenstone demon. Crack, crack, crack. The alloy knife transformed into 12 streaks of blue light, slicing through 8 joints of the forearms. This time, the result was evident. The limbs shattered, collapsing like broken columns and creating deep craters in the ground. Boom! The greenstone demon's massive head burst beneath Chun Fan's fist, scattering stone fragments in all directions, among which a red gem-like crystal flew forth that a voice echoed in his mind. Killing the greenstone demon grants 100 fusion points. Chun Fan realized that the demon was dead. Allowing him a moment to catch his breath, continuously channeling chi had left him quite fatigued. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu soared into the air, her left hand grasping the red crystal, landing beside Chun Fan and handing it to him. Here, take this. It's your spoils of war, a first-level crystal, worth 1,000 federal coins. Chun Fan responded, a first-level crystal? Why didn't I see one after killing the tree demons? His curiosity piqued. He took the crystal. Preparing to examine it closely, that it was translucent and irregularly shaped, radiating a red glow and still warm to the touch. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Detected fusion energy. It will enhance chi slightly, requiring 50 fusion points. Though it was the essence of the greenstone demon, capable of increasing his chi only marginally, Chun Fan felt perplexed that Ji Tianwu interjected. The crystal core of the tree demons is located within their trunks. We had no time to excavate. The greenstone demon's core emerged because you shattered its head. The greenstone demon was a relatively formidable creature in the vicinity. They could afford a brief respite. Let us check the communicator. I wonder if we can contact the instructor. Her experience shone through as she perched upon the fallen body of the greenstone demon, surveying the surroundings. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes, grasping a strategy for future encounters. Obliterate them. Only by breaking them could he obtain crystals, sparing himself the trouble of digging. Gasping for breath, he sat behind Ji Tianwu, observing her back. The school had advised that in the wilderness, resting back-to-back was prudent for spotting dangers. Fusion. He expended 50 fusion points to directly merge with the first-level crystal in an instant. He felt the chi he had just depleted swiftly replenishing, leaving only the fatigue of his muscles. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu activated the communicator on her wrist. And no sooner had she done so than a harrowing scream echoed through. Help! Help! A terrifying spider is crawling toward me. Captain, Lin Yu, where are you? Hurry and save me. Ji Tianwu, Captain, did you see? We 3 are surrounded by a stitching monster. Help! Upon reading this message, Ji Tianwu amplified their words, preparing to rush to their aid. Chapter 10. Together through the tenfold celestial gate. Annihilating the multitude of races, Chun Fan heard the voice, but did not turn to look. Instead, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. That it was imperative for comrades to pay attention to their environment while the enemy engaged in conversation, ensuring absolute safety. Thus, Chun Fan refused to be distracted. The voice of Ji Tianwu reached his ears. To the northeast, 600 meters away, there are 3 classmates still alive. Let us proceed. Given her role as team leader, she was obliged to shoulder this responsibility. Rising to her feet, she brandished her alloy blade, preparing to head northeast. Chen Fan paused momentarily, wondering if they wouldn't take a moment to rest. Yet he voiced no objections. Without Ji Tianwu, it was uncertain whether he could have survived the flight. Venturing forth to confront a few of the myriad creatures was indeed a reasonable choice. The two of them soared forward, channeling their true energy, ready to strike down any adversaries they encountered. The outcome of roaming and engaging in battle vastly differed from that of remaining stationary. A to stay rooted in one place was to invite inevitable attacks from the wandering multitudes. The unique scent of humanity would lure them in, while an active approach allowed for strategic avoidance of danger. When faced with weaker foes, they could easily dispatch them, ensuring they would not be surrounded. In a mere 100 meters, they entered a realm inhabited by grass demons. They grew wildly, towering over a meter, their bodies shimmering with a green luminescence, exuding a fierce sword aura. Ji Tianwu halted, solemnly explaining. Grass demons are said to be a branch of the sword grass clan. In the future, they may evolve into grass swords capable of tearing the heavens and obliterating warships. They are truly terrifying. However, at present, they are easily manageable by humans of the Bitter Sea realm. In her mind, grass demons posed little threat. After the brief introduction, she charged straight in. Indeed, they could not be compared to tree demons, as the latter were rooted and heavily restricted to. Ji Tianwu did not employ any martial techniques. Instead, she swept her alloy blade across the ground, instantly killing a multitude of grass demons that as Chen Fan approached. He sees a grass demon that lunged at him that a voice echoed in his mind. Fusion skill detected. Sword aura. Requires 100 fusion points. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that to assimilate the grass demons, he would need to gather a significant number of fusion points that he resolved to continue fusing as he advanced. Curious to see how far he could go, while he wielded his alloy blade, ruthlessly slashing at all the grass demons that charged toward him, he simultaneously fused. The voice in his mind persisted. Fusion talent detected. Sword aura. Requires 100 fusion points. Grass demon slain. Gained 100 fusion points. Fusion successful. Acquired a strand of sword aura, consuming 100 fusion points. The continuous notifications prompted him to silence them that a faint green light enveloped him, signifying that he was assimilating martial techniques. After traversing 200 meters, he glanced back to see the grass demons lying strewn across the ground, having turned into withered husks. Within him, sharp sword auras coalesced in his dantian. The Bitter Sea, which was already tumultuous, now brimming with aggression, as if it sought to pierce through his body and escape into the outside world. That, of course, this was merely a sensation, and he could not utilize it just yet. The only certainty was that his fusion points had been entirely consumed, leaving him with nothing. Only when the opportunity arose would he contemplate how to wield this power. After all, it was a talent skill belonging to a race, and it should hold some significance. Ji Tianwu, without expending much energy dealing with the grass demons, continued her advance toward the direction of the distressed. Chen Fan did not take the time to reflect on his combat gains. After the grass demons, a swamp lay a few dozen meters ahead. While Ji Tianwu could glide over the swamp using her golden bridge without danger, Chen Fan could not. He was unable to traverse the air and had no knowledge of the terrifying creatures that might lurk beneath the murky waters. They would have to take a detour. After circumventing 50 meters, they found themselves beside a sea of flowers, vibrant and varied, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. There right lay the swamp, its filthy waters bubbling ominously, clearly concealing hidden dangers. Between the two, a 5-meter stretch of land served as a distinct boundary, delineating the two sides. Neither the flowers nor the swamp would dare encroach upon this territory. Upon seeing this, Ji Tianwu halted 20 meters from the flowers, her face etched with concern. This is problematic. We cannot pass this way. Taking a longer route will likely delay our rescue efforts. Gazing into the horizon, she was met with an endless expanse of blossoms. She had not noticed this direction while soaring through the sky. Chen Fan licked his lips, moistening his dry mouth, and inquired, "Are the flowers exceedingly dangerous? Could they be flower demons?" Unable to discern any immediate threat, he cautiously probed. Ji Tianwu shook her head. "These flowers bear no blood markings. They are not flower demons. However, their lushness suggests something peculiar beneath the surface. There may be hidden dangers within, possibly even elite-level creatures." Her experience told her that it was implausible for such a vast area outside the city to be devoid of multitudes. They would inevitably swarm and consume the last vestiges of humanity. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, gesturing toward the swamp. Shall we traverse through the swamp? That feels equally unwise. We cannot know what lies beneath the water. In this perilous world, danger was a constant companion. Allowing for no negligence that it was better to assume there was a threat than to recklessly take risks, that Ji Tianwu took a deep breath. Let us take the longer path. It is better than plunging into danger. Even if there were a narrow, clearly defined path in the middle, she was still unwilling to take the risk. Chun Fan inhaled deeply and said, "You are at the Golden Bridge level. You should be able to glide over the swamp. Go ahead. I will test if I can pass through the center, that if not, I will retreat and wait for you to return with the others." One must grow. He did not wish to rely on Ji Tianwu at every turn. Since he had resolved to avenge his 36 relatives, he could not remain sheltered beneath another's protection. What kind of vengeance would that be? Ji Tianwu turned abruptly, meeting his gaze with concern. "Brother Fan, are you reproaching me for being solely focused on rescuing others? If you prefer, I need not go. I can stay and help you find the teacher instead." She had clearly misunderstood, believing he was solely concerned for her welfare, when in truth he sought to forge his own path. Chun Fan smiled and shook his head, gently ruffling her hair. "I do not blame you. I wish to grow stronger on my own. Not constantly rely on your protection, that it is not far. You will be here soon enough that I need to harness the multitudes to hone my combat skills, that it is also a means of avenging my parents and relatives." His tone was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Ji Tianwu gazed at his silver hair and steadfast eyes, realizing that a man must ultimately shoulder his own destiny, rather than live perpetually under the shelter of another. He was like a flower in a greenhouse, safe yet devoid of growth. Biting her lip, she tilted her head to suppress the tears threatening to spill, exhaling slowly. Suddenly, she leaped into Chun Fan's embrace. Speaking softly, "I understand your intentions and respect your choices, that I will go to save them first. But you must promise me that you will remain alive and wait for my return. We will journey together to Shadowhunter City. Together, we shall breach the tenfold celestial gate and become heroes of humanity, driving back the invasion of the multitudes." In this era, the dreams of most people revolved around repelling the multitudes and restoring a peaceful homeland for humanity, thus becoming a mutual aspiration between couples. Chun Fan's hands paused in midair. After a moment, he patted her back, replying, "Very well. Together we shall traverse the tenfold celestial gate and annihilate the myriad of creatures." His response, somewhat evasive, reflected his deeper motivations. Chapter 11. A single strike to kill the cracking sky eagle. His primary goal was to exterminate the multitudes and exact revenge for his 36 family members. Whether he would be regarded as a hero or restore peace to humanity was not a concern for the time being. Perhaps his mindset would evolve in the future, but at present, his utmost desire was revenge. Ji Tianwu rose from his embrace, her cheeks flushed, casting one last glance at him before turning and leaping into the air, gliding gracefully above the swamp. The golden bridge beneath her shimmered as her garments billowed and her long hair danced in the wind. Resembling a sprite disappearing into the distance, that in the air, her delicate voice seemed to linger. "You must wait for my return." After watching her depart, Chun Fan stood in a daze for quite some time. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed behind him, snapping him from his reverie, that he turned to find a gravely injured cracking sky eagle crashing to the ground, emitting a shrill, mournful cry, "Caw," accompanied by a cacophony of cries. Wings flapping vigorously, the formidable creature stood defiantly before Chun Fan, its lantern-sized eyes shimmering with delight. With its wings fluttering, it charged towards him. Confronted by this towering 15-meter beast, cloaked in a sanguine aura and exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a malevolent deity, Chun Fan felt a surge of trepidation. Its abdomen and left wing bore massive lacerations, blood gushing forth, staining its feathers and the earth beneath with crimson. Its claws twisted grotesquely, yet despite its injuries, it remained an elite-level entity, comparable to a human at the Golden Bridge realm, that in the midst of its eerie cawing, the rending sky eagle advanced menacingly towards Chun Fan. Taking a deep breath and tightening his grip on the alloy blade, Chun Fan narrowed his eyes, steeling himself for the impending confrontation, that he had no thoughts of retreat. Rather, his mind was consumed with strategies to vanquish this formidable foe and convert it into a fusion point. He concentrated the essence of his true chi, hoping to unleash the stored sword energy within him. Having integrated it into his being, it surely possessed unforeseen potency that as the creature drew nearer, blood flowed like a stream. Cascading into the swamp below, where grotesque carrion beasts, their skin resembling blackened warts, emerged, adding to the horror of the scene. Despite the repulsiveness of their gnarled limbs and menacingly exposed fangs, Chen Fan dared not allow himself a moment of distraction. As he channeled his true chi, he felt the sword energy, previously rampaging within the sea of suffering, find its outlet, surging forth with his chi. With a resonant hum, the alloy blade began to vibrate, responding to the unleashed energy. Now was the time. Chen Fan's eyes glinted with fierce determination as he propelled himself forward, the alloy blade quivering as it cleaved towards the rending sky eagle. His singular focus was to slay it. The air crackled with the sound of Chen Fan slicing through space, leaping high to chest level. However, the elevation of the beast's neck posed a challenge. Such a leap would deplete his strength, hindering further attacks. The alloy blade soared through the void, accompanied by arcs of electricity, plunging into the creature's chest. Seemingly sensing the imminent peril, the rending sky eagle flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that threatened to engulf Chen Fan, that a single brush from its feathers could shatter bones and extinguish life, in midair. With no retreat and no means of evasion, he resolved to embrace his fate. Die, he roared as the alloy blade, infused with a torrent of sword energy, tore through the rending sky eagle's resilient flesh and bone. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated deeply, and with a forceful strike of his left fist upon the hilt, Chen Fan propelled himself downward. Even as he evaded, the eagle's feathers swept across his back, reverberating against his alloy armor with a bone-jarring impact that nearly contorted it. Then, with a terrifying rush, the force of the wind slammed into his ribcage, propelling him towards the eagle's right claw. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the surging blood within him and landed amidst a pool of crimson. The ground erupted with gore as he struggled to extricate himself from the morass. No sooner had he escaped the sanguine mire than he heard the anguished cry of the rending sky eagle. Caw. Then came a series of explosive sounds from its chest, akin to a bomb detonating within. Flesh and bone erupted in a gory display, blood spouting forth as it stumbled back, collapsing at the edge of the swamp. Chen Fan watched as two carrion beasts emerged from the mire, dragging the heavy form of the rending sky eagle into their lair. Among the myriad races, skirmishes were common. They were not an unyielding alliance. However, the universally acknowledged delicacy among humans was a mere corpse to the 3-meter-long, 3-armed, wart-ridden carrion beasts. Chen Fan could not allow his prey to be snatched away, nor could he afford to lose his sole weapon that he dashed forward, seizing the eagle's right claw with all his might, pulling it back with desperate strength. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Killing an elite-level creature grants 1,000 synthesis points. Fusion skill available. Rending wind. Muscles tear through the air, enhancing movement speed. Requires 200 fusion points. Fusion, he declared, seizing the opportunity to bolster his strength, that he knew full well that the eagle's demise was a result of the sword energy, which had unleashed unimaginable power. In the next instant, a crimson aura enveloped the rending sky eagle, coalescing into Chen Fan. The once metallic feathers dulled to a lifeless gray, devoid of luster, as their essence was entirely absorbed. Chen Fan felt a novel vibration coursing through his muscles. Indeed, the rending wind skill had taken root within him. With this newfound ability to accelerate, he surmised he could outpace the carrion beasts. With a firm grip on the rending sky eagle, he suddenly released his hold. The two carrion beasts, taken by surprise, stumbled backward in disarray. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan surged forward at breakneck speed, reaching the gaping wound in the eagle's chest. It was then that he beheld the horrific cavity. Large enough to house an elephant, he yanked the alloy blade free from the bone, not retreating, but dashing towards the left carrion beast with fervor. Die, he bellowed, unwilling to let this creature escape. The alloy blade once again shimmered with sword energy, and augmented by the rending wind skill, he swiftly severed the beast's throat. With a sickening squelch, its grotesque head soared into the air, spraying a cascade of gray blood. Uncertain of the blood's toxicity, Chen Fan rushed towards the other carrion beast that had just regained its footing. Moving like a phantom, before it could react, Its sinister head was sent flying 3 meters high. As the two severed heads descended, they erupted in a cacophony reminiscent of bursting watermelons, showering the surroundings in red, white, and gray. From amidst the chaos, two crimson crystals ascended into the air. Chapter 12. Mid-stage of the Sea of Suffering. Secrets within the Sea of Flowers. Chun Fan squinted, approaching the scattered fragments while brandishing the alloy blade. He sifted through the debris and extracted the two crystals, clutching them tightly. A voice resonated within his mind. Eliminated 2 carrion beasts. Acquired 200 synthesis points. Fusion energy detected, yielding a small amount of true chi. Requires 50 synthesis points. Noticing the irregularly shaped, diamond-like crystals in his grasp, Chun Fan decided to fuse them. Even a modest increase was welcome. The fierce battle had only just concluded, yet Chun Fan dared not let his guard down. As he fused the crystals, his gaze swept the vicinity, confirming the absence of other creatures. That he took a moment to catch his breath. Ignoring the remains of the carrion beasts, he focused on the head of the rending sky eagle. With no crystals embedded in its chest, he surmised they must be within its head. Approaching cautiously, he swept the alloy blade through the air, severing the eagle's head. With a resounding blast, the head exploded like a room-sized bomb, revealing a large, orange, spherical crystal radiating warmth and light. Elated, Chun Fan hastily retrieved the treasure. That a prompt echoed in his mind. Fusion energy detected, capable of enhancing true chi. Requires 200 fusion points. Without hesitation, he initiated the fusion. The rewards from elite creatures were indeed substantial, albeit costly in synthesis points. As the crystal was absorbed, Chun Fan felt a tidal resonance reverberate within his dantian. Focusing inward, he was astounded to discover the Sea of Suffering expanding. Seemingly boundless, it was this expansion that yielded the tidal sensation, as a golden sheen began to surface upon the gray sea, an unmistakable sign of entering mid-stage in the Sea of Suffering. Surely not. Chun Fan was taken aback, having only just established the Sea of Suffering that morning, and now, through a spate of slaughter, he had ascended to mid-stage. The acceleration was astonishing. Testing his strength, he found his power had reached 5 times that of his muscular strength, far exceeding 20,000 pounds. Coupled with the recently acquired rending wind skill, his speed had more than doubled, vastly enhancing his combat prowess. Should he encounter the tree demon again, he would not find himself in such dire straits. With the alloy blade in his right hand, Chun Fan gazed upon the Sea of Flowers with renewed determination and aspiration. With the fusion system at my disposal, this is merely the beginning. In the future, I shall be invincible, obliterating all races. Taking a deep breath to steady himself and relieve his fatigue, he resolved to venture into the Sea of Flowers, eager to uncover the mysteries that lay within this expansive domain. His gaze fell upon the Sea of Flowers, poised to conduct an experiment, but he no longer felt the fear that had plagued him during the flight, nor was he at a loss. His eyes were resolute, and his objective was crystal clear. The transformation from helplessness to proactive engagement occurred with remarkable swiftness. 0.5 minutes later, the now composed Chun Fan rose to his feet, gripping the corpse of with both hands, and hurled it fiercely into the flower-laden expanse. Even if he intended to charge ahead, he needed a scout to ascertain the situation within. The 15-meter-long corpse, weighing 6 tons, was flung 5 meters with all his might. Landing squarely amidst the flowers, countless blossoms were drenched in blood, shattered into fragments. The fragrance of the flowers intensified, and swarms of butterflies and bees took flight, buzzing in a chaotic symphony. Yet, Chun Fan was not preoccupied with these distractions. His focus remained fixed on the Sea of Flowers, watching for any signs of what might emerge. Soon, undulations appeared in the distance, moving along 4 distinct lines, converging upon the carcass that he could not discern what they were. As they remained concealed within the riot of colors, they approached the corpse and began to consume it. Chun Fan instinctively stepped back over 10 meters, nearly fleeing in panic. 4 massive, dark red worms, reminiscent of train carriages, rose in segments to devour this soft-bodied creature. Even in its normal state, could induce fear in many women with its relentless wriggling on the ground, let alone when it was as large as a train carriage, consuming flesh as if it were a mere morsel. Radiating a crimson aura, they were clearly elite-level beings. The sight of 4 unscathed elite creatures appearing simultaneously struck Chun Fan as peculiar. Logically, outside of Taiping City, The most formidable entities should not exceed the elite level, as humanity would not permit excessively powerful creatures to encroach upon their development. This was humanity's final refuge, and it required protection. However, having just witnessed thereof, the emergence of these colossal worms seemed excessive. The worm race, too, was a fearsome species. They possessed formidable hidden abilities and remarkable endurance, giving rise to the notion of the said to be capable of swallowing entire planets. Evolved to the pinnacle of power, they were terrifyingly strong. Yet, the four worms before him did not seem to possess such capabilities. Just as he was grappling with this shock, a whistling sound pierced the air. Looking up, he beheld his teacher, Wu Donglu, descending from the heavens, supported by a radiant lotus beneath his feet. The silver mask he wore emanated a somber glow, rendering him akin to a fearsome harbinger of death. With his cane swirling, shadows of darkness emerged, transforming into a mountain of staves that bore down upon the four worms, consuming them. Even amidst their feast, they remained acutely aware, sensing the imminent danger. Four heads reared skyward, abandoning their meal, and expelled streams of black liquid, akin to cannonballs, aimed directly at the descending staff mountain. Boom! The staff mountain dissipated by half upon impact, yet the remnants continued their descent, unleashing a tempestuous force that swept away everything in their vicinity. Even though the worms had braced themselves for defense, they stood no chance against the might of a human adept at the bang, bang, bang. It was as if four basketballs had been punctured, exploding into fragments. Countless streams of black blood rained down from the sky, and the remnants of their bodies became lethal projectiles, scattering in every direction. What had once appeared as a vibrant tapestry of blossoms was now transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Petals whirled through the air, branches flew about, and a landscape of destruction unfolded. The four worm-like creatures, akin to trains, were utterly obliterated, buried alongside the flowers that Wu Donglu moved with incredible speed, his cane dancing through the air as four diamond-shaped crystals soared upward, slicing through the void and descending toward Chun Fan's location. Taken aback, Chun Fan was astonished to discover that his teacher was bestowing the crystals upon him rather than keeping them for himself. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped them all, stowing them in his backpack. He looked up at Wu Donglu, confusion etched across his face, and murmured, "Teacher Wu, why are you giving these to me? Don't you want them?" Although the other man had lost his right leg and wore a silver mask, he was typically gentle and well-loved by many students. That Wu Donglu alighted on the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Low-grade second-tier crystal cores are of little value. Instead, you need them. Consider it a token of our meeting." "Not bad, kid. You killed the and swiftly dispatched two. Quite impressive, but you cannot remain alone. I shall take you to join others." Without waiting for a response, he seized Chun Fan's right hand, preparing to lift him into the air. Chun Fan hurriedly stashed away the second-tier crystal cores, flustered, and said, "I was with Ji Tianwu. She went to rescue someone that I'm waiting for her right here. The other side of the flowers, see, is just ahead." Originally, he had promised Ji Tianwu that he would not leave easily. "The Ji Tianwu," Wu Donglu murmured, as a golden lotus blossomed beneath him, propelling both him and Chun Fan into the sky, experiencing flight for the first time while being carried. Chun Fan found his limbs with nowhere to rest, his body stabilized solely by Wu Donglu's single arm. As he nervously adjusted his posture, he heard Wu Donglu's voice beside him. "That girl is quite capable. Even in dire situations, she remains considerate of her teammates. You must be Chun Fan, right? You've grown remarkably fast. Did you just open your this morning? Feeling the mid-stage now. Truly impressive for someone who has surpassed 2 realms." You see straight through to Chun Fan's true cultivation level without missing a detail. Chun Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. He needed to learn to conceal his strength. Otherwise, before true experts, he was akin to an open book, devoid of privacy, especially with some of the integrated innate skills. What if they were discovered? The system in his mind continued to suggest energy fusion, but he dared not proceed. He casually remarked, "I might be different. I've been practicing haphazardly without guidance." This was the truth, and no one could find fault with it. Wu Donglu nodded, choosing not to delve deeper. Although Chun Fan's rapid advancement was commendable compared to true geniuses, his aptitude was still lacking, as his opening of the foretold his future potential. With incredible speed, as Chun Fan felt his cheeks sting from the wind, they had already traversed 300 meters. Arriving among a group of sewn-together monsters, Ji Tianwu resembled a goddess, clad in alloy armor and wielding an alloy blade, radiating a soft blue glow as she unleashed the lotus blade technique, fiercely battling her foes. Within the fray, three classmates leaned against one another, doing their utmost to fend off the assaults of the sewn-together monsters. The sewn-together monsters were among the most peculiar races, possessing no unified form. Composed of the severed limbs and remnants of various creatures, they harbored an insatiable hunger, ceaselessly gathering usable bodies to merge into grotesque forms. Some had tree trunks for torsos, stones for feet, flowers for heads, and tiger claws as arms. Others were rock-based, adorned with bat wings, eagle heads, horse tails, and deer antlers, among other mismatched features. Essentially, any creature that appeared to be a hodgepodge of parts could be classified as a sewn-together monster. Despite their disjointed appearance, their combat prowess was formidable. Predicting their attack patterns was nearly impossible, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. This was the reason the three classmates, despite their considerable strength, found themselves unable to make any headway. Wu Donglu landed nearby, muttering, "These wretches are utterly useless and particularly irritating. They can even utilize human bodies." Without a moment's pause, he dropped down beside Ji Tianwu, his cane resembling a mountain, enveloping all sewn-together monsters within a 30-meter radius. Though these nuisances were troublesome, they were rendered utterly ineffective in the presence of a true master, instantly transforming into mere fragments. Chun Fan had no opportunity to strike. The area around him was already cleared, littered with severed limbs and shattered remains. That Ji Tianwu, surprised to see Chun Fan arrive with the teacher, felt assured of their safety. The two quickly approached one another, and she spoke first. "Have you encountered the teacher? Has the battle in the sky concluded?" She felt a sense of relief, grateful that the teacher had arrived. Had she rushed in recklessly, she might have failed to rescue anyone and instead found herself ensnared. Chun Fan replied, "It should be over, right? I was nearly crushed by A," and the teacher descended from behind. "Let us see who's inside." He observed the chat situation, but knew that the communication devices could now not only send video, but also real-time locations. As long as they sent it in the group chat, they could zoom in to see. Ji Tianwu nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation, and followed closely behind the teacher as they hastened toward the three classmates. With the master leading the way, their speed was astonishing, seemingly devoid of any threat. The two had no time to strike as they traversed through a 50-meter stretch of sewn-together monsters, reaching the trio. Upon seeing reinforcements, the exhausted students felt their spirits lift, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their eyes brightened upon recognizing their teacher, beaming with joy as they exclaimed, "Teacher, you've come." They were elated, knowing that with their teacher's formidable strength, their rescue was assured. Chun Fan and Ji Tianwu revealed themselves, only to discover that their adversary, Zhao Yi, was among them, flanked by Yu Linghai and their classmate Xin Kuan. Their mutual surprise was palpable. After surviving a harrowing ordeal, they found themselves reunited once more. Any lingering grievances seemed to have dissipated in the heat of battle. Wu Donglu, unconcerned with their past animosities, quickly stated, "All right, you five now constitute a small team. Immediately proceed to the location marked in red on your communication devices. It's not far from here that I must save the other students. We shall reconvene at the designated meeting point." With that declaration, he soared into the air, surveying the surroundings before darting towards the north. Zhao Yi was left dumbfounded. Was he really going to abandon them after rescuing? Did he not realize they were still amidst the swarm of amalgamated monsters? Such irresponsibility was beyond comprehension. However, Ji Tianwu and Chun Fan found his actions quite reasonable. If their small team of 5 could not carve a path out, it only proved their ineptitude, especially since they had already cleared a substantial area around them. Providing ample opportunity to recuperate, in a soft voice, Ji Tianwu urged, "Hurry and rise. We must leave this place swiftly. The meeting point lies 1,000 meters to the north, likely at a towering mountain." As the highest-ranking member, she was designated as their leader, issuing commands. Although Zhao Yi and the others were utterly exhausted, they mustered the strength to stand. Under normal circumstances, a 1,000-meter distance could be traversed in mere seconds. Yet this was the wilderness, and the potential threats along the way were unpredictable. Chun Fan fixed his gaze on the direction ahead, brandishing his alloy blade, and surged forward, stating, "Ji Tianwu, You lead the others from behind. I have barely exerted myself and am well suited to forge a path. He leapt over the dismembered limbs, and various remains scattered on the ground, charging northward. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Fusion energy detected. Increase in true chi requires 200 fusion points. Exasperated by the incessant notifications, Chen Fan decided to fuse immediately. In an instant, 800 fusion points vanished along with 4 second-tier crystal cores. His dantian roiled like a tempest. Waves of energy rising and falling in immense golden glow spread across the surface of the turbulent sea of suffering. Extending downward, it appeared that while he would not advance to the late stage of the sea of suffering, he had certainly surpassed the middle stage significantly. The sea of suffering was boundless, and now it seemed to encompass a radius of at least 1,000 meters. Chun Fan sensed the transformation within his dantian. It far exceeded what was outlined in the text. A larger sea of suffering naturally indicated heightened innate talent. However, the resources required to break through his current realm were unfathomable, while others might require just a single blood jade pill. He would need 100 or even 1,000. Not only was his pace slower, but the consumption was also immense. Yet he bore no concern. With the system's support, his growth was already rapid. With his alloy blade in hand, he charged alone towards the amalgamated creatures, his true chi surging powerfully, converging on the blade's edge with a formidable intent. Die. All of you perish. As he activated the Wind Rend skill, his speed tripled. Propelling him forward, with a series of swift strikes, he decapitated 3 amalgamated monsters in an instant. The most rudimentary of the myriad species, they offered no resistance and fell lifelessly. The resounding explosions of their heads bursting apart echoed through the air. The sword energy returned to him, yet the crystals, though formed, were obliterated by the sheer force of his strikes, rendering them utterly useless. Having absorbed second-tier crystal stones, Chen Fan dismissed such trifles entirely. He continued forging ahead, clearing the path. Behind him, Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai, and Qian Kuan stood in stunned silence. They had witnessed Chen Fan's recent emergence into the sea of suffering and had even considered confronting him. Yet now, they observed him, and his speed and strength far eclipsed that of the 3 who had already opened their seas of suffering. The swiftness of his advancement was beyond belief. Ji Tianwu perceived the contrast even more acutely. During the battle with the tree demon, he had been clumsy and ensnared by the branches. Now surrounded yet capable of dispatching 3 amalgamated monsters with a single strike, his heads burst open, lifeless. Watching him progress so rapidly filled her with elation. Affirming her astute judgment, he was indeed elevating his strength at a remarkable pace. Turning to call upon Yu Linghai and the others, she urged, "Quickly rise and keep pace. We cannot linger. If night falls, we will face a multitude of bizarre races, making it even more perilous. While daylight offers some reprieve, we must retreat to the city by nightfall. Otherwise, the Shadow Clan, Night Clan, Ice Clan, Ghost Clan, Bone Clan, and others will emerge from their hidden lairs, multiplying the danger 100-fold. Zhao Yi and the others, having studied the horrors of the wilderness at school, swiftly rose to their feet, trudging heavily to follow Chen Fan. Ji Tianwu took up the rear. Annihilating the pursuing amalgamated monsters. Chen Fan advanced. His movements, footwork, and techniques coalesced into a unique combat style, executed with effortless precision as he dispatched the creatures. With unwavering focus, he continually refined his experience, conserving both time and energy. The speed and fluidity of his slaughter increased exponentially. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. Amalgamated monster killed. Gained 100 fusion points. Amalgamated monster killed. Gained 100 fusion points. The trio of Zhao Yi observed in growing astonishment as Chen Fan fought with a fervor akin to madness. He disregarded the onslaught, solely intent on wielding his alloy blade and striking with his left fist. Each clash resulted in a cacophony of destruction, obliterating any amalgamated monster that dared approach him before they could inflict any harm. His movements became increasingly fluid, his footwork ever more agile. Zhao Yi, filled with envy, murmured, "How is this possible? He has barely stepped onto the battlefield, and he is already creating his own blade technique." Yu Linghai sighed before adding, "Had I not exhausted so much energy earlier, I would have certainly tested the Kaoyang blade technique taught by my father against him." His desire to spar with Chen Fan was evident. Qian Kuan chuckled bitterly. "We've been cultivating our seas of suffering for over 3 months. Yet in terms of sustained combat, we cannot compare to Chen Fan, who has only just succeeded in opening his. The aura of the Sea of Suffering enveloped the campus, proving it was no mere illusion. He was a true genius. The density of his true chi was at least 10 times ours. Though they begrudged the disparity, the evidence was undeniable and left no room for denial that as they conversed, their 5-member team broke through the encirclement of over 100 amalgamated monsters. Chen Fan stood momentarily stunned, seemingly surprised by the rapidity of their escape. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to engage the nearby foes, leaving behind the words, "I feel I'm on the verge of creating my own blade technique." You all rest for a moment. This time, his speed surged even greater, his strikes more powerful as he plunged into the midst of the amalgamated monsters. His movements, footwork, blade techniques, fists, true chi, and sword energy gradually melded into a cohesive whole. Emerging from the fray, Zhao Yi and the others fixed their astonished gazes upon Chen Fan, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Had he truly begun to forge his own blade technique? Why was he so remarkably skilled? Could the gap in talent be so vast? Witnessing the flickering light of the Sea of Suffering around him, he appeared tireless that I'm in awe. His talent is astounding. We cannot compete. Is he even human? Had it not been for the ambush, could we not have bested him? Enough talk, let us rest well. Once we reach Shadowhunt City, we can acquire advanced martial techniques and equipment to significantly enhance our combat prowess. Each utterance from the trio was laden with envy, unmistakable to anyone listening. Ji Tianwu, wielding her alloy blade, quickly scanned the area, ultimately landing her gaze on the rampaging Chen Fan, creating one's own blade technique. What efficacy could a technique possess at the Sea of Suffering? Moreover, it was tailored solely against a single race. It might not be universally applicable. Such inexperience was evident. Yet, if he possessed talent, she would not impede his efforts. Rather, she would observe his diligence that I end this dire era. Not everyone possessed the spirit to fight valiantly and rise against adversity. Too many entered the battlefield and, upon witnessing the brutal reality, were left shattered, unable to recover. Yet Chen Fan adapted swiftly, a rare quality indeed. May you be able to keep pace with me. I am a warrior of ever-increasing might. Ji Tianwu silently watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, reflecting on the whispers of her mysterious powers, one she had never unveiled. Whatever their thoughts, Chen Fan remained oblivious. Each step he took seemed to strike at the very vulnerabilities of the amalgamated monsters. With each upward swing of his blade, accompanied by a fierce sword energy, he delivered devastating blows, shattering skulls with unyielding force. Every cycle of true chi was executed with a pursuit for the simplest and most direct path. He believed that the bizarre forms of the amalgamated monsters would better hone his techniques. No other race could boast such diversity. Oblivious to everything around him, he evaded and struck, moving almost mechanically. Suddenly, a voice from the system interrupted his thoughts, killing the amalgamated monster, unable to gain fusion points. Finally pulled from his bloodlust, he gazed around, bewildered. The ground was strewn with the corpses of amalgamated monsters. Far too many to count. Although a few remained, they were mere stragglers, posing no threat. Upon checking his fusion points, he discovered that they had inexplicably soared to 10,000. Furthermore, as he killed amalgamated monsters of a higher tier, the fusion points accrued were diminishing, even increasing by mere increments. It seemed the amalgamated monsters were too weak in level, unable to provide a true test for his blade technique. It was time to depart. With determination, he strode confidently away from the realm of amalgamated monsters, dispatching any that lunged at him with a single slice. Even ensconced within the throng, he remained calm and collected, devoid of any panic. The trio of Zhao Yi watched in astonishment as he strolled, as if in a leisurely garden, with the remaining amalgamated monsters falling one after another. Zhao Yi and the others felt a surge of envy as they witnessed him behead the last amalgamated monster, obliterating the entire race. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. With a metallic clatter, Chen Fan's extraordinarily sharp alloy blade shattered into countless fragments. Alloy knife, shattered. Chapter 15. A classmate has died, borrowing a blade. Zhao Yi and the others were momentarily stunned. Ji Tianwu also wore a look of astonishment, caught off guard. Chen Fan himself was bewildered. The alloy knife had broken? Yet, The stitched monster was unfazed. Instead, its ferocity surged as it lunged at Chen Fan. Faced with the monster's stone fist, Chen Fan regained his composure, unperturbed, and unleashed a powerful left punch. Boom! The entire arm of the stitched creature disintegrated into countless fragments in the air. Following this, his right fist followed suit, striking the grotesque brass head. Bang! A sound akin to a bell ringing echoed, creating a dent in its brass skull. The creature's body uncontrollably stumbled back 2 large steps, one of its wooden legs snapping in the process. Chen Fan, undeterred by the situation, continued his assault with his left hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bell-like sounds rang out as the stitched monster was forced to retreat repeatedly, its head crushed into a mass of brass. The torso of the Fox clan could no longer withstand such violence, and its neck snapped. With a final blow, the brass head was sent flying over 100 meters away. Thud, it struck the ground, burying itself at least 10 meters deep. In a state of sheer fury, Chen Fan did not pursue to inspect the aftermath, feeling that even if there were crystals inside, they would have been reduced to fragments by the crushing force. He dusted off his hands and approached the 4 with a slight breathlessness, saying, "Let us go. We must continue our journey," ignoring the envy and jealousy evident in Zhao Yi and the others' gazes. He led the way toward the north. That Ji Tianwu eagerly followed him, her face radiating joy as she asked, "How has your understanding of the sword technique progressed?" "You've improved tremendously." If she were to reveal her hidden cards, she could easily dispatch all the stitched monsters in the vicinity, even surpassing Chen Fan in speed. However, she was at the Golden Bridge realm, while Chen Fan was merely in the Bitter Sea realm. The disparity in their levels was significant, far beyond a mere comparison, proving his potential was commendable. Chen Fan hadn't given the technique a name initially, momentarily pausing, that he then recalled that the essence of the sword technique lay in the speed granted by the Wind Splitter talent. Casually stating, "Let us call it the 8 blades of Wind Splitter." In truth, it was merely 8 types of attacking sword techniques. He had created a name for his own technique. Your speed is indeed remarkable. Even those at the Golden Bridge realm may not achieve it. How did you train to attain such prowess? Ji Tianwu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chen Fan, unable to provide an answer, deflected by claiming ignorance, and continued onward. Behind them, Zhao Yi burned with jealousy upon witnessing Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu's closeness, his eyes glowing with envy, his fists clenched, wishing he could ambush Chen Fan from behind. Meanwhile, he heard Yu Linghai's voice. "The disparity is evident. The 3 of us struggled to kill a few stitched monsters while he single-handedly exterminated an entire clan." Qian Kun remarked with a sense of awe. "How many creatures must he have slain?" "They say an alloy knife can cut 3,000 times. Yet it shattered. Many who entered the battlefield might not achieve 3,000 cuts even in death, yet Chen Fan accomplished this in less than a day." A mere comparison revealed the sheer terror of his capabilities. The 5 of them continued their journey. Zhao Yi and the others, fatigued, trailed behind. The now formidable Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu, a being of the Golden Bridge realm, were akin to gods of slaughter, paving their path forward. Unless confronted with elite-level creatures, they were unstoppable, like deities slaying all in their way. Chen Fan regarded the first-tier crystal stones as worthless, disinterested in using fusion points, and cleared the path with his fists. Zhao Yi and the others were unwilling to lend him their weapons, adhering to the belief instilled in them that weapons were life, never to leave their grasp, even while sleeping. Thus, they refused to lend them, and Chen Fan said nothing further. As they neared a range of 500 meters, Zhao Yi suddenly pointed at a towering tree, exclaiming, "Look, isn't that our classmate? Why is he hanging from the tree?" The path-clearing Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu's gazes were drawn to where he pointed. Indeed, they saw a large tree with a student suspended from it, clad in shining alloy armor, a backpack on his chest, and a parachute wrapped around the branches. The alloy knife remained thrust into the ground, still reflecting light. The individual remained motionless, even when Zhao Yi called out to him. Showing no sign of response, Ji Tianwu's brow furrowed, and she cautiously approached, intent on examining the situation more closely. After all, he was her teammate. She would certainly attempt a rescue if possible. Chen Fan did not wish for her to take risks alone, especially considering the alloy knife on the ground, a weapon he desperately needed. As they drew within 30 meters, they both halted in their tracks, dead. Ji Tianwu's voice was tinged with sorrow. lamenting the cheapness of human life. A tube had pierced through the back of the classmate's head, leaving only skin and bones connected. The alloy armor provided a facade, making it appear from a distance as though a person was wrapped up. Chun Fan took a deep breath and said, "This tree is undoubtedly a creature of the myriad races. It must be eliminated." With thoughts of vengeance for his lost family, anger surged within him. The urge to kill emerged, a desire to prevent others from falling victim as well, serving as a form of interest for his family. The myriad races had left him with no surviving kin. He removed his backpack and resolutely stepped forward. The Ji Tianwu grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Do you know what kind of tree this is? It is far more powerful than a tree demon. It is the fire departure tree demon. It can unleash flames from its body, and its intense heat can easily kill you." She was not inclined to complicate matters unnecessarily, that if the person were still alive, there might be a chance to rescue him. But now that he was dead, risking their lives was unwarranted. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, turning to ask, "What level is it?" Races with special names were typically quite formidable. The Ji Tianwu replied coldly, "Elite level." Although it is the lowest tier, before reaching the late stages of the Golden Bridge realm, there is essentially no chance of victory. The fire poison is unbearable for most, she spoke in a grave tone, urging Chun Fan to refrain from taking risks, determined not to allow him to perish in vain. Elite level? Then I must kill it. Borrowing a blade, upon learning it was merely the lowest tier of elite. Chun Fan felt no fear. Instead, he prepared to charge forth. He extended his right hand, ready to borrow Ji Tianwu's alloy knife. She immediately stepped back, saying, "No. I want to let you throw your life away." It is truly formidable. She believed she could defeat the fire departure tree demon, but would have to reveal part of her hidden strength, and she absolutely could not allow Chun Fan to take such risks. Chun Fan took a deep breath, looking at her seriously, and said solemnly, "Tianwu, you must understand, I just created the 8 blades of Wind Splitter, and I am eager to test it in case of danger. ISNT, there's still you to save me. I want to recklessly pursue a kill. If the situation seems dire, I will certainly retreat." He felt this opportunity was not to be missed. That Ji Tianwu hesitated. Zhao Yi handed over his alloy knife, saying, "Go ahead, we support you." However, his eyes sparkled with ulterior motives, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, secretly hoping Chun Fan would falter and perish at the hands of the fire departure tree demon, thus ensuring Ji Tianwu would be his. Chun Fan cast a deep glance at him, his eyes glimmering with determination. Grabbing the alloy knife, he turned to face the fire departure tree demon, leaving behind a warning. "If you see things going awry, run immediately. You want to be faster than me." Chapter 16. A Combat Genius. Injured? Brother Fan, how could you ignore my warnings? Ji Tianwu was exceedingly worried, her blood beginning to awaken within her, the bitter sea in her dantian gradually revealing the Golden Bridge. Should danger arise, she would not hesitate to expose her strength to rescue him. Zhao Yi, meanwhile, wore a cold smile, secretly thinking, "I hope you die in there. If you don't, Ji Tianwu's heart will forever be yours." His eyes gleamed with excitement and desire. The Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan wore grave expressions, their tongues instinctively licking their lips, feeling that Chun Fan was taking too great a risk. Alas, he was being reckless. This was an elite-level creature. Damn it. We can barely handle even the lowest-tier beasts, and he is preparing to challenge one beyond his means. Though the two spoke not a word, their eyes brimmed with concern. Chun Fan approached slowly, adjusting his physical state as the bitter sea roiled with endless waves that a torrent of sword energy converged upon the alloy knife. As he neared 15 meters, the fire departure tree demon seemed to come alive. All its branches began to move without wind, the originally green branches rapidly transforming into a fiery red that moment. Chun Fan suddenly sprang into action, his feet creating 2 deep craters in the ground as he charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. 15 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. His speed was so astonishing that Zhao Yi and the others' eyes widened in disbelief that Ji Tianwu found it hard to fathom. Swoosh, 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 just as he departed from his previous position. Countless fireballs shot forth like a barrage of cannon fire, targeting where he had just stood. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs struck the ground like a series of bombs, erupting in a shower of dirt in an instant. Dust filled the air, and stones were sent flying, obscuring the vision of the ford. The debris forced them to dodge, while simultaneously, Chun Fan's furious roar rang out. "Get out of my way, in the unseen expanse ahead. Chun Fan exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the encroaching tendrils of the trees. With a poised strike, he launched his blade, aimed directly at the largest branch above the trunk. Perched upon that branch was a grotesque head, reminiscent of a burning flame. Chun Fan silently rejoiced, for the fiery tree demon was rooted in place, immobile. Almost all of his sword energy coalesced within the alloy blade, unleashing a formidable sweep with the force of thunder. The alloy knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, as it descended towards the head of the fiery tree demon. Countless branches, gleaming red like javelins, surged forth from all directions, aiming to ensnare Chun Fan's body. Some flickered like tongues of flame, animated and intent on completely wrapping around him. Above, the flaming head conjured 7 fireballs, sealing off all escape routes for Chun Fan. Intent on roasting him alive, the fireballs tore through the air, poised to engulf him. In that critical moment, Chun Fan narrowed his eyes to a mere slit, his muscles swelling as his vital energy surged to its zenith, enveloping his entire being in a faint golden aura. The wind-rending technique activated within him, ripping through the void and tearing apart the fireball onslaught. Even a mere few centimeters of space was enough for Chun Fan to force his way through. Die! All the branches pursued him relentlessly, while the fiery tree demon began to conjure another fireball above. Yet, it was too late. With a strike as swift as lightning, Chun Fan darted beneath the blazing head. And with a clean cut, he severed it without hesitation. Unable to halt his momentum, Chun Fan collided with the tree demon, swiftly sidestepping to evade the incoming branches. The spears made of branches, now devoid of control, pierced into the trunk due to their inertia. The fireballs erupted in a cacophony of explosions, colliding with the numerous branches and effectively obliterating the fiery tree demon's form. Charred remnants were strewn about. Branches were sent flying, and leaves transformed into fiery butterflies, cascading to the ground as ash. With a thud, the lifeless bodies of students ensnared among the branches fell to the earth, their alloy armor clanging with a metallic resonance. Standing behind the fiery tree demon, Chun Fan seized a branch that had approached him with his left hand, while the remaining branches hung limply, ablaze amidst the fireballs. That a voice echoed in his mind. You have slain the fiery tree demon, earning 150 fusion points. Your fusion points are overflowing. Use them promptly, or they will vanish by the next day. Discover the fusion talent. Li Hua, requiring 1,000 fusion points. Upon hearing the voice, Chun Fan wasted no time and immediately absorbed the talent. In an instant, he felt the seething flames of the fiery tree demon extinguish entirely, converging into the branch he held and surging into his body. In that moment, it felt as though he was enveloped in a furnace. His blood coursing with intensity, his skin reddened, resembling that of a lobster, while his white hair curled, reduced to half its length. Even the alloy armor he wore became scalding hot, nearly turning crimson. Without a second thought, Chun Fan hastily removed his alloy armor, discarded the alloy knife, and began to move his body rapidly, feeling as though he were on the verge of being roasted alive. Yet in reality, he suffered no injuries. A mere flicker of flame had not penetrated his dantian, but instead gathered around his heart, ultimately manifesting as a red mark upon his skin. What purpose this served, Chun Fan could not ascertain. All he knew was he had acquired a measure of mysterious power without any threat to his life. However, Ji Tianwu and the others approached, perceiving him in a rather disheveled state. Half of his white hair had been singed away, the remaining strands curling wildly, while his clothing billowed in the wind, as if stripped of its protective capacity. His entire body was flushed red, with numerous patches of skin blistered, a stark contrast to his previously striking appearance. Zhao Yi inwardly lamented the fact that an elite-level creature had not claimed his life. Truly, he was fortunate. Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan could only gaze at Chun Fan in disbelief, astonished by his survival against all odds. According to the texts, humans could never triumph over such formidable foes unless they were numerous or wielded terrifying weaponry. Yet, Chun Fan had faced a fiery tree demon, an elite-level adversary, armed only with an ordinary alloy knife borrowed moments earlier. It defied all logic, yet he had emerged victorious, still vibrant and lively, dissipating the heat from his body. Even in his battered state, he could be deemed a hero, a prodigy, a combat genius. Yu Linghai could only encapsulate him with that singular appraisal. Qian Kuan speculated that Chen Fan must possess some hidden secret, one that eluded their understanding. Ji Tianwu rushed to Chen Fan's side, her face etched with concern. "How are you? Are you gravely injured? Where does it hurt the most?" She reached out to touch his forehead, intent on confirming his condition. But this gesture inadvertently scraped away a layer of skin, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Ji Tianwu gasped. Stumbling back a couple of steps, her eyes darting between the old skin in her palm and the raw flesh of his forehead, her gaze wide with shock, unaware of the dramatic turn of events. Chen Fan casually replied, "It's nothing really, just a slight burn. Once the alloy armor cools down, we'll be on our way to as." He spoke. Wisps of blue smoke escaped his mouth, accompanied by a hint of a charred aroma. Chapter 17. Burned Red, Fusion Point, Tio Zhao Yi and the others. This scene suggested that Chen Fan was merely putting on a brave front despite his injuries. The sight of his fiery red skin was excruciating to behold. Ji Tianwu's eyes glistened with tears as she licked her dry lips, saying, "If it hurts, you should let it out. Your skin is completely scorched." She extended her right hand, showing him the gray, callous skin on her palm. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan finally glanced down at his hands and arms. And indeed, they were covered with patches of peeling skin. It looked as if he had not bathed in decades, a sight both shocking and grotesque. With a swift motion, he tore away a large section of dead skin, revealing the vibrant new flesh beneath, akin to the aftermath of a burn. Could it be? Chen Fan's heart sank at the realization that merging with Li Hua had transformed him into an entity neither fully human nor ghostly. It was difficult to accept. What normal human possessed red skin? As he continued to peel away the dead skin, his hands and forearms revealed the same alarming condition, a sight that was hard to bear. He could only hope that this was a mere after-effect of the burns, and that it would soon dissipate. Zhao Yi's spirits lifted as he watched, unable to suppress a smile, believing that a man with red skin would surely be deemed unappealing by the goddess. An opportunity had arisen. Let him flaunt his bravado and face the consequences. Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan felt regret, recognizing that a true genius had recklessly sought to prove himself. Impulsiveness had cost him dearly. Yet surviving was a small mercy compared to losing one's life. That Ji Tianwu could no longer contain her tears, trembling as she grasped Chen Fan's hands, yearning to share in his pain. Yet, when her hands met his skin, she was taken aback by its unparalleled softness, more delicate than her own. Perhaps it was the nature of the newly formed skin. With a quivering voice, she said, "Brother Fan, no matter how you change, you will always be my brother. My heart remains unchanged." What woman does not cherish beauty? Yet she remained steadfast. Even as Chen Fan's appearance deteriorated, her affection did not waver. With soothing words, she sought to provide comfort rather than exacerbate his distress. Chen Fan's heart swirled with emotion, and he managed to smile, reassuring her, "It's all right, as long as I grow stronger, I should be able to restore myself. Now, let us hasten to the fusion point." While he felt a tumult of emotions, he knew that sorrow would serve no purpose. Rather, he would focus on enhancing his strength and devising a means for revenge. As they approached the site where the fiery tree demon's head had shattered, he picked up the red, diamond-shaped crystal core within that he discovered it contained fusion energy, capable of augmenting his vital energy, requiring 150 fusion points. Not wishing to perform the fusion in plain sight, he held it tightly in his palm. Once again, he returned to the area where he had placed his backpack, changing into a fresh set of clothing as the four of them turned around. He seamlessly fused the second-tier low-grade crystal core. This time, the experience differed from before as the energy surged into his dantian. The bitter sea, the once still bitter sea, now shimmered with a fiery red hue, as if illuminating the previously desolate expanse. Subsequently, the energy coursed through his body, quelling the intense burning sensation brought on by the Li Huo. In an instant, he felt a wave of comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring. He swiftly rubbed away the majority of the dead skin, donned his new clothing, re-equipped his alloy armor, and picked up the alloy knife of a fallen classmate. That he then retrieved Zhao Yi's alloy knife, handing it back to him with the words, "Here you go." Upon receiving his weapon, Zhao Yi noticed the blade was covered in fine scratches, as if it had endured decades of exposure to the elements in a desert. How could this happen? Was it the flames that did this? He could scarcely fathom how his once pristine alloy knife had come to such a state. "To spare him heartache." Ji Tianwu remained by his side. Offering gentle words of comfort, as they resumed their journey, they encountered an increasing number of deceased classmates. Some were male, some female. Some had only their heads remaining, while others were left with nothing but tattered clothing and damaged alloy armor. And some were reduced to mere skeletons. That was a stark cruelty. They had been the cream of humanity, yet now their remains lay scattered. Seeing this, Chun Fan dug a pit to assist in burying them. Refusing to allow their bodies to rot in the wilderness that we must not forget, he remarked with a sense of solemnity. Ji Tianwu began to search for personal effects, seeking any markers that might identify the deceased. "We are born into chaotic times. For the happiness of the many, we must press on, undeterred. The ancestors have traversed this path, and we are merely following in their footsteps." She has ventured forth many times, witnessing more lives and deaths than Chun Fan. Though one cannot say she is emotionally numb, it can only be said that she has grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Zhao Yi and his companions silently rejoice in their fortune at having been rescued. As they journey further, the myriad creatures on the road dwindle, allowing for a swifter advance. Upon reaching the assembly point, Chun Fan beheld a towering monolith, standing 100 meters tall and occupying a 100-meter radius. Scattered atop it were students, some seated, some leaning, some sorrowful, and some weeping. The 4 teachers had yet to return, but more than 20 prodigies were present. Finally, they had arrived. It was unexpected to encounter so many casualties along the way. Zhao Yi felt a sense of homecoming, his body relaxing. With so many present, safety was assured in numbers. That Yu Linghai remarked from the side. "Look at the numbers. We started with nearly 300, but do we even have half remaining now?" Having once sneaked out of the city to practice his swordsmanship, he couldn't help but be shocked by the horrifying death toll. The appearance of their group of 5 drew the attention of the students atop the monolith. Upon spotting Ji Tianwu, one student leaped down to greet her, exclaiming, "Tianwu, you've returned. We were just missing you. We thought something unfortunate had happened. You're at the Golden Bridge realm." Yu Shunti always mingled with those fresh students, his gaze fixated solely on Ji Tianwu. Completely disregarding the other 4, his words dripping with arrogance, as if viewing the newcomers as mere burdens. Chun Fan recognized him as Qin Fun, the boy who had fought alongside Ji Tianwu against the rending Sky Eagle. He understood that a girl of Ji Tianwu's exquisite beauty would undoubtedly attract many admirers, that in the throes of youthful infatuation, it was inevitable that she would encounter troubles. Thus, he had chosen to avoid excessive interactions with her on campus. However, now he felt unperturbed by their presence and deemed it unnecessary to care. Grasping Ji Tianwu's arm, he boldly bypassed Qin Fun and strode towards the monolith, stating, "Let us go. It's time to rest. We've fought our way here and are utterly exhausted." They hadn't brought provisions, as the 2-hour flight to Hunting Shadow City meant they could eat upon arrival. Little did they know they would encounter such dangers. Now weary, hungry, and thirsty, none dared to consume anything found in the wild. Ji Tianwu smiled at Qin Fun and obediently followed Chun Fan. They found a relatively defensible edge of a cliff to sit and recuperate, with Zhao Yi and the others following suit. Having little interaction with the others, they at least knew that the 2 possessed sufficient strength to protect them in times of danger. Qin Fan stood frozen in place, his anger boiling over, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. In his youthful fervor, despite having received various forms of education, he could not suppress his rage. He could not tolerate Chun Fan's demeanor, driven by his emotions. He stormed up to him and spat. "If we were not in the wild, I would challenge you to a duel. That you'd best behave yourself from now on. Ji Tianwu is not someone like you can covet." He unleashed his fury without restraint, believing that in this wilderness, devoid of teachers, he could easily intimidate a mere freshman who had just opened the Bittersea realm. Chun Fan cast a glance at him, sneering dismissively. Clearly unperturbed, Ji Tianwu felt compelled to intervene, her voice icy as she retorted, "Qin Fun, I have known him since childhood. Our bond runs deep. Before you insult him, you would do well to weigh your own worth. If we were to fight together, you would be no match for us." She countered his aggression with even greater force. Chapter 18. Do you dare to fight? He has slain an elite-level monster. Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai, and Qian Kuan, who had witnessed Chun Fan's combat prowess, shook their heads in disbelief. Qin Fan was undoubtedly courting death, Whether he could contend with an elite-level creature was uncertain, but Chen Fan could eliminate them in an instant. Perhaps, in a battle, he could swiftly dispatch him. How dare he come over and act so arrogantly, thinking himself so significant? Upon hearing Ji Tianwu's words, Zhao Yi's heart plummeted. Had he truly become a red-faced fool? Yet remained steadfast? Was she truly that exceptional? Did women truly lack discernment? An additional competitor meant one more source of danger for Chen Fan, that he watched with derision and indifference as events unfolded. Unlike Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan, who admired Ji Tianwu but did not seek to compete, they held no ulterior motives, especially upon witnessing her unwavering dedication to Chen Fan. Many women would not continue to follow him now that he had transformed into this persona. Qin Fun, uncaring of their thoughts, felt rage swell within him as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, his voice cold and biting. "You boy, don't hide behind a woman that if you have guts. Step up and fight." The revelation that a woman openly professed her affection for Chen Fan was intolerable to him, feeling his pride had suffered a tremendous blow. Moreover, Chen Fan had the audacity to take Ji Tianwu away, completely ignoring him, as if he were beneath notice. Chen Fan met his gaze with indifference, stating, "If you were a demon, you would already be dead, and you wouldn't have the audacity to prattle on. Instead of wasting energy, perhaps you should contemplate how to survive and reach Hunting Shadow City." He held no intention of engaging in a petty rivalry. That was the behavior of a child, not that of a vengeful spirit. The faces of his 36 family members continually flickered through his mind, a haunting reminder he could neither forget nor dismiss. Dead. A jest. Even among those at the Golden Bridge realm. None dare to claim they could kill me. Ignorant and fearless, I shall make you realize the vast chasm that separates us. Stand up. His fury was so intense that his hair stood on end as he pointed at Chen Fan, demanding a duel. Chen Fan found it all tiresome and gazed at him with cold light in his eyes, saying, "Fighting amongst humans is utterly meaningless. How about this? Let us find an elite-level monster and see who can slay it." His nonchalant proposal sought to illustrate the disparity between those at the Golden Bridge realm. He had no intention of standing up for a fight. As his words settled, all the students surrounding the monolith turned their gazes toward him, their expressions brimming with shock. They could hardly believe that a student who had just opened the Bittersea realm would dare to challenge an elite-level monster. Qin Fun, a genuine Golden Bridge realm practitioner, could perhaps barely contend with an elite-level creature. Was he not courting death? Only Zhao Yi and his companions understood that Chen Fan possessed ample confidence to make such a statement to Ji Tianwu. 2. Recognized Chen Fan's strength and his readiness for battle. However, Qin Fan remained oblivious, unwilling to confront an elite-level monster. Most humans would surely perish in a match against creatures of equal rank. Naturally, he could not fathom that Chen Fan possessed the capability to defeat an elite-level monster. Believing he was merely employing psychological tactics to provoke him into a reckless confrontation. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Nonsense. You want me to fight an elite creature to the death? Dream on. If you're afraid, just step aside and leave Tianwu alone." He refrained from further threatening to fight, appearing rather pathetic that in response. Chen Fan shook his head dismissively, turning to look elsewhere, indicating that while he had proposed a method, he lacked the courage to accept it, suggesting fearfulness to Ji Tianwu. Equally exasperated, clasped his arm and ceased to regard Qin Fan, Yu Linghai. Unable to tolerate the scene, murmured on the way here, he already killed an elite-level fiery tree demon. If you don't believe it, we can go see. Its corpse is just 500 meters ahead. He gestured towards the direction of the fiery tree demon. Beside him, Zhao Yi smacked his lips, wishing to urge him to be quiet, but he had no justification to do so. His words plunged the surroundings into silence, eyes widening in disbelief as they gasped. Almost everyone had not anticipated that the reticent Chen Fan had slain an elite-level monster. It was known that even those of the Golden Bridge realm felt trepidation and dared not engage in combat. Yet he had killed one? Was it true? It seemed unbelievable. However, the certainty in the outsider's words compelled belief. Qin Fun's eyes blinked rapidly as he struggled to find his voice. The boy truly possessed skills, not merely idle boasting. Despite being at the Golden Bridge realm, he found himself overshadowed. Slaying an elite-level creature was akin to a myth for a newcomer. An unfathomable feat. Even Lin Yu, the strongest student seated at the pinnacle, cast his gaze upon Chen Fan, his eyes flickering as he pondered who he truly was to at that moment, for figures appeared in the distant sky, grasping students in their hands, rushing towards them in unison. As they drew closer, Chen Fan recognized them as the 4 teachers from the school, their expressions grim, their eyes filled with sorrow. Upon landing on the mountain peak, they scanned the scene, seemingly assessing how many had survived. Many students stood up, some bloodied, others missing limbs, and some lay motionless on the ground. All eyes turned toward the teachers, each and stepped forward, his voice somber as he declared, "We never anticipated encountering a horde of elite-level rending sky eagles, resulting in the loss of 106 students. They were the rising suns, fresh faces stepping onto the battlefield, the future of humanity. Yet they shall forever lie buried beneath this land." Let us observe a moment of silence for them. The reality of the battlefield's cruelty struck the students profoundly. Chen Fan inhaled deeply, the toll of death weighing heavily on him. It felt unbearably harsh. He vividly recalled the spirited youths from the morning, now mere corpses by noon. The pace of change was too swift. His great-grandfather had once said this was the worst of times, and indeed it proved to be so. In order to survive in this era, countless predecessors have bravely forged defenses with their flesh and blood, including 36 relatives from our family, that we must exact vengeance. The crowd bowed their heads in unison, paying homage to those whose bones lay forever interred here. After a minute, the voice of teacher Kai Ji resonated. "Death, perhaps, is a form of liberation for us, for those of you who remain. Your struggle has only just commenced. Since you have survived, you must shed the last drop of blood for the future of humanity. Several of you captains have performed admirably, leading the charge and organizing resistance at a critical juncture, preserving our vital forces. Here, on behalf of the 4 of us, we extend our gratitude to you." With that, they bowed to the crowd. The ASA teacher, failing to lead them out of the peaceful city, weighs heavily on my conscience. Chen Fan understood that they were facing Ji Tianwu and her ilk. Once the bowing concluded, Xian Li stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Among you, there are more than 10 individuals who disregarded their classmates' lives solely to escape for themselves. Such hearts deserve condemnation. Should you be sent to the front lines, it would surely result in more horrific consequences. Remain here and let nature take its course. Let you experience the despair and cruelty of being abandoned." The remaining students were reminded, "We are humanity, striving for the continuity of our kind, that we must stand together to endure." This proclamation resonated profoundly with all the students, who began to glance around, seeking those selfish individuals who would abandon their classmates to flee alone. Chapter 19. Fusion of Super Titanium or Mutation. Chen Fan had not anticipated that the teachers, despite being in the sky, were fully aware of the situation. Selfishness is an intrinsic aspect of human nature, particularly in the face of life and death. Fear of death is a natural response, even when raised with the understanding that unity is essential for survival. Many still falter. However, punishment is indeed warranted. Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai, and Qian Kuan. If even one of them had seized the opportunity to flee, the outcome would have been disastrous for all. Unity is undoubtedly beneficial. Among the crowd, someone fell to their knees, weeping aloud. "I didn't want this. That was an elite-level monster. I couldn't possibly defeat it. Forgive me, forgive me. I do not wish to perish here. I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. Do not abandon me." Each cry of despair signified their culpability in abandoning their classmates. The surrounding students instinctively stepped aside, unwilling to associate with them. Although they pleaded repeatedly, they were met with disdainful glances. Those who defied the teacher's teachings must ultimately pay the price, that Ji Tianwu remarked with a sense of finality. She was obedient, willing to risk herself to save others, even when aware of the dangers. Finally, Wu Donglu emerged, leaning on his cane, his voice filled with excitement. While some exhibit selfishness, others shine brilliantly as true talents. There are those who, through sheer will, have slain elite-level beings. Remarkable indeed. His gaze swept through the crowd and settled on Chen Fan, filled with admiration. Zhao Yi, witnessing this, felt a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had become the one to receive praise. Once again a mere witness, how could he hope to capture Ji Tianwu's attention? He must devise a way to soar to greatness, to gain her respect, the others oblivious to the identity of the praised individual. Exchanged glances and began to murmur. Who is that? So formidable. To be able to slay elite-level beings now. What future achievements await? I wonder who it is. I'd love to befriend him for a better chance at survival in the future. Sigh, I'm envious. When I encounter a junior monster, I can only take a detour. There's no comparison at all. The one who just challenged Sheen Fun and effortlessly killed an elite. Could it be true? In an instant, everyone's envy converged upon Chen Fan. Though his skin bore a reddish hue, clearly a sign of the cost he had paid. Chen Fan remained unfazed. His primary goal in slaying the fire leech tree demon was to test his swordsmanship, and secondarily, to collect interest for the blood feud against his family. An elite being was merely a stepping stone. His ambitions reached far beyond this. The teachers did not disclose the identity of the praised individual. Teacher Kai Ji glanced at the sky and addressed the crowd. Do not dwell on this. The aircraft from Shadowhunter City is soon to arrive. Apart from those kneeling, the rest should prepare to board. As her words settled, many students turned their gazes toward the southern sky. Indeed, they spotted a small black that in the distance, gradually enlarging, that in less than a minute, it approached, caught by 4 skilled individuals. Landing directly at the edge of the massive stone. Chen Fan realized that the teachers must have alerted Shadowhunter City in advance, sending an aircraft to retrieve them, even accompanied by 4 experts. Grasping the edge of the stone, he reclined upon it, preparing to wait for them to board first before he made his ascent. He had no intention of cutting in line. However, just as he settled down, a voice echoed in his mind. Super titanium or detected for fusion. Increases bone density and can withstand metallic collision. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being thrown into confusion. 10,000 fusion points had just been consumed. Could it truly be that exaggerated? Yet, upon reconsideration, his heart raced. Fusion of elite-level monster abilities required only 1,000 points. Now, Super Titanium or demanded 10,000. An increase of tenfold. Surely indicating greater benefits to it seemed that in the future, he would need to frequently touch mountains and rivers, just in case they could all be fused. His expression shifted rapidly, and Ji Tianwu observed his change with concern, asking, "What's wrong? Is your body having issues again?" "No, I'm just tired." Chen Fan was startled, sensing his excitement had been perceived, and he quickly denied it. The next moment, he noticed a look of shock and surprise flashing across Ji Tianwu's face as she couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You're better. The redness on your face is gradually fading. You're recovering." Seeing her nearly leap with joy, tears shimmering in her eyes, it was as if Chen Fan's recovery brought her more happiness than her own. Recovered? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing at his left hand. Indeed, the vibrant red had diminished, nearly returning to its normal hue. That a smile crept across his face. It seemed that the body's fusion with all things required an adaptation process. Isn't recovery a good thing? Let us go. We need to prepare to board. We cannot afford to linger here. A weight lifted from his heart. He no longer had to worry about any fusion issues. It's just a fleeting moment. Ji Tianwu rose, gazing towards the aircraft. The sound of the massive propellers was deafening. The 8 teachers were engaged in a steady conversation, seemingly discussing the day's unexpected events. Ji Tianwu grasped Chen Fan's arm, urging, "Let us move. There aren't too many left." With over 100 boarding quickly, the remaining were those who had abandoned their classmates. Chen Fan hesitated, not daring to fuse immediately, and walked toward the aircraft alongside Ji Tianwu. Upon reaching the entrance, he allowed her to board first while he crouched on the ground, scooping a handful of earth with his left hand, bringing it to his nose. His right hand had already made contact with the stone. The system's prompt sounded again, "Super Titanium or detected for fusion." Seeing Ji Tianwu board the aircraft with a teacher approaching him, he quickly commanded in his mind, "Fusion." In the next moment, the earth erupted in waves of earthy yellow light, converging upon the fingertip of Chen Fan's right hand, as if absorbing the essence of the entire land into his body. In an instant, the plants lost their anchor and tumbled downwards. Teachers Kai Ji, Xin Li, Gu Chun, and Wu Donglu also stumbled, sinking toward the ground. Yet as experts, they radiated golden light, unleashing their sacred Lotus Realm powers to support their falling bodies. Chen Fan had not anticipated that after absorbing the Super Titanium ore, the entire 100-meter-high stone would disintegrate into dust, causing his body to plummet downward. Even though he was mentally prepared, he found himself unresponsive at that moment. About to fall into a cloud of dust, that Wu Donglu reacted swiftly, extending his cane to catch Chen Fan mid-air with the help of the sacred lotus, then flinging him toward the aircraft door. Ji Tianwu, who had just entered, was momentarily frightened, nearly rushing out to save him. But upon seeing him ascend, her anxiety transformed into relief. She hurried forward to grasp him, asking, "How are you? Are you injured?" Why did the giant stone suddenly turn to dust? Was there some strange creature? As others boarded, the massive stone had been intact. Nothing had occurred. Yet when it came to Chen Fan, an accident transpired. Chapter 20. The oddities of Shadowhunter City. Ji Tianwu's barrage of questions reflected the nearby students' confusion, as well as that of the 8 teachers. The stone had stood firm for decades, serving as a transit point, yet today it had inexplicably vanished, reduced to a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, a vast pit remained, with underground water slowly rising, as if some terrifying force had suddenly shifted the mountain, creating this gaping chasm. Chen Fan was the only one privy to the truth, but chose to remain silent, quickly stating, "I don't know. I merely wish to grasp a handful of soil from my hometown as a keepsake. Who could have foreseen this? Let us get inside and take our seats. We mustn't delay our journey." In order to avoid the incessant entanglement with Ji Tianwu, he deftly shifted the topic. Such a moment, it was indeed unwise for Ji Tianwu to delve further into the matter. So she promptly seated herself. The teachers outside closed the cabin door, synchronously activating the sacred lotus, propelling the aircraft into the sky. In the desolate wilderness, with no runway in sight, the passenger plane would hardly take flight. Once the speed reached a sufficient threshold, they could simply let go. Standing around the aircraft, the teachers refrained from discussing the earlier peculiarities, instead remaining vigilant against any potential dangers in their surroundings. Fortunately, the flight passed without incident. After more than an hour, Chen Fan and his companions finally arrived at Shadow Hunting City. Seated within the aircraft, Chen Fan became acutely aware of his bones, muscles, skin, and fascia continuously melding with the super titanium ore. He could distinctly feel his strength and resilience escalating at an astonishing pace, a wave of comfort washing over him, leading him to unknowingly drift into slumber. After a brief nap, he was jolted awake by the sudden turbulence of the plane. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the city below. At first glance, he nearly doubted his vision. The city walls towered 100 meters high, within which stood numerous skyscrapers. Yet, there was no dazzling array of colors, no ornate decorations, and certainly no glass facades. Everything was rendered in the most primitive shades of gray. The buildings were gray, the streets gray, as if he had stumbled into a city shrouded in desolation. As they neared, Chen Fan's gaze was drawn to the grotesque objects hanging from the city walls, a sight that left him utterly stunned, nearly causing him to leap from his seat, sensing the tension in his muscles and the rapid beating of his heart. Ji Tianwu cast a glance outside as well, equally taken aback. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, as the plane entered the city limits, her complexion drained of color. Having never visited any city beyond Taiping City, her reaction was entirely understandable. "Oh my heavens! What are those on the city walls? They look like various corpses," she exclaimed. "I thought I was mistaken, but it seems you all have witnessed the countless bodies too. Some are entirely golden, others gray, their forms grotesque and utterly terrifying. This city lacks a protective barrier. What will we do if monstrous creatures from the myriad races invade?" Before the two could engage in further conversation, a classmate in front could no longer contain his curiosity and began to voice his thoughts. Chen Fan turned to Ji Tianwu, noticing her pale countenance, clearly indicating it was her first encounter with such a sight. Swallowing hard, he remarked, "Those are the remains of humanity. Why are they not laid to rest? To leave them hanging on the city walls is a profound disrespect." Having lived 2 lives, he understood deeply the human custom of burial. Yet the city's administrators had chosen to suspend these bodies on the walls, seemingly affixed by some means that was utterly incomprehensible. Ji Tianwu echoed his bewilderment. "I do not understand either. The teachers have never mentioned it. Could it serve some purpose?" Her eyes reflected the same confusion. As she pondered the reason behind such a macabre display, as the students continued to speculate, the aircraft finally settled on the playground in front of a grand building. The 8 instructors disembarked, awaiting their students' descent. Upon exiting, the group discovered 3 large buses waiting for them. Kaiji, maneuvering her wheelchair forward, addressed the students. "Welcome, everyone, to Shadow Hunting City. Your safe arrival signifies the completion of our mission. I hope that in the days to come, you will strive with all your might for the future of humanity, that I wish you all survival on the battlefield, and may you vanquish the invading myriad races." Her gaze swept across each student, as if to imprint their faces in her memory. Beside her, Wu Donglu adjusted his silver mask and said, "Farewell. I hope you all return to us unscathed," leaning on his cane. He turned slightly, not wishing for the students to witness his sorrow. Ekenli waved goodbye to the group, saying, "You are the hope of humanity. Strive hard and do not let us down. Farewell. There are still over a dozen students waiting for us to bring back to Taiping City." He turned his gaze northward, preparing to depart. Though he claimed to abandon the students, his concern lingered. Chun, limping on one leg, declared, "I will not return to Taiping City. I sense my time is drawing near. I shall serve as a guardian, exerting my final light and warmth." Bearing irreversible injuries that could not heal, he had made his decision. Kaiji regarded him solemnly. "You have made your choice. We shall not interfere. I hope to hear of true geniuses rising." She turned away, a tear escaping her eye. After years of camaraderie, how could she remain unscathed? "Take care." Wu Donglu patted his shoulder before rising to leave. Xian Li shook his hand firmly, sharing a silent understanding. Colleagues and comrades, they parted ways. Unwilling to witness his suffering firsthand, perhaps the role of a guardian was indeed his ultimate fate. Watching the teachers depart, Chun Fan felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness swell within him, that I in this wholly unfamiliar realm. Everything felt alien. Save for the company of his classmates, to survive in such an environment would necessitate even greater effort. The glory of his family had faded into oblivion. Ji Tianwu, sensing his turmoil, instinctively linked her arm through his, seeking a semblance of security. "Send off the teachers," Lin Yu suddenly called out, demonstrating commendable adaptability. "Send off the teachers. Send off the teachers." With someone leading the way, the remaining students joined in, bidding farewell to their educators who had guided them for many years. Generations of transition passed, aside from family. They had spent more time together with their teachers. Chun Fan watched Wu Donglu depart, vowing to remember his actions on 2 occasions. After the teachers had left, only Chun and 4 other instructors remained, gradually calming the atmosphere. Among them stood a corpulent woman, easily weighing 500 pounds, swaying her ample form at the forefront. Though her appearance was indeed hefty, none of the students dared to underestimate her. Having witnessed her formidable combat prowess on their journey, her voice rang clear and melodious. "Students, welcome to Shadow Hunting City. My name is Gu Xinyue, the Deputy City Lord, here to provide you with a brief introduction." Clearing her throat, she began to describe the layout of Shadow Hunting City. The building behind her was designated as the dormitory for new arrivals, fully stocked with daily necessities. Directly opposite was the political hall, where daily affairs were conducted. The eastern side of the political hall housed the task hall, where tasks could be accepted, and upon completion, rewards would be granted to encourage personal growth. The western side featured the exchange hall and trading hall, where valuable items could be exchanged. She emphasized that the city boasted 6 plazas, and any conflicts must be resolved in the arena. Private brawls were strictly prohibited. Notably, she highlighted the southeastern corner, referred to as the criminal corner, advising against unnecessary contact to avoid complications. Having completed her introduction, she expressed her hope that the students would adhere to the city's regulations, that if you have any questions, feel free to ask. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu was the first to inquire, "Teacher, may I ask why the walls outside are adorned with corpses?" This question echoed the collective curiosity of all the students present. While the internal structure of the city could be gradually explored, the bizarre side of the corpses outside was indeed shocking. Chun Fan perked up his ears, suppressing his own questions about the criminal corner. The corpulent woman's smile and pride instantaneously transformed into a solemn demeanor as she pointed outside and addressed the students. "You all wish to know the situation, correct?" Seeing every student nod in agreement, she casually brushed her long hair aside and spoke in a grave tone. "Those corpses are the most noble sacrifice of humanity, as well as the most tragic choice, serving as a testament to our fragility. Each individual is a true hero and master. Their bones endure, and even in death, they harbor no regrets. In order to shield the inhabitants of this city from the encroaching darkness, they have offered their remains. Their formidable presence can deter the Night Clan, Shadow Clan, Ghost Clan, and various other creatures from invading. Making such a choice demands immense willpower and a spirit of self-sacrifice. At the moment of their demise, they condensed all their cultivation into their bones, embedding themselves into the city walls, preserving a trace of killing intent. The power of technology alone cannot withstand the invasion of myriad races. Humanity can only respond in this manner. Similarly, if humanity were not so weak, would we require such defenses? Merely the reputation of our predecessors should suffice to instill fear in them. Thus, my dear students, the very sanctuary we now inhabit has been secured through the blood and bones of those who came before us. Strive to eradicate the myriad races, and do not let the sacrifices of our predecessors go in vain. As her words resonated, the entire assembly fell silent. Did I end their previous studies? They had been taught that flesh and blood forged the heavenly barriers, assuming it was merely a matter of bloodshed and sacrifice. Now they understood that it was not solely about blood. Even the remains were unleashing their final powers. The sacrifices made for the continuation of humanity were immense. Chen Fan felt a profound shock within him, reflecting on those who had given everything for the future. They were the true heroes, fearless and relentless, fighting even beyond death. His own level of understanding paled in comparison, previously consumed by thoughts of family and vengeance. His mindset began to shift subtly. Ji Tianwu, beside him, silently shed tears, mourning the greatness of those who came before. In that moment, the emotions of the students on the playground turned somber. After a while, the speaker reassured them, "You need not dwell in sorrow. As long as you dedicate yourselves to expelling the myriad races, you will honor the sacrifices of our forebears. When the time comes, allowing them to rest in peace will surely be a greater tribute." Thus, the emotions of the many students present gradually began to stabilize. To expel the myriad races and restore peace to the people, allowing our ancestors to rest in peace. Lin Yu indeed exhibited some leadership qualities, being the first to shout the slogan and rally a group of classmates to join in the chant. Chen Fan remained silent, acutely aware that he could not aspire to such greatness. Whether he could survive to see that day was still uncertain. Beside the Vice City Lord stood a robust man clad in a vest, his muscles bulging like those of a gorilla. With a sudden forceful gesture, he admonished, "You are young yet speak boldly. I hope you can live up to it. If there are no issues, proceed to your dormitories and find your rooms. Starting tomorrow, I shall commence a 3-day intensive training session to instruct you in the Gale Blade technique and the Tiger Prowling steps. Of course, if you come from esteemed lineages and have accomplishments of your own, attendance is optional. You may head directly to the mission hall." His tone was more forthright and commanding, his voice booming. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan furrowed his brow slightly. When it came to esteemed lineage, his family certainly had its merits. However, they had all departed, leaving no legacy behind. It might indeed be beneficial to learn from him. Yet there remained one question that he had not grasped. He could not help but raise his hand and inquire, "Teacher, may I ask what constitutes a criminal citizen?" Not clarifying his doubts would only lead to lingering uncertainties in his heart, prompting him to seek further understanding. The imposing teacher cast a sweeping glance at him, responding gravely, "Criminal citizens can be roughly categorized into 2 groups. One consists of the descendants of those who surrendered to the myriad races and became their servants. Though they are human, they cannot shed the labels affixed to them. The other group comprises offspring born from unions with creatures of the myriad races. Although they appear human, they retain many unusual talents." With this explanation, Chun Fan experienced an epiphany. Essentially, they were the progeny of traitors. Even if they themselves had committed no wrongdoing, they would not be granted significant roles. Most importantly, their reputations were tarnished, and few would wish to associate closely with them. The rest of the students also nodded in realization, comprehending the underlying reasons that I am Feng Xiong. Are there any further questions? If not, return to your dormitories and join the new student training camp. Remember, each person is entitled to their own room. The brawny man was indeed aptly named. "None," he bellowed, "dismissed." As Feng Xiong's voice echoed, the multitude of students began to make their way towards the building behind them. After a morning filled with trepidation and exertion, many newcomers were utterly exhausted, eager for a good rest. That moment, A figure descended from the sky, accompanied by a golden light, that a clear voice rang out. Who is the escort teacher? Why must the amalgamation of beasts be utterly eradicated? I have left behind a trial site for the comprehension of sword techniques. Upon hearing the voice, a wave of students turned in unison to gaze at the speaker. There stood a stunning beauty clad in a flowing green gown, wielding a crystal sword, her delicate face radiating an air of authority. Her figure was graceful, her countenance unparalleled, akin to a white lotus quietly unfurling its beauty. Her gaze fell upon Guchun, filled with evident displeasure. The eyes of many boys sparkled. She was a beauty. Unlike Ji Tianwu's youthful charm, this woman exuded a mature allure, a soft elegance that Ji Tianwu, donned in armor. Had a petite stature that did not appeal to some boys' aesthetic preferences. This girl, however, embodied the essence of a true lady. Most significantly, she was clearly a formidable cultivator at the sacred lotus realm, surpassing Ji Tianwu by an entire tier. She seemed to be a paragon of excellence. Chin furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Are you addressing me? Our teacher is preoccupied with saving lives. Who has the time to annihilate the amalgamation of beasts?" Her words were laced with irritation. The young junior displayed considerable audacity. That moment, Gu Xinyu interjected. "Lianer, you mustn't be impolite that he is a protector. He will focus on nurturing the talents of Hunter Shadow City." Apologize, clearly. She was the younger generation, accustomed to reprimanding others. Lianer stomped her foot in frustration, pouting at Guchun. "I'm sorry." Then, turning to her mother, she continued, "Mom, the amalgamation of beasts has truly been eradicated. They were all slain by those wielding blades that I intended to practice my sword techniques. But it was all for naught. Those who had traversed that area could only be from their peaceful city. Could it be the newcomers did this? I refused to believe it." Although she had apologized, her indignation remained, seeking her mother to intervene on her behalf. Gu Xinyu had turned her imposing figure towards Guchun, saying, "My apologies, Teacher Gu. Lianer has been spoiled by me. Yet she is indeed talented, particularly in swordsmanship. Did you truly not eliminate the amalgamation of beasts? We had an agreement not to exterminate them, allowing young disciples to hone their new techniques." As both a mother and the vice city lord of Hunter Shadow City, she sought an explanation. Di Chin's brow tightened as he replied, "Are we unaware of the regulations? We would never breach them." That no sooner had he spoken than a voice arose from the crowd. "I know who was responsible for the extermination. It was Chun Fan. That he acted alone. He should step forward." Chapter 22. Competing for talents, distribution plan. As the voice echoed, 5 teachers, Lianer, and numerous classmates turned their gazes toward Zhao Yi. Following his line of sight, they found Chun Fan, whose skin was slightly flushed, white hair curled, and demeanor serene, standing amidst the students. Zhao Yi wore a smug expression, believing Chun Fan had offended Lianer and would inevitably face endless trouble. Thus relieving a pent-up frustration, Ji Tianwu shot him a sharp glare and defended. "At that time, the 3 of you were trapped and exhausted. We charged in to rescue you. Who knew the amalgamation of beasts could not be killed? As creatures of the myriad races, they are fair game. What is wrong with that?" She did not wish for Chun Fan to be treated unjustly. Clearly, he had acted out of goodwill to save lives. How could he be met with reproach? However, her words inadvertently confirmed the fact that Chun Fan had indeed wiped out the amalgamation of beasts. Zhao Yi's face reflected shock. Ji Tianwu standing with him was perplexing. Yet he said nothing more, reveling in Chun Fan's predicament. He failed to notice Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan subtly distancing themselves, unwilling to be associated with a traitor who, having saved their lives, then turned on them. This person is not to be trusted. Chun Fan sighed inwardly as he faced the crowd's scrutiny. Was it truly wrong to slay an amalgamation of beasts? Or was there some unspoken agreement between them and the myriad races? This warranted further discussion. Stepping forward with a composed demeanor, he declared, "I was the one who killed them." "What of it?" His tone was assertive as he faced Lianer. The gazes of the surrounding students converged upon him, their emotions a complex tapestry. Whispers ensued. "Is it true? He, a newcomer, single-handedly eradicated a group? How formidable! I've encountered amalgamations of beasts. They are bizarre and unpredictable. How could he have managed such a feat? Just this morning, I witnessed his breakthrough into the Bitter Sea realm. His combat prowess has escalated immensely." They murmured among themselves, their voices low. The vice city lord, Fong Xiong, along with Guchun and the other 5 teachers, approached Qin Fan, scrutinizing him with incredulity. That Lianer's delicate voice suddenly rang out. You just awakened your bitter sea realm. You killed over 100 amalgamations of beasts? Is that true? Give it your all and attack me with a single strike. Her skepticism was palpable. She intended to test him and discern his true capabilities. Enough of this nonsense, Vice City Lord Gu Xinyue chided, then turned to Qin Fan, saying, You are a newcomer? Did you truly act alone? No one assisted you. She too was incredulous, doubting that anyone could surpass her daughter's talents. Qin suddenly remarked, You are impressive. Advancing rapidly. I shall protect you from now on. He had indeed developed a desire to mentor him, wishing to guide him through the world. There was no need to inquire further. It was undoubtedly true. Fang Xiong leaned closer, examining Qin Fan closely before abruptly raising his head and addressing Guqin. You old coot, aren't you being honest? It is because of him that you have not left. Isn't it? Clearly, he is a genius. Then turning to Qin Fan, he continued, Kid, I see your bones are tough, your skin reflecting a metallic sheen. You must have practiced hard. Come, learn from me, and I guarantee you'll stand shoulder to shoulder with the myriad races. He was audaciously vying with Guchun for Qin Fan's mentorship that a nearby teacher wielding a blade remarked after careful observation. Haven't you heard? He used his blade to slay a horde of amalgamations. He should learn swordsmanship from me. Silence. I observe his steps are firm, his foundation solid, moving soundlessly. He should study movement techniques with me. The intelligence department requires him. The last frail man, clad entirely in a black bodysuit and wearing a conical hat, spoke up upon hearing their words. Zhao felt as if he had just consumed 100 flies, overwhelmed with nausea, that he had initially intended to create some trouble for Qin Fan, yet unexpectedly found himself witnessing a competition among several teachers for the latter's attention. The other students looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. As a prodigy, Qin Fan had caught the eye of the instructors, completely disregarding the fact that he had just annihilated a horde of stitched monsters. Who wouldn't he desire such treatment? Particularly Lin Yu, who, despite his earnest efforts to impress, found himself overshadowed by Qin Fan, the very disruptor who had obliterated an entire race. To Ji Tianwu, who had been exceedingly worried, now wore a broad smile at the sight. With the guidance of numerous teachers, Qin Fan was bound to make remarkable progress and emerge as a formidable force, alleviating any concerns about his future prospects. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Qin Fan, with wide, innocent eyes, assumed he was about to engage in a verbal debate to reason with them. To his astonishment, the teachers were vying for him instead. Ji Chun, Fang Xiong, the conical hat man, and the swordsman represented 4 distinct factions. The deputy city lord, observing nearby, chewed his lips, aware that no one would pursue the matter concerning the stitched monsters. After all, how could one hold a genius accountable for an unintentional error? As long as one was a prodigy, the trivial matter of genocide could easily be overlooked. Moreover, it was merely a single group. If need be, another could be found. He quietly warned his daughter, Liener, do not act impulsively. If he is indeed a rare talent among our kind, countless individuals will rise to his defense. Fearing that his daughter might incur the ire of the 4 teachers, he acknowledged their limited strength but immense influence. As they certainly had powerful disciples scattered across the realm, did I know, but I wish to witness just how talented he truly is. That To enter the sea of suffering and eradicate a race. I cannot believe it. She felt a twinge of disbelief, convinced that Qin Fan was merely boasting, claiming others' misdeeds as his own. With each individual harboring their own thoughts, Qin Fan found himself at a loss regarding which master to follow. After some contemplation, he declared, I am uncertain of my talents, but I propose we each spend a day studying together. I must clarify, however, that the Hunter Shadow City is not my ultimate destination. I seek to venture beyond the borders. He chose a middle ground, determined to learn from everyone without favoring any one individual, and openly stated that his ultimate objective was to battle enemies beyond the walls. Very well, lofty aspirations indeed. Gaining an additional self-defense skill is certainly worthwhile. Fang Xiong readily agreed, provided that there would be successors to the knowledge passed down. Each nodded, expressing a desire for Qin Fan to venture beyond and witness the might of the myriad races, hoping that in his lifetime he would see them all expelled. The swordsman furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, One day with you may not suffice to master my sword techniques. You must engage in combat with the myriad creatures outside to quickly hone your skills. The conical hat man concurred, asserting that his agility could only be unleashed under extreme conditions. They both opposed the idea of a mere day of learning, deeming it insufficient for systematic instruction. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan frowned, pondering the unexpected turn of events. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "In that case, you may decide amongst yourselves how many days to dedicate to learning. Establish an order so as not to impede the progress of other students." His words balanced the sentiments of both the students and the teachers, ensuring that he would not neglect the others. Feng Xiong, upon hearing this, regarded Chun Fan thoughtfully, then waved his hand. "Everyone, please head inside and rest well." After a tiring morning, the cafeteria is located in the basement. Turning to Chun Fan, he added, "Share your contact information with me and take some time to relax that we need to devise a fair system." Chapter 23. The Cafeteria of Exquisite Ingredients. Task Hall. The four teachers convened for a small meeting regarding a single student, a treatment that elicited envy from their peers. Naturally, this special attention sparked a great deal of jealousy. For instance, Lin Yu, who had previously overlooked Chun Fan, now regarded him as a rival to be suppressed. That is the perennial top student among the newcomers. How could he allow his position to be usurped? Similarly, Qinfen considered him a fraud, questioning how someone at the Sea of Suffering could possibly surpass those at the Golden Bridge level that in the realm of humanity. The concept of fighting beyond one's rank was unheard of. Zhao Yi, feeling disgruntled after his failed schemes, plotted for another opportunity. With minds abuzz with their thoughts, they entered the building amidst murmurs of disbelief that I thought we were in for serious trouble. Yet he receives the special care of 4 teachers. How infuriating! Who could have imagined that, among 27 Golden Bridge practitioners, they would choose a single Sea of Suffering student? Did he somehow have connections? Being unfamiliar with the place, how could he have such advantages? Yet, it was rumored that 36 of his relatives had perished in battle, perhaps indicating some hidden support. Stop speculating. If he could slay over 100 stitched monsters in the Sea of Suffering, he certainly deserves special treatment. Can a Golden Bridge-level individual achieve such feats? Various envious remarks and admiring glances radiated towards Chun Fan, with only Ji Tianwu expressing genuine happiness, excitedly linking her arm with his. She exclaimed, "Congratulations, Brother Fan. You have been favored. 4 teachers are vying for you. How impressive, my Brother Fan." Her petite frame nearly hung from his arm, her eyes sparkling with boundless admiration that it was purely accidental. I was merely grasping the essence of the sword technique. Let us find a room to stow our belongings and grab a bite to eat. Chun Fan remained unfazed by the attention, focusing on replenishing his energy, that he possessed a card with 36 million federal coins. Enough to procure many valuable items, which he planned to integrate into his body to swiftly enhance his strength. The two opted for a shared room, inputting their DNA to unlock the password, and deposited their luggage. After freshening up and changing into fitted attire, they set out. The basement cafeteria was considerably more modest than their previous school, yet it offered processed meat from myriad creatures, rich with vitality and herbal porridge. Humanity had retained one of its primal instincts, to eat. Edible creatures were consumed raw, those with slight toxicity were roasted, and those deemed dangerous were stewed in addition to the boundless hatred. As the myriad races consumed humans, so too did humans retaliate by devouring them. Brother Fan, let us indulge in some meat, a form of vengeful retribution. Ji Tianwu, having dined with her masters before, was no stranger to the fare. Chun Fan had also experienced similar meals, recalling how his parents and uncles would bring back plenty of provisions. Thus, upon seeing the shimmering meats and glistening rice dishes before him, he was instantly reminded of his family. With a solemn tone, he declared, "Let us eat." They ordered a generous portion of swordbone pig legs and fragrant bamboo rice, costing a hefty 120 federal coins, an extravagant expense, but one that could enhance their strength if consumed regularly. The pork would bolster their physical power and qi, while the bamboo rice would fortify their resolve, qualifying as exquisite ingredients. Delicious. I hope that one day we can feast on dragon liver and phoenix gall together. Chun Fan chewed vigorously, as if avenging his kin, casually remarking. Seeing his fervor, Ji Tianwu found it amusing. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl, saying, "If it's tasty, do indulge." "Are you tired? If not, Shall we explore the task hall? For her, the exertion had been minimal. She was eager to explore this new environment. Chen Fan popped a piece of meat into his mouth and mumbled, "Sure, let's go. It's merely for a look." His primary goal lay in the trading hall, hoping to discover valuable items to acquire, hastening his path to strength and ultimately transcending the 10 heavens barrier. This was his dream. Excellent, with a clear objective in mind. My pace at the dining hall quickened significantly. In less than 10 minutes, I had devoured all the food on my plate. Rising from the underground cafeteria, I made my way toward the task hall located on the eastern side across the street. The thoroughfare was populated predominantly by martial artists. Though there were motor vehicles, their usage was scarce. The convenience of superior strength far outweighed that of machines. Naturally, there were some formidable individuals who had subdued powerful beasts as mounts, traversing the area with an air of distinction. Such feats were emblematic of their status. For the newcomers, however, this was an unattainable aspiration. Only those at the Sacred Lotus Realm could hope to tame such creatures. Or alternatively, one could expend vast wealth to procure them as a display of opulence. As I walked along, I observed the hurried figures of the sinners. Some bore horns, others sported long tails, and a few had fine scales adorning their faces. They had all been born into human society, immersed in human culture, and possessed a unique form of intelligence, unlike the myriad beasts that were driven solely by instinct before gradually evolving awareness. Due to their non-human bloodlines, sinners were inherently more powerful at birth than pure humans, maturing at a faster rate and exhibiting distinct combat abilities. Faced with such beings, I couldn't help but steal a few glances out of curiosity. However, Ji Tianwu, wishing to avoid trouble, hastily pulled me along. Upon entering the task hall, a cacophony of sounds enveloped us. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of urgency and a mingling scent of blood. Overwhelming for the average person. 10 task boards lined the walls, continuously cycling through various missions categorized by difficulty. Simple, challenging, legendary, hellish, and abyssal, divided into 3 realms, with options for team and large-scale operations. Nearby, QR codes allowed for downloading tasks onto communication devices. Although completion necessitated a physical return to the task hall, the rewards were all in federal currency, ranging from hundreds to millions. For instance, defeating the Ghost Forest Evil Spirit Knight required one to be at the Golden Bridge realm and possess yin-yang eyes, yielding a reward of 3,000 federal coins. Exploring the foggy jungle, mapping it in detail, or dispelling the mist required the Sacred Lotus Realm, with a reward of 50,000 federal coins. The extermination of the sword-grass plains, which impeded human agricultural efforts, necessitated a team of 10 to recover all crystal stones. As I scanned the tasks, I noted they predominantly fell into 4 categories: extermination, exploration, encirclement, and capture. That I found myself particularly drawn to extermination and encirclement, as they offered a means to avenge my family. Exploration, however, was also appealing as it could yield unforeseen benefits. Just as we were contemplating the tasks, a figure approached us, producing a peculiar map and inquiring, "Would you two be interested in a map? It details the surrounding areas of Shadow City, Dark City, and Annihilation City, marking the activity ranges of various creatures." The price was a bargain at 100 federal coins. The individual was a short, darkly clad young man, wrapped tightly in obscuring garments that I perceived the map to be quite useful. At the very least, it would prevent me from losing my way during excursions. Furthermore, it provided a clear distribution of the 3 cities encircling Taiping City. Just as I was about to engage in the transaction, a burly man clad in a full suit of armor and wielding a massive round axe interjected in a booming voice. "Hey, Blackie, don't try to swindle newcomers here. You can download the online map and check it anytime. Yours ISNT updated in real time." Clearly familiar with the trickery of the young man, he shared this wisdom with me. Upon hearing his words, Ji Tianwu intended to pull me away, wishing to ignore the dark-skinned man. Yet, I found myself considering the offer and declared, "I'll take one." I was acutely aware that in the wilderness, signal reception could be unreliable. Relying solely on my instincts would be foolish when a ready-made solution was available. The dark-skinned man, initially about to depart, was suddenly filled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing my interest. He quickly exclaimed, "Thank you for your patronage. Rest assured, once you return to the city, the map will automatically update. This is a special paper I've developed, embedded with a chip that allows for upgrades." Although it was impossible to discern whether he was a boy or a girl, their skills were undeniably exceptional. prompting Ji Tianwu to believe in the map's value as well and decide to procure one for herself. Chapter 24. Blood of the Azure Dragon, Undying Fire Grass. The newcomers are truly arrogant, always thinking others are trying to swindle them. The burly man, witnessing our apparent gullibility, couldn't help but curse under his breath. A good intention had been met with suspicion that I merely shook my head, unperturbed by his remarks to Ji Tianwu. Keen to avoid complications, especially in unfamiliar territory, chose to endure for the time being. After all, it wouldn't do to start a fight upon our arrival. With the map in hand, we navigated the task hall, marveling at the array of intriguing missions. After making a thorough circuit and downloading the task system, we exited through a different entrance, heading toward the trading hall across the way. This was the place I had truly yearned to explore. Unlike the trading methods in Taiping City, which were predominantly online sales, this venue was characterized by street stalls spread across 3 levels, offering a dazzling array of goods that don't miss out. Recently hunted bullhorns from the barbarian ox tribe, perfect for crafting curved blades. Take a look, a 3rd-tier low-grade monkey tribe crystal core, which not only enhances true energy, but also boosts agility. Incredible deals, dragon yell grass, phoenix bloodflower, and sunroot, each a remarkable herb for concocting elixirs. The clamor of merchants filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Each stall displayed only a limited selection of items, often collected over time and offered in exchange for desired goods or federal currency. That I observed various beast horns, bones, herbs, elixirs, and weapons for sale, with prices determined by mutual agreement, that as long as expectations were met. Transactions were successful, that in this bustling environment, skilled overseers ensured order. No one dared to act recklessly. Theft would likely result in immediate retribution, that I had initially thought to trade some of my items to integrate into my body, but was rendered speechless upon noticing my fusion points. Before boarding the plane, I had exhausted all but 350 points, rendering me incapable of merging with any valuable items. Ji Tianwu, still unsure of her desires, meandered through the stalls, captivated by the assortment of goods. After some time, she spotted a feather and, upon inquiry, learned it was purportedly a phoenix feather. Both of us were skeptical. The phoenix tribe was a powerful lineage, their members rare and seldom seen within human territories, let alone their feathers, which were surely counterfeit. Yet, it was undeniably beautiful. Despite being at the Golden Bridge realm, Ji Tianwu, still a young girl, was enchanted and asked the stall owner, "How much for this feather? Is it truly a phoenix feather?" The middle-aged man, his expression neutral, glanced at us and replied, "Little girl, it's of no use to newcomers like you. It's meant for crafting fire attribute weapons such as the 5-feather fan. 3,000 federal coins for one." To my surprise, he had discerned our identities and explicitly stated it was of no use to us. That I mused that perhaps it was indeed a genuine phoenix feather, or perhaps he simply assumed we couldn't afford it. Scanning the stall, I spotted a blood-red orb resembling a heart-shaped ruby, about the size of a dragon's eye, smooth and polished. Crouching down, I grasped it and felt its intricate patterns, inquiring, "How much for this?" "Do you like it?" the stall owner responded. Just then, a voice echoed in my mind. Detected potential for fusion. A trace of azure dragon blood, which can enhance blood power. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the azure dragon blood. That I never expected that this crystal-like item contained a fragment of azure dragon essence. Just a trace, and yet it demanded a staggering 3,000 fusion points, equivalent to a third of super titanium, or IT, was an unequivocal treasure. Currently, I was unable to fuse it, so I casually handed the phoenix feather to Ji Tianwu, suggesting she examine it to see if it piqued her interest. Holding the red crystal, her face lit up with a smile, and she remarked, "Wow, this is so beautiful. I could make a pendant out of it." The stall owner, indifferent, stated, "If you like that blood crystal, it's 500 to take it. But you have no need for the phoenix feather." Upon hearing his words, I sensed he had underestimated its value. The system's voice rang in my mind once more. Detected energy for fusion. Undying fire. Increases fire attribute. Requires 10,000 fusion points. My heart raced with excitement. This had to be a genuine phoenix feather. Otherwise, how could it possibly enhance undying fire energy? This item was valued at 30,000 federal coins. Yet the azure dragon blood only cost 500. Clearly, he had misjudged its worth. However, I intended to gift it to Ji Tianwu, as I could not fuse it myself that if it were to vanish unexpectedly, she would surely panic. 30,000 federal coins were no trifling sum. It would require slaying 30 elite monsters to accumulate that many crystal cores that, of course, the bones and horns we collected were also valuable materials for trade. After deliberation, I concluded that hunting would be more beneficial, as it would yield greater rewards and earn me more fusion points that I resolved to explore the trading halls in other cities in the future, as they surely held more treasures that I declared. Heed the advice of others, and you shall be well fed. Let us acquire the blood crystal. It may help restore our vitality. The feather was returned to its original position, only to discover a tooth nearby, likely a fong, sharp at the tip and measuring a foot in length, reflecting a dazzling light. One could surmise that its owner must be a formidable creature. Feeling a mix of curiosity and irritation, I picked it up, eager to hear what the system would say, that I found that it could fuse with the bloodline, a sliver of the essence of Qiongqi, which could enhance bloodline power and strengthen one's physique. However, it required a fusion point of 1,000. Upon hearing the system's words, I felt that Qiongqi paled in comparison to the Azure Dragon. Probably fetching a price not far from it that I casually inquired, "What kind of tooth is this? How much does it cost?" Men do prefer more robust adornments. The stall owner shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "That is the canine tooth of a unicorn tiger, crafted into a dagger or flying knife, capable of piercing through protective auras. That it is not merely a decorative item. It's priced at 10,000 federal coins. Do not squander it." The stall owner, possessing a decent character, at least provided an explanation regarding its origin and use, yet seemed reluctant to sell it to Chen Fan, as if it would undermine his own possessions. Hearing this, Chen Fan increasingly felt that the Azure Dragon blood essence was a giveaway. After some contemplation, he proposed, "Well then, I shall take this canine tooth, and how about the blood essence stone for free?" A bit of haggling was in order, and he was somewhat adept at it. "All right, deal." The middle-aged stall owner was not a man of delay, agreeing on the spot. Just as Chen Fan was about to reach for his black card, he felt a hand on his arm. Ji Tianwu had restrained him, stating, "I will cover the bill." With that, she promptly opened her communicator's scanning code, facilitating the transaction with the stall owner. 10,000 federal coins were transferred. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing that in such a place, it was indeed unwise to expose the existence of his black card, with a mix of individuals around who could tell what ulterior motives they might harbor. Should ill intent arise, one would be utterly defenseless. It seemed prudent to bind his black card to his communicator upon returning, for future convenience. "Brother Fan, you are quite the negotiator, such a beautiful gem. Why would it be given away for free?" After they left, Ji Tianwu couldn't help but show off. "Let us hurry back." Chen Fan, however, was unconcerned, pulling her arm and leading her directly out of the mission hall. Chapter 25. The Blood Essence Stone Acquired. Fang Xiong's first challenge. Ji Tianwu wore a puzzled expression, wondering why they suddenly had to leave after having such a delightful time. Did he perhaps lack funds? Or was there something amiss that drew attention? Chen Fan had suggested leaving, and she did not refuse, following him out. Their actions did not attract the attention of others, as the trading hall was bustling with too many people. Once they returned to the dormitory building, Chen Fan cautiously glanced behind him before retreating to a corner to speak with her. The value of the blood essence stone, while not on par with the phoenix feather, is certainly worth more than this Qiongqi tooth. If not absolutely necessary, do not expose it in front of experts. Throughout their journey, he remained silent and did not look back. Only upon reaching their territory did he discreetly explain. "What?" Ji Tianwu exclaimed in shock, questioning, "How do you know it is more valuable?" But it was given for free. They both had just emerged from Taiping City, and Chen Fan had even less experience than she did. How could he possibly know? Chen Fan made a gesture for silence and replied, "I possess methods to discern their value. Though precious, that phoenix feather is more suited for you. It's simply too expensive and could easily attract unwanted attention. Let us go have dinner, then rest and see what we can learn tomorrow." Seeing no one was paying attention, they quietly slipped into the basement cafeteria. The Ji Tianwu then realized that what had been gifted to her was truly valuable. Though the tooth had cost a fortune, it was insignificant in comparison. She hastily declared, "Then, the blood essence stone is yours. I want that tooth. After all, your strength is somewhat lower than mine, so you need the benefits more." As she spoke, she prepared a hand over the blood essence stone. Chun Fan immediately shook his head in refusal, showing no desire for it. After enjoying a sumptuous meal in the cafeteria, under the watchful eyes of several classmates, they returned to their dormitory on the 4th floor. Let us head back. The night in Shadow City is surely different from that in Taiping City. Chun Fan bid farewell to Ji Tianwu, leaving the Azure Dragon blood essence behind as he returned to his room. Though it was still not yet 7 p.m., the sun had already set. Looking out the window, he could only see a faint glimmer at the horizon. While the ground had almost succumbed to darkness, the city's usual clamor was hardly perceivable. Although the streetlights shone brightly and many buildings radiated light, the vibrant ambience of neon and nightlife was conspicuously absent. It felt as though a few flickers of light struggled against the enveloping darkness, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, as if something sinister were about to emerge. Across from him, an office building blazed with lights, yet it still lacked a sense of humanity. However, certain sounds belonging to the night drifted through the air. Whiz whiz, chirp, chirp, roar roar, howl. Creatures from myriad races emerged from their lairs. Countless species venturing forth from their hidden abodes, cavorting in the shadows that a world devoid of sunlight was a realm of chaotic revelry, where slaughter commenced in earnest. Without a protective barrier, this world felt extraordinarily perilous. Observing the outside world, Chun Fan sensed a stark contrast to Taiping City. Quiet, serene, and resplendent with light, bustling with traffic, should have been the city's main melody. Yet Shadow City was devoid of such qualities, only dimness, clamor, and hurried movements, as if it were perpetually poised to confront an onslaught from the dark realm. After watching for a while, he ultimately heard no sounds of monstrous incursions into the city, nor any sounds of attacks against the city walls. That it seemed that this human city, standing resolutely upon the earth, was not of interest to the myriad creatures. That it should be fine. I'll focus on enhancing my strength. He settled cross-legged on his bed, commencing his foundational cultivation practices. Instantly, a magnificent golden sea of suffering surged forth, rippling with waves, adorned with flickers of flame that ushered in glimmers of life. Streams of sword energy danced like fish, rising and falling joyfully within the sea of suffering. That a peaceful night passed, and when Chun Fan opened his eyes, everything remained unchanged. Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window, murmuring, merely adhering to a regimented routine of cultivation. My growth is far slower than through fusion. That I urgently require fusion points. A night of meditation had yielded no desired elevation in power. The pace was too slow. Pills, techniques, and martial skills were the essence of enhancing combat strength, and I must seek them out. The scant knowledge imparted in school no longer sufficed for his current progress. Resolving to take action, he promptly washed up, eager to see what decisions the instructors had made. At the moment he stepped out, Ji Tianwu happened to emerge as well. Their eyes met in a shared smile. Good morning. The same word exchanged as a greeting, as if they were in perfect harmony. Locking the door behind him, they proceeded to breakfast. Standing in front of the building, amidst the complex gazes of a multitude of new students, the imposing figure of Fang Xiong stood beneath the flagpole. Upon spotting Chun Fan, he remarked, Chun Fan, you've come out. Yesterday, we reached a decision. For these 3 days, you will attend classes with the students and listen to my lectures. Afterward, you will accompany the swordsmen on missions. His expression bore a hint of discontent, as though he were not entirely pleased with the arrangement. Chun Fan remained indifferent to his demeanor. As long as there were arrangements, he would comply. Every bit of learning was a gain. At precisely 7 o'clock, all 172 students had gathered. Typically, this was the time for classes. Fang Xiong concluded his conversation with Chun Fan, moving among the ranks and proclaiming in a resonant voice, I am aware that many of you are geniuses, hailing from esteemed families. However, I impose one rule. As long as you attend my class, everything must adhere to my regulations. Should anyone refuse, you are to leave immediately. Do you understand? His furious roar made the muscles beneath his vest tremble violently, each muscle appearing as if sculpted from stone, embodying an aura of terrifying strength. Understood. Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring knowledge was innate to students. Fang Xiong nodded in satisfaction, declaring, the body is our foundation for combating the myriad monstrous races. Thus, there is a saying, train the body's sinew, skin, and bones externally, while drawing in spiritual energy to enhance cultivation internally. My primary focus will be on sinew and skin, necessitating an exceptionally strong will to fortify oneself. The ultimate goal is to compete in physical prowess with the vile creatures of the myriad races, tearing them apart with bare hands. The first step was to select suitable individuals. Into the iron pot, he commanded, waving his hand to direct everyone into a nearby enormous building. Before them lay an unimaginably large iron pot, bubbling vigorously, steam rising and filling the entire floor with moisture. Regardless of gender, jump in. Those capable of remaining for over an hour shall proceed to the next stage. Go. His cold and heavy voice reverberated through the space, stirring the hearts of all the students. Faced with such a terrifying iron pot, even those at the Golden Bridge level felt as though they would be boiled alive. Was this not a death sentence? Chun Fan did not hesitate and was the first to leap into the fray. Since this was a form of cultivation, it was unlikely to endanger his life. Although it appeared perilous, he should remain unscathed. Moreover, having integrated the ember fire, his body no longer felt the heat as acutely as before. Upon plunging in, he found the temperature quite agreeable, akin to that of a hot spring that as he leisurely floated. It felt less like being submerged in boiling water, and more like indulging in a soothing spa experience. The other students exchanged glances, observing that he seemed capable of enduring this for an entire day. An hour was hardly a challenge. Ji Tianwu pondered for a moment before following suit and jumping in. Chapter 26. The remaining 30-second challenge. In an instant, Ji Tianwu furrowed her brows, unable to suppress her exclamation. Ah! It's so hot! The bubbling hot water, even with some medicinal herbs infused, was still quite temperate. Being thrust into it unexpectedly was unbearable. Even with her vital energy shielding her body, the pain remained intolerable. Upon hearing her scream, the others quickly realized Chun Fan's extraordinary resilience. Damn it, Chun Fan can't be faking it, can he? Even those at the Golden Bridge realm can't withstand this. How can he? This is sinister. Deliberately luring us into a trap. What kind of nonsense is this? Oh please, perhaps it's just a matter of differing tolerances. The instructor mentioned that anyone unable to endure for less than an hour should leave immediately. Amidst the murmurs, some cautiously stepped into the hot water. Everyone unanimously felt the scalding heat. Straining to circulate their energy for protection, they endeavored to train their bodies in the boiling water. They were unaware of whether this would actually benefit them. Yet they could only grit their teeth and endure. Ji Tianwu, enduring the searing heat, approached Chun Fan. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Heavens, how can you be so at ease? I feel like my heart might explode from the heat. It's unbearable." Chun Fan appeared as though he were reveling in a hot spring, remaining composed and utterly comfortable. Perhaps it's just the after effects of being roasted by the fiery tree demon yesterday. This temperature is nothing to me. Having integrated the ember fire yesterday, every cell in his body had endured intense trials. Today, this was merely trivial. Ji Tianwu suddenly recalled that Chun Fan had suffered severe burns yesterday, his skin peeling away to reveal a new layer. Perhaps this was the crux of his resilience. She dared not speak further, forcing herself to circulate her energy to protect her skin. The others, faring similarly to Ji Tianwu, struggled in the boiling water, only able to maintain their energy to shield their bodies. Even a few individuals with formidable physical strength found the heat unbearable. Feng Xiong, astonished by Chun Fan's capacity to endure, felt he had stumbled upon a treasure and sought to carve his own path. Standing by the iron pot, he bellowed, "Everyone, heed my guidance. Sink your energy into your dantian and endure the scorching sea. Draw your vital energy beneath your skin." True skin training certainly isn't achieved merely by soaking in boiling water. It requires genuine practice. Ultimately, over 100 individuals stood in the boiling water, gradually beginning to relinquish the barrier between their skin and the hot water, absorbing the medicinal properties and forcibly enhancing their skin's toughness and resilience. Occasionally, some who could not bear the heat chose to exit the large iron pot. Not everyone could endure this, nor was everyone suited for body training. Chun Fan cherished this opportunity immensely. As long as he could strengthen himself and gain the power for vengeance, this minor discomfort was inconsequential. Moreover, he did not perceive it as painful. Rather, it felt like merely another method of cultivation. Methodically following the group's training, within an hour, More than half of the students had exited the iron pot, leaving only 30 remaining, each resembling serene monks, floating in the boiling water, with only their heads visible. Their expressions tranquil as they closed their eyes to regulate their breath. You needn't stay any longer. Skin training is irrelevant to you. You may leave. Fang Xiong shooed the drenched newcomers out of the building, leaving behind 30 students, with only their heads bobbing in the steaming water as time passed. The better part of a day slipped away. When Chen Fan finally opened his eyes, the water in the iron pot had ceased boiling. The steam long dissipated. The water was no longer the murky black it had once been, now remarkably clearer, floating with a thick layer of medicinal residue. Stretching his body revealed no discomfort. He had gained a slight benefit. As his skin felt tighter, with his hair follicles contracting, making it difficult to see any pores point one by one, the others began to awaken, also checking their conditions. Heavens, I feel like my skin could rival ordinary cowhide. It feels so tight. The water had cleared, revealing various medicinal residues at the bottom that I thought I might end up cooked. My skin feels so much better. Even children can't compare to me. A chorus of voices erupted, each filled with joy. That Ji Tianwu approached Chen Fan, her face brimming with excitement. Brother Fan, I made it through. I never expected my previously injured skin to have healed completely at first. I thought I would end up like Teacher Fang, all muscular, but that is not the case at all. She pointed to the scars on her arm, her expression animated. Chen Fan found it difficult to comprehend the peculiarities of women's concerns. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Xiong's booming voice interrupted. Since you're awake, let us have a meal. This afternoon, we'll proceed to bone training. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly responded. Yes, they scrambled out of the iron pot, drenched, rushing back to change into dry clothes before hastily eating. 2 hours later, they reconvened on the training field, all lined up. Fang Xiong pointed at the building from the morning and shouted, "Immediately head to the second floor. No one is permitted to use the scorching sea vital energy for protection. You must endure the strikes. Enter through the north door and exit through the south. Don't blame me for not forewarning you. Once you circulate your energy, the machine will register a change, increasing the intensity of the blows. Broken bones and torn muscles will be the least of your worries. In this challenge, regardless of whether you can endure it or not, you must walk out on your own. The training is not just for your bones, but for your spines. You must confront danger, face challenges, and possess an unyielding backbone. If even one of you crawls out, you will lose the opportunity to venture outside the city. The outside world is not suited for you." His furious roars caused the newcomers to instinctively tighten their hearts, quickly deducing that all the new arrivals would likely have to endure this trial. If they could not withstand the excruciating pain, there was indeed no need for them to venture into battle. Chen Fan, however, remained unfazed. Whether it hurt or not could not deter his thirst for vengeance. He followed the others up to the second floor of the building. At the entrance stood a single scanner, and within the room lay irregularly arranged mechanical arms holding metal rods. They could see the door on the other side, seemingly just 30 meters away. Fang Xiong stood at the entrance, gesturing towards the scanner. It can measure the hardness of each person's bones. The data will determine the maximum impact they can withstand. Who wants to try first? Let us hope for a good start, and no one screams in agony right away. His words immediately instilled trepidation in all the students, imagining the pain behind a warrior's scream. Zhao Yi was the first to glance at Chen Fan. Since he had caught the attention of numerous instructors, it would be fitting for him to go first. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it might draw scrutiny. Lin Yu, eager to showcase his abilities, saw this as an excellent opportunity. One of the remaining 30, believing himself to be at the Golden Bridge realm. He felt he was stronger than Chen Fan. He boldly declared, "I'll go first," casting a glance at Chen Fan. He stepped onto the scanner. Chen Fan paid him no mind, his gaze fixated on the display screen of the scanner. 1098. Fang Xiong's voice boomed. The display shows 1098, which means each strike will exceed a ton of force. Enjoy it. With a shove to Lin Yu's shoulder, he propelled him through the door. Once inside, the sensors detected his presence, and the mechanical arms immediately activated to strike. Creak buzz. The whirring of motors filled the air as the metal rods lifted and swung mercilessly towards Lin Yu. Thud crack. A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed in the ears of the onlookers, and their faces collectively paled. Chapter 27. A monster. A monster on par with all races. No one had anticipated that entering would entail enduring such excruciating attacks. Bone fractures. Traversing 30 meters would surely leave one battered and broken. Yet they were expected to walk out intact, bearing their injuries. The series of harsh rules left them feeling duped. Bang, bang, bang. The metal rods in the robot's hands showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly hammering down. Chaotic and uncoordinated, at least 6 metal rods struck him simultaneously. Dodge! In a dream, oh, ugh! As Lin Yu attempted to block with his arm, he felt a rod snap his bone. The pain was unbearable, forcing a muffled groan from his lips. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. Having never faced adversity in his life, he felt as though he might be beaten to death by the erratic strikes. His body swayed left and right as he desperately tried to evade the blows. Yet he was easily struck. His once proud agility proved useless here. Fearful of circulating his energy, the pain lingered, further impeding his speed. Struggling to move forward, thuds resounded from his arms, thighs, and body as he was continuously struck. Had he not been holding his breath, he would have undoubtedly cried out in agony. Fang Xiong remarked at the entrance. He underwent skin training this morning. Otherwise, he would be left in tatters. Blood splattering everywhere. Next, the sooner you go in, the less pressure you'll face. A mere utterance, it seems, brings forth an overwhelming psychological burden upon the new students. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu has already showcased commendable performance. Upon hearing that someone might suffer grievous harm, Ji Tianwu immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me, I wish to avoid bloodshed." As she spoke, she stood before the testing device, which displayed an astonishing result of 1437, leaving many students astounded. For Lin Yu stood as the foremost among the newcomers, capable of enduring a weight of 1 ton. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the petite girl who leaped forward surpassed him by over 300 units. Fang Xiong could not help but cast a second glance at her, murmuring, "What a promising talent. We must not let her potential go to waste." Contemplating the notion of discreetly guiding her, he mused. Is it possible that Ji Tianwu possesses a physical resilience greater than Lin Yu, the top performer? We were all deceived by her charming exterior. She is indeed the foremost, always hidden beside Qin Fan. Truly remarkable. Enough. I feel like crying. I doubt I can even reach 300, as they engage in various discussions. Qin Fan silently approached the testing device, where the numbers on the display began to fluctuate wildly. In an instant, all attention was drawn to him as the numbers buzzed, ultimately culminating at a staggering 10,000, triggering a flashing red alarm. What? Impossible! You can withstand a 10-ton impact, more formidable than the creatures of myriad races? Fang Xiong's eyes nearly popped out in shock as he exclaimed. Then, as if recalling something, he hastily pushed Qin Fan forward, saying, "You cannot remain standing. The machinist's limit is 10,000. I can barely reach that. What can I teach? Hurry in. If you feel the impact is insufficient, perhaps you could try your luck. It might enhance the force." Alas, he felt thwarted. Just moments ago, he believed he had identified a strong student, only to discover that the individual was a freak of nature, with a physical strength far surpassing his own. His heart sank under the weight of this revelation. It was utterly absurd. Who, then, was the true teacher? If he had tested and found 60-20 to be the limit, how could it be that Qin Fan had reached the machine's maximum? Goodness, does this not imply that his physical strength is tenfold that of Lin Yu? No wonder rumors circulated about him slaying elite-level monsters. His resources must be immense. Truly, he is a student worthy of the teacher's attention, immensely powerful. A monster, indeed. He is the real monster, and the creatures of myriad races would likely only stare in awe before him. After Fang Xiong's exclamation, many students voiced their astonishment, feeling for the first time the insurmountable chasm between themselves and Qin Fan. They suddenly comprehended that the tales of vanquishing the stitched beast were not mere fabrications. "Look!" The metal rod, when it struck him, bent, someone shouted, instantly capturing the crowd's gaze. Undoubtedly, when the metal rod struck Ji Tianwu, spectators anticipated her petite frame would crumple under the blow. However, upon striking Qin Fan, it bent, showcasing the extraordinary resilience of his physique. 10 tons of force bore down upon him. Yet he remained unscathed, more formidable than the creatures of myriad races, resembling a true monster, that if one were to invite the creatures of myriad races to test their mettle against him, they would likely falter. Had one not been aware of his 36 ancestors who perished while aboard the same aircraft en route to hunting Shadow City, they might have suspected him to be a spy for the myriad races. How could a human possess such formidable physical prowess? Fang Xiong, too, was left dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, he activated the communicator and addressed the other students, quickly, one by one, stepped forward. He then retreated to a corner. Dialing contacts of others. Chun Fan's might must be conveyed to certain individuals that as for the opinions of outsiders. Chun Fan remained indifferent, immersed in the sensations of his body's newfound strength, having integrated ultra-titanium ore, rendering his physical resilience comparable to that of a leader-level being. 10 tons of weight fell upon him, yet he felt no harm. The value of 1,000 fusion points was immeasurable. Even should his weapon shatter in the future, his body would remain a formidable weapon, terrifying. He himself found it astonishing. When the iron rod of the machine's arm struck him, it merely caused a fleeting sting, no further reaction. His arms, back, thighs, and calves endured attacks from all angles. Yet he transformed into an impenetrable fortress. Channeling his inner energy, he endeavored to test an increase in offensive power, yet to no avail that he speculated that the testing device had reached its limits, rendering his offensive power insufficient. Casually, he strolled to catch up with Ji Tianwu, who appeared pale, her muscles trembling, and her bones creaking, in stark contrast to Chun Fan's ease. With a pained smile, she remarked, "Brother Fan, you are incredible. I can barely withstand it any longer." As she spoke, a rod swung toward her neck. Chun Fan saw the impending danger, but refrained from intervening. The force, meticulously calibrated, varied depending on the targeted area. Should it strike her neck with the same force as it would her thigh, it would undoubtedly break her neck. Thud. Ji Tianwu's neck twisted at an awkward angle, pain distorting her features, the agony she bore, coupled with her pitiful expression, merged into one. Endure. We shall soon catch up to Lin Yu, and we must not crawl out. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Fan withstood the barrage of attacks without a hint of reaction. Only the fabric of his clothing showed signs of wear. On the verge of destruction, the two conversed. Their dialogue served to distract from the onslaught, and they forged ahead together. The subsequent entrants, even the strongest among them, barely reached 900 kilograms, unable to keep pace with Lin Yu. Qin Fun, 899 kilograms. Zhao Yi, 340 kilograms. Yuling Hai, for 10 kilograms. Qin Kuan, 380 kilograms. Those who had endured the iron pot stewing earlier displayed taut skin and remarkable resilience, while the others, unable to withstand the ordeal, indeed suffered grievously. As Fang Xiong had foretold, their cries of agony and desperation echoed, unrestrained and devoid of dignity. Upon emerging, Chun Fan found his clothing nearly disintegrated, fluttering like butterflies, revealing his muscular physique. Lin Yu, leaning against the wall in evident pain, trembled as he observed Chun Fan's unyielding demeanor, a surge of rage swelling within him that he, the foremost, now outshone by another. Was his physical strength truly tenfold inferior? He was aware he was in the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm, the strongest among the newcomers in the entire school. How could he be so vastly outmatched? Chapter 28. I cannot teach you, you must depart. Lin Yu felt indignant, and Qin Fan shared his sentiments. Spitting blood, he staggered forward, his legs quaking, nearly collapsing. Yet he beheld Chun Fan supporting Ji Tianwu, gazing out the window into the distance that a mouthful of blood escaped him, and he could not fathom that Chun Fan was genuinely that powerful. Surely, he must have employed some bizarre means. After Fang Xiong finished his call and returned, he scrutinized the relatively slender Chun Fan, clicking his tongue in disbelief. The strength of his skeletal structure was nearly twice that of Fang Xiong's own. Initially intending to guide him towards greater strength, he now realized he could offer little more than a modicum of wisdom. Once his realm ascended, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the creatures of myriad races. Approaching, he placed a hand on Chun Fan's shoulder and inquired, "Before your awakening, did you train your body with your family? What is your name? Your foundation is exceptionally robust." He was eager to discern the identities of Chun Fan's ancestors and how he had been nurtured from a young age to develop such strength. Chun Fan had pondered a plausible explanation just the previous day. Upon hearing Fang Xiong's question, clarity dawned upon him. Indeed, he could attribute his strength to his parents and elders. Thus, with a calm demeanor, he replied, "Since I was 3 years old, my great-grandfather has been cultivating my strength, asserting that a strong body is fundamental. Fabricating a story, he knew it would be difficult to verify, conveniently providing himself a rationale for his own cultivation journey. Fang Xiong nodded knowingly. No wonder. You have trained for over a decade. My modest skills would be of little value before you. He had already informed his master that when he arrived in Yashan City, he should seek out someone named Tian, she to learn the bone refinement technique, that I possess a notebook he left for me. I shall review it tonight and return it to you by tomorrow. Should you glean any insights, do not trouble yourself to learn from me. Instead, train with the sword master. As he concluded, a look of frustration crossed his face that he had initially sought to compete for the title of the best disciple, only to find himself unable to guide Chen Fan. Where could he voice his grievances? It appeared they were fated to lack a master-student bond. He could not afford to delay Chen Fan's growth. The students who emerged after hearing Fang Xiong's words bore complex expressions. The teacher himself had acknowledged he had little to offer in guidance, highlighting the terrifying strength of Chen Fan's physique. Especially for Zhao Yi, who had just emerged, bloodied and with teeth knocked out. Upon hearing this, he promptly fainted, consumed by a singular thought. Why not me? Lin Yu felt rage bubbling within him, despite his commendable performance. He was overshadowed by Chen Fan, but he was finally about to depart, and the position of first would soon revert to him. Qin Fan was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he existed in an entirely different realm. The disparity in physical strength was insurmountable. Chen Fan, too, was taken aback. After merely 2 tests, his instructor had ceased teaching. Was this how a teacher behaved? Receiving the handwritten notebook with resignation, he lamented, "Is there truly no way to impart even a single technique to me? The alloy knife lacks sufficient durability. It shatters within a day. I must at least have a means of self-defense, right? A set of martial arts is surely better than leaving with nothing." Yet again, he turned to physical prowess, which had proven reliable. After enduring so many blows, he remained unscathed. Lin Yu, Qin Fan, and Yu Linghai were left speechless. The instructor had declared he could no longer provide guidance. Yet Chen Fan still yearned for martial techniques. Was he attempting to extract every last ounce from a person, or simply to humiliate him? Fang Xiong blinked, his robust frame stepping back 2 paces as he declared, "You return to your studies for now? We shall discuss this later. They say I cannot guide you. Do they not grasp the implications? I am not equipped to teach, and should my efforts prove ineffective, I would be subject to ridicule. After all, the others are children too. Everyone else, gather immediately and prepare for body tempering. Otherwise, the pain in your bodies will linger for quite some time," leaving Chen Fan behind. Ji Tianwu gestured to him with an encouraging sign, urging him to head back first, and I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Ji Tianwu and Fang Xiong, Chen Fan made his solitary way back to the dormitory. The time was barely 3 o'clock, with ample opportunity to review his notes. Though referred to as a manual, it was essentially Tian Shi's musings and insights into cultivation, detailing the path of physical training, methods for enhancing bloodlines and foundations, as well as the conditioning of muscles, skin, and the stimulation of true energy, among other things. That IT encapsulated a journey that allowed one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the colossal beasts of myriad races, embodying the audacity to rend them asunder, thus forging a distinct path in cultivation. Ultimately, it summarized the body tempering technique known as the heavenly thunder tempering. Naturally, one could not initially withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder, which would lead to instant demise. The process was divided into 3 stages: Copper Head, Iron Arms, invoking thunder into the body, and Thunder God Body. It was said that Tian Shi himself remained at the 2nd stage. Enveloped in the might of thunder, with strength beyond measure that in combat, he could undoubtedly rend the myriad races apart. A fearsome sight indeed. Legend had it that he resembled a humanoid thunder beast, possessing detailed training methods and a corresponding self-created boxing technique. The Thunderbolt Fist, concentrating all one's might into a single, devastating strike. Chen Fan's interest was piqued upon reading the name of the boxing technique. Although he could not yet achieve the Copperhead, Iron Arm state, he was close that if he were to find a few more super titanium ores and integrate them into his body, he was certain he could attain it. Following the guidance on true energy manipulation provided, he spent a grueling 3 hours before managing to maintain control, with a powerful punch directed into the void. The air trembled, creating a gust that swept towards the door. Thud. The force struck the door, resounding loudly, and away. I am merely at the Bittersea realm, unable to project true energy outward, yet I have already generated a shockwave. This boxing technique is formidable. I must seek an opportunity to test it. That he felt a surge of delight, knowing he was vastly more powerful than before, despite lacking martial skills. Every technique was a culmination of the wisdom of predecessors. Crafted through extensive trial and error, he stood upon the shoulders of giants, grasping the essence of their findings. Just as he prepared to learn the second punch, a knock at the door interrupted him. Momentarily taken aback, he noticed the sun had dipped slightly, casting a dimmer light outside. Hastily, he set aside his notebook and grabbed his keys to open the door. Standing outside was Ji Tianwu, looking refreshed and impeccably dressed. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Come, let us dine. I am famished." She clutched her stomach with her left hand, rubbing it incessantly to illustrate her hunger. "All right, let us go." The two made their way to the basement, where Ji Tianwu ordered double her usual portion. Chun Fan watched in astonishment, pondering what they had been up to after he left that could render them so ravenous. They wasted no time diving into their meals, neglecting to engage in any idle chatter with him. The speed at which they consumed their food was astonishing, as if a tempest had swept through. The other students were similarly inclined, the table laden with an abundance of dishes, all partaking in a frenzied feast. Chun Fan was perhaps the only one savoring his food slowly, bewildered by the scene around him. That it was only when everyone had finished their meals, satisfaction etched on their faces, that he turned to Ji Tianwu and inquired, "What transpired? What did you all do after I left?" Everyone appears to have healed and devoured such a feast. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend the events. Surely, it was another one of Fang Xiong's peculiar tactics that Ji Tianwu refrained from elaborating, instead lifting her meal container to refill it with another half-serving, settling down before Chun Fan. The total amount of food now exceeded even what he had consumed. He could not help but wonder where her petite frame could possibly accommodate such a quantity. The more she withheld information, the more anxious he became, wishing he could peer into her mind. After their meal, Ji Tianwu set down her utensils, exhaling deeply as she remarked, "Do not mention it. We were placed into a cultivation pod filled with a green liquid that I have no idea what it was, but it rapidly healed our injuries. However, it consumed an immense amount of energy that I depleted all my stored energy before the process completed the forging of my bones. Did you not notice I grew 5 centimeters taller this afternoon? Luckily, I brought my training outfit, which is a bit loose. Otherwise, it would have been quite unseemly." Had she not mentioned it, Chun Fan would not have realized her sudden height increased. He surmised it must have been a special concoction developed for treating war injuries, enhancing strength in a single revitalization. Nodding in understanding, he replied, "Ah, that explains why you have such an appetite. You must be utterly exhausted. You should rest early." "Indeed, I am quite fatigued," she admitted. "Shall we head back?" Ji Tianwu concurred, rising as she continued. "If it weren't for this unbearable hunger, I would have gone straight to sleep. That is truly alarming." Over 30 students were eliminated today, set to join the city guard. If one cannot pass the first trial, they must undergo federal education before they can traverse the world independently. As they walked out, she expressed her sentiments with a hint of sorrow. Alas, among them were 2 at the Golden Bridge realm, high level, yet with feeble foundations, merely elevated through medicinal means. Her words conveyed a sense of lamentation, clearly indicating the staggering rate of elimination. Chun Fan comprehended why they were organized for this training. It was essentially a means to filter talent. Elimination was commonplace. Even among martial artists, there existed a disparity of strength. By the way, I may be heading out with the Blade Master tomorrow and might not return. You should take care. Chun Fan was eager to witness the wilderness at night and understood that if the Blade Master could not remain outdoors, he too would have to return. "That I understand," Ji Tianwu replied, casting a glance at him as they exited the basement. As they reached the stairwell, she looked up at him and said, "Perhaps we will part ways starting tomorrow. The Shadow City is merely our first stop. There are countless paths ahead of us. I hope we can both reach the end and face the myriad races in battle." Her confidence radiated, as she believed she could overcome the 10 heavens trials. With ancestral lineage of warriors, the blood of battle emperors awakened within her, compelling her to achieve the accomplishments of her forebears, an aspiration unfulfilled by generations past. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I pledge to you that regardless of the battles that lie ahead, I will remember that someone waits for me beyond the gates." As he spoke, he extended his pinky finger, his eyes glimmering with determination. This was a childhood promise. Though rarely invoked, it was familiar to both. The Ji Tianwu also extended her pinky, intertwining it with his, declaring, "Pinky swear, we shall not change for 100 years. Whoever breaks this promise shall be a little dog. Brother Fan, you must remember, if we happen to part ways unexpectedly, I will surely traverse the 10 heavens trials to wait for you." Her eyes shone with resolve as she vowed a promise to last a lifetime. Absolutely. Chen Fan affirmed their pact. Though they may not part, it was wise to prepare for all possibilities. Exhausted, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Chen Fan found the content of his notebook quite valuable. With only one night to spare, he resolved to study diligently before resting, committing the subsequent material to memory. For anything he could not retain, he would take photographs with his communicator. However, the content was intentionally disordered, preventing any potential hackers from discovering secrets and leaking them. The Thunderbolt Fist. Having learned 3 punches, he understood that sheer physical power could yield terrifying attacks. With a sense of assurance, he continued his cultivation until dawn. Before the morning assembly, Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu encountered Fang Xiong. Handing over Tianxi's notebook, he expressed, "Thank you, teacher. I have gained immensely. The next time I face the Stitch monster, I will shatter their skull with a single punch." He brimmed with confidence. Fang Xiong regarded him as one might a peculiar creature, chewing his words thoughtfully. "Your talent is extraordinary. How many punches have you mastered?" Having perused the notebook himself, he knew his own aptitude was limited. Struggling to grasp even a single punch. Due to time constraints, I have only mastered 3 punches. The trajectory of true energy is too simplistic and blunt. I find it quite challenging. 3 punches in one afternoon? Fang Xiong exclaimed, then abruptly recalled himself. Quickly suppressing his voice, the Dou realized that Tianxi's top disciple took 3 days to master a single punch. He has been recognized by Tianxi as a successor. You must hasten your cultivation and make your way to Yashan City. He no longer wished to converse with Chen Fan. Comparing oneself to others could lead to despair. The Ji Tianwu discerned Chen Fan's exceptional talent, far surpassing Fang Xiong's capabilities. Observing Fang Xiong's despondent demeanor, she felt elated for Chen Fan. Wow, Brother Fan, you are incredible. The more remarkable he became, the more her heart swelled with joy, affirming the potential for a brighter future. Chen Fan feigned innocence, replying, "I am unsure what you mean that he mentioned it was merely an afternoon's effort. I dedicated myself to learning." "Teacher, here is the notebook. What about the Blade Master?" With the boxing technique acquired, he was eager to venture outside and test its might. Just as he finished speaking, 2 individuals approached from across the street, each burdened with large bundles, one of them carrying an additional item. "Old Fang, I never expected to see you concede. Are you now competing with us for disciples?" The speaker, none other than the swordsman from the day before, was accompanied by Ge Chun, who was burdened with a large luggage roll. Upon reaching Chen Fan, he tossed it to him, who instinctively caught it with a puzzled expression. "Are we really bringing all this out of the city? We need to take you away for 3 to 5 days. And accommodations will be required at night." Ge Chen's words indicated that they would not be returning until evening. Chen Fan immediately turned to Ji Tianwu and said, "Take care of yourself. I will leave with them for now." As he spoke, he slung the nearly half-person-high backpack onto his back, heavy with an unknown load, yet it felt inconsequential to him. The Ji Tianwu adjusted her clothes and softly said, "Take care. I hope you return safely." Just yesterday evening, they had made this agreement, and now, as morning arrived, they were truly parting ways. Chen Fan suddenly embraced her, then released her and walked over to Ge Chun, saying, "Let us go, hunt some monsters." He did not wish to look back, unsure of how to face Ji Tianwu again. "Let us proceed." Although Ge Chun had lost a leg, his pace remained unimpeded as he led Chen Fan toward the southern city gate. Ji Tianwu gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure, rendered speechless, her eyes gradually misting over with tears of farewell. Tio enhance their strength and survive in these tumultuous times. Each person must bear their distinct fate. They had never been apart before, and now it was uncertain when they would meet again. "Brother Fan, take care. The day after tomorrow, I may also have to leave. My path lies beyond Shadow City." Her family had prepared for her departure in advance, already arranging her future. While Taiping City had many restrictions, the outside world offered abundant opportunities. Chapter 30. Inheritance and education. Chen Fan was unaware of Ji Tianwu's intentions as he bid farewell to the comforts of city life. Stepping into the perilous wilderness, for those who had experienced life and death, the outside world was fraught with dangers and challenges for survival. Yet for him, venturing into the wild was the only way to gain greater benefits, integrating with a myriad of things in the world to strengthen himself, enhance his abilities, and fulfill his dreams. With a resolute expression, he stepped out of the city gates. After walking a mere 10 meters, he glanced back that on the towering walls, he could clearly see various forms of human corpses. A sight that remained shocking and heart-wrenching. He could only wonder what sacrifices countless predecessors had made for the continuation of humanity. Even in death, they guarded this cherished land, embodying the essence of selflessness and dedication. Some appeared majestic, others like great Buddhas. Some exuded an aura of sword energy, while others dominated the world. They must have been extraordinary figures in life to achieve immortality and death as guardians. Some had decayed, revealing glowing bones. White, black, all marked by scars, attesting to unimaginable battles they had endured. Predecessors, you are greater than my own family, that we must stand tall, drive out all races, and restore the glory of humanity. Chen Fan silently vowed as he regarded each corpse. That moment, Guchen's voice broke through his thoughts. My former dream was to become a statue, protecting future generations. Who would have thought that I would be too gravely injured to reach the five divine realm and unable to condense the bones of slaughter? Alas, his sigh resonated with Chen Fan, imparting a profound sense of awe. The true backbone of humanity's survival lay with teachers, the spiritual legacy of those who came before, serving as a fundamental lesson for countless descendants. The swordsman interjected, I strive to enhance my strength, but I must also leave descendants to carry on our lineage. Inheritance must not be severed. Though his body was intact, he refrained from pursuing more dangerous borders for now, all contributing to the continuity of humanity and subtly instilling in Chen Fan the philosophy of life. Inheritance, through words and actions, is the true essence of legacy. After 3 minutes of silence, Guchen tossed him a knife, saying, Let us go. That I heard your alloy sword shattered in a day, so I prepared a bone sword for you. May you learn more martial skills and slay all creatures, crafted from the bones of a commanding-level sword-backed tiger. This weapon could withstand immense force. In the time it took to explain, Chen Fan had already grasped the oddly shaped long knife. The hilt featured an additional guard, suggesting it could employ entirely different methods of attack. At a length of 1.2 meters, it was exceedingly heavy, with an exceptionally sharp, elongated blade and serrated spine. Any creature pierced by such a long knife would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds. To anyone, this weapon seemed terrifyingly formidable. Chen Fan sensed it weighed at least 100 pounds, far heavier than the alloy sword. With a smile, he said, Thank you, Teacher Good. I wonder how much strength it can withstand in my attacks. Hopefully, I can use it multiple times. Yet he knew in his heart how much this knife must have cost him in federal currency. That take care of himself. Guchen truly went all out. In the future, if the opportunity arose, he would find a way to alleviate the irreversible injuries Guchen bore. The favor of the knife must be repaid. However, he kept this thought to himself. Just after finishing his words, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected the fusionable item, bone sword. Enhancing finger bone sharpness requires 200 fusion points. Chen Fan blinked, feeling the moment had come to integrate. He mustn't waste this opportunity. That if his fingers became extraordinarily sharp, he would no longer need a long knife. No need for thanks. Meanwhile, the swordsman pulled a half-body armor adorned with mysterious patterns from his pack and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, This is a runic armor. The runes inscribed can defend against fire, poison, and other threats to night. It can also ward off the ever-present ghost and shadow races, revealing their presence. He stepped forward and helped fasten it over Chen Fan's clothing. Once secured, it protected vital areas such as the chest and abdomen without hindering movement. Thank you, Teacher Swordsman. You are all so kind to me. He had been pondering how to cope with the ghost races and others at night, only to find that his teachers had already devised a solution. That on the other side, Guchen, seeing them ready, said, Let us go and see how well you wield your sword. It's essential to have a sense of your abilities for future guidance. Indeed, let us seek an elite-level monster to test your skills. I heard you have slain one before. The swordsman agreed, beckoning them both to set off. As they walked, Good Chun had depthly instructed Chun Fan on how to discern where monsters lurked versus ordinary trees and stones. It was then that Chun Fan understood why Ji Tianwu could quickly identify danger. She had received guidance from her teachers and possessed extensive experience. Each point was corroborated by his own observations. Venturing into the wilderness after leaving the city for 500 meters, they occasionally encountered other adventurers. Suddenly, the swordsman cautioned, "In the wild, remember one thing. Harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant. Sometimes you can guard against the slaughter of myriad races. But you may not be able to defend against a treacherous human blade that I in the wild." Free from the constraints of the city and morality, some individuals shed their hypocritical facades, becoming more fearsome than the creatures of myriad races. Chun Fan was taken aback by the swordsman's first piece of advice being to guard against his own kind, that I in the outside world. While it seemed the constraints were lifted, would anyone truly dare to kill at will? He found it hard to believe. Just as his expression changed, Good Chin's voice reached his ears. "Yes, aside from those comrades you know well, be wary of others. Human hearts are inscrutable. You cannot know what others are truly thinking. Some may approach you intentionally as a test stone, some covet your prey, and others seek your equipment, that I in short, it is wise to be cautious." He echoed the sentiment of being wary of humanity. Chun Fan had no choice but to accept this truth. Despite having been taught from a young age that humanity should support each other and not turn a blind eye to suffering. In the wild, it was evident that the raw law of the jungle prevailed. "I understand." As he spoke, Chun Fan swung his sword through a nearby carnivorous flower. The massive bloom shattered into countless fragments before it could close. A red diamond-shaped crystal appeared in the air, which he swiftly seized and placed in his backpack. Slaying the carnivorous flower has granted 50 fusion points. He discovered an energy source for fusion, slightly enhancing his true chi, requiring 50 fusion points. Along the way, Chun Fan dispatched all the myriad creatures he encountered, gaining fusion points while familiarizing himself with his own strength. Although he had learned much over the past 2 days, mastering the power of super titanium ore still required thorough understanding. The swordsman called from behind, "Your strikes should aim for a single decisive kill. You belong to the bold style. However, do not be overly reckless. Rigidity can lead to breakage. Always leave room for adaptability in your swordplay." Chapter 31. The energy of the crystal core and the crisis of the Qiu Long fruit. The voice was not particularly loud, merely instructive. Upon hearing it, Chun Fan paused momentarily, realizing the truth in the statement. Initially, he preferred to resolve conflicts with a single decisive strike, wishing to avoid prolonged entanglements. Even now, without employing any true energy and relying solely on his physical strength, he could still achieve a lethal blow. It seemed imperative that he acquire more defensive techniques. While corroborating his learnings with the swordsman, he continuously refined the direction and angle of his strikes, conserving energy while executing the swiftest method of drawing his blade. After traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, Chun Fan eliminated over 100 low-level Wan Shou creatures. That was not due to a lack of desire to slay elite-level foes, but rather that all had been dispatched by other humans venturing out for training. Those undertaking the missions were diligently striving to enhance their abilities, occasionally encountering fellow humans. Some would greet the swordsman, while others would deliberately avoid interaction, seemingly wary of incurring any trouble. Having amassed another 10,000 fusion points, Chun Fan silently merged all 100 crystal cores. Each of the various races was entirely distinct. Yet he remained unfazed, as there was no need for absorption. The system would automatically filter out impurities at that moment. Guchen remarked, "Do not recklessly absorb the crystal cores. It is best to only absorb those from a single series." The human body is wondrous, capable of accommodating various energies. However, this necessitates a gradual process, and one must consider which type of energy aligns best with them. Discovering the energy that resonates with oneself can lead to remarkable leaps in cultivation. If it does not resonate, it is tantamount to expending great effort for minimal gain. This advice came too late. Chun Fan had already integrated everything into his body. Indeed, the swordsman concurred, adding, "I am more attuned to wind and earth energies, enhancing my speed and the weight of my strikes. Other effects are significantly diminished." Speaking from experience, he shared his insights. Chun Fan blinked, sensing a renewed surge of true energy within his dantian, as if the expanse of his had broadened once more. The golden hue was not merely superficial. It had begun to spread beneath the surface as he advanced toward the latter stages of the realm, as for the notion of achieving minimal results with maximum effort. He felt no such hindrance. With a shift in focus, he inquired, "What is the shortest time for a genius to ascend from the realm to the realm? When can the be expanded?" He wished to ascertain his progress. The swordsman replied promptly, "I have traversed few places, but I have heard online of someone reaching the realm in merely a month. An extraordinary genius, the Chun, deep in thought, added, the most gifted individual I encountered broke through to the realm in just 20 days. He has since been taken under the wing of the King of Men for personal training." His eyes reflected a mixture of nostalgia and yearning, clearly reminiscing about days gone by. 20 days? Chen Fan was uncertain when his own breakthrough would occur, but he felt that surviving in the wilderness for 5 or 6 days would likely suffice for the expansion of the continuous cultivation would invariably lead to its growth. That I have witnessed the most talented individuals reach a vast river-like state. There was one who emanated a 7-colored radiance from within the rumored to possess a 7 treasures body, and he had long since been taken away by a master of the King of Men. Having once opened the divine gate, Gu Chen's experiences far surpassed those of the swordsman. Speaking of past events was merely a journey down memory lane. Chun Fan listened intently, realizing that his own was insignificant in comparison. The 7 treasures body. He was unaware of its specific effects, but it was evident that over a millennium of development had birthed countless prodigies among humanity. As he conversed, Chun Fan had completely merged 100 first-tier crystal cores. His fingers rummaged through his pocket and soon found the Chionchi tooth he had purchased 2 days prior. His eyes brightened. He was eager to discover the effects of enhancing his bloodline. Just as the system prompted him, he unhesitatingly agreed that in an instant, he felt the hard Chionchi tooth radiate warmth, that a surge of heat coursed through his fingers, traveling swiftly up his arm toward his heart. Wherever it passed, he felt an influx of warmth merging into his veins. When the heat reached his heart, his pulse quickened as if a dam had burst. In the next moment, the warm flow, propelled by his heartbeat, spread throughout his body. Though he was uncertain of the specifics, he recognized that the interval between his breaths had lengthened, likely due to an increase in the nutrients being carried. This was a positive development. Clenching his fist slightly, he felt a further enhancement in his muscular strength. While the sensation was not overwhelmingly pronounced, he was certain that the expenditure of 1,000 fusion points had not been in vain. In the presence of Gu Chun and the swordsman, he quietly elevated his power once more, something they would never anticipate. Ahead stood a towering mountain, rugged and sparse in vegetation. Chun Fan stepped forward, eager to discover what treasures it might hold. After taking a few steps, the swordsman suddenly darted to the edge of a massive rock. Chun Fan followed his gaze and found a small, vibrant red tree sprouting from a crevice in the stone. The tree stood merely a foot tall, yet it twisted and turned with 12 bends, each curve adorned with branches that split into 5 delicate twigs. Bearing several small, red leaves, among the crimson foliage hung tiny fruits, reminiscent of droplets of blood. Chiu Long fruit. Old Gu, come quickly and see if this is genuine. Unsure of its authenticity, he called Gu Chen over. Indeed, it is the Chiu Long fruit, and a premium one at that. 12 bends of the Chiu Long fruit. Its function is to replenish blood and possesses unique healing properties for injuries. The only unfortunate aspect is that it has just borne fruit and requires 3 years to mature. If unripe, its effects are greatly diminished, rendering it nearly useless. Gu Chun, clearly well-versed in such matters, promptly identified it and noted the lengthy maturation period, explaining why it remained untouched in this location. Chun Fan approached the small tree. Observing its uniquely twisted form, resembling a 9-clawed red dragon perched upon the clouds, certainly extraordinary. Crouching down, he reached out to touch it, only to be seized by the swordsman, who urged him to step back swiftly. Just as Chun Fan was taken aback, a red bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the crevice where the Chiu Long fruit resided, dashing toward his wrist like a flash of electricity. Despite the swordsman's attempts to pull him back, it was too late. The lightning coiled around his arm. Chun Fan instantly comprehended that it was not that no one had attempted to seize the fruit. Rather, a formidable creature guarded it. The swordsman's warning reached his ears. "No, it's dangerous." Gu Chun, sensing the peril, waved his hand, unleashing a crimson wave of energy toward the red lightning. However, it was ultimately too late. and he could not swiftly neutralize the threat to Chun Fan. Sizzle. The red lightning rapidly entwined around his wrist, breaking through Ge Chen's energy attack that a tremendous pulling force seized Chun Fan's arm, dragging him toward the narrow crevice. Though his arm might fit through, his body certainly would not. At least, not without losing an arm in the process. To be careful. Cut it off. Ge Chen shouted, brandishing a blood-colored longsword, preparing to strike. The swordsman, in tandem, drew his sword from his waist with a fierce shout, aiming to sever the connection and rescue Chun Fan. Little did they expect that, in their focus on Chun Fan, he had unwittingly fallen into a crisis. Chapter 32. The Three-Headed Serpent, learning the sword technique. Just as the attention of both men was riveted upon Chun Fan, two additional red bolts of lightning surged forth from the crevice. The suddenness of the event left them no time to react as the bolts coiled around their necks. Did I end that moment? Both were unable to attend to Chun Fan, prioritizing their immediate defense against the incoming red lightning. As the swordsman attempted to pull Chun Fan back, he remained vigilant. Noticing the red lightning entwining his wrist, he instinctively curled his fingers to grasp it. Accompanied by a slick sensation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Skill available for fusion detected. Spirit's Serpent Bind. Learn the terrifying coiling ability of the Serpent Tribe. Requires 1,000 fusion points. Upon hearing the announcement, Chun Fan realized that he was dealing with an elite-level serpent. He was yanked forward. He seized the opportunity. A surge of power comparable to that of myriad beings erupted within him. He was determined to discover the nature of this creature that lay in wait beneath a spiritual herb, ensnaring humanity. Unaware of how many had already fallen prey, Chun Fan pressed his left hand against the massive rock, halting his forward motion. With his right arm, his muscles bulged, every vein swelling as all his physical strength surged forth. Crack! The red lightning constricting him instantly tightened, emitting a sound akin to steel cables straining to their limit. It seemed on the verge of snapping. Chun Fan felt the tension as the entirety of his weight bore down upon his left hand, resulting in a rather awkward posture. Fortunately, his strength was formidable. His wrist remained uninjured despite the pull. Instead, the sudden surge altered the situation. The red lightning, unable to withstand the pressure, prepared to release its grip on Chun Fan. At that moment, both Ge Chen and the swordsman acted in unison, swiftly severing the two encroaching red bolts, which were instantly cut asunder. Meanwhile, Chun Fan had no intention of relinquishing his hold. He activated the system's fusion power. In the next instant, all struggles from the red lightning ceased, transforming into a dull gray as though it had drained of all vitality. Threads of crimson light streamed from it toward Chun Fan's arm, surging into his body. The system's voice chimed once more. Eliminated the three-headed serpent, rewarded with 1,500 fusion points, proving that this is an elite-level monster. Its strength is not particularly formidable. It is only difficult to deal with because it lurks in the shadows, striking stealthily at unsuspecting victims. The powerful are too lethargic to engage, while the weak are rendered powerless. After all, the Qiulong fruit has not yet matured, and relocating it may not guarantee its survival. Upon hearing the system's notification that the three-headed serpent had perished, Chun Fan exerted himself to drag the corpse, but he suddenly perceived a new pattern of serpentine movement in his mind, a blend of entanglement and tearing, a straightforward yet incisive method of attack. When still, one is unremarkable. When in motion, however, one can astonish. Even the most skilled may fall victim to a single, devastating blow. Though it may not quite match Tianxi's lethal strike, it serves as a commendable trump card. An additional skill equates to a greater chance of survival. Who would have imagined that a fighter employing the valiant fist technique would suddenly resort to the serpentine entanglement? With an explosive display of strength, he forcibly extracted the three-headed serpent's body from a crevice barely a foot wide. The three heads, reminiscent of cobras, along with its sleek black scales and a 10-meter-long body, were almost torn asunder by Chun. The sheer force of it caused Ge Chen and his companion's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Truly, one who cannot be taught even by Feng Xiong, yet can wrest the tongue from a three-headed serpent of equal rank. Frightening, they were powerful beings of the Holy Lotus Realm, yet felt a chill in his presence, as though facing a terrifying master. Chun Fan glanced at the 10-meter-long serpent and remarked, "Now we can take this Qiulong fruit tree with us. Can we not? We shall consume it by noon." With that, his hand reached once more for the Qiulong fruit. Should fortune favor him, He would not squander the opportunity. The system discerned this to he, Chun, momentarily taken aback. Wondered if this fellow had no memory. Was he returning again? The swordsman remained vigilant, fixated on the fissure, ever prepared to strike at any creature that might emerge. However, they miscalculated. Chun Fan grasped the Qiulong fruit, intending to extract it in one motion, only to discover that its roots were entrenched in the stone, not embedded in soil. This posed a challenge. If he pulled too forcefully, he would sever all the roots, ensuring its demise. Conversely, if he exerted too little effort, it would remain lodged, potentially falling into the hands of another. Ji Chun and his companion, having never encountered a Qiulong fruit in the wild, found themselves at an impasse. Should they abandon it? They feared that someone else might seize it, making it more prudent to take it themselves. Yet if they did not persevere, the fruit would remain useless until its maturation. Chun Fan clung to it, and the system chimed with an alert. Fusion energy detected. Qiulong fruit enhances bloodline power and increases true energy. Requires 500 fusion points. It sounded less rewarding than the three-headed serpent's bounty, indicating that its effects were rather underwhelming compared to its potential when fully matured. Thus, he felt no regret and declared, "I shall take the three-headed serpent I have slain. If it can survive once returned, I shall nurture it, and if not, then it shall not benefit any other creature." It was a natural inclination. Who would not desire to keep precious treasures for themselves, especially after narrowly escaping harm? Guqin contemplated this and said, "In that case, when you cut it, take along the surrounding stones to provide it with the necessary nutrients." Everyone sought to cultivate spiritual fruits. It was indeed the right course of action. The three collaborated to hew 2 stones, crafting a stone box to contain the Qiulong fruit, which they then placed into Chun Fan's backpack. His strength was substantial. He was unfazed by the added burden. Most importantly, this was a reward for his effort in vanquishing the three-headed serpent. Chun Fan had come to realize that after fusing with the ultra-titanium ore, his physical power had reached an astonishing level. Elite monsters that once posed a challenge were now mere trifles in his presence. He could vanquish them with ease. As the trio ventured deeper into the stony mountain, a secluded area teeming with diverse species emerged. Their pace slowed. The flower demon clan flourished, with various blossoms filling the air, creating a striking spectacle. Yet, beneath this beauty lay a terrifying peril. A moment's inattention could lead to being consumed whole, leaving no trace behind. The swordsman ceased to be a mere observer, demonstrating the fundamental techniques of his swordsmanship amidst the flowering demons. His movements flowed seamlessly, combining footwork and hand techniques to showcase a fearsome offensive capability. At last, Chun Fan received the swordsmanship imparted by the swordsman. Having been honed through the passage of time, this technique surpassed the self-created rending wind 8 blades in both power and agility. It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather the solid foundation that translated into superior combat effectiveness. Utilizing the rending wind 8 blades might allow one to slay 100 monsters. Employing the swordsman's technique could yield 200 to 250, that such was the distinction. Observing this, Chun Fan promptly integrated the fundamentals into his own sword technique, refining the rending wind 8 blades. Coupled with the newfound power of the spirit serpent binding within him, the entire technique acquired a newfound fluidity. As they traversed through the flowering demons, Chun Fan completed his mastery of the swordsman's techniques, eager to experience their potency. "Remarkable. Your capacity for learning truly surpasses that of most." The swordsman could not help but express his admiration. Just as they exited the thicket of flowers, a desperate cry echoed from the opposite hillside. "Help! Help! There is a horde of elite-level monsters here." The voice was piercing and laden with despair. Upon hearing this, the swordsman and Guqin did not rush forward immediately. Instead, they soared into the sky, surveying their surroundings. After determining the precise location and approximate distance, they landed. The swordsman turned to Chun Fan and said, "It is likely among the trees 300 meters up the opposite slope. You should proceed slowly. We'll go take a look first at if all is well. We will return for you." As a teacher, it was his duty, as well as a customary practice among human warriors, to assess any potential danger. Guqin hesitated slightly, clearly more concerned for Chun Fan's safety than if you find yourself in peril. "Retrace your steps. Someone will undoubtedly come to your aid, and we can locate you along the way. We shall return shortly." His primary responsibility was to safeguard Chun Fan, leaving other matters to be dealt with as they arose. Yet, after years of teaching, he could not simply stand by in the face of danger. Chun Fan nodded and replied, "You may go. I am perfectly fine." With the runic armor equipped and a strategy to face the specters, he felt no trepidation as he watched the two ascend into the heavens. His gaze fell upon a patch of grass ahead that was the sword grass spoken of by Ji Tianwu. Yet, what he encountered previously was nothing compared to the formidable presence before him now. Each blade of sword grass towered 2 meters high, resembling a multitude of swords thrusting skyward, imbued with an ominous power that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens in twain at elite level, although not extraordinarily powerful. The sword energy contained within surely surpassed that of the previous weeds. They were immobile, relying solely on their fearsome sword energy to slay creatures and sustain themselves in truth, their combat capacity was significantly diminished, making them manageable adversaries that a thrill sparked within Chun Fan as he murmured, "Others may shy away from such beasts, for their sword energy is too sharp, prone to wear down one's armor that a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet, I require them to augment my own sword energy." He unsheathed his long blade, centering himself, and recalled the improved version of the rending wind 8 blades to test its efficacy as he approached within 5 meters of the sword grass. The blades transformed into pointed tips, aimed directly at him. Even more astonishingly, they elongated and launched waves of sword energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy sliced through the air, reaching him in an instant. Chun Fan, with muscles straining against the wind's resistance, evaded effortlessly. Even having evolved to elite status, the enhanced sword energy posed a challenge to others, making it nearly impossible to approach without facing horrific assaults. Yet he remained unfazed. The rending wind 8 blades unfurled, propelling him into the half-meter range. Whoosh, 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 while the sword energy had no effect on him. His long blade functioned like a reaper, cleaving through the grass with ease, rendering them powerless and fragmented. The system's voice rang in his mind. Defeated Swordgrass. Earning 500 fusion points. Defeated Swordgrass. Earning 1,500 fusion points. Detected fusion energy, sword energy, enhancing attack power. Requires 200 fusion points. Various system alerts incessantly echoed in Chun Fan's mind, that he distinctly sensed that the sword energy he absorbed this time was far more formidable than the last. Once it entered his dantian, it became increasingly unruly, careening about like an elite force expanding its territory. Previously, he had carved a path through swiftly. This time, however, he was alone, allowing the sword energy to merge freely. There was no need for restraint. He simply obliterated everything in sight. Whether low-level or elite, an expanse of sword grass and weeds was reduced to barren earth under his onslaught. He could not recall the exact number he had vanquished. But he was acutely aware that the sword energy surged within his dantian, battering against the edges of the bitter sea, as if intent on transforming it into an infinite expanse. All the crystal cores had merged, categorized into a singular type, facilitating the process. The fusion points had once again reached 10,000. No matter how much he consumed, it remained at that figure, hinting at how much he had surpassed. With a heavy sigh, Chun Fan leaned on his sword, standing still as he gasped for breath. His garments were riddled with countless holes, yet the runic armor showed no signs of wear. Cuts adorned his arms, cheeks, and thighs, slowly healing despite the onslaught of sword energy that a grin spread across his face, tinged with a hint of savagery as he murmured, "Heh, this time the spoils are truly immense. When I encounter the fiery-treed demon again, I shall obliterate it." During this respite, he finally turned his attention to the state of his dantian. The sensation was overwhelming, his eyes widening in disbelief. The bitter sea roared like a tempest, with countless sword energies colliding in all directions, swelling in magnitude. The golden hue above continually receded towards the surface, indicating a regression in his realm, that he was at a loss as to the extent to which the bitter sea had expanded, resulting in such a phenomenon. Having merged an immense number of crystal cores in an instant, he should have been on the verge of advancing to the later stages. Yet now he found himself not only stagnant, but diluted instead. Alas, it seems I've incurred a loss this time. The expansion of the bitter sea made the ascent to higher realms increasingly arduous and unpredictable. Yet it was not without its advantages. The reservoir of true chi had tripled. At the same realm, he could endure 3 times longer in battle than others. His strikes bore greater potency, infused with vigor. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to go with the flow, gearing up for the next endeavor. He was unaware of the whereabouts of Gu Chun and the swordsman. Even after clearing a vast expanse of sword grass, they had yet to return. Thus, he decided to venture towards the opposite mountainous region. Just moments ago, he had clearly heard a plea, but now it was eerily silent. The swordsman and Gu Chun had soared through the air with elegance and speed, leaving Chen Fan, who could only walk, in a state of helplessness. They had mentioned a thicket 300 meters up the opposing peak, yet traversing the sword grass territory had only taken him a little over 100 meters. The path ahead was not straightforward. A river had emerged in the valley between the two mountains, separating him from the thicket beyond. For someone like Chen Fan, who could not swim, this river appeared as an insurmountable barrier. Alas, if only I had taken swimming lessons as a child, I wouldn't be suffering now. He stood by the riverbank, shaking his head in resignation. Without further ado, he decided to explore upstream, certain that there must be a narrower passage. Cautiously, he refrained from wading into the water. Unsure if treacherous creatures lurked beneath the surface, that he swiftly traversed 100 meters, only to discover a riverbed littered with thick gravel, devoid of any trace of the myriad creatures. Something's amiss. How can there be no myriad beasts? Abruptly, Chen Fan halted, surveying his surroundings, realizing he could not proceed further, and he needed to steer clear of this gravel-laden area. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his feet firmly against the stones, preparing to leverage himself back towards the sword grass territory, a region where he was certain no myriad creatures resided. However, just as he exerted his strength, the entire expanse of gravel suddenly sank beneath him. Damn, he chastised himself for being too careless, wandering so far into the wilderness without caution. Gripping his skeletal sword, he prepared for a hasty retreat, activating his muscles to unleash a burst of speed. Regardless of what creature emerged, fighting in the muck would hinder his full potential. Utilizing the slightest leverage from the stones, he focused his core strength, unleashing a torrent of true chi that radiated outward in an instant. An infinite golden glow rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of 5,000 meters before it blinked out of existence, adhering to Chen Fan's form. Countless sword energies converged on the skeletal sword, primed for a powerful strike. At that moment, just as he barely managed to evade, a massive maw erupted from beneath the gravel, directly encompassing his landing spot. The mouth spanned nearly 10 square meters, lined with sharp teeth resembling inverted longswords. Should he fall within, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Chapter 34. Having slain one, another emerges that a gust of force surged from the gaping maw, enveloping Chen Fan and disrupting all his movements. At the same time, innumerable stones cascaded from the creature's sides onto the ground below. With a resounding crash, as Chen Fan hung suspended in midair, he finally discerned the nature of the beast beneath him. A grotesque fish with a mouth taking up much of its body. Its scales glinting like terrifying blades, scraping against the stones. Its 10-meter-long body thrashed its tail violently, pursuing Chen Fan relentlessly. Escape. In midair, he was trapped within its range of attack. Moreover, his movements were severely hindered, making it impossible to land accurately. Summoning a powerful force from his core, he altered his trajectory mid-flight, flipping upside down. His eyes glowed with an icy determination as his true chi surged, golden light flickering around him. Since no path for retreat was offered, he would confront it head-on. Chen Fan recognized this as an elite-level creature, ambushed into a disadvantageous position. Yet he remained resolute, refusing to panic. The skeletal sword vibrated with energy, as if eager for action, resonating with the impending conflict. Kill. He ascended to the zenith of his power, descending with the skeletal sword as he activated the 8 cuts of the wind splitter technique. The first strike cleaved through all obstacles with a forceful gale, surging towards the gaping maw of the beast. Despite his modest height of less than 2 meters compared to the creature's 10, he raised the skeletal sword high, bringing it down with unyielding might. The sword energy seemed to sing with excitement, eager to be unleashed. The creature, still ascending, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Its instinctual reaction was to consume. Oblivious to the impending danger, the distance that had once been 5 meters evaporated in the blink of an eye. With a resounding impact, the combined force of the sword energy and the skeletal sword cleaved through the creature's hardened upper jaw, splitting it in twain. The cacophony of bones shattering and flesh tearing echoed as the wound expanded, reaching into the depths of its skull that as the momentum abated. Chun Fan seized the opportunity to escape the maw's reach. He landed deftly between the creature's eyes, creating a small crater, before once again plunging towards the sword grass territory. Just as he departed, the creature's massive body plummeted to the ground, its head erupting with explosive sounds. The sword energy wreaked havoc, shattering its skull into fragments. Upon landing, Chun Fan turned swiftly to face the creature, observing its form crashing down onto the riverbed. With a thunderous thud, it struck the muddy ground, burying itself beneath a pile of stones. Its colossal body pressed down on the gravel, submerging a significant portion of it beneath the surface as it thrashed about, its powerful tail lashed against the riverbed, sending stones flying in every direction. The ground trembled, and the winds howled. Chun Fan paid no heed to the aftermath, cautiously approaching the creature, ready to deliver the final blow. Since the system had not issued a notification, it must still be alive. However, just as he neared within 5 meters, he sensed the gravel quaking again. Something else was approaching beneath the surface. Disregarding the creature, he quickly turned to flee. With each step he took on the gravel, stones flew backward, aimed at the creature's head, believing his immense strength would ultimately claim its life. Just 10 meters into his escape, a monstrous fish, adorned with dark green scales and crowned with dragon-like horns, erupted from the spot he had just occupied. That it was even larger than the previous beast, its visage more fearsome. Its eyes glimmered with unfathomable rage as it pursued him relentlessly, though Chun Fan could not discern its level. The sight of its 20-meter length and dragon horns led him to believe this creature was anything but ordinary. It could very well surpass elite status, perhaps even reaching the commanding tier. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. You have slain the elite-level cleansing thunderfish, earning 1,500 fusion points. Upon hearing the number of fusion points, it became evident that the recently slain cleaning ray fish was of an ordinary level among elite ranks, equivalent to a human at the mid-stage of the Golden Bridge realm. However, the one pursuing from behind was certainly not to be underestimated. At the very least, its speed on land had already surpassed that of Chun Fan. Despite employing the wind splitter skill, he still could not create any distance between them. Rather, he was on the verge of being caught. This was intolerable. He had to eliminate it. He was acutely aware that such evasion was futile, and it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken. Any attempt to employ his abilities later would come too late. With that thought, he pivoted in mid-air, wielding the skeletal blade as he descended to the ground. The sound of his feet scraping against the pebbles echoed as he created 2 5-meter-long deep trenches, momentarily halting his momentum. Conversely, the pursuing cleaning ray fish showed no signs of stopping upon his sudden halt. It opened its massive jaws, attempting to swallow him whole. Remnants of human bones and tattered fabric littered its mouth, and a half-eaten foot was wedged between its teeth. A true predator. A wave of nauseating stench assaulted Chun Fan's senses, nearly overwhelming him. Instantly, he held his breath, channeling his vital energy to calm himself as much as possible. His right hand gripped the skeletal blade tightly, the veins bulging and his palm turning pale. His left fist clenched resolutely, preparing to unleash the frenzied strike of Tianxi. With a thunderous roar, a glimmer of insatiable killing intent sparkled in his eyes as he charged forward like a cannonball. Most individuals would have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a colossal beast, but Chun Fan's thoughts were solely focused on resistance. Even at the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm, he remained undaunted. He believed that as long as he could seize any part of the cleaning ray fish, he could rely on the system to turn the tables. Even if he failed to grasp it, his own capabilities might still suffice to slay it. The distance between them vanished in the blink of an eye, and the collision between man and fish was imminent. The combat experience of this fish far surpassed that of the previous one. In the split second before impact, it surprisingly closed its jaws, aligning its sharp teeth to form a formidable gate, bracing itself against the human attack without exposing any vulnerabilities. Chun Fan had initially planned to cleave it in two, but realizing the futility of such an approach, he shifted his target. Instead of aiming for its teeth, he directed his strike towards the upper half of its fish lips, the softest area on its head aside from its eyes. With a swift thrust, the skeletal blade penetrated the fish lips effortlessly, tearing a long gash due to their collision. Simultaneously, he prepared his left fist, unhesitatingly smashing towards the head between its eyes. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Almost simultaneously, the fish's mouth opened wide, and due to inertia, Chen Fan's body was thrust into its maw, wedged between two rows of teeth. The situation was dire. Chapter 35. A Violent Kill. Fusion Enhancement with a Ferocious Roar. The cleaning ray fish expelled a massive wave of air from its mouth, its screams piercing the air. The bone structure between its eyes spread outward like a spider's web, the agony causing it to miss the prime opportunity to devour Chen Fan. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan rolled backward and landed on the ground. The upper jaw of the monstrous fish erupted into a flurry of shards, nearly merging with the wounds inflicted by his punch. The excruciating pain rendered the cleaning ray fish momentarily incapacitated, unable to retaliate. Seizing the advantage, Chen Fan propelled himself back into the fray, but he had to kill it. With dragon horn sprouting, there was a possibility it possessed a trace of dragon blood. If he could fuse with it, the benefits would be immense. With the skeletal blade trailing a phantom, he executed the modified Wind Splitter 8 blades, striking like lightning that a terrifying scar appeared above the cleaning ray fish's right eye. Extending towards its gill, the hardened bone was rent asunder, blood erupting like a fountain, spraying 5 meters into the air in a tragic arc had it not been for its massive size. Chen Fan felt this strike could have cleaved it in two. As it stood, it had only sustained severe injury. The cleaning ray fish's scales bristled, resembling countless sharp projectiles, deterring Chen Fan's approach. Its enormous tail lashed out violently, intent on crushing the human beneath it. The sheer force tore through the air, sending waves crashing upon the river, stirring up a tempest. The chaotic nature of its assault posed an even greater threat to Chen Fan, as it had wholly abandoned defense. Relying on its bulk to subdue him, determined, he resolved to match its ferocity with his own. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed Tianqi's frenzied strike, while his right hand thrust towards the tender flesh between the scales. His left fist rained down upon the area above the scales. With a sickening squelch, the skeletal blade sank effortlessly into its flesh, while his left fist followed suit. The scales shattered like glass, the flesh exploding as if struck by a bomb, reaching the very bones within. With an explosive force of tens of thousands of pounds, the fish's bones cracked under the assault. The overwhelming power of its tail sent Chen Fan soaring into the air, akin to a flying acrobat. Landing 30 meters away against a stone wall with a dull thud, he winced at the sound, fearing for the fragile dragon fruit tree in his backpack. Yet his body remained unscathed. The fusion-enhanced body, fortified with super titanium, proved to be astonishingly resilient. However, the cleaning ray fish was far from unscathed. Its tailbone fractured under the weight of its own assault, nearly snapping its entire body in half. In agony, it sent countless pebbles flying, which acted as projectiles, hurtling dozens of meters away. It continued to thrash violently. Chen Fan could not afford to let it escape. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, leaping onto its head. With both hands gripping the blade, he drove it fiercely into the gap at the back of its skull. Only by striking this area could he completely nullify the fish's tail attacks. With a crack and a slurp, the skeletal blade pierced through its skin, severing the transverse bones and forcefully penetrating the spine until it reached the hilt. The cleaning ray fish quivered violently on the riverbed, its muscles convulsing twice before falling still. Chen Fan withdrew the skeletal blade, now stained with white brain matter, red blood, and shattered bone fragments that a torrent of blood erupted like a mighty fountain, spraying into the sky. The excruciating pain seemed to stimulate the cleaning ray fish's nerves, causing it to rear back and emit a mournful wail. Standing atop its head, Chen Fan was caught off guard as he was drenched in blood and subsequently toppled over. The murky sludge below posed an unknown threat, and he was reluctant to fall into it. Extending his left hand, he disregarded the sharp scales and utilized the spirit serpent binding technique to secure himself. Avoiding a passive position, in that instant, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Fusion blood detected. Dragonfish blood. Enhances bloodline power, fortifying physical strength. Requires 500 fusion points. Fusion skill detected. Dragonfish transformation. Like a fish in water, like a dragon in the sky. Agile and elusive. Requires 1,000 fusion points. Fusion talent detected. Body armor. Forms a powerful protective armor on the skin, enhancing defense. Requires 500 fusion points. Eliminated elite-level cleaning ray fish. Awarded 2,500 fusion points. A series of notifications chimed in succession, prompting Chen Fan to exclaim eagerly, "Fusion!" Instantly, an orange glow enveloped the cleaning ray fish, all surging into his left arm. In that moment, the overwhelming energy brought about unexpected changes that IT felt as though his skin was being hammered by an immense force, augmenting his defenses. Within him surged a newfound strength, forcibly navigating through his meridians, establishing pathways for the flow of vital energy that were entirely unfamiliar to him. He sensed that this was a requirement for the dragon-fish transformation. Finally, his blood underwent a transformation, and his heart thumped violently once more. Each pulse transported energy at an unprecedented rate, elevating his capacity to. IT felt as if his body had suddenly become lighter, enabling him to endure greater fluctuations in strength. That IT was akin to a car receiving a fresh oil change, refreshingly smooth. Previously, the fusion with super titanium had enhanced his physical strength, yet the energy transported by his blood had remained unchanged, akin to a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Now, after 2 bloodline enhancements, the energy carried had increased, allowing him to accommodate the changes in his body seamlessly. Thus, he felt invigorated, capable of unleashing even greater power. As the fusion concluded, Chen Fan understood that the ordeal was not yet over. Suddenly flipping over, he landed atop the fish's head. Perhaps due to the effects of dragonfish transformation, he felt as light as a swallow, significantly more agile than before. With renewed speed, no longer burdened by heavy footsteps, he grasped the skeletal blade, channeling his vital energy and sword chi, all converging within, and thrust it deep into the fish's head. With a swift plunge, the blade entered with ease, regardless of the outcome. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and took flight. Utilizing the fish head as leverage, he soared like a great bird, traversing 20 meters in the air before landing atop the very fish he had just slain. Boom, boom, boom! In a mere instant after his departure, the fish head erupted with a series of deafening blasts. The enormous fish head transformed into a bomb, scattering blood and flesh across the heavens, while mud swirled in the air and rocks flew in all directions. An orange, spherical crystal core, accompanied by 2 formidable dragon horns, soared toward the riverbank. Witnessing this, Chen Fan knew he could not allow his hard-won prize to escape. The skeletal knife pierced the fish head beneath him, and he propelled himself upward, reaching for the second-tier high-grade crystal core in the air, along with the 2 dragon horns. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Energy available for fusion detected. Increasing true chi, requiring 500 fusion points. Fusion item detected. Increasing skeletal hardness, requiring 500 fusion points. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief and immediately began the fusion process. Whatever could enhance his strength was not to be overlooked. In the next moment, another fish had exploded, releasing only an orange diamond-shaped crystal core. As he grasped it, the voice sounded again. Energy available for fusion detected. Increasing true chi, requiring 200 fusion points, though both were cleansing thunderfish. The rewards for fusion points and the requirements differed significantly. Oh no, I forgot to fuse its talent. Chen Fan, having just been anxious about the second-tier high-grade crystal core, realized too late that he had missed an opportunity. He rushed up again, but at that moment, a voice called from across the river. "Hey, who are you? Don't touch my prey." Chapter 36. You are unjust. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The voice came unexpectedly, and Chen Fan was unsure who it belonged to. Unable to help but look up, he saw 4 figures hovering in the sky, weapons in hand, rapidly making their way toward the location of the cleansing thunderfish. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Did they intend to seize his catch? Who had instilled such audacity in them? 4 individuals at the Golden Bridge realm against him, a mere figure from the Bitter Sea realm? Where were they when the battle commenced? As they glided across the river's surface, they descended directly onto the corpse of the cleansing thunderfish before him, their eyes glinting with cold malice. Weapons aimed at Chen Fan, who stood bloodied by the riverbank. "Hey, what's your name? Do you know we've been hunting these 2 monstrous fish for 3 days, only for you to snatch them away? What tricks did you employ to blow up the fish head? Hand over the second-tier crystal core." A robust man, wielding a massive battle axe and clad in full armor, landed right in front of him. Beside him stood a slender man with a spear, half-armored, Pointing accusingly at Chun Fan, that on the fish head stood two women. One in leather armor with a bow drawn, aimed at Chun Fan, and the other clad in black leather, her face obscured by a mask, both poised for an attack. This was the first time Chun Fan faced a human assault, weapons drawn. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Are you criminals? Why do you turn against one of your own? I killed the prey. Why should it belong to you?" Although he posed a series of questions, he had already guessed they were simply human scum. The burly man advanced slowly, coldly stating, "Kid, after your fierce battle, you must be exhausted. Facing us four is just your misfortune. We came down from upstream specifically to hunt these monstrous fish that we found this open area. Yet you got here first. You must hand over your spoils." Their brazen and unreasonable demands were a shameless attempt at robbery, especially after his exhausting fight. Chun Fan wiped the blood from his face. Though his features were obscured, his expression had grown cold. What did it matter if they were all at the Golden Bridge realm? Would they force him to comply without a fight? Impossible. Who would live or die was yet to be determined. Rage surged within him, flames of fury igniting as he declared, "Your self-righteousness is nothing but garbage. While I battled, you all merely watched from the sidelines. Where was the principle of human solidarity, since you have chosen this path? Do not blame me for being ruthless, that if I could single-handedly slay two monstrous fish, I possess the strength to contend with you." He steadied his breathing, his eyes glimmering with cold light as he tightened his grip on the skeletal knife. "Since you show no mercy, do not expect me to be lenient." He felt the power within him surging, preparing for battle to outsiders. He appeared drained from fighting two elite monsters, yet after fusing twice with the bloodline. His recovery was astonishing, and he regained most of his strength in mere moments. His true chi swelled from the fusion of the crystal cores. Why should he fear them? The two men before him hesitated. The four at the Golden Bridge realm were poised to strike, yet the opponent displayed no fear, instead threatening them. The woman in leather armor, standing atop the fish head, flickered her form, appearing beside the armored man. Grabbing his right arm, she whispered, "Be cautious. He wields the skeletal knife that was taken yesterday. It has armor-piercing capabilities." In an instant, the gazes of the other three fell upon the oddly shaped skeletal knife. The spear-wielding man furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Who cares who he is? He didn't use the Golden Bridge during the battle, so he is clearly not at that level. Are we to fear him? Kid, hand over the second-tier high-grade crystal core immediately. Don't force us to take action. You want to be able to bear the consequences." As they threatened Chun Fan, they attempted to intimidate him into submission, hoping to avoid a confrontation that would only complicate matters. Hearing their words, Chun Fan exhaled a breath of frustration and coldly replied, "You dare to brandish your weapons against me. Today shall not end amicably. Let me see what prowess the Golden Bridge realm possesses. Come at me." With a fierce roar, he lifted the skeletal knife, ready to strike. Having battled myriad creatures, he was curious to see what humans could offer. In the city, they were all dignified and hypocritical. Yet in the wild, their true natures were laid bare, and if that was the case, he would cleanse this filth to prevent others from being bullied. The axe-wielding man trembled, nearly dropping his weapon. The dagger-wielding woman and the spear-wielding man were similarly shaken. They had not anticipated his utter lack of fear as he prepared to engage. The situation was unusual. If it had been anyone else, even someone at the Golden Bridge realm, facing the threat of four others, they would have quickly surrendered, pleading for mercy. The axe-wielding man suddenly stepped forward, swinging his great axe as he bellowed, "I'll show you the consequences of disobedience." He charged forth like a tank, pushing ahead. However, despite his thick armor, his speed was lacking, making him little more than a human target in Chun Fan's eyes. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward like a phantom, his left hand poised at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. Whoosh! An arrow, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, sped toward him from a distance. The arrowhead glimmered with fire, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Bursting arrow. Chun Fan had seen them during his time at the trading market. Upon contact with any object during its flight, it would trigger a miniature nuclear fusion, creating a terrifying explosion that was one of the key weapons against myriad creatures. Because of this characteristic, firearms were rendered useless. They could neither be stored, nor could they withstand the friction of gun barrels. Thus, powerful archers emerged, fully aware of its might. Chun Fan would not dare to take it lightly. As the arrow flew slowly, its impact relied on the ensuing explosion. Chun Fan's true chi coursed rapidly through unfamiliar channels. Dragon transformation. In an instant, his frantically charging body transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The bursting arrow pierced through his phantom, embedding itself in the mud, before the axe-wielding man. Chun Fan's figure vanished for but a moment, causing confusion. The spear-wielding man and the dagger-wielding woman focused intently, searching for Chun Fan's whereabouts. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the two realized Chun Fan had somehow appeared behind the axe-wielding man. Unleashing a powerful left fist against his back, a fist mark appeared on the hardened armor, and the man's robust form was propelled like a cannonball, landing above where the arrow had struck. Boom! The bursting arrow detonated, sending countless clods of mud flying and a shockwave rippling through the air. The axe-wielding man soared into the sky as if propelled by a spring, his massive axe lost somewhere. Blood sprang from his mouth as he cried out in agony. Chapter 37. The fierce battle erupts in full force at this moment. Chun Fan and the four others were left dumbfounded. Chun Fan had not anticipated the man to be so fragile, sent flying by a single punch, but he also had not foreseen the tremendous power of the bursting arrow, capable of sending a heavily armored giant hurtling away. At least over 600 pounds. Meanwhile, the spear-wielding man and the dagger-wielding woman had not expected Chun Fan's speed and strength to surpass their own. Even a Golden Bridge realm individual would find it hard to keep pace with his movements. In just a fleeting encounter, the small team's shield had been forcefully shattered, particularly the specially purchased plate armor designed to withstand elite monster attacks, which had been punctured. What kind of strength could produce such a result? Contemplating, a chill ran down their spines. Could it be a humanoid monster? After the initial shock, the four individuals came to realize that this was not the time for astonishment. The man wielding a firearm brandished his long gun. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, as a golden bridge rose beneath him, readying for an all-out battle. The bridge supported him, allowing him to glide above the muck, unfettered by the mire, enabling greater speed and enhanced maneuverability. The woman cloaked in black leather, adorned with daggers, also radiated golden light, her essence infused with the turbulent energy of the sea of suffering. However, the golden bridge beneath her took on a different hue, a deep black, as if she were about to meld into the shadows, vanishing at an astonishing pace. The woman positioned atop the fish head now possessed 3 arrows, each shimmering with golden light, which she unleashed in an instant. The arrowheads were crowned with frost, causing the surrounding air to plummet by over 30 degrees. With a fierce reprimand, she exclaimed, "You dare to strike my comrade, freeze!" It seemed she aimed to immobilize Chun Fan's body with the frost arrows, allowing her 2 companions to seize the opportunity to slay him. The fully activated Golden Bridge enhanced both speed and attack potency, far superior to their previous state, especially the woman concealed in the shadows, whose presence was utterly silent, as elusive as a specter. Her attack was stealthy, aimed directly at Chun Fan's ankle. This marked Chun Fan's first confrontation with humans, and their tactics, reflexes, and adaptability were undeniably on par with elite beings. Although they might lack individual strength, their intelligence and strategic thinking in combat were unparalleled. Unlike the reckless assaults of monsters, there was a method to their madness, which was the fundamental reason humans could contend with elite-level creatures: intellect and tools. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. Like the wind, he surged forward, his muscles tearing through resistance as he charged towards the woman on the fish head. For the incoming arrows, he effortlessly evaded them at his speed. His formidable physique was indifferent to the minor fluctuations in temperature. With a series of sounds, thud, 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 the 3 frost arrows plunged into the river. The chilling sound of ice forming echoed as it spread across the river surface. A terrifying cold that could freeze a man instantly upon impact. Chun Fan, catching sight of this transformation from the corner of his eye, felt a tremor within, silently marveling at the formidable power of technology that could forge such dreadful weapons. Of course, it also had to do with the wielder. Perhaps the woman harbored ice elements within her. He rapidly ascended, followed closely by the shadowy woman, who missed her strikes thrice in succession. Observing Chun Fan advancing towards the ranged archer, the man with the firearm seized the opportunity and charged forward, bellowing, "Watch the gun!" Instantly, his long gun transformed into 16 blooming gunflowers, each bursting forth with golden light, accompanied by a piercing sound that enveloped all of Chun Fan's vulnerabilities: his neck, armpits, thighs, behind the knees, and calves that a successful hit would surely lead to crippling. This showcased the man's exceptional marksmanship, a far cry from the ordinary. The whistling of the wind assaulted Chun Fan's eardrums, despite the archer's pale countenance. She did not flinch, but instead readied her bow and arrow, launching 3 frost arrows to seal off Chun Fan's lateral escape routes. From her vantage point, she could see Chun Fan's companion poised to ensnare his legs, ready to end his life. Should his legs be injured, he would inevitably meet a tragic end, losing all mobility. Faced with a pincer attack, Chun Fan, grounded upon the earth, found it challenging to evade. Yet, he had no intention of retreating. Observing that the arrows posed no genuine threat, his forward momentum abruptly halted, transforming into a decisive counterattack. The skeletal blade was prepared, unleashing a rapid series of slashes. Point one cut, akin to a tyrant cleaving through mountains. Aimed at the advancing man with the firearm, that moment, he caught sight of the black-clad woman descending towards him. Instantly, his legs reacted, skin surging to form layers of hardened protection, even reshaping the blood of the Pathfinder fish encasing him. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the man did not anticipate a direct confrontation. The force was overwhelming. He doubted his own ability to withstand it. But, in his haste, he found it too late to alter course. In desperation, all gunflowers transformed into a singular golden plum blossom, rapidly blooming to meet the descending blade. Clang, 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 a symphony of metallic collisions erupted as the long gun and skeletal blade clashed over 30 times in the air, yet could not halt the blade's descent. The man could only return the gun for self-preservation, bracing it overhead, preparing to withstand the blow. Utilizing the momentum of his glide, he attempted to evade the strike, hoping to execute a counterattack. All plans seemed sound, but he had not anticipated that the skeletal blade would cleave through his long gun effortlessly, severing it in two, even though he managed to block a portion. The blade still struck fiercely against the shoulder of his half-armor. The armor absorbed much of the impact, yet the stress point could not endure, and it was instantly cleaved open. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the man lunged forward, his body crashing heavily into the mire, blood quickly staining his armor. Swish, swish, swish! 3 frost arrows grazed past Chun Fan, landing upon the cobblestone ground. The sound of freezing ice permeated the air, threatening to encase everything. Simultaneously, Chun Fan felt 6 consecutive attacks upon his ankle, the sounds of clinking resonating. However, the intensity of the attacks was insufficient to breach his protective armor, leaving only minor wounds that he then noticed the woman clad in black swiftly retreating into the shadows of the Pathfinder fish. With a forceful kick against the cobblestones, he transformed his leg into a projectile, pursuing the black-clad woman without regard for the outcome. In midair, he flipped and charged towards the archer atop the fish head. Thud! Thud! Sounds of cobblestones striking flesh echoed behind him, clearly breaking through the body. Ugh! The woman could not withstand it, spitting blood as she collided with the Pathfinder fish behind her, a pitiful sight on the other side. The archer had barely retrieved 2 frost arrows when she beheld a complete upheaval. The once cohesive assault of her companions had disintegrated. A bloodied Chun Fan loomed before her like a nightmarish demon. The axe-wielding brute crashed down upon the ice, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as he shattered a portion, yet he was tragically ensnared within the ice. The man with the firearm struggled to rise, his right arm rendered useless, blood staining much of his body as he barely evaded the encasement of ice. The black-clad woman managed to crawl onto the Pathfinder fish, escaping the icy peril. Yet, with transparent wounds on her abdomen and thigh, her combat efficacy was severely diminished. The situation was entirely different from what they had anticipated. How could this be? Chapter 38, Distortion of Truth. Baseless claims. Chun Fan raised the skeletal blade, slowly approaching her, coldly stating, "Did you ever contemplate the possibility of failure while robbing others?" Although battling individuals imbued with the power of the Golden Bridge proved to be a formidable challenge, their physical fortitude paled in comparison to that of the myriad monsters. Without armor and weaponry, the confrontation would have been far simpler, as they would scarcely withstand a single blow from him. In terms of speed and strength, they fell woefully short, Perhaps they had extorted others too frequently, revealing their true lack of combat prowess. The blade's tip pointed at the archer, his expression frigid as he awaited her response. The archer understood all too well that at a distance of less than 5 meters, her chances were non-existent, her expression icy. She retorted, "You seized our prey. We did not take anything from you. We merely asked you to relinquish the crystal core. What is wrong with that?" Even at such a critical juncture, she remained obstinate and unreasonable. Chun Fan replied coldly, "I exerted great effort to slay 2 monstrous fish while you merely observed, clearly expecting to profit from my labor. And yet you seek justification. Since you insist on being unreasonable, I shall simply injure you severely and utilize you to lure the myriad creatures. Would that not be preferable?" As he spoke, he prepared to advance and strike. Did I in an instant? Panic ensued among the others. They had not anticipated his adeptness at eliminating witnesses. He was undoubtedly experienced. The man with the firearm quickly exclaimed, "We were wrong. We should not have been so obstinate. I beseech you, grant us a chance for survival." The black-clad woman understood very well that even when they were unscathed, their ambush had been futile. How could they hope to succeed now? Weakly, she implored, "We were in the wrong. Spare us. There will be no next time." A pitiful demise was far less desirable than living to see another day. To have a future. And you? Chun Fan replied, devoid of belief, scoffing, "What if I do not trust your words?" His statement condemned the 4 to a fate of despair. In an instant, they were engulfed in hopelessness, their eyes darting about in search of a solution. They could not die. At that moment, a sound akin to the tearing of air echoed from above as 2 formidable figures grasped 3 humans, hurtling past at great speed. The golden lotus beneath them dazzled the eyes. The archer shouted urgently to the figures in the sky, "Elders, please halt. Someone seeks to kill them and steal their prey." In a single moment, the attention of the formidable experts from the sacred lotus realm in the sky was instantly captured. They halted in their tracks, seizing 3 individuals as they descended, hovering 3 meters above the ground. Upon spotting 2 of them, Chun Fan could not help but chuckle softly. They were indeed his 2 teachers, who had been absent for quite some time. Grasping 3 women, both appeared battered and bruised, their clothes stained with blood, hair disheveled, and their faces etched with exhaustion. Recognizing them, they reciprocated the acknowledgement, for the skeletal dagger was a gift from Gu Chun, making it impossible for them to remain unaware. Yet, they were taken aback to see him, bloodied and wielding the skeletal blade, aimed at the female archer. The situation had escalated beyond their expectations, seemingly having found a patron. The female archer, casting herself as the victim, cried out, "Esteemed seniors, we expended immense effort to slay 2 monstrous fish, only to be left wounded. Yet he emerged from the shadows, demanding we hand over our spoils, that we would rather die than comply. And he ruthlessly scattered our team, threatening me to surrender. Please, esteemed seniors, stand up for us." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her expression filled with sorrow, as if she had endured endless grievances. Meanwhile, Chun Fan was cast as the villain, a treacherous scoundrel who had launched a surprise attack, employing every underhanded tactic. Upon hearing her words, Chun Fan nearly burst into laughter. The woman, possessing a certain grace, had so effortlessly twisted the truth. It was a true case of judging by appearances. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the swordsman and Gu Chun darkened in unison. Their skepticism was not rooted in belief. It was evident that Chun Fan had expended every ounce of strength to vanquish the 2 cleansing thunderfish. The 4 had leaped forth to seize the spoils, only to be met with retaliation. They had erred, yet now sought to drag the 2 into the fray to arbitrate, aiming to ensnare Chun Fan in their web of deceit. Such scum should not be present here. As their gazes swept across the battlefield, a wounded gunman called out, "Esteemed seniors, do not let him escape. Strike him down on the spot. He cleaved through my armor with a single blow. Had it not been for the ambush, I would not be in such a pitiful state." His voice dripped with venom, urging the swordsman to eliminate Chun Fan. The woman dressed in black, though silent, seized the opportunity to tend to her wounds, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. The burly man, encased in ice, finally broke free from the frozen shards. Spotting the 2 powerful figures, he blurted out, "Esteemed seniors, slay him. He robbed us of our prey and seeks to endanger our lives. He must not be spared." His words echoed with an infinite resentment. The swordsman surveyed the surroundings, pointing to the frost-laden ground, and inquired, "Were these arrows all fired by you while hunting the monstrous fish? You hardly used any." The archer paused, momentarily taken aback. This question left her at a loss for words. Typically, during a cooperative effort, the archer's frost arrows would envelop the entire battlefield, leaving traces on the prey. Yet, the monstrous fish bore none. Sensing their growing suspicion, the ruse was proving difficult to maintain. The axe-wielding brute, not comprehending the gravity of the situation, blurted out, "The monstrous fish moved too swiftly. Hitting them with arrows was no easy feat. I bore the brunt of all their attacks." He spoke as if he were the true hero of the tale. The gunman chimed in, "Yes, we were the ones to withstand the blows, while the others merely distracted them." They hoped to either subdue Chin Fan, or at least take him away, no longer aspiring to slay him. As doubts began to cloud their minds, the Ji Chin scoffed. "Explain to me how the lacerations on the fish's head were inflicted, and what about the injuries on its tail?" Having journeyed alongside Chin Fan, he was well aware that explosive strikes were standard fare. Others, even if aimed to cleave the fish's head, would need to wait until after the initial blow, then use a weapon to obliterate it. No one possessed the capability to slay it in a single stroke, especially not with the blunt force that had surely caused the injury to its tail. This inquiry silenced the once boisterous quartet, for they could not provide answers. Despite witnessing Chun Fan's decisive strike that shattered the monster's head, they knew they could not replicate it. Had it not been for the speed of the encounter, they would have seized all the spoils, denying Chun Fan the chance to collect the crystal cores. Who could have predicted that the two seniors descending from the sky would see through their charade with such clarity? Chun Fan remained silent, internally reveling in amusement. The seniors they had called upon were, in fact, his mentors that if they did not tread carefully, the outcome would surely backfire. Why has no one spoken? For experts of the Golden Bridge realm, having attacked two monstrous fish, and yet they bear only fatal wounds, devoid of any other marks. Do you take us for blind fools, or are you simply overflowing with misplaced goodwill? The swordsman placed the two women he had been holding on the ground, his right hand slowly grasping the hilt of his sword. Chin did likewise with the woman in his grip, coldly stating, "You must be the dregs of society, bullying the weak despite being a well-equipped team." Twisting the truth, though his legs were incapacitated, his combat prowess remained formidable, and he was poised to act. Chapter 39. Admitting defeat. Jumping into the river, the situation took a sharp turn. What they had believed to be a ruse was swiftly unraveled by the seniors' astute observations. The four no longer dared to act recklessly, particularly the female archer, who hesitated to speak as freely as before. The web of lies they had spun could not withstand the weight of reality. As they witnessed the two preparing to act, the four instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The axe-wielding brute, now weaponless, looked around anxiously, while the gunman stepped back, holding his weapon in his left hand, saying, "We acknowledge our mistakes. We were momentarily blinded by greed, seeking an easy gain. Who could have anticipated his prowess? We admit our faults." The archer, interrupting her companion, conceded, "We were wrong." Any further words are futile. Their focus had shifted to survival rather than empty rhetoric. The expressions of the two men turned grave, clearly prepared for confrontation. Yi Chin's voice resonated. "I harbor no fondness for you. You are all deserving of punishment to prevent further harm to others. However, I am not the aggrieved party and must consult him. Should Chin Fan be unable to withstand your retaliation, we shall pursue the matter of your deception." The ball was tossed into Chin Fan's court, leaving him to dictate the course of action. Yet, the implication was clear. Any further transgressions would invite their scrutiny. Initially, the four had already found themselves at a disadvantage against Chin Fan, with no avenue of escape. Now, with the addition of two more formidable figures, their predicament had become dire, leaving them utterly vulnerable. Had they foreseen this outcome, they might have been better off pleading with Chun Fan, perhaps securing their escape. Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud, exuding an air of brazen arrogance, blood and grime cascading to the ground. After a lengthy moment, his gaze settled on the archer, his voice laced with mockery. "Your ability to change your tune is truly remarkable. Just a moment ago, you were pleading for mercy, claiming you were wrong, begging for your lives. Yet now, upon seeing the experts in the sky, you instantly distort the truth and incite them against me. Thankfully, the esteemed seniors possess keen insight, easily perceiving your inept tactics. Now, what further words do you have? I believe you should take your own lives to atone for your transgressions. Never had he encountered such shameless individuals, who repeatedly sought to ensnare themselves in their own traps. Their underhanded methods seemed honed through the exploitation of countless others. Aware that the situation could not be resolved amicably, the archer immediately fell to her knees, her face pale as death, begging shamelessly, "Kill or maim. Do as you will, that we admit defeat today and shall not resist." Feigning nonchalance proved futile. They quickly adopted a stance of submission, allowing him to take action. The remaining two men followed suit, kneeling in unison. "Having run into a wall, we concede our defeat. Kill or maim, we submit." Only the woman in black remained silent, slowly inching her way behind the monstrous fish, contemplating escape. Upon witnessing this, Chun Fan erupted into raucous laughter once more, then declared, "I am but a mere figure in the bitter sea realm. The resources you so carelessly pilfered may have claimed countless lives of newcomers. Since you have fallen into my hands, I shall certainly not let you off the hook. Produce all the resources you possess." As he spoke, he forcefully kicked at the fish scales beneath him. A flurry of scales transformed into lethal projectiles, slicing through the air with alarming speed, hurtling towards the distant horizon. Amidst the whistling sound, the projectile grazed the woman in black, tearing a large gash in her leather attire. Blood erupting forth in a chaotic torrent that a minor action had swiftly disrupted her escape. The trio stood frozen, taken aback that even amidst his laughter, Chin Fan remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Their plans to flee and spread lies had been swiftly quashed, their last bargaining chip obliterated. "Produce the spoils you stole." "That is out of the question," the archer protested. "We had only just set out to find suitable prey, intending to strike ourselves, but you robbed us, that we possess nothing." Her eyes darted toward Chun Fan, indicating their lack of resources. The gunman cast aside his long spear, asserting, "We truly have nothing. No one ventures out laden with excess. We had no intention of staying in the wild, planning to return home the same day." He gazed at the enormous bundle behind Chun Fan and could not help but exclaim, "It is evident that someone of Chun Fan's caliber, a genius expert, must possess the audacity to spend the night in the wilderness." The axe-wielding brute dared not make a rash move, as the frostbite on his body and the injury on his back flared simultaneously, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chun Fan let out another sinister chuckle, his voice provocative as he proclaimed, "It is quite simple. I find your weapons quite commendable, and your armor is also impressive. It must be worth a considerable sum. Leave everything behind, and only wear your undergarments as you scurry away. Otherwise, jump into the river this instant and do not resurface for 10 minutes. Even if there are no strange creatures lurking within. Having your wounds submerged in water is far from pleasant. Furthermore, the potency of the frost arrows still lingers and will undoubtedly cause you distress." Upon hearing his words, the four men froze in shock, never anticipating that Chun Fan would seek such retribution against them. The thought of returning clad only in their undergarments would not only be a disgrace, but also fraught with peril. The scent of their own blood would attract numerous creatures from the myriad races, and they could very well perish on their way back. Conversely, should they refuse, plunging into the river would pose its own risks, especially if any creatures awaited them within. What they did not expect was that the archer would leap without hesitation from the fish's back and plunge into the water. In midair, her voice rang out. "I would rather perish than leave my possessions to you." She could scarcely endure the humiliation and hoped that the waters would not harbor any dangers, allowing her to salvage her life. On the other side, the woman in black retrieved a handful of medicine and applied it to her wounds, before swiftly diving into the river as well. Chun Fan's brow furrowed, and in the next moment, he unleashed a flurry of kicks against the fish's body, sending its scales flying like deadly projectiles towards the two women. "That I have yet to finish my demands. You must withstand my strike and remain unscathed," he declared, as his feet soared once more, dispatching more scales towards the remaining two men. Already injured and on the icy surface, they had no means of evasion, leading to their right arms being severed cleanly. With a sickening thud, their severed limbs, accompanied by a cascade of blood, fell upon the ice. The two women who had entered the river fared no better. The water was instantly tainted crimson, though Chun Fan had never taken a life before. and despite being coerced today, he found it difficult to summon the will to kill. Nonetheless, he would not allow them to return unscathed. He deemed that taking one of their arms would suffice to settle the score. Observing the frigid malice in the eyes of the two men, he shouted, "Get down!" Terrified, they swallowed their threats and jumped directly into the water. The river in the wilderness was starkly different from that of the city. Brimming with peril, as the blood spread, over a dozen shadows converged upon them from all directions. Chun Fan descended from the back of the Clearway Thunderfish and approached Gu Chun and his companion, inquiring, "I still cannot bring myself to kill. Is this approach acceptable?" Chapter 40. The fusion of the Great River, the anomaly of true Chi Chun Fan was swiftly adapting to taking lives in the face of the myriad monstrous races, driven by deep-seated enmity. However, when confronted with fellow humans, the various teachings of his school and the sacrifices of the older generation were etched deeply in his mind. Even when wronged repeatedly, he found it hard to strike them down. Gu Chun understood that he was merely a 16-year-old boy who had just stepped out of the peaceful city, and he was only beginning to confront the darker aspects of life. The outcome of the situation was already commendable. He patted Chun Fan's shoulder and said, "Chun Fan, you have done remarkably well. Remember this. Leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. However, some individuals must be eradicated. Those who you do not eliminate entirely may return to harm you. They are no different from the myriad races. There is no need to spare them." His words elucidated the stakes involved. The swordsman nearby chimed in, "Had I encountered them, I would have undoubtedly annihilated them all, feeding them to the dogs. You offered them a chance, yet they did not cherish it. Why should you keep them alive?" The implication was that Chun Fan was too merciful. Having just prepared to draw his weapon to kill, he had refrained from doing so, allowing Chun Fan to take the lead. Upon hearing their remarks, Chun Fan pressed his lips together, feeling the bloodstains on his face, and let out a sigh. Just that morning, he had been advised to remain wary of others, and by afternoon, he had already faced an ambush. Good fortune eluded him, while misfortune seemed to abound. Though his heart had softened, he resolved to take things slowly. Nodding, he said, "I will go wash up. Are you two taking the others back, covered in blood?" He felt decidedly uncomfortable. The sticky residue was quite distressing. Ji Chin replied, "They encountered an ambush while scouting the misty jungle ahead that we only managed to rescue 3. The rest perished had we not intervened. They would have surely met their end. We need to return to the city to assess the situation. You should wash quickly. We must return together that a leader-class minotaur has appeared over there, and something is amiss. We must inform the city lord." They had just been searching for Chun Fan in the air, realizing that the situation had grown dire. The Shadow Hunter city was situated within human territory, and leader-class monsters were almost non-existent in the vicinity. Their appearance signaled imminent danger. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan blinked in surprise. Had they only been out for half a day, and now they were preparing to return? Yet, with the emergence of a particular crisis, the two did not wish for him to continue risking his life alone. He resolved to first head to the riverbank to cleanse the blood from himself. As his hand submerged into the river, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Fusion item detected. Fountain of life, capable of expanding the range of the sea of suffering. Requires 15,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed that even the mountains and rivers could be fused. Did he possess such fusion points? No, he did not immediately fuse. Instead, he hastily washed away all the bloodstains from his body, ensuring that even the blood on his backpack was thoroughly cleansed. In the center of the river, some strands of hair, clothing, and parcels began to float up. The bloodied water flowed downstream, washing everything away. A few shadows approached Chun Fan through the dark waters. Having anticipated this, he tentatively commanded the fusion, and he drew the now cleaned skeletal knife. Preparing for action, to his surprise, it succeeded. In an instant, the entire river seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and all the water coalesced into unseen streams of vital energy. Impurities vanished, and the flowing light surged into Chun Fan's body. That moment, he felt as though he had transformed into water, sensing it within every part of his being, as if he had become one with it. All the water molecules compressed and merged into the sea of suffering within his dantian, which surged with endless waves, expanding boundlessly into the surroundings. In an inexplicable manner, Chun Fan sensed that the sea of suffering could now encompass a radius of 10,000 meters. enveloping even Shadow Hunter City within its grasp. Moreover, the life energy contained within invigorated the sea of suffering, allowing countless sword energies to swim through it like jubilant fish. The power of the departing flames embellished the skies above, that it was no longer the sea of suffering as it once was. He could not discern whether this change was good or bad, as no one had ever spoken of it. Regardless, he would seize any opportunity that arose without hesitation. He rose to his feet. He felt an unprecedented sensation of rejuvenation. His eyes sparkled, his parched throat returned to normal, and his skin became more supple. It was an immensely pleasurable transformation. Chen Fan felt that if he were to undergo this experience a few more times, he might just become a being of water. The shadows that had just swum over, now revealed in their true forms due to the sudden disappearance of the river's water, fell into the muddy riverbed. Chen Fan observed them closely. Their mouths were adorned with tattered cloth, and their bodies bore lacerations. It was clear that they had endured a fierce battle, resulting in such a state. Water monkeys, covered in long, dark fur with robust and elongated limbs, they stood an imposing 5 meters tall. Underwater, they indeed resembled ominous clouds, a sight to behold. However, now that they had lost the cover of the water, their vulnerability was laid bare. Having just fused with the entire river, Chen Fan was eager to gauge the extent of his newfound enhancement. He swung the skeletal knife, channeling his true chi, which had transformed from its former gray hue to a vibrant blue. As if it had been diluted, no longer exuding lifelessness and decay. This transformation was not merely a change in color. The volume and essence of the true chi had also undergone a metamorphosis. With just a single strike, it not only unleashed a terrifying sword energy, but also released a mist of moisture that permeated the air. With a single blow, the 3 water monkeys had no time to react, and were cleaved in two to boom, boom, boom. The 3 successive explosions reverberated as their bodies were obliterated in an instant. Yet, there was no gruesome display of flesh and blood. Rather, a force seemed to condense all the blood and muscle, transforming them into vapor that evaporated into thin air. Standing behind, Gu Chun, who was holding the woman and waiting for Chen Fan to leave together, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "The true chi has transformed. My heavens, this is a change that occurs only after acquiring celestial materials and treasures and merging true chi. It is said that only the 10 great fountains of life possess such efficacy. With a mere 1/10 chance of occurrence, could this river water be a form of the fountain of life?" He was well versed in the lore, and upon witnessing the change in Chen Fan's true chi, he recalled tales of the past. The swordsman beside him could not contain himself, exclaiming, "True chi can transform. Is it still true chi? How has his attack become so peculiar? Shouldn't the sea of suffering have turned golden?" Although he resided in the sacred Lotus realm, he had never ventured beyond the first layer of heavenly barriers, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the nature of these changes. Upon hearing the scream, Chen Fan felt a stir in his heart as he seized the orange diamond crystal cores of the 3 water monkeys, shouldered his backpack, and made his way back. There was an unsettling sensation that Gu Chun had already discerned his methods. His vital energy had indeed undergone a transformation, significantly enhancing its potency to a frightening degree. Gu Chun addressed the two, saying, "Chen Fan, in the future, do your utmost to conceal the peculiarities of your vital energy within the city. There will undoubtedly be experts who seek to capture you and unravel the methods behind it. Brother swordsman, please refrain from mentioning this to anyone. Treat it as if you have never seen it. It is crucial to understand that many formidable beings are investigating the principles of vital energy mutations. Throughout a millennium of history, those who have experienced such mutations have invariably risen to prominence, becoming invincible powerhouses. You must exercise extreme caution." His tone was gravely serious, repeatedly cautioning them. Chapter 41. The blood has yet to cool, yet the embers still burn. Upon hearing this, both Chen Fan and the swordsman involuntarily paled. Chen Fan had not anticipated such a drastic change. So soon after entering the Bitter Sea realm, that it was evident that word would spread in the future, inevitably attracting endless trouble to that point. Not only would creatures from various races seek to eliminate him, but human experts would also take action, rendering his development untenable. The swordsman, too, had not foreseen that, having just begun to impart some sword techniques, Chen Fan would already showcase such terrifying talent. Much like Feng Xiong, he no longer dared to guide him casually, fearing he might mislead a prodigy, that he felt Chen Fan was indeed gifted, yet he had not expected such brilliance. Pressing his lips together, he reluctantly stated, Chen Fan, with your level of talent, I cannot continue to instruct you. Adapting to my sword techniques may not suit you that I will share some insights, but you must comprehend them on your own in the future. I will no longer teach you. Seek a mentor on your own. He made a difficult decision, choosing to forego teaching, despite being in the sacred Lotus realm, feeling incapable of guiding someone in the Bitter Sea realm. At the very least, he could not perform the technique of decapitating with a single strike. Chen Fan was left speechless. He had only just acquired some techniques, and now another instructor was unwilling to teach him. Were they not elevating themselves too high? He could not help but exclaim, No, you are all esteemed seniors, and I have only just reached the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. How can you say you cannot instruct me? This is quite the shirking of responsibility. It was rare to encounter a teacher who did not covet his vital energy mutation, and he was eager to hold on to him. The swordsman shook his head vigorously, responding, No, no, no. I do not wish to be a teacher who misleads the youth that if you become a significant figure in the future, do not forget me. In truth, he was unaware of the true implications of the vital energy mutation. He had merely heard Guchen mention it. Most importantly, he did not wish to entangle himself in such matters, attracting the attention of powerful beings. His silence did not imply that this matter would remain a secret. As long as there was combat, Chen Fan would eventually be exposed that he wished to avoid courting disaster. Chen Fan nodded, addressing Guchen. All right, I will be cautious that I ask there any method to conceal my vital energy? I cannot control it at all. Once I utilize it, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As he inquired, the three of them began to stride back toward the city. After a series of intense battles, the sun hung low in the sky, nearing sunset. They traversed a mountain, retracing their steps back to the city. Shortly after departing, several tiger-like creatures appeared on the opposite bank of the river, each adorned with wings, gazing at the parched riverbed as if the water had entirely vanished. Within their eyes sparkled a glimmer of intelligence. They exchanged glances, all perceiving the fury reflected therein. Roars echoed throughout the mountains. A frenzied tiger's howl that sent countless creatures fleeing, boulders tumbling, and tree branches thrashing. A terrifying spectacle. Hearing the commotion, Guchen and the swordsman instinctively glanced back, quickening their pace. Chen Fan, uncertain of the situation, found his mind still dwelling on Guchen's earlier words about concealing vital energy, which would require a visit to the trading market. He was oblivious to the fact that the tiger roars likely signified the urgency of their return to Shadow Hunt City, perhaps indicating a crisis beyond their capacity to handle. For Chen Fan, however, this was not good news. While others strived to elevate their realms, he found himself stagnating in the Bitter Sea realm, an absurdity. He needed to devise a plan to swiftly eliminate more elite-level monsters, merge their crystal cores, and elevate his realm. How could he achieve this? Should he stealthily venture outside the city to hunt, rest for a night, and reassess in the morning? Given their pace, a distance of over 1,000 meters was hardly a challenge. That in less than a minute, accompanied by 3 women, he arrived beneath Shadow Hunt City. Chen Fan observed that the corpses upon the city wall, illuminated by the setting sun, bore no resemblance to those of the morning. They were shrouded in an aura, exuding a majestic and overwhelming presence. In an instant, he found himself entranced, standing at a distance outside the main gate. The scene bore no relation to the eerie and terrifying sight he had previously witnessed. It seemed as though they were still alive, radiating light and warmth, illuminating the path for all humanity. Seeing him stand still, Guchen furrowed his brow slightly and said, If you wish to gaze upon them, you may, but remember to return early. We must first seek out the city lord, embracing the women. He and the swordsman proceeded into the city. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, quietly standing outside the southern city gate, patiently awaiting the sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the last remnants of light vanished from the sky, the statues upon the city wall grew increasingly luminous. Each corpse emanated a commanding presence, some radiating the essence of soaring swords, others exuding the glow of Buddhist and Taoist philosophies, while others released mighty purple chi, or a profound ferocity, or an endless, gentle energy. Some blazed with flames, others were enveloped in fine rain, while some crackled with electricity. and others crystallized into ice. Each possessed its unique characteristics and differences. These were the ancestors of humanity, expending their final vestiges of life to become the monuments that protect us. As Chun Fan gazed upward in reverence, a clear voice rang out from behind him. Turning to look, he was pleasantly surprised to find he recognized the speaker. To his astonishment, she spoke with such calmness. In pursuit of our predecessors' footsteps and for the continuation of humanity, we must strive diligently and fight fiercely. Though we cannot expel all races, we can at least hold our heads high, unashamed before our ancestors. We have not brought shame upon ourselves. We have not lost the pride of humanity. Nor have we bent our backs. Though her words were not overly passionate or raised in volume, they exuded a profound pride and an absence of regret for the path she has chosen. Strangely, it seemed as though she was advising Chun Fan not to stray from the righteous path. Chun Fan felt his eyes moisten as he echoed, "Indeed, we must hold our heads high when meeting our ancestors, telling them that we have avenged them." Though his voice was faint, it contained a longing and aspiration for the future. He must exact vengeance for his parents and family, with 36 lives lost. He was the sole heir of the Qin family. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of national righteousness or the notion of sacrifice, he understood that his parents had given him life, nurtured him, and died for him. He must do something in return. "I am grateful to our ancestors for their guidance. Though our blood has yet to cool, the embers still burn." His words carried a poignant resolve, expressing a determination not to regret, even if he did not perceive himself as stronger than his predecessors. The girl beside him tilted her head, glancing at him, and smiled gently, saying, "You are truly special. I hope that one day we can fight side by side, but we should return. Soon, the Ghost Clan and other races will emerge, and you may not dare to confront them." Her words seemed to belittle Qin Fan, suggesting he might shy away from danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's eyes lit up as he abruptly turned to gaze into the wilderness. His voice brimmed with anticipation. "Will the Ghost Clan, the Bone Clan, and the Shadow Clan truly appear at night? What are they like? Can you take me to experience it firsthand?" Earlier that morning, he had thought he might witness the nocturnal scenery of the wild, but he had not expected to return at night. But he was now clad in rune armor. How futile it seemed. The girl's beautiful eyes rolled in disbelief as she looked at him, incredulously asking, "You dare to confront the Ghost Clan?" Chapter 42. Strategies against the Ghost Clan. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan paused momentarily. What was so terrifying about the Ghost Clan? He had studied about them in textbooks, acquiring a fair amount of knowledge. What was there to fear? Moreover, it was the Bone Clan that had slain his parents and family, that if he were to cower in fear, what would become of the future? Would he simply let this grudge go? He had encountered the bizarre and grotesque stitched monsters before. Could they truly be more repugnant and terrifying? "Miss Lienner, although I am merely in the Bitter Sea realm, I have encountered numerous monsters and am somewhat prepared." However, he was currently uncertain about how to kill them. The textbooks mentioned they were formless and intangible, yet did not provide guidance on how to slay them. The Bone Clan was somewhat manageable, as they possessed form and substance. Their soul flames were not powerful enough to withstand sunlight. Yet the Ghost Clan, Shadow Clan, and other similar entities remained a mystery to him. Those who had not traversed the Bitter Sea would not delve into such skills, as they could easily disrupt one's mind. Upon hearing this, Miss Lienner gazed deeply at him and remarked, "I cannot fathom you at all. To have slain a horde of stitched monsters on your first outing. How extraordinarily gifted you are." It was now clear that he had only recently opened the Bitter Sea when he arrived at Shadow Hunt City 2 days prior. Otherwise, such rudimentary knowledge would have been imparted by his instructor. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden compliment, shaking his head and chuckling. "What do you mean by gifted? I hardly know anything." He did not perceive himself as particularly formidable, feeling his level was too low to glide, let alone soar like those in the sacred lotus realm. Without an elevation in his cultivation, progressing to the next heavenly barrier would prove arduous. Let alone avenging himself today for the 8th heavenly barrier. He was utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. However, Lienner shook her head and remarked, "Your time in the Bitter Sea has been too brief. There are many things you remain unaware of. The longer one lingers in the Bitter Sea, the more expansive it becomes, leading to immeasurable future accomplishments. Many have deeply regretted their haste after attaining mastery. While initial progress may be slow, later stages will ascend rapidly without delay. Each breakthrough in cultivation demands rigorous standards from the bitter sea. Yet, few are willing to immerse themselves in the grind. She refrained from mentioning how to slay the ghost tribe and instead elaborated on the significance of the bitter sea. Chun Fan was somewhat speechless, pondering why she had suddenly broached this topic. Could it be that she was inspired by something, or had she caught wind of certain rumors? His mind whirled with thoughts, leaving him uncertain. Just as he was about to speak, Lianer continued, "My mother, as the principal party, had to suppress her true energy to expand the bitter sea within the divine gate realm. She was willing to sacrifice her appearance, no matter how unappealing it became. Although appearing to be in the divine gate realm, when it came to combat, she could contend with equally ranked monsters from myriad races. Some prodigies could even battle beyond their level, far surpassing their peers. That I sense you possess such potential. I have heard that your bitter sea has taken form like an ocean. Indeed, your talent is extraordinary." After a lengthy discourse, Chun Fan finally comprehended that she must have inquired about his past. Otherwise, how could she know such intricate details? Moreover, it explained why her mother was so overweight. He hoped this was not mere gossip, as he felt his progress was painfully slow. Furthermore, when circulating his true energy, he struggled to exert complete control, making it easy for others to perceive. This was far from ideal. His heart was laden with anxiety. Currently, his bitter sea had expanded at least tenfold, yet his cultivation had regressed to the initial stage of the bitter sea realm. However, once he fully exerted himself, his strength could reach over 100,000, far surpassing many in the Golden Bridge realm. His physical endurance was even more exaggerated than those in the Sacred Lotus realm, a comparison he had overlooked. Lianer observed as numerous white apparitions ascended from the ground, countless bones emerging from beneath the earth, and then recalled the earlier question. Tilting her head to look at him, she said, "We seem to connect well. I've shared much. Now let us return to the matter at hand. Do you see the ghost and bone tribes appearing?" She gestured towards the odd creatures emerging about 50 meters ahead. Chun Fan had already noticed that beyond the city walls, over 100 meters away, peculiar beings were gradually materializing, completely shattering his worldview that in 2 lifetimes. It was the first time he felt the ghost tribe was so close, witnessing it with his own eyes. He struggled to articulate his current feelings. They stood over 50 meters in front of the city gate, allowing them to see the corpses of the predecessors on the city wall quite clearly. The ghost tribe exhibited grotesque forms, distinctly different from the stitched monsters. Some resembled beautiful women, yet their features were hollow, with long limbs. Others appeared as infants with horns on their heads and bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. Some had their intestines transformed into circular shields encasing their bodies, while others were simply skeletal heads floating above skeletal bodies. Merely witnessing such bizarre forms left Chun Fan dumbfounded. Many of the images were so repulsive that the faint-hearted might perish on the spot. No wonder Lianer suggested he might feel fear. As for the Shadow Tribe, he could not detect them. The Nether Tribe was unlike the Ghost Tribe, displaying a monochromatic palette, predominantly dark red. Most had monstrous appearances, not the bizarre forms of the Ghost Tribe. The Bone Tribe was most distinguishable, comprising either human or animal skeletons, their skulls adorned with flickering green soul flames. While he was still discerning their features, he sensed the approach of humanoid monsters, all charging towards him. Chun Fan was at a loss on how to deal with them, and instinctively took a step back, observing Lianer standing unwaveringly. He hesitated, trying to restrain his retreat. She exuded confidence, while he had no means to defend himself. Just as he prepared to observe Lianer's method, all the creatures that crossed within 100 meters of the city wall were enveloped in radiant light. Chun Fan hurriedly followed the source of the illumination and discovered it emanated from the ancestors of humanity on the wall. The aura they radiated, or the killing intent they released, caused all the monsters to perish silently. Seeing this, Chun Fan suddenly realized that the predecessors had not perished. They had been protecting humanity all along, that if they were indeed deceased, how could they react so swiftly? In an instant, he witnessed the Buddha's light. Sword energy, domineering force, blood energy, and mysterious flames, among others, effortlessly obliterating the Ghost Tribe. Some creatures lurking in the shadows were also unable to escape their demise. Did you see that? Lianer seemed concerned he was not paying attention, especially pointing out the myriad races enveloped in light. She stated, to combat the ghost and bone tribes, the most powerful and effective means is the sacred light of the Buddhist sect. However, most individuals are reluctant to learn it. For us warriors, the simplest approach is blood energy, that if one can form a blood energy smoke signal and condense it into a weapon, it can even slay leaders, that of course, if you can master sword energy. Blade energy and other means of condensing true energy, killing them would be as easy as chopping vegetables. The power consolidated can effortlessly dismember them. Do you understand? In light of reality, Lianer explained it quite clearly. It was not overly complex. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan blinked rapidly, as if a door had swung open. Was it truly this simple? He realized that having absorbed countless sword energies from the sword grass, he had already possessed a method to deal with the ghost tribe. Suddenly recalling a crucial point, he inquired, what if we encounter a more powerful ghost tribe? Would we still combat them in this manner? Lianer smiled slightly and replied, you are overthinking it. You know what our first step is? To condense blood energy. But what is the result of condensing blood energy? It is to open up the bitter sea and become a true strong individual. In reality, the essence of cultivation has already shifted. It is now primarily based on true energy, with the body as a supplement to strengthen oneself. Similarly, most ghost tribes initially absorb yang energy to solidify their forms, breaking free from constraints to exist within the world. Thus, they acquire blood energy and become corporeal. Humans are corporeal too. Who is afraid of whom? With this explanation, Chun Fan's mind was illuminated. No wonder it was said that external training enhances physical strength and blood energy, while internal training focuses on true energy to elevate cultivation. There was indeed wisdom in it. Since he could contend with them, he felt relieved and marched boldly towards the 100-meter boundary, eager to test the effectiveness of his newfound understanding and the extent of his capabilities. However, just as he took 3 steps forward, Lianer's voice reached his ears. Where are you going? We should return to the city. We must not burden the predecessors on the city walls. This was the simplest reason. And he could not act recklessly, as it would deplete the killing intent that the ancestors bore. Chun Fan waved his hand, saying, I'm going to slay a few to test my skills. Thank you, Miss Lianer, for your guidance. You should return. Their conversation had significantly altered his perception of Lianer. She was no longer the haughty and willful person he first encountered, but rather someone understanding and willing to mentor the younger generation. Lianer was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly dare to attempt what she had just explained? It was hard to determine if he was foolish or truly gifted. Blood energy smoke signals could not form without rigorous forging. Relying solely on the blood energy condensation prior to the Bitter Sea realm was insufficient to slay the ghost tribe, given their strength surpassed that of human Bitter Sea cultivators. She observed his rune armor and the protection of the city walls. Believing he would likely be safe, her eyes flickered with a complex expression, torn between whether to accompany him. Ultimately, she took a step, trailing behind Chun Fan, thinking they were all human and should look out for one another. Chun Fan was no fool. Dinner had yet to be served, so he was not about to recklessly charge in. The closer he approached the 100-meter boundary, the more he attracted the attention of the ghost tribe. Shadow tribe and bone tribe creatures, as if they had spotted the most delectable cake, rushing towards him in a frenzy. However, once within the 100-meter range, they were immediately obliterated by various waves of energy and light. Leaving no trace behind, as he drew nearer, the runes on his armor emitted a mysterious glow, allowing him to clearly see some of the enigmatic races rushing towards him. The Shadow tribe, diminutive and dark in appearance, excelled at hiding in shadows but could not escape detection. The armor was impressive, preventing any ambushes from the Shadow tribe. Why had it not exhibited such wondrous effects during the day? Chun Fan silently admired the designer's ingenuity. Their thoughts were truly unique. Some unconventional cultivators possessed various mysterious powers, which he felt compelled to learn. The closer one gets, the more frenzied the myriad creatures of various races outside become, especially at night, when the beings that concealed themselves during the day emerge from their lairs in search of sustenance. And humans, alas, are the most delectable of prey. The sounds of chattering and howls, squeaks, roars, and mournful cries echo through the inky darkness of the night. Spreading recklessly, the earth trembles, trees sway, and dust swirls as a palpable sense of slaughter pervades the atmosphere. Countless creatures engage in relentless combat amongst themselves, vying for their own enhancement and supremacy. In the distance, flames soar into the sky, lightning cleaves the air, torrential rain pours down, and rocks whistle through the night, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield in the throes of chaos. Just yesterday in the city. Although the sounds reached his ears, Chun Fan had not witnessed such a spectacle. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Nighttime is indeed the prime opportunity for humans to venture forth and hone their skills. Daylight is merely a trial for the weak. Finding even a single elite monster is a daunting task. But night tells a different tale. Numerous elite beings lurk in the shadows, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Eager to pounce, a broad smile spread across his face as he set down his heavy backpack, brandishing his skeletal blade and positioning himself at the 100-meter boundary. That he stretched his limbs and loosened his joints. For standing idle for too long had left his muscles fatigued and his joints stiff. Lian Air approached him and, noticing the weight of his burdensome pack, shook her head and remarked, "Now that you are in the Bitter Sea realm, you must bear such a heavy load. However, once you reach the Sacred Lotus realm and expand the space within your Dantian, you will be able to store numerous treasures at that time. Such inconveniences will be a thing of the past. Unless someone manages to restrain you, no one will know what you possess." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart brimming with aspiration for the Sacred Lotus realm, that he glanced once more at the myriad creatures outside. Despite their grotesque and terrifying appearances, they suddenly struck him as remarkably endearing. They are all cores, capable of elevating one's realm. He hoped to harness their energies to swiftly enhance his own power. As he concluded his stretching, he stepped forward, his heart pounding vigorously. Blood surged through his veins, the energy coursing within stimulated his entire being, and his muscles and bones were primed for battle. His vital energy flowed, and his sword aura danced joyfully, akin to a child discovering a beloved toy. "I have arrived." With a resounding roar, he unleashed the 8-slit wind blade, his body flashing forward to the edge of the 100-meter mark. The blade glimmered, and the sword aura enveloped the 6 grotesque creatures of the ghost race, sweeping through them mercilessly. These beings were bizarrely formed, with tongues stretching up to 3 meters, wrapping around their necks. Their damp hair clinging to their bodies, and their entire forms covered in tentacles, resembling fleshy orbs drifting in the AI, no matter how one looked at them, they exceeded the bounds of human imagination. It was impossible for Chun Fan to fathom what they would become if fully materialized. With a sweeping strike, the blade shimmered with a layer of blood light. The 6 ghosts seemed intent on seeking death, akin to spring flowers dissipating in an instant, leaving behind 6 crimson diamond-shaped crystals that fell from the sky. Chun Fan's left hand swept through the air, capturing them all. A voice echoed in his mind. "You have slain a ghost." Earning 100 fusion points. "You have slain a ghost." Earning 100 fusion points. Detected potential for energy fusion. Gaining a minor increase in vital energy. Requires 50 fusion points. The 6 ghosts were merely the weakest of the initial tier, yielding only modest rewards. Yet Chun Fan was elated, a smile illuminating his face, for it confirmed that Lian Air had not deceived him. His vital energy could indeed vanquish ghosts. Next, he aimed to challenge the bone race. The primary bone creatures bore 2 flickering soul flames within their skulls, easily dispatched. However, those with remnants of flesh, resembling victims of skinning, were of the elite tier, powerful and safeguarded by their soul flames, making them difficult to kill. As they continued to evolve, their bones took on a jade-like quality, their flesh encasing their skeletal forms, and their eyes ignited with soul flames, granting them the ability to soar through the skies. These were the leaders. Such descriptions were found in books, yet he had never encountered them in reality. Finally, he witnessed 2 bone creatures, partially flesh-clad, charging towards him. He met their advance head-on. The sword aura flickered upon his skeletal blade as he cleaved through the air. Crack, crack! The attacks of the 2 bone creatures were rendered utterly ineffective, their heads severed. With a resounding boom, the sword aura exploded, extinguishing the green soul flames within. 2 additional orange diamond-shaped crystals materialized, which Chun Fan promptly absorbed. Impossible! Lian Air, who had been watching from a distance, could not suppress her exclamation. Chapter 44. Return to the city. Alarm-sounding Lian Air could scarcely believe that the formidable elite bone creatures fell so effortlessly before Chun Fan. She could see clearly that he was merely in the bitter sea realm, even just having reached the mid-stage, yet he effortlessly obliterated elite bone creatures, an image that seemed inconceivable. Even she could not have achieved such ease. No wonder several teachers had vied for him on the spot, willingly taking on the role of guardians. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan struck again, swiftly dispatching 2 shadow creatures that as long as he could see them. Their combat efficacy diminished significantly, allowing him to eliminate them with ease. Chen Fan was thoroughly satisfied and chose not to pursue further, but he sheathed his blade and approached Lien Air, planting his feet firmly on the ground and saying, "Thank you, Miss Lien Air, for your guidance. It has proven exceedingly useful. It is time to return. I have yet to dine and must remedy that." In truth, he was concerned about the 2 dragon horns and the Chilong fruit tree nestled within his backpack. He wanted to secure those valuable items before returning to continue his battles. Lien Air snapped back to reality and waved her hands dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, no need at all," as she observed him packing up. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "What realm are you in? How can you so effortlessly slay elite bone creatures?" Her curiosity about him deepened. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the creatures of various races behind them. As 2 humans burst through from outside, 2 individuals in the late stages of the Golden Bridge realm strode forth, their golden bridges adorned with mysterious patterns, radiating a brilliant golden light, seemingly on the brink of transforming into sacred lotuses and advancing further. Upon seeing them, Lien Air gasped, "Elder brother, second brother, why are you back? Were you not attempting to break through to the sacred lotus realm?" Chen Fan was taken aback to discover that these were Lien Air's 2 elder brothers. Their features indeed bearing a resemblance. The 2 men, upon recognizing their younger sister, nearly simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Chen Fan before saying, "Mother sent us a message. There has been a significant development, and we must return promptly." "Who is he? It's late. Do not wander outside. Hurry back. Is he an old man? Or a newcomer? Why is he with someone like this? Come on." Their words dripped with disdain for Chen Fan. As they grasped Lien Air by the arms and attempted to lead her away, their tone quite unkind, dismissing him as inconsequential. Hey, Lien Air, lacking the strength of her brothers, was forcibly pulled back home. The wind carried their voices. "You are the pride of Hunter's Shadow City, destined for the 7th and 8th trials. How can you act so recklessly? Indeed, your future husband will only grow stronger. There is no need to squander your precious youth on someone useless." They looked down upon Chen Fan, believing the 2 were up to no good late at night. Chen Fan licked his lips, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face as he muttered, "What is this all about? These 2 are quite imaginative. It's not as if I lack someone I admire." The MY exchanges with Lien Air have been nothing more than a few words, bearing the weight of his massive backpack. He returned to the new student dormitory. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he knocked on Ji Tianwu's door, but received no response. Just as he was about to turn away, an urgent alarm blared across the city sky, as if some crisis were imminent. Chen Fan was taken aback, his footsteps halting as he tilted his head toward the corridor window. Why would such a situation arise in the dead of night? Suddenly, nearly every door in the corridor swung open, and numerous students gazed outside in confusion, having all heard the alarm. The sound was certainly not a harbinger of good news to AT that moment. Ji Tianwu opened her door, her eyes widening in surprise as she spotted Chen Fan standing at the threshold. "Brother Fan, when did you return? What does this alarm signify?" she asked, unable to contain her excitement. The others also noticed Chen Fan standing in the corridor, their expressions filled with bewilderment. "Chen Fan, did you not leave the city with the teacher? When did you come back? We thought you wouldn't return. Is there a crisis outside? What is going on, Chen Fan?" "Something serious is happening." Questions came flooding in, as if he had all the answers. Chen Fan, equally perplexed, replied, "I don't know. I just got back and was about to check on you." His words. Ji Tianwu's face lit up with joy, her excitement palpable. She could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, "You came specifically to find me? I was just in the bathroom, and didn't hear the alarm. Come, let us see what is happening outside." She felt that Chen Fan had come to seek her out, and her heart swelled with excitement. However, the piercing alarm disrupted her elation, and she felt compelled to investigate. Just as she was about to close the door, a loudspeaker in the building announced, "All personnel in Hunter's Shadow City, Unless in special circumstances, do not venture outside. It will that if any companions are in the wilderness, please notify them immediately and return as swiftly as possible. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed throughout the entirety of Shadow Hunting City, resonating 5 times in succession. Many students, engrossed in their studies, paid little heed to it. The sole exception was Chun Fan, who had just intended to go out for a workout that evening to expedite his cultivation. Consequently, he felt quite displeased upon receiving such an announcement that he surmised it was likely related to the report from him and Good Chun regarding some emerging danger outside. Of course, the message merely advised against going out rather than imposing a strict prohibition. Thus he resolved to accumulate fusion points after dinner, while others were fervently striving to attain the Golden Bridge realm. His cultivation seemed to be deteriorating. This was utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing the announcement, many freshmen waved their hands dismissively, muttering, "We lack the qualifications to leave the city. We might as well focus on our studies." I sensed something must have happened outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ordered everyone in the city to remain indoors. Whatever the situation, the city lord and the experts will handle it. We, as mere freshmen, cannot possibly find ourselves on the battlefield. Actually, I would prefer to see the battlefield to hone my abilities, so that I may contribute to humanity's continuation in the future. Each freshman harbored different aspirations, and naturally, their words varied accordingly. However, Chun Fan paid little attention to their musings. His gaze had already shifted to Ji Tianwu as he inquired, "Have you eaten? Shall we head to the cafeteria for a bite?" Having had some roasted 3-headed serpent meat for lunch but skipping dinner, he was feeling rather famished. After filling his belly, he aimed to promptly execute his upgrade plan. That Ji Tianwu's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "I've already eaten, but I will accompany you to eat something. Let us go." She was as lively as a little sprite, unconcerned about the city's affairs and eager to enjoy a moment alone with Chun Fan. Along the way, she chattered animatedly about the day's training activities. "Today was so dull. We were made to sit on electric chairs, continuously stimulating our muscles that I certainly don't want to become a muscle woman. Yet Mr. Fong insisted on adding extra meals, and I almost didn't make it." She rambled on about her day until they arrived at the cafeteria, where there was little food left, prompting the chef to offer it all to them. Once seated, Ji Tianwu asked, "How was your outing today? Was it enjoyable?" Just as Chun Fan took a mouthful of food and was about to respond, the loudspeaker in the cafeteria blared, "All personnel at the Sacred Lotus Realm, report to the conference hall immediately. This includes veterans and extraordinary beings." Hearing this, Chun Fan paused mid-bite. He watched as a chef removed his white uniform, donned a gray robe, and took up 2 intricately designed knives before stepping onto a golden lotus and departing. 3 experts rushed out from the back room, and only then did the 2 realize that the cafeteria concealed powerful figures of the Sacred Lotus Realm. It was evident that a city capable of standing firm in the wilderness was indeed extraordinary. Without these experts, it would likely have been breached long ago. That Ji Tianwu could not help but exclaim, "Heavens, they're summoning all the Sacred Lotus Realm experts. It seems this situation is quite serious. News must have leaked out. The outside world is perilously dangerous. How safe it is in Peace City." Her eyes reflected a mix of curiosity and intrigue as she compared the 2 cities. In response, Chun Fan took another bite and remarked, "I feel something is amiss. Here in Peace City, we are merely students with no real power. Even if something were to happen, we would remain oblivious. Upon arriving in Shadow Hunting City, we are already warriors and must adapt to the tense atmosphere. Perhaps this is merely a drill targeting us newcomers. However, the fact that even the extraordinary beings among the criminals have been summoned suggests that the matter is not trivial." At that moment, he inwardly regretted not inquiring further about the situation, as it left him guessing like a fool. After the broadcast concluded, no further announcements were made. Chun Fan recounted his experiences outside, detailing his training in sword techniques, the Chiu Long fruit tree, the dragon horns, and so forth, that he finally warned Ji Tianwu about the 4 individuals who had attempted to extort him, emphasizing, in the wild, even if they're long-lost friends, one must remain vigilant. I was merely fishing normally, yet they repeatedly sought to harm me, that if it weren't for the 2 teachers, I might have found myself in danger. He stressed how treacherous those 4 were, urging her to be particularly cautious. That Ji Tianwu nodded earnestly, saying, "Teacher Kai Ji has warned us that one must be wary of humans in the wild. I never expected that you would encounter them on your first solo venture. Were you injured? Did the 4 Golden Bridge Realm individuals attack you?" As she spoke, she finally remembered the most critical point, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him, that I have a unique situation. My body refinement is formidable, surpassing even elite-level monsters that ITS mainly due to the excellent instruction from my teacher. He almost let slip a secret, nearly exposing his extraordinary capabilities. The TO's strike against the strong and defeat four opponents seemed excessively powerful. While he remained unconcerned, others would certainly take note, warranting caution in the future. Nevertheless, he felt a hint of pride in making his sister, who always outshone him, envious. Let us go. I've finished eating, that ITS time to return and diligently cultivate, striving to elevate my realm as swiftly as possible. I envy those of you who can glide effortlessly over rivers. Chun Fan set down his chopsticks and beckoned her to accompany him back. Though their time together was brief, it was enough to forge a bond. Ji Tianwu, however, wished to linger a bit longer with him, saying, "Wait, let us first take a look at your spoils from today, that I've never seen dragon horns before." With that, they returned to Chun Fan's room to examine the dragon horns and the Chiu long fruit tree. Seizing the opportunity to inspect their condition, Chun Fan discovered they were still intact and remarked, "This Chiu long fruit tree hasn't matured yet, so I'll give it to you, that I'm a big man and lack the patience to care for it. I'd likely end up killing it." He promptly gifted her the precious Chiu long fruit tree. "As for these dragon horns, perhaps you can forge a pair of weapons from them. I'll give them to you as well. My weapon is a blade, and this is too short for me." He handed her the dragon horns, which had already fused all their cores and thus were empty inside, that Ji Tianwu initially intended to decline but reconsidered, thinking it would be nice to have a keepsake as they were about to part ways. After some thought, she produced a small sachet from her bag and placed it in Chun Fan's palm, saying, "You've given me something. I ought to reciprocate with this sachet, that it contains dragon saliva, which is beneficial for meditation and revitalizing the mind. If we are to part ways, remember to show it to me when we meet again." She had forgotten to give it to him that morning, but it wasn't too late now. "All right, I will keep it close to me." As she spoke, she secured it around her neck, allowing it to dangle just above her chest, where the rune armor would protect it from harm. After exchanging a few more words, Ji Tianwu embraced the dragon horns while Chun Fan held the massive Chiu long fruit tree as they returned to their respective rooms. Good night, they bid each other farewell and retreated to their quarters. Chun Fan touched the sachet resting against his chest, murmuring, "The most unforgettable debt of gratitude owed to a beautiful woman." Releasing his grip, he donned a set of agile attire, equipped his rune armor, grasped his skeletal blade, and paused at the door to listen for a moment. Sensing the absence of any sounds outside, he quietly slipped out. With a refreshing vigor, he dashed towards the southern city gate. From this night onward, he would focus on strengthening himself. Upon reaching the gates, he could clearly see numerous figures hastily returning from the wilderness. News had evidently spread throughout the city. Chun Fan deliberately avoided the direction of the city gate, veering instead towards a spot 100 meters away that a multitude of specters, bone creatures, shadow beings, and underworld entities surged towards him like a relentless tide. Creatures of the bat tribe, night owls, and other nocturnal entities did not spare him either, howling as they converged upon him, encircling him tightly. In response, Chun Fan's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. His blood surged with fervor as he summoned his vital energy, unleashing the sword chi and wielding the split-wind 8 blades with various skills, resolutely cutting his way through the throng. During the day, such a multitude of monstrous beings was invisible, yet night presented the perfect opportunity. The system's voice chimed in his mind. Eliminated Ice-Winged Demon Bat, gained 100 fusion points, vanquished elite-level Spectre. Gained 1,500 fusion points, defeated Bone Creature, gained 100 fusion points, discovered fusion energy, increased a small amount of true energy, requires 50 fusion points, discovered fusion energy, increased a slight amount of true energy, requires 200 fusion points. As time passed, Chun Fan silenced the notifications, finding them disruptive to his focus that he lost track of time and forgot about the dangers lurking outside. Alone, he fought further and further away, long since beyond the reach of the city walls. His blood boiled, and the aura of slaughter enveloped him. As the low-level specters charged, they were scattered and dissolved by his overwhelming energy. Though the low-level bone creatures possessed some strength, they too were extinguished by the force of his vitality. The shadows had no refuge, unable to withstand the might of Chun Fan's fists and feet. The lowly beings of the myriad tribes were numerous, their cores abundant, and Chun Fan diligently gathered every fusion point he could. He didn't even bother to fuse their skills unless prompted by an exorbitant requirement of thousands of fusion points. When encountering elite-level monsters, he struck them down with a single blow. His split-wind 8 blades had reached a level where he could wield them effortlessly, capable of drawing his blades swiftly from any posture or direction. The power of the snake binding technique melded with his muscle strength. Showcasing a terrifying lethality, as he faced the colossal specter, he roared, "Die!" The skeletal beings radiate an eerie glow, colossal members of the Bone Clan adorned with a semblance of flesh. Slay them, the dark crimson specters of the Nether Clan. Annihilate them! Kill, kill, kill. Every race that dares obstruct the path shall be utterly exterminated. My vital energy, replenished by crystal cores, flows like an endless ocean, abundant and inexhaustible. My stamina is vigorous, akin to a humanoid automaton, tireless and relentless. In this relentless slaughter, Chun Fan has completely lost track of time. It is only when the first light of dawn emerges in the east and the frenzied assaults of the ghostly clans vanish that he realizes the Bone Clan has retreated underground. The Shadow Clan, the Nether Clan, the Night Stalkers, nearly all have concealed themselves. In that fleeting moment, the earth lies barren, an unexpected tranquility enveloping the surroundings. As dawn arrived, with the monstrous races nowhere in sight, Chun Fan begins to perceive the general landscape around him and cannot help but murmur to himself. Chapter 46. Fusion of Super Titanium Ore. A monumental enhancement despite enduring a night of battle. His throat remains unscathed, still moist. His body exhibits no signs of fatigue, functioning seamlessly. In fact, many of his movements have provided optimal exercise for his joints. Before him stands a rocky cliff, from which countless ghostly beings had recently emerged, now conspicuously absent. It seems they have hidden themselves away from the sunlight. Did I truly slay throughout the night? Am I truly this formidable? Chun Fan himself is astonished at the sheer force he has unleashed. Glancing at the skeletal blade in his hand, he notices fine cracks appearing upon it, its sharpness diminished from the morning prior. It proves to be rather fragile. My left fist remains unscathed. Inspecting his left hand, he finds no scratches on his skin, still smooth and unblemished. Only slightly out of breath, he approaches the stone wall ahead, intending to lean against it and rest for a moment. Grasping a stone with his left hand, just as he is about to sit down, a voice resonates in his mind. Fusion of Super Titanium Ore detected. Requires 15,000 fusion points. Fusion of Skeletal Blade detected. Enhancing bone sharpness. Requires 800 fusion points. Startled by the announcement, Chun Fan is momentarily taken aback. The last time he fused with a massive boulder, it required merely 10,000 points. This time, the requirement has increased by half. Having already benefited from previous fusions, how could he possibly overlook the opportunity to further augment his strength? Without hesitation, he initiates the fusion. With a thunderous roar, the small hill that had concealed countless ghostly beings moments ago vanishes entirely. The dust, trees, stones, and various small creatures that had gathered upon it all plummet downwards, transforming the hill into a vast pit. Dust swirling about in the air. The earth trembles, and Chun Fan swiftly retreats to avoid being engulfed in debris. After a few paces, he stands 100 meters away, yet the ground continues to quake. He ponders the extent of his fusion points, wondering how he succeeded so effortlessly that a glance reveals that his fusion points have risen to 20,000, no longer the previous count of 10,000. And astonishingly, they seem to be at maximum capacity, as if the 1,500 just expended were merely a bonus. Why has it reached 20,000? He muses, astonished. The system quickly clarifies. You have entered the mid-stage of the Bittersea realm, resulting in an increase. The surplus fusion points are plentiful. Utilize them promptly. Mid-stage? Chun Fan is perplexed. Had he not already attained the mid-stage of the Bittersea realm? Why the sudden notification, as he senses his dantian? He soon discerns a notable difference. The surface of the Bittersea shimmers with boundless golden light, and even the depths beneath have taken on a golden hue. However, his gold is distinct, intermingled with earthy tones. Pale blue, light green, and soft red. While it may lack the rainbow brilliance of a super genius, it is still quite remarkable. Of course, without close inspection, one would struggle to differentiate at mid-stage after a night of slaughter. There seems to be little enhancement. Initially, he believed he could reach the late stage within a couple of days and then break through to the Golden Bridge realm. Yet on the first day, he has only made a slight advancement. The challenges ahead grow increasingly daunting that as he contemplates the fusion with the super titanium or concludes, and he feels a powerful surge coursing through his muscles, bones and fascia, as if they have become as resilient as metal. Not to mention his strength has directly doubled. Clenching his fists, he notices a metallic sheen glimmering on his skin, as if he has transformed into a being of gold. Could it be? Have I truly become this formidable? The fusion with the super titanium or has been excessive. I must fuse with other energies to balance my rigidity with flexibility. However, I feel as though I could now rend elite-level creatures with my bare hands. With newfound confidence, he recognizes that his displayed strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner of the Sacred Lotus realm. Were it not for his current realm limitations, preventing him from manifesting his vital energy in flight, he would dare to challenge any master of the Sacred Lotus realm. Gazing at the skeletal blade in his hand, his eyes gleam with excitement. He lifts it and lightly grazes it against his arm. Not a single scar remains on his skin. Indeed, this fusion has been quite intense. Raising the blade once more, he applies slight pressure, dragging it across his skin. It sounds as though metal is grinding against metal. His own eyes widening in shock. Could it be? I shall test this again. Chun Fan is astounded. Although he felt he exerted minimal force, it was nearly equivalent to that of a typical bitter sea practitioner, at least utilizing 10,000 pounds of strength. Yet, his skin bears no sign of injury. Once more, he channels 80,000 pounds of force, and the skeletal blade glides across his skin. A trail of sparks flies forth, revealing 2 new cracks on the skeletal blade, yet his skin remains unscathed. Hiss! Chun Fan inhales sharply, realizing the extent of his transformation. With such a formidable body, could it not withstand the attacks of elite-level monsters? This is utterly terrifying. A humanoid monstrosity. He feels this description fits him best. Shaking his head, he sheathes the skeletal blade and prepares to return to the city, but he finds himself famished. The Bitter Sea has expanded nearly twice its size since last night. And now that he has reached the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm, Chun Fan can hardly fathom how much energy he has fused in any case. His cultivation has not advanced, but his combat prowess has undeniably surged. In his eyes, the Golden Bridge realm is nothing more than trivial, that he eagerly awaits a chance to engage in battle with a leader-level monster. The return journey is easily navigated. He need only follow the path littered with corpses. The further he walks, the more astonished Chun Fan becomes. The site of last night's massacre is strewn with bones, an ocean of bodies and rivers of blood. The Bone Clan, Shadow Clan, Nether Clan, Nightback Clan, Wolf Clan, Fox Clan, and all other creatures that surge forth at night have met their demise at his hands. None, be they novice or elite, could withstand a single strike that as dawn breaks. Numerous daylight creatures emerge to feast upon the carcasses, only to be swiftly dispatched by him. Am I truly this formidable? How far have I slaughtered? After traversing 1,000 meters and surveying countless corpses, he realizes he is yet to glimpse the city walls. Unable to suppress a murmur that if others were to witness this, it would surely create a tremendous uproar. His expression grave, he presses onward, silently calculating how much energy he expended to elevate to the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. No wonder the Bitter Sea has expanded to twice its original size. It is hard to believe. Continuing forward for another 1,000 meters, he crests a hillside and finally spots the city walls a mere 1,500 meters away. Over 2,500 meters, countless bodies lie strewn about, not accounting for the ghostly beings. Chun Fan finally comprehends why the skeletal blade is riddled with cracks. He has slain at least 10,000 creatures. Within a 500-meter radius, various experts are now converging upon his location. From a distance, he hears their discussions. Which expert is responsible for this? It is simply terrifying. How many monsters have been slain in a single strike? It is not merely a single strike that has slain them all. Rather, each fell before a singular blow. It seems someone has taken advantage of the night to hone their skills in the wilderness. All have met their demise with a single stroke, their skulls shattered, the vital energy emanating at least equal to that of the Sacred Lotus realm. Could it be that a master of the Sacred Lotus realm ventured out during the night? Impossible. Last night, All masters of the sacred Lotus realm were occupied with a meeting. No one emerged. Furthermore, they would not deign to concern themselves with such trifles, preferring to soar past in search of leader-level foes. The group struggles to discern the truth, and soon they spot the bloodied figure of the silver-haired youth returning from battle, that a master of the sacred Lotus realm, soaring through the skies, directly inquiries. "Hey, silver-haired lad ahead, do you know who has slain so many monsters?" Startled by the impolite tone, Chun Fan feels a shiver run down his spine. The others also fixate their gazes upon the approaching Chun Fan. Chapter 47, Departure and Provocation. Teach, merely a lad of the Bittersea realm, likely took advantage of the early hours when few were about to venture outside for training. Right? A trifling Bittersea practitioner could discern little. Predecessor, you have mistaken the person. Oh, he wields a skeletal blade. Yet it is not the one auctioned off the previous evening. It appears far too worn. Silver-haired lad, perhaps suffering from some deficiency? What battle prowess could he possibly possess? A crowd of onlookers deem Chun Fan merely a lowly Bittersea practitioner, freely voicing their opinions. Only the master of the sacred Lotus realm hovering above senses that Chun Fan may be more than he appears. His vital energy is reined in, clad in runic armor, his vitality vibrant, markedly different from ordinary Bittersea practitioners, especially with his body stained in blood, much of it already dried. He must have engaged in battle for quite some time. Even if the carnage scattered across the ground is not of his doing, he must certainly harbor secrets. Upon hearing their remarks and the impolite inquiries, Chun Fan glances around, thinking that the fewer who know of this matter, the better. He casually responds, "I just returned from outside and did not witness the individual responsible. Perhaps you may discover more if you pursue. I have been hiding all night and wish to return to rest. Since you believe I am incapable, I shall graciously acknowledge it. According to the esteemed teacher Gu Chun, one should strive to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. That if I venture out again tonight, it is imperative that I refrain from commencing any slaughter at the city gates. Rather, I should select a location further afield. All of this is due to my lack of experience. Furthermore, I ought to don a hat or a hood to obscure my visage." Chun Fan continuously reflects on his experiences. Once he ascends to the Golden Bridge realm, he resolves to depart from hunting Shadow City without leaving too much of an impression, even if it means heading towards the neighboring Shadow City. Ensuring that no one can trace his whereabouts, upon hearing his words, several individuals promptly followed the trail of bodies into the distance. That as they brushed past him, it was inevitable that they would cast a glance in his direction. Surviving a night in the wilderness is, in truth, no simple feat. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chun Fan slipped through the city gates and, with remarkable speed, returned to his dormitory, but he washed away the grime and blood that clung to him, erasing all traces, and emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed and ready to rest for a while before seeking out Ji Tianwu for breakfast. Leaning against his bed, he activated his communicator, eager to assess the situation, only to discover 3 unread messages displayed on the transparent screen. The first was a message from Gu Chun sent around 9 o'clock the previous night, cautioning him to refrain from wandering about until the meeting concluded. The second, sent shortly after 11 by his great-grandfather, informed him of his arrival in Shifeng City and urged him to rest well as he prepared to enter the fourth realm. Chun Fan promptly replied, "Great-grandfather, why did you leave without a word? I have already traversed the bitter sea and become a true strongman, entering the first heavenly gate. The Chun family shall not fade into obscurity. I will strive diligently to follow in your footsteps." He relayed a multitude of updates to his great-grandfather to alleviate any worries. However, when he received no reply, his gaze fell upon the final message, which belonged to Ji Tianwu. She resided next door. What need was there for her to send a message? Muttering to himself, he opened it to read, "Brother Fan, forgive my abrupt departure. Members of my family arrived in the dead of night, and due to my unique bloodline, they have taken me away from hunting Shadow City. By the time you read this message, I shall likely have reached the 8th heavenly gate to receive guidance from the ancestors of the Ji family. I hope you will honor our agreement and know that I shall be waiting for you beyond the gates. Please come early. I shall miss you dearly, but we must both dedicate our lives and blood to the future of humanity. Not a moment shall be wasted. I look forward to our reunion, standing tall together at the 10th heavenly gate, banishing the evils of all races. That be why then I shall bear you 10 children, waiting for you. Your loving Tianwu." Upon reading this, Chun Fan sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with determination that he flung open the door and rushed next door. The door was unlocked, and as he pushed it open, he found the room appeared untouched, just as it had been when he first arrived. Ji Tianwu had left. Silently, she had departed. Never had he anticipated that she would vanish so hastily without any prior indication. His fists clenched tightly, filled with confusion and longing. When she was often by his side, perhaps he had taken her presence for granted, but now, in her sudden absence, cherished memories flooded his mind unbidden. He shut his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions, then turned back to his own room, that a unique bloodline, the ancestors of the Ji family. It seemed Ji Tianwu's prodigious talent had drawn the attention of her family's elders, prompting them to whisk her away for her safety. Where exactly was the 8th heavenly gate? I must hasten to enhance my strength and seek her out, Chun Fan muttered to himself, now with an additional objective. The remains of my parents and relatives lie beyond the 8th heavenly gate, while Ji Tianwu is there as well. I must attain the celestial realm to breach the 8th heavenly gate and avenge my parents. It is imperative that I succeed. Only through genuine cultivation did he grasp the arduous nature of the path ahead, yet he silently vowed to ascend resolutely. Whatever thoughts occupied his mind, others remained oblivious. Ignoring the urge to rest, he promptly descended to partake in breakfast, preparing to venture out for further training, and he seized every moment and opportunity to expedite his progress. The ancestors of the Ji family would undoubtedly seek a talented suitor for their prodigy. He needed to earn the right to stand before the family. After hastily finishing breakfast, he returned to his room to gather his skeletal blade, only to find Go Chun waiting outside the building. A cluster of new students and Feng Xiong stood scattered across the training ground, preparing for the day's drills. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating everyone's presence. When they beheld Chun Fan emerging clad in rune armor and wielding the skeletal blade, their collective gaze fell upon him. Zhao Yi, standing amidst the crowd, proclaimed, "Chun Fan, I have splendid news for you. Ji Tianwu departed last night with a group of powerful individuals that it is said that a fiancé has been arranged for her, and they came to escort her. What an extravagant affair! You should have seen it." His words were laced with malice, designed solely to demoralize Chun Fan, for he himself had no chance of pursuing her and sought to inflict discomfort upon him, embodying a sense of reckless abandon. Chun Fan cast a cold glare in Zhao Yi's direction, his irritation reaching a boiling point. Wishing nothing more than to cleave him in two, his mood was already soured by Ji Tianwu's sudden departure. And now this was merely adding fuel to the fire. Perceiving the murderous intent in Chun Fan's eyes, Zhao Yi instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, colliding with others and nearly losing his footing. A ripple of unease swept through the surrounding crowd as they distanced themselves from him, wary of provoking Chun Fan's wrath. Witnessing his disarray, Chun Fan could not help but let out a disdainful snort, turning his head away. Not far off, Qin Fan chimed in with a sour tone. "Chun Fan, what do you mean by this? We are all classmates. How can you intimidate him? We ought to support one another and progress together. You have grown stronger. You must protect your weaker classmates." He spouted a series of grand principles, attempting to rein in Chun Fan's arrogance. The school's doctrine forbids any semblance of self-interest. Chun Fan's gaze fell upon him, causing Qin Fan to retreat a couple of steps in fright, his expression shifting dramatically. Though no words were exchanged, the gaze that had extinguished countless beasts was more than they could bear. Even Feng Xiong felt the palpable change in Chun Fan's aura after just a day apart. The murderous energy surrounding him was almost tangible, exuding an immense pressure. Hadn't he returned earlier? Ge Chun, standing nearby, also sensed the shift, increasingly convinced of his suspicions that he seized Chun Fan's arm, guiding him to a secluded corner, his expression grave as he locked eyes with him, asking in a hushed tone, "The countless corpses outside the southern city, were they the result of your night's work?" Chun Fan had not expected Ge Chun to confront him so directly, immediately deducing his involvement. Suddenly reminded of the shattered skulls and the skeletal blade in his hand, he realized that any attempt to deny would be futile. Instead of a direct admission, he replied in a subdued tone, "Someone instructed me on how to slay the ghost and bone tribes, and I decided to experiment. Eventually, I began to grasp the essence of the blade technique and lost track of time. You saw me out merely to confirm this matter." He had originally intended to continue battling outside, but suspected he would not be permitted to do so. Gucci's heart raced at Chun Fan's revelation. Slaughtering dozens or even hundreds would not elicit such a transformation, but to kill for an entire night, reaching 2,500 meters away, was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention the physical strain. Such feats of stamina and energy were nearly unfathomable. Yet, Chun Fan had accomplished it, emanating an aura of relentless bloodlust that even the newcomers could hardly withstand. Gucci spoke softly. Alas, you truly give me cause for concern. With that blade in hand, do you intend to fight again? While combat is indeed a means to enhance one's prowess, balance between effort and rest is essential. I advise you to visit the trading hall and seek a more suitable weapon. Take a day to recuperate and venture forth tomorrow. Remember, haste makes waste, and you risk falling into obsession. Reflection is also an integral part of martial arts. As someone who had traversed this path before, he fully understood the principle of haste makes waste, fearing that Chun Fan might pursue power at any cost. Upon hearing these words, the urgency within Chun Fan gradually subsided. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not comprehend the wisdom therein? Yet, lost in the exhilarating drive for improvement, he had neglected the potential dangers that lurked in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand now. Let us head to the trading hall together. I have much to learn from you. Having a wise mentor is indeed a great fortune in life." And Chun Fan felt immensely grateful for Gucci's presence. As they walked towards the trading hall, he inquired about the subtle changes in the Bittersea realm. This time, he did not hesitate to acquire the unsold phoenix feather. At another stall, he spent 40,000 federal coins on a tree root, with the system alerting him that it required 10,000 fusion points. An absolute treasure that he then purchased a super titanium alloy blade from an old friend of Gucci for 100,000 federal coins. The system notifying him that it required 3,000 fusion points, certainly superior to the skeletal blade, that on his way back, he also acquired an animal heart from a criminal for 100,000 federal coins. Though it appeared rather unsightly and desiccated, the system indicated it required 10,000 fusion points, so he did not let the opportunity slip away. Exiting the trading hall, Chun Fan surveyed the items he had obtained, prompting Gucci to furrow his brow and inquire, "What exactly have you purchased?" "A tree root, an animal heart, a phoenix feather. None of these will enhance your strength in the slightest. It's a waste." He perceived Chun Fan as overly willful, frivolously squandering money. Even if wealth abounded, such extravagance was unwarranted. After a night spent vanquishing countless monsters, the crystal cores amassed were worth a fortune. Thus, a degree of nonchalance could be excused. Chun Fan, disinterested in wasting time, made his way towards the dormitory building, remarking, "Hi, I simply have a feeling that this might prove useful, perhaps even indispensable. I'm heading back for dinner. Would you care to join me?" Upon glancing up, he observed numerous freshmen with their hair standing on end, exuding a burnt odor, emerging from the opposite entrance. It seemed they had once again endured Fong Xiong's torturous training. Yi Chen waved his hand, saying, "I need to visit the council hall. You shouldn't go out today. Reflect on your gains." He did not accompany him, proceeding towards the council building. Following yesterday's revelations, the entire Shadowhunter city was enveloped in tension, eager to ascertain definitive news. Chun Fan watched him depart, casually merging the skeletal knife, in an instant. He felt his fingers swell, a surge of power brewing within. He paid it no mind, continuing his stroll towards the cafeteria while sensing the transformation in his fingers. It felt as though he had honed the bones of his fingers into extraordinarily sharp edges. Once he activated his chi, they would become exceptionally lethal, likely possessing the cutting efficiency of the skeletal knife. Without publicly testing it, he boldly entered the dining hall amidst the gazes of numerous freshmen. Without Ji Tianwu's company, mealtime became a solitary affair, imbued with a sense of desolation. Yu Linghai longed to approach him for conversation. But upon witnessing his unapproachable demeanor, he dismissed the notion that he finished his meal in solitude and returned to his dormitory, the atmosphere starkly contrasting with the previous days of affectionate displays. Many freshmen couldn't help but murmur, "Heh, they were inseparable just days ago, and now he resembles a wilted eggplant, utterly deflated. Haha, it's quite amusing to witness. After being inundated with dog food these past few days, I'm thoroughly sickened. Alas, he looks so pitiful, walking all alone." "Pitiful, you say? Teacher Fong has made it clear he cannot guide him, and the swordsman instructor has ceased to include him. What a talent wasted! Their words mingled with a sense of schadenfreude, envy, and contempt. Even if Chun Fan overheard them, he remained unfazed, having unknowingly drifted onto a different plane than they. They had yet to complete their instructor's training, while he had already slain countless monsters. Existing in entirely disparate realms, as he approached the dormitory door, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the door of the adjacent room. It seemed Ji Tianwu stood there, her large eyes fluttering as she wished him good night. But in the blink of an eye, it was merely an empty corridor. Ultimately, she had departed. With a sigh, he pushed open the door and entered. Sitting on the bed, he retrieved the items he had purchased. Setting the phoenix feather aside, he intended to refrain from merging it, saving it as a gift for Ji Tianwu for their next encounter. He grasped an animal's heart and a tattered tree root in each hand. And a prompt resonated in his mind. Discovered mergeable item. Heart of the Thunder Beast. Increases thunder energy. Requires 10,000 merge points. Discovered mergeable item. Roots of the Tree of Life. Increases wood energy. Requires 10,000 merge points. Upon hearing the notifications and seeing the total of 20,000 merge points in his mind, he hesitated not, proceeding to merge. At last, he beheld his remaining points. 3,897. A night's labor had completely depleted his reserves. As the merging command echoed, Chun Fan felt the heart of the Thunder Beast in his left hand suddenly emit boundless thunder, his entire body tingling as if electrified. Every muscle trembled, the thunder coursing through him, ultimately coalescing in his dantian in an instant. The entire sea of bitterness was activated, tumultuous waves crashing about him. The sword energy gained wisdom, no longer wandering aimlessly, but began to converge gradually. The fire of departure received support from the thunder, incinerating the sea of bitterness and purifying the chi. The golden sea of bitterness expanded wildly in all directions. The roots of the Tree of Life in his right hand radiated a soft emerald energy, dissipating all internal injuries and tremors, ultimately converging in the dantian as well. In the next moment, Chun Fan felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if his dantian were on the verge of exploding. He could no longer afford to neglect the situation and hurriedly began to circulate his basic techniques, attempting to control the changes in his chi. However, it seemed to spiral out of control, proving utterly ineffective. In that moment, despair washed over him. Was it truly the case that his accumulation was insufficient, leading him to be obliterated by the surging energies? Death loomed ever closer. Chapter 49. Crisis approaches. Elevation. Once more, unbeknownst to Chun Fan, the external world was rife with turmoil. The numerous freshmen outside seized this rare moment to recuperate, preparing for the afternoon training. Tomorrow, they were to undergo training with the Straw Hats to enhance their agility in movement. Over 100 individuals were unable to venture into the city for training, needing to study within the ranks of the guards for 2 years before being permitted to leave the city independently. The disparity in temperament and combat ability was too great. Within the council building, numerous experts of the Holy Lotus realm convened in the meeting room. Many were smoking, the haze swirling about them. Sparks flying as they scrutinized the video footage retrieved by their scouts. It was confirmed. 7 white-winged tigers for savage bulls and 9 poisonous flying dragons. This was a predicament that already amounted to 20 leader-level monsters. Who knew how many elite-level creatures lurked below? Or perhaps there were even royal-level beasts. Let us not exaggerate. Even if a royal-level monster appears, the city lord and deputy city lord would suffice to handle it. What we must worry about is whether they will initiate an assault on the city. Our city walls, though adorned with the remains of many human sages, may not be sufficient to withstand leaders and above. City Lord Bai, what is the status of our communications with Nanguan City? Have they agreed to send experts? Someone inquired of the refined woman clad in white, wielding a long sword, seated at the head of the table. Bai Jingfeng, the city lord of Shadowhunter City, a formidable presence within the Divine Gate realm, had presided over the city for 8 years without incident. Upon hearing the question, she withdrew her gaze from the screen, glancing towards the southern gate of the city, and replied, I have already contacted City Lord Fei of Nanguan City. They've promised to send a master who has ignited divine fire to assess the situation. As for when they will arrive, I cannot say. At present, the concern was not merely a royal-level monster or an assault on the city, but rather the motivations behind their arrival. Her voice, slightly hoarse, emanated from beneath her hat, seemingly indifferent to the external dangers that in truth, even a royal-level creature would not pose an overwhelming challenge for her. Yet, what if this time was different, without addressing the root cause? Shadowhunter City would perpetually be under threat, stalling its development. As her words fell, the assembly fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, a mere small city like Shadowhunter held no prominent figures worthy of a royal creature's attention. Surely something of great value had emerged, capable of enhancing their power, prompting them to traverse such distances. Yet, these experts had lingered here for years, failing to perceive any treasures worthy of such interest. Investigate. Once the monsters retreat, we must ascertain the truth. Gu Xinhua, her plump figure displaying unexpected agility, declared with authority. She too was unafraid of battle. Should her life be in peril, she could break through on the spot to become a master of igniting divine fire, capable of obliterating royal-level monsters. The sole concern was the potential devastation and casualties wrought by a monster siege. However, the Holy Lotus Realm was exceedingly wary of royal-level foes, and even held reservations towards leader-level creatures. Had they not reached the latter stages of the Holy Lotus, encountering two leader-level monsters would spell certain death. They awaited further news, their scouts possessing the ability to conceal their movements that a dozen or so outsiders sat in a corner, refraining from engaging in their discussions. The unfolding events were known only to the experts present, while those below remained oblivious. Countless adventurers returned from the outside, converging in the trading hall and task hall. Bustling with activity, they exchanged valuable resources and completed quests, creating a scene of prosperity. Although some sensed that something was amiss and gathered friends to inquire about the happenings, no information surfaced. Everything unfolded amidst an eerie calm. Chun Fan remained unaware of the external changes, wholly engaged in his recuperation. Having fused the heart of the Thunder Beast and the roots of the Tree of Life, all energy converged within the Sea of Bitterness in his Dantian. The Sea of Bitterness expanded once more, reaching an unimaginable scale. The upper half, now golden, did not diminish as it had before due to the influx of energy. Rather, it extended downwards, nearly transforming the entire blue Sea of Bitterness into gold. Thunderclapped and sword energy surged above the sea, an extraordinary sight, yet not a trace of harm befell Chun Fan's body. Instead, it continued to merge, were Guchen to witness the current state of his Sea of Bitterness. He would undoubtedly be astounded that IT had morphed into a spectacle of 7 colors. The fiery red of departure fire, the emerald green of the Tree of Life, the azure of the heart of the Thunder Beast, the cerulean of the Spring of Life, the earthy yellow of the ultra-titanium ore, and the brilliant white of the alloy blade, augmented by the golden evolution of the Sea of Bitterness. Though each hue was sparse, akin to mere embellishments, they coexisted and merged within the as time passed. All energies gradually stabilized, thanks to the presence of the Tree of Life's roots, making fusion a rare occurrence. To at last, Chun Fan emerged from his meditative state, acutely aware of the monumental changes within his body. The current range of his Sea of Bitterness was estimated to encompass a radius of 50,000 meters, an unfathomable distance that no one would believe if spoken aloud. He had not diminished in rank, thankfully. However, I yearn to transcend the realm of the Golden Bridge, though I fear it may prove exceedingly difficult. After toiling through the night, I have only managed to advance halfway. My stomach growls, and a glance out the window reveals that 8 hours have slipped away unnoticed, plunging the world into darkness. The city is transformed, bursting with vibrancy, and throngs of people fill the streets. It is time to eat. The bustling and frenetic activity outside bears little relevance to me. Rising from my seat, I decide to descend and seek sustenance. Upon returning to my room, I don my runic armor, grasp my ultra-titanium alloy blade, and prepare to venture beyond the city walls. The streets are noticeably more crowded. Many revelers linger in the neon-lit bars, savoring their rare moments of leisure. The warriors of the city, laying down their arms, are merely ordinary people relishing such fleeting pleasures, basking in romantic evenings. Yet numerous injured elders stand in shadowy corners, gazing longingly at the thriving world. This is the essence of human existence. If not for the sacrifices of our forebears, how could such a world exist? Chun Fan is acutely aware that the comforts of modernity have been hard-won through the blood and valor of those who came before. In ordinary circumstances, one would scarcely witness such scenes. Last night, the streets were desolate, a testament to the many who ventured into the wilderness. After setting out, Chen Fan consciously avoided the southern gate, sensing that someone might be lying in wait outside. His recent exploits had drawn the attention of Gu Chun, who sought him out personally. Draping a cloth over his face, he hurried past, knowing many eyes were upon him. Once outside the city, he still spotted figures lurking in the shadows of the gates, seemingly searching for something. Chun Fan paid them no heed, activating his wind split skill to vanish swiftly into the enveloping darkness. Each step he took unleashed a violent force, propelling him 20 meters forward. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in mere 5 strides, bursting forth from the protective confines of the city walls. Those seeking information barely caught a glimpse of his face before he had disappeared, leaving only a single message. A white-haired man has exited the city, his features obscured. However, one may refer to the surveillance footage along his route. Chapter 50. The later stages of the Sea of Suffering. On the brink of being buried alive unbeknownst to him, events unfolded behind him as he surged a kilometer beyond the city limits. Veering southwest in his memory, the south led away from Shadowhunter City, while the north pointed towards Peace City, where formidable monsters were unlikely to dwell. Now he found himself restless with the prospect of facing mere junior and elite creatures. He sought more powerful beings to elevate his standing. As he charged through, various low-level beings, such as the Ghost Clan and Bone Clan, disintegrated into ash before him when they ventured within 5 meters. His vitality surged, bolstered by the fusion of the heart of the Thunder Beast and the Tree of Life, forming a tempestuous aura around him. Though he refrained from conjuring blood, mist, or weapons, his capacity for destruction remained significant, disallowing even the most basic creatures from approaching. Chun Fan marveled at the bizarre forms of the Ghost Clan that disintegrated upon nearing him, while the Bone Clan's flames extinguished at a similar distance, leaving only scattered remains. The Spectral Clan met a similar fate, dissolving into pools of blood beyond the 5-meter threshold. Only entities with corporeal forms could encroach upon that space. But even then, Chen Fan, without lifting a finger, crushed them into fragments with his sheer speed. The elite creatures that appeared also faltered under his onslaught, propelled backward upon contact. It was as if a dread force resided within him, targeting these races. In that instant, Chen Fan felt akin to a monstrous entity, capable of wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. The only inconvenience lay in retrieving the crystal cores, as his left hand struggled to keep pace. The system's voice echoed in his mind, a cacophony that failed to distract him. Since the blade was unnecessary, he secured the ultra-titanium alloy knife to his person, relying solely on his hands to vanquish foes. Facilitating the collection of any dropped cores, miraculously, he wielded no true energy, relying purely on his extraordinary physical prowess, and one could discern his attacks, as nearly all corpses exploded into smithereens. His methodology was simple: dash, smash, collect cores, and fuse. Even slightly stronger elite monsters fell victim to a single blow. Thus, his rate of slaughter far exceeded that of the previous day, and he found himself unknowingly several thousand meters away. When encountering mountains and rivers, he would pause to inspect them. Although the system would prompt fusion, the values were too insignificant to warrant it. They seemed merely ordinary formations. After a night of unrelenting speed, Chun Fan was oblivious to his whereabouts. Wherever there were roars or signs of the Ghost Clan, he charged forth, zigzagging without a care for direction. Fortunately, he encountered no powerful leader-level creatures and remained unscathed. It was not until dawn broke the following day, and the various ghostly entities seemed to retreat into the earth and mountains, that he finally came to a halt. Before him lay an endless expanse of jungle, shrouded in a thick mist emanating from all directions. Beneath his feet, a peculiar rocky hill rose, with a river flowing along its eastern side. Alas, dawn had arrived, and with it, a dense fog. Chun Fan paused, surveying his surroundings, and wearily sank onto a stone. After a night of frantic running, even with strength exceeding 100,000 pounds, fatigue was inevitable, for he was still flesh and blood. Panting, he glanced at the corpses lining his path. Shaking his head with a wry smile, his consciousness delved into his dantian to assess the night's gains. He discovered that the Sea of Suffering was no longer the pale blue hue it once was. It had transformed into a resplendent gold. It pulsed with a steady strength, undisturbed by waves. All energy was meticulously contained, hidden beneath the surface of the tranquil sea of suffering, once akin to swimming fish. The sword energy had coalesced into 9 massive sword energies, gathering at the seabed. Countless bolts of lightning danced around them, creating an otherworldly spectacle. At the very bottom, a blazing fire raged, as if forging the 9 sword energies. At the center of the flames, a green sapling had just begun to sprout a tender shoot. The entirety of this transformation was starkly different from what it had been before he set out. It seemed as though something was being birthed at the depths of the sea of suffering, with all energy vigilantly guarding that place. The sea of suffering had turned to gold, indicating that he had entered the later stages. When would this vast sea of suffering condense into a golden bridge extending from the depths of the ocean? Although Chun Fan had progressed to the later stages, his joy was tinged with concern. The Golden Bridge realm required the condensation of a bridge within the sea of suffering in its initial stage. The Golden Bridge began to sprout. As one's cultivation improved, the energies of the sea of suffering would converge upon the bridge, facilitating its growth. This phase was akin to refining the sea of suffering, enhancing one's control over true energy, making it second nature. When the Golden Bridge spanned from the ocean floor to the surface, it would signify the mid-stage, allowing for graceful gliding through the air, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The Golden Bridge grew and extended above the Dantian, connecting to the internal organs. It would mark the later stages. At that point, one would compress the entire sea of suffering's true energy, merging all energies to evolve into the Sacred Lotus. The Sacred Lotus represented the condensed essence of the sea of suffering, with true energy capacity exceeding tenfold. The body would undergo rigorous tempering, enabling flight, completely separating from the ground. Merely contemplating this filled Chun Fan with trepidation. To condense such a vast sea of suffering into a golden bridge was an endeavor fraught with challenges, let alone the ascent to the Sacred Lotus. Even amidst adversity, he would not yield. He would endure several more night runs, convinced that success awaited him. After examining the transformations within his Dantian, his gaze fell upon the fusion points in his mind. Indeed, a change had occurred. The upper limit had risen to 30,000. It indicated he currently possessed 30,000 points, though the actual amount remained hidden. Nevertheless, he suspected it was substantial. Once he had reviewed everything, his attention returned to the pervasive mist in the woods ahead, which showed no sign of dissipating despite the sun's ascent. It seemed to cling stubbornly to the area. In contrast, the path he had traversed and the slopes on either side had become clear, revealing great distances. Chun Fan's instincts flared. Something was amiss. Yet emboldened by his newfound strength, capable of shattering elite creatures with his physical form, he felt no fear. Supporting himself against the stone, he prepared to rise and investigate the situation ahead, muttering to himself, "How curious! What sort of mist is this?" As he stood, the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Fusion opportunity detected. Mountain essence, a rare resource that greatly enhances true energy. Requires 30,000 fusion points. Startled by the proclamation, Chun Fan's eyes widened. The fusion of a life spring or an ultra-titanium mine required merely 15,000 points. Yet this so-called mountain essence demanded a staggering 30,000 points, an outright doubling. I cannot afford to miss this. It must be fused. Having previously stood, he immediately pressed his right hand to the ground. Fusion. In an instant, the entire mountain, the woods before him, and the river to the east seemed to be grasped by an unseen force, coalescing into a pool-sized mass of multicolored liquid, which then merged into his right hand. The earth trembled beneath him, as if losing its support, sinking downward. Not only the ground, but also the trees ahead and the river to the east appeared to convulse as if an earthquake had struck, all descending into the depths that belie the heavens. I am about to be buried alive by my own actions. Upon witnessing the situation, Chun Fan was taken aback and hastily employed his skills in preparation for a hasty retreat. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the thicket, donning a conical hat, and approached him. In Chapter 51, The Power of the Mountain Treasure, the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm. As Chun Fan plummeted, he could hardly fathom that amidst the fog-laden jungle, there lurked a human presence, concealed for who knows how long, without ever provoking an attack from the ghostly or skeletal tribes. had it not been for the sudden seismic-like ground collapse that swallowed everything into the depths. This hidden reality might have remained undiscovered to his astonishment. The individual was of the sacred Lotus realm, exhibiting formidable strength as the figure's right hand reached for him. Chen Fan was gripped by terror. Suspended in midair, unable to exert force, was he to be captured? Just as he was about to speak, the figure in the conical hat interjected, "Don't speak. We must leave swiftly." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Fan felt an immediate sense of relief. It was none other than his former mentor, the one who once contended with him, now clad in an unusual garment adorned with mysterious runes, entirely enveloped. The conical hat had shrunk considerably, yet was similarly covered in various symbols. Otherwise, how could Chen Fan fail to recognize him and be so concerned? With the sound echoing, Chen Fan relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to be grasped and carried away in flight that moment. The fusion within him commenced. The vibrant liquid seemed to possess miraculous properties, continually altering his bones, muscles, fascia, and bloodlines, as if enveloped in a layer of colorful light, significantly enhancing his being, ultimately converging in the bitter sea of his dantian. In an instant, the once tranquil bitter sea surged once more, countless streams of true energy and vitality boiling, akin to the process of purifying essence. The entire transformation unfolded at a relatively slow pace. Yet he could distinctly perceive the changes within. Yet his eyes beheld an unbelievable sight. The recently collapsed mountain peak, accompanied by a mushroom cloud of dust, sank below. Countless trees fell in disarray, and the so-called dense fog dissipated completely, leaving no trace behind. Visible to the naked eye, all trees in midair had transformed into desiccated forms. The once verdant trees turned yellow in mere moments, blending with the surrounding dust. The nearby river had also evaporated, leaving nothing but a barren expanse. The horrifying transformation seemed to drain the essence of mountains, trees, and rivers entirely. The figure in the conical hat moved swiftly, propelling him out of the dust-laden area, showing no signs of slowing down, but rather accelerating forward. With urgency, he exclaimed, "Damn! How could there be an earthquake?" Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan was the architect of this chaos, yet he lamented the unforeseen circumstances. Chen Fan, feeling a sense of relief, couldn't help but inquire, "Master, what were you doing in that jungle?" "You startled me." He was bewildered by the events outside and yearned for understanding. Even when they reached a safe zone, the figure in the conical hat showed no intention of halting, urgently stating, "Don't ask. You nearly caused a catastrophe. We must flee quickly. Whether we can escape remains uncertain." Grasping Chen Fan with one hand and standing on the sacred lotus, he tore through the void, hurtling forward as if something sinister pursued them. Chen Fan glanced back towards the dust-filled direction and witnessed the complete disappearance of the mountain peak, replaced by a massive pit at least 100 meters deep. Countless clouds of dust swirled as subterranean waters gushed forth, concealing everything. Amidst the chaos arose a cacophony of roars, as if terrifying creatures were trapped within. Within moments, he beheld 9 colossal monsters, their bodies cloaked in green scales, necks extending 5 meters long, and dragonfly wings sprouting from their backs. Each measured nearly 30 meters in length, their forms imposing. Even after emerging from the muck, they appeared formidable, howling into the sky. The thunderous sounds reverberated through the heavens, instilling fear in all who heard. Moreover, in the underground waters, numerous other gigantic creatures thrashed about, striving to break free, relying solely on their immense physiques to trample various obstacles in their ascent. However, during their descent, they lacked any foothold to exert their strength. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan's complexion paled, and he swallowed hard, never anticipating that such terrifying monsters lurked within the jungle. But he managed to ask, "Were you planning to hunt them? They seem immensely large." No wonder they fled in a frenzy. If surrounded, one wouldn't even know how they perished. The figure in the conical hat replied hastily, "Me? Kill them? Are you mad? I might not even be able to take down one. I came to monitor them, initially believing there was no issue, but who knew an earthquake would strike? I've surely been exposed." Without looking back, he shot northward. Chen Fan suddenly understood. His recent fusion had inadvertently revealed all those monsters, nearly leading the figure in the conical hat to peril. That if he couldn't even slay one, did that not imply they were leader-level creatures? his heart ignited with fervor, his eyes radiating with infinite light. Elite-level monsters posed no threat to him. He yearned to test his strength against a leader-level foe. What if he could reap greater benefits? As he delved into the bitter sea of his Danteon, he discovered that it had undergone a significant transformation. Once, the Danteon had been half occupied by the bitter sea, with the upper half remaining vacant. Now, the entire Danteon brimmed with the vibrant hues of the bitter sea. Had he reached the great perfection of the bitter sea realm? Guchen had mentioned this to him yesterday, expressing deep envy, indicating that only certain exceptional talents could attain it. Now, aided by the mountain treasure, Chen Fan had achieved this state. His emotions were tumultuous. Yi Chun had also remarked that pride invites loss, while moderation leads to breakthroughs. After reaching great perfection, there would be a drawback. The Golden Bridge would struggle to connect with the internal organs in the later stages. Thus, some individuals prefer to initiate breakthroughs in the later stages. Since I have arrived at this point, what can I do? Chun Fan resigned himself to this outcome. What if he could break through in the future? After all, he had the fusion system. If worse came to worst, he could merge recklessly. As he sank into the depths of the bitter sea, he discovered the nascent form of a golden bridge emerging. However, his golden bridge was entirely unique. Others gleamed with radiant gold, exceptionally beautiful, yet his was centered on a green life tree, with a golden sheen enveloping it. The bridge's railings crackled with lightning-infused sword energy, resembling a dark golden surface adorned with heart-shaped patterns. Summary. It was peculiar and utterly bizarre. Although still in the budding stage, it signified that Chun Fan had indeed entered the Golden Bridge realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had also ascended to the Golden Bridge realm. The mountain treasure truly was remarkable. He had no knowledge of what the mountain treasure entailed, yet he felt immense exhilaration, having finally reached the Golden Bridge realm. His 2 nights of arduous effort were not in vain. Upon inspecting his fusion points, he was astonished to find 30,000 remaining, indicating an abundance of overflowing points. At this moment, a single word resonated within him: exhilarating. His physical strength had reached an unfathomable level, rendering him immensely powerful. Before he could savor the moment, the sound of flapping wings buzzing in the air reached his ears. Looking up, he saw the 9 green-skinned monsters rapidly closing in, their speed surpassing that of the conical hat figure, who was already in the Golden Bridge realm. A crisis loomed. In Chapter 52, Pursuit, the eruption of the multicolored bitter sea, Chen Fan felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first encounter with flying monsters. Although he had stepped into the Golden Bridge realm, he lacked the ability to glide through the air effortlessly. Unable to contain himself, he cautioned the figure in the conical hat. "Master, 9 green-skinned monsters are on our tail. What should we do?" "I know," the figure replied tersely, focusing solely on escape, that if not for carrying another person, if not for Chun Fan's significant weight, he would have already returned to the Shadow Hunter City. As it stood, their speed had plummeted to less than a third of its usual rate, making it impossible to outrun the venomous flying dragons. However, if they did not flee now, Chun Fan would perish here. He was a genius. Chun Fan understood that his weight impeded their speed. He promptly stated, "You should run ahead. If you carry me, neither of us will escape. At least you can return with news to warn the city and prepare them. I possess formidable strength and can hold them off for a while. It should be manageable. Once you bring back powerful allies, they can rescue me." Though he felt anxious, a flicker of enthusiasm ignited within him. He longed to engage in battle with leader-level monsters. After all, he still had a means of survival. The system, as long as he could grasp hold of them, he could fuse and emerge victorious. The figure in the conical hat paused in surprise, turning his head to glance at Chen Fan, saying, "Are you certain you can survive? I carry crucial intelligence that pertains to the survival of Shadow Hunter City." Chun Fan nodded earnestly, asserting, "You must trust me. Even teacher Fong Xiong cannot guide me anymore, so I will undoubtedly be fine." Although he sought to bolster his persuasiveness, should a battle ensue, Chun Fan was uncertain if he could truly best Fong Xiong. The sound of flapping wings grew increasingly near, amplifying the pressure on the figure in the conical hat. Aware that if they did not prepare soon, Chun Fan would have no chance of survival, and neither would they escape. With gritted teeth, he solemnly declared, "Chun Fan, you must survive. I will return quickly with Gu Chun and the others to rescue you. My combat ability is limited. I can only choose this path with the intelligence I carry. For the sake of more humanity, I apologize. It is a dilemma. On one hand, there is the apprentice he has fought for, and on the other, the fate of countless humans in the city. How to choose? He is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chun Fan nodded vigorously and declared, "Rest assured, I will not perish. Just let me go and do not waste any more time." He has already observed that the fastest of the green-skinned creatures is now within 100 meters. If he does not act swiftly, it will be too late for both of them. That as he landed on the ground, Chun Fan felt a glimmer of hope that if he were suspended in the air, he would have no chance of survival, potentially being devoured mid-flight. "All right, wait for me." The man in the conical hat released Chun Fan, immediately feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. Chun Fan's weight is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person, a truly terrifying prospect. Although it is said that the higher one's cultivation, the more formidable their weight, he is merely at the sea of suffering realm. So how could he already surpass ordinary men? There is no time to ponder. His gaze falls upon the descending Chun Fan, noticing he is quickly adjusting to avoid mishaps upon landing, just as he observes. He sees the poisonous flying dragons rushing towards Chun Fan, encircling him as if he were a celestial delicacy, while he, in contrast, is akin to a mere rodent on the ground, utterly disregarded. What is happening? Why are they all pursuing him? Could it be due to his vigorous life force? The man in the conical hat is completely oblivious to the specifics of the situation, since there is no immediate danger. He hastily utilizes his communicator to capture a video, documenting the scene of the misty forest vanishing due to the earthquake, with the poisonous flying dragons emerging. He casts one last glance at the vanishing figure of Chun Fan in the jungle before turning away, fully aware that delaying even a second could mean he may never see him again. Having departed, Chun Fan lands amidst the foliage with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater as he crashes into the earth. Shattering a century-old tree, the dull sound reverberates, sending plumes of dust into the air, obscured by the surrounding trees. Yet, Chun Fan rises from the pit, brushing off the dust from his attire, murmuring, "Goodness, it seems I have truly become a monster." To fall from a height of 100 meters and emerge unscathed, he seizes his ultra-titanium alloy blade, preparing for battle. The sound of the wings of the green-skinned creatures reverberates in his ears, prompting him to dash in another direction. He must not confront 9 leading-level monsters simultaneously. They must be taken down one by one to have any chance of success. His formidable physique, merely using the momentum of his movement, nearly sends the obstructing trees flying. His speed is now twice that of when he left the city the previous night. With a single stride, he covers 40 meters. With 2 more, he has reached 100 meters. Looking up, he spots 2 green-skinned monsters, each over 30 meters in length, diving down from the sky. In the area he just vacated, trees are uprooted, and the ground emits a dull thud. Boom! Upon hearing the vibrations, Chun Fan realizes that these 2 are not to be trifled with and swiftly evades. Boom! 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 The relentless sounds echo as one terrifying green-skinned monster after another descends upon the path he has traversed. If the first 2 were so precise, Chun Fan feels as though they have pinpointed his landing site. However, all subsequent green-skinned creatures accurately land where he had once stood, which he finds highly unusual. How can they track me with such precision? Confusion fills his mind. Yet his eyes are keenly observing the situation that he notices that in their pursuit of him, the 9 green-skinned monsters have inadvertently created a slight distance between them. At any given moment, 3 remain hovering in the air, while 6 are in the midst of their attacks. There should be an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation, separated by only a brief 2 seconds. He wonders if he can slay one. His gaze flickers as he searches for a possible chance. Upon landing again, he does not retreat far, but instead hides behind a nearby tree, rapidly regulating his breathing and circulating his vital energy. In an instant, a radiant multicolored light envelopes an area of 80,000 meters. In the next moment, it swiftly retracts, vanishing in the blink of an eye, akin to the aurora flickering rapidly. However, within the City of Shadow, all the skilled individuals stand up in unison, their eyes wide as they gaze in all directions. A multitude of newcomers begins to murmur. A master? No, a prodigy from the Sea of Suffering. My goodness, whose Sea of Suffering could possibly cover the entire city? This is too extravagant. It can't be the Sea of Suffering, can it? Why does it appear to be a dazzling, multicolored light? It seems some adept has unleashed a spectacular move. In the meeting hall, many experts breathe rapidly, engaging in discussions. Quickly investigate who it is. This is a genius. The coverage of such a vast area with the Sea of Suffering is terrifying. Hurry, find this person! Our City of Shadow has finally produced a genius who will soon make a name for himself. Guchen's heart trembles, his brow furrowed as he observes the excited crowd. Silently questioning, could it be Chun Fan? But it doesn't seem to have this many colors. On the other side, the swordsman shares the same doubt. It shouldn't be Chun Fan. The man in the conical hat, soaring through the sky, nearly plummets upon witnessing the vast expanse of the multicolored Sea of Suffering below. Who is this? To cover the entire land, at least 1,000 meters. He needs to rush to the City of Shadow. 2,000 meters away, atop a mountain, a figure rises, witnessing the boundless glow of the Sea of Suffering, their eyes glimmering with excitement. A genius, at least at the level of a divine child. Where could they be? Their entire being is engulfed in exhilaration. In the shadows of the city, 70,000 meters away from Shadow City. Other experts also witness the multicolored Sea of Suffering and are taken aback. My goodness, do we have such a genius in our City of Shadows? We must find them. What on earth is happening? Among the newcomers from the peaceful city, is there a prodigy? Investigate. Many realize that the appearance of the multicolored Sea of Suffering signifies an extraordinary genius with the potential for monumental achievements. Whether through flattery, recruitment, or capture, preparations must be made in advance. For once such a talent emerges, they will undoubtedly become invincible and uncontrollable. Even the outsiders in Shadow City, upon witnessing this spectacle, begin to murmur, a genius. Such individuals possess limitless potential. We should follow them. Tell our children to immediately find this human genius, that we must vow to follow them, for our chance to escape the stigma of being sinners rests solely in their hands. Our lives are filled with hardship, burdened by infamy. They are our opportunity to break free from these shackles, that we must strive to serve them and seek even a slim chance to shed the label of sinner. Regardless of the thoughts of humanity, Chun Fan, radiating an aura of bloodlust, remains entirely indifferent. After the Sea of Suffering surged, it once again receded to his surface, merging with his runic armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities while potentially unlocking hidden powers. Most importantly, it amplifies his offensive strength and increases his mobility. Faced with leading-level monsters, he must unleash all his might. This is his first encounter. Being cautious is of utmost importance. Just as he is prepared, a 30-meter-tall, green-skinned creature plummets from the sky. It crashes down, uprooting trees and sending dust flying into the air, creating a massive shockwave that sends 4 ancient trees tumbling away. Yet, Chun Fan remains unfazed. Emerging from behind the trunk, blade in hand, he readies himself for the encounter, rushing towards the green-skinned monster with unmatched speed. Only when confronting a leading-level creature does one truly grasp the insignificance of their own existence. To Chun Fan, the green-skinned monster appears as though it were a 10-story building. One can only imagine the magnitude of the disparity. The creature's gaping maw could easily accommodate a 100-square-meter room. Rendering a mere human inconsequential, it could effortlessly consume 10 of them in a single bite. Yet now, for Chun Fan alone, 9 of these beasts have emerged. Chun Fan suspects that his fusion with the treasures of the mountain has drawn their relentless pursuit. For some creatures, certain innate abilities far exceed those of humans, allowing them to detect more elusive treasures, leading them to swarm in a bid to seize them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such unwavering pursuit. At this moment, he finally faces the poisonous flying dragon head-on. Feeling the disparity in aura is overwhelming, he resembles a mere flea leaping towards the green-skinned monster's armpit, which is inherently vulnerable, just as he strikes with his ultra-titanium alloy blade. The creature's forepaw suddenly flickers, extending towards Chun Fan. Its speed of reaction exceeds all expectations. Chun Fan's eyes shimmer with steely resolve. There is no turning back now. He must gauge the gap between them. Open up! The vital energy erupts, and the blade gathers a torrent of violent sword energy, infused with 70% of his vital energy, combined with nearly 300,000 units of strength, surging forth. Boom! The claws of the green-skinned monster, spanning nearly 5 meters, are met head-on by Chun Fan's charge. The keratinous exterior fails to withstand his onslaught. Moreover, the sword energy adhering to the blade detonates, causing the entire claw to erupt with a thunderous sound. Flesh and bone scatter, like a dazzling firework display. However, Chun Fan does not witness this spectacle. Propelled by an indomitable momentum, he plunges beneath the green-skinned monster's forearm, with a mere stroke driven by sheer inertia. The skin was violently torn asunder. Simultaneously, the individual, positioned behind the ultra-titanium alloy blade, plunged into the sinewy form of the green-skinned beast that a visceral squelch echoed, as the muscle within could not withstand the onslaught of Chun Fan's force, allowing him to penetrate over 3 meters deep. The sword energy surged forth like a series of miniature explosives, obliterating the flesh and blood within the wound. Chun Fan, taken aback by the ferocity of his own strength, found himself deeply embedded within the creature, blood enveloping him as if it were freely flowing. Despite the muscle's thickness, his strike had yet to make contact with bone, yet he pressed on, driven by the momentum of his assault until he met resistance. Even so, a flicker of alarm coursed through him. He was verging on transformation into a monster himself, having pierced through the muscle layer of a commanding-level creature. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted behind him, as flesh and blood erupted, splattering him from head to toe. Chun Fan, feeling a sense of resignation, delivered a powerful punch to the bone ahead, managing to evade the carnage. With a crack, he disrupted the bone with a mere punch, not even utilizing his full strength, and drove deeper into the viscera of the skeletal guardian. Fortunately, he was not in a rush to exit. Seizing a nearby bone, he prepared to crush all the internal organs. Believing he could slay a commanding-level creature, in that instant of grasping, the system's voice resonated. Fusion talent discovered. Life-destroying venom. Capable of annihilating life and reducing lifespan. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Fusion bloodline discovered. Venomous dragon bloodline. Enhances bloodline strength and fortifies the body. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan furrowed his brow, refraining from immediate fusion. Instead, with his right hand gripping the knife, he thrust it fiercely into the interior of the bone. First, he aimed to eliminate the green-skinned monster and acquire fusion points. The points awarded for kills by the system would be roughly half. Having already breached the creature's interior, killing it would be a straightforward endeavor. He maneuvered through the rib cage beneath the armpit, wielding his left fist and right blade to carve a path through the obstructing flesh, directly targeting the heart. Slicing through, the ultra-titanium alloy blade inflicted horrifying wounds. Boom, boom, boom. All obstructing bones shattered, blood vessels ruptured, and blood gushed forth, drenching him in crimson in mere seconds. He found himself before a gigantic heart. Ears filled with the deafening roars from outside, a clear indication of the creature's excruciating agony. With a thud, it seemed the green-skinned beast had collided with something, causing a tremor that nearly unseated Chun Fan's body lurched forward. He grasped a massive blood vessel adjacent to the heart. The system's alert blared again. Fusion bloodline discovered. Venomous dragon bloodline. Increases bodily strength. Ignoring the notification, Chun Fan viciously slashed through the blood vessel. Thump. Thump thump. The heart throbbed violently, blood spraying forth with reckless abandon. Chun Fan felt himself nearly engulfed. Oh no, this won't do. I'm going to drown. He had not anticipated that his fervent assault would lead to his own predicament. Chapter 54. Frenzied as a tyrant despite the overwhelming torrent of blood. It bore no adverse effects on Chun Fan's body. The only adjustment needed was to find a place to breathe. Releasing his left hand, he let the current carry him back through the entrance he had just burst through. Perhaps it was the heart's agonizing pain that caused the venomous dragon to thrash violently, its claws clawing at the heart, exacerbating the muscle strain and accelerating the flow of blood. Chun Fan's body was tossed about, unable to stabilize, as he was swept along with the current outside the creature's body. Upon emerging from the venomous dragon, he realized it had sprinted several thousand meters away, with 8 companions in frantic pursuit, seemingly certain of his presence on their comrade. Chun Fan's eyelids contracted in alarm. He could not afford to be separated, or he would surely be devoured. The moment he landed, he seized the tail of the venomous dragon, which was as thick as an adult's waist, albeit the slenderest part of its body. Stowing away the ultra-titanium alloy blade, he gripped tightly with both hands, using his feet to push off the ground. Propelling himself towards the body of the dragon, he intended to seize the tail and control its movements. However, in its frantic speed, he found no purchase beneath him, relying solely on the dragon's momentum to flip onto its back. Crack! Without a second thought, he snapped the tail, producing a hideous sound, thud. The excruciating pain rendered the dragon unable to control its body, crashing heavily to the ground, that in an instant. Trees were uprooted, dust billowed, and blood rained down, saturating the earth below. Chun Fan was elated. As long as the green-skinned beast remained immobile, it could not withstand his might. Landing on the ground, he held the tail with both hands, unleashing a surge of true chi from his dantian, merging it with his bodily strength, lifting the 30-meter-long venomous dragon with sheer force. Haha, what a splendid weapon! It should serve me well in battle against the other green-skinned beasts. His muscles swelled, for the first time feeling the capability to exert his full strength. Covered in blood, he swung the 30-meter-long venomous dragon towards the 8 charging companions. Like a legendary tyrant, he would demonstrate to them, Chun Fan, the strength to uproot the venomous dragon in a frenzied state. Though unable to fly, he charged forward, exuding an aura of ferocity. The first venomous dragon to approach collided mid-air with its comrade. Crack! Snap! Snap! The terrifying impact sent the first pursuing dragon sprawling. The sounds of bones fracturing echoed incessantly in his ears. Chun Fan's assault compelled him to halt, yet the remaining dragons pressed on, seemingly oblivious to the peril, lunging at him with abandon. Their gaping maws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, sought to rend him asunder, in response. Chun Fan retreated 50 meters, swinging the venomous dragon once more, smashing it against the slender neck of the nearest trio. Though described as slender, it was still twice the width of his waist. Crack! Crack! The sounds of bones snapping resounded as the dragons veered off course, blocking the advance of the remaining 4, that due to Chun Fan's diminutive stature, in comparison to the 30-meter-high venomous dragon, he appeared almost insect-like. Thus, when grounded, they struggled to grasp him. Roar! Roar! The 8 venomous dragons were instantly hurled back, sent flying, while the remaining ones were obstructed, their furious roars echoing that in that fleeting moment, Chun Fan swung the venomous dragon's body once more. Unleashing a frenzy of blows, the massive form whirled, generating a fearsome gale as it surged forward. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the ground and the remaining 4 dragons. The relentless assault continued. Whoosh whoosh, accompanied by the howling wind. The venomous dragon crashed into the last 4, producing a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds. The weight of the creature began to slip from his grasp, and he had to adjust his hold, repositioning himself to deliver another devastating blow. Utilizing such a colossal being as a weapon proved especially effective. The previous strike had toppled 2 more venomous dragons, blocking the remaining 2's path entirely. Seeing the human's onslaught, the final 2 dragons took to the air, unwilling to endure further assault. Chun Fan, feeling a pang of helplessness, could only gaze skyward, lamenting his inability to fly. Yet his attacks persisted. He continued to wield the venomous dragon like a massive hammer, relentlessly striking the injured 6, who writhed in a bloody quagmire, desperately attempting to rise. However, each attempt to stand was met with Chun Fan's unyielding blows. Boom, boom, boom. The immense force rained down upon them, shaking the earth, uprooting vegetation, sending dust swirling, and hurling stones into the air. It was as if a giant wielding a hammer of the heavens was striking the ground, the vibrations resonating for miles. Crack, crack, snap. The sounds of bones fracturing fell like a torrential downpour. A cacophony of destruction. It was impossible to discern how many bones were shattered with each strike. Roar. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the 8 venomous dragons, unable to bear the torment. Sinking into the earth, covered by the blood that flowed from their bodies, they could rise no more. Various trees, their bodies pierced and nearly penetrated from the other side, securely anchored to the earth. With each thud, blood gushed forth like a torrent, splattering the surroundings in a crimson deluge, transforming the landscape within hundreds of meters into a scarlet realm. Chun Fan, wielding the venomous dragon's tail, resembled an unparalleled tyrant. His relentless assaults painting him in blood, his muscles as solid as granite, exuding an aura of insatiable ferocity. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Kill the venomous dragon. Gain 25,000 fusion points. Kill the venomous dragon. Gain 25,000 fusion points. Fusion bloodline discovered. Venomous dragon bloodline, that he had never anticipated that slaying a single venomous dragon would yield such a bounty of fusion points. Feeling the tail in his grasp grow increasingly rigid, he surmised it had perished. Without hesitation, he initiated the fusion that in an instant. A green luminescence enveloped the venomous dragon, coalescing in a Chun Fan's hands that in the next moment, warmth surged through his blood vessels, as if boiling, gradually converging towards his heart. Thump, thump. Accompanied by the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat, he felt his weary body replenished with boundless energy, restoring much of his vitality. His heavy arms felt twice as light, his muscles gaining elasticity and strength. Each breath infused him with sustenance enough to sustain his body's demands. Simultaneously, a force surged towards his dantian, merging with an endless reservoir of power. Crack, 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 just as he sensed an exponential increase in strength. The corpse of the venomous dragon in his grip began to disintegrate. Concurrently, two more venomous dragons, which had been circling overhead, dove towards him, their gaping maws aimed directly at him. Chapter 55, Complete Annihilation. Witnessing this, Chun Fan let out a ferocious roar. Come down. With that, he swung the soon-to-explode corpse overhead and hurled it skyward, its velocity akin to a shooting star as it left his hands. He sensed the airborne venomous dragon about to be obliterated. Its bones, skin, and flesh disintegrated, unable to maintain their original form. Yet, this was not the end. After launching one venomous dragon, he grasped another deceased one from the crimson mire, swinging its tail once more towards the heavens. The two venomous dragons above ignored their fallen comrade's corpse, colliding directly with the soon-to-shatter remains. Boom, boom. Their massive bodies instantly shattered into countless fragments. Not a drop of blood spilling. Reduced to mere it seemed all essence had been fully absorbed, leaving nothing but refuse. Such a transformation, though shocking, aligned with Chun Fan's understanding. Anything he had fused with was left as mere ash, all essence vanishing. Facing the two ferocious venomous dragons charging towards him, Chun Fan showed no fear, bellowing, "Get down here!" The one in his hand, he chose not to fuse yet, instead wielding it as a weapon to bring down the two dragons in the sky. Timing his strike perfectly, as they swooped down, the corpse he held reached its target. Crack, snap. The first venomous dragon was struck at the neck, bending sideways uncontrollably and plummeting to the ground. The second was hit squarely in the center. Boom. The sound of their collision echoed like two buildings colliding, a cacophony of destruction. Chun Fan immediately released his grip, using his feet to propel himself away from his original position in a mere second. He had moved 30 meters away, grasping yet another venomous dragon's tail, swinging it aloft. Thunderous! The dragon with its neck askew crashed down heavily upon the earth, sending surrounding trees flying, staggering as they could not regain their footing. In a daze, Chun Fan descended with the venomous dragon's corpse, delivering a crushing blow. Crack! This time, the impact was even more forceful, driving the intact dragon directly into the ground, nearly flattening it from its mouth and wounds. Countless torrents of blood erupted, and even if it survived, it would surely be rendered incapable of life. Boom! Boom crack! Just as he had severely injured one, the other two slammed into the ground. This time, Chun Fan swung the corpse of the venomous dragon once more, but was slightly delayed. He swiftly drew out his ultra-titanium alloy knife, his body flickering into position beside the struggling venomous dragon. Whoosh! With a flash of white lightning, the ultra-titanium alloy knife sliced through the air. Squelch, snap, a 1-meter-deep gash appeared on the dragon's neck, severing its protective bones entirely. Blood erupted like a fountain, spraying 10 meters away. The once 1-meter-deep wound expanded to 1.5 meters under the force of the jetting blood, nearly severing the head. The venomous dragon flapped its wings desperately, attempting to stabilize itself, yet it could not regain control. Ultimately, it lay powerless on the ground, its limbs twitching helplessly. Seeing this, Chun Fan understood it was doomed and rushed to the dragon that had been pinned to the earth. Delivering another swift strike to its neck, Squelch, with blood gushing forth, the entire ground turned crimson. Thus, all 9 venomous dragons lay lifeless upon the earth, none capable of escape save for their dying struggles. With his right hand gripping the knife and his left hand methodically exploring the dragon corpses, he proclaimed, "Fusion, fusion, fusion, kill the venomous dragon, reward of 25,000 fusion points. Kill the venomous dragon, reward of fusion points." As the last 2 venomous dragons fell, Chun Fan passed by, seamlessly fusing with them. The venomous dragon bloodline had been fused 9 times, and he felt as if he were floating, no longer burdened by previous fatigue. A single breath sufficed to sustain him for half a minute. Having absorbed the toxic energy, he could diminish his enemies' lifespans, inflicting poison upon them. A truly terrifying capability. With all dragons slain, Chun Fan felt compelled not to waste the crystal cores and promptly shattered their skulls. Collecting the yellow, spherical cores, according to his estimates, these were likely 3rd-tier high-grade cores. The system's prompt followed. Energy for fusion discovered. 3rd-tier high-grade core, capable of significantly increasing true chi. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Without a moment's hesitation, he fused all 9 high-grade cores that in an instant. A torrent of energy surged into his body, coalescing in his dantian. The vast sea of suffering gradually took on a layer of emerald green, merging with the life tree at its base. The once budding golden bridge had manifested 9 segments of railing and pathways. According to conventional cultivation wisdom, a golden bridge with 18 railings could breach the surface of the sea of suffering, marking the early stage. With 36 railings, one would reach the pinnacle, denoting the mid-stage. Upon achieving 72 railings, the connection to the internal organs would be established, indicating the late stage. Only the extraordinarily gifted could reach 90 railings, while the prodigies could attain 99. Chun Fan had merely manifested 9 railings, indicative of the early stage. Yet he remained undaunted. Having slain 9 sovereign-level creatures, the appearance of 9 railings was merely the beginning. Was it still a challenge? He merely needed to continue his hunt for sovereign-level creatures. Glancing around, he saw blood-soaked mire covering most trees and the ground. The corpses had wholly lost their essence. Though not turned to ash, their materials were rendered utterly useless. Without a hint of regret, he dashed into the jungle. Swiftly disappearing, he wished to avoid detection, for being found alone after slaying 9 sovereign-level creatures would surely label him a monster. Subject to dissection. After traversing several kilometers, he discovered a small stream to cleanse himself of blood. Once tidied, he made a wide detour towards the direction where he had absorbed the mountain treasures, recalling several massive sovereign-level creatures sinking into the lake. Even in death, their crystal cores could not be squandered. With a smile on his face, he contemplated how much cultivation these remaining behemoths could augment. If fortune favored him, he hoped to gain a dozen railings, advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Bridge, soaring through the air. This was the outcome he most yearned for. However, despite his rapid pace, after 30 minutes of travel, he had collided with numerous elite-level creatures yet still failed to locate the original pit. Could it be? Am I lost? Surrounded by unfamiliar terrain, he had intentionally taken a wide circuit to avoid detection by the city dwellers, only to end up disoriented. Should he exceed a day's time, the crystal cores would dissipate within the corpses, transforming into pure spiritual energy. Thus, even if humans sought to scavenge, they must unearth the cores within a day. If more than a day passed, the corpses of the myriad creatures would lose their greatest value, that of course, their bodies, enriched by spiritual essence, would retain heightened worth. Some merchants would deliberately wait for prime specimens. Whoosh! Just as he found himself lost and directionless, a swift sound rushed through the air above him, prompting him to glance up in haste, hoping to discern whether it was of human origin. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Divine Mirror and the Golden Eagle. In the fleeting moment he leaped to the treetops. The sight that met Chun Fan's eyes nearly caused him to tumble down. A massive eagle, its entire body adorned with golden feathers, blotted out the sun as it soared rapidly towards the northwest. Wherever it passed, trees were felled as if they were mere reeds, and waves of energy rippled around its form. Tearing through the my heavens. What caliber of creature is this? A king-level beast. It's utterly terrifying. Chun Fan dared not reveal himself, instead descending quietly from the treetops to the ground. Heart still racing, he pondered. If faced with a king-level creature, what chance would he have? After a moment's reflection, he concluded that his odds were nil. Even against a commander-level beast, the fight would be exceedingly arduous, confronted with an entity of such terrifying might. It was entirely plausible that a single innate skill could reduce him to nothingness. Resolutely suppressing all energy, he advanced stealthily along the ground, intent on discovering the target of this monstrous creature. In any case, he was unable to locate a city or the gaping chasm left by a commander-level beast's demise. Perhaps it would engage in battle with humans, yielding some advantage, utilizing the cover of the jungle and colossal rocks. He endeavored to avoid detection from above and to stealthily track the creature, that in truth, he could not keep pace with the golden eagle, which had long since vanished from sight. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. What if he were discovered mid-flight? As he journeyed northwest, he observed myriad beings of various races, regardless of size, prostrate upon the ground as if worshipping their sovereign. Even as he approached, they remained unmoving. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to eliminate them all, collecting their crystal cores and fusion points, his heart swelling with delight. Following the kneeling creatures, Chun Fan traversed 2 mountain peaks, and upon reaching the third, he was met with a resounding roar. The earth trembled, winds howled, and his hair danced wildly as he nearly lost his footing on the mountain's edge. The gaping chasm he sought was merely 1,000 meters ahead. Appearing from this vantage point as a scar upon the earth that in the sky, the golden eagle resembled a sun, radiating a brilliant light. Its claws, wings, beak, and head had morphed into terrifying weapons, assailing the humans below. Among them was a woman clad in black phoenix robes, wielding a long sword, relentlessly attacking. Beside her stood a corpulent woman, weighing over 500 pounds, brandishing a spear and providing support. Their figures moved like fleeting light. And behind them loomed a vast, illusory gate, towering 100 meters high and emanating a formidable glow that compelled attention. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to converge towards the illusory gate as if seeking an outlet, ultimately gathering within the 2 women. Under the immense accumulation of this energy, the weapons they wielded erupted with unimaginable power. The sword-wielding woman, adorned with a conical hat and slender in stature, resembled a flower swaying in the wind. Yet, with each strike, her sword unleashed blinding beams of light, transforming into blossoms that enveloped the golden eagle that on the other side. Guxin similarly directed the spiritual energy towards her spear, each thrust erupting in a brilliant light, manifesting as azure dragons that collided fiercely with the eagle's massive talons, showing no signs of retreat. This the divine mirror. The speed at which it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is indeed far superior to my own. Chun Fan observed their battle, murmuring to himself, silently comparing their prowess, that in terms of speed, might, and combat techniques, they had long surpassed ordinary humans. The mere aftershocks of their conflict had carved countless ravines into the earth, sending lakes soaring into the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene. Although the golden eagle overshadowed the sun and possessed immeasurable strength, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, it struggled to advance against the city lord and Gu Xinyue. With a furious cry, the eagle, driven to madness by the prolonged battle, unleashed a deafening roar. Shockwaves radiated in all directions, causing the earth to erupt with explosive sounds and sending trees tumbling like dominoes. The very fabric of the world seemed unable to withstand its might. Witnessing this, Chun Fan promptly lay flat on the ground, allowing the gale to sweep past him. After a considerable time, the shockwave finally subsided, restoring normalcy. His gaze fell upon the myriad humans of the Golden Bridge realm, who were sent sprawling in the wake of the sudden shockwave, flailing helplessly as if they were kites severed from their strings. They possessed no capacity for resistance. Chun Fan could not help but stick out his tongue, swallowing hard as he murmured, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible. If I were to encounter a king-level creature, I would surely meet my end. There would be no chance of escape." Having previously boasted of merely collecting spoils, he now completely abandoned that notion. Such a creature was one he could not dare approach. Its innate abilities were exceedingly formidable, far surpassing those of a commander-level beast. Yet the thought of retreating left him discontent, as he was fixated on the corpse of the commander-level beast in the chasm, a prime source of nourishment for enhancing his combat prowess. However, the aerial battle deterred him from drawing too near. Any creature's strike could prove fatal. Crouched low, his eyes darted about, observing the many experts of the Golden Bridge realm soaring through the vicinity, as if in search of something. Chun Fan remained securely hidden beneath a massive rock at the mountain's peak, indifferent to all that transpired around him, fervently wishing for the two women to lure the golden eagle away, thus granting him the opportunity to seek the corpse. While scanning his surroundings, he noticed, to the north, a battle unfolding between humans and a colossal minotaur, which appeared to have emerged from the chasm, its body caked in mud. How peculiar, he mused. Could it be that there are no creatures left in the chasm? How did it escape? Chun Fan found himself perplexed, the situation exceeding his expectations from his vantage point. He was unable to discern the chasm's condition and remained foolishly waiting. Pressing his lips together, his eyes whirled as he sensed his chances of success dwindling. These experts of the Golden Bridge realm would not afford him an opportunity. Alas, if only my strength were sufficient, I could return and claim them all as my own. Chun Fan recognized that lingering any longer would yield nothing. Rather than squander time fruitlessly, he resolved to return to Shadowhunter City. Casting one last glance at the intense struggle between the two city lords, which appeared to be at a stalemate, he saw several experts of the Golden Bridge realm converging towards the north. The battle had begun to tilt in favor of the humans. They left. If they knew I had survived the toxic dragon's maw and dared to return to the battlefield, I could not explain myself. Stealthily concealed within the jungle, he circumvented the battleground, making his way north. After traversing a significant distance, he arrived at the northern side and beheld 4 minotaurs and 7 white-winged tigers, intercepted by humans. This confirmed that none of the creatures submerged in the chasm had perished. One must not be greedy. He had already made considerable gains today. It was time to return and rest. He truly did not wish to witness the multitude of benefits being claimed by the experts of the Golden Bridge realm. With a resigned sigh, he stood and departed. The battles of the Golden Bridge realm were far from the earth-shattering spectacles of the Divine Mirror. Thus he maintained a distance of 300 meters, racing towards the north. Yet, it was precisely this distance that precipitated a dramatic shift on the battlefield. One of the minotaurs, as if sensing something, twitched its nostrils vigorously before letting out a thunderous bellow. Moo! Moo! The roar reverberated throughout the battlefield, echoing for thousands of meters. The battling minotaurs and white-winged tigers all heard the sound. Even the golden eagle in the sky faltered momentarily, in the next instant. Both commander-level and king-level creatures abandoned their human adversaries, charging frantically towards the north. This spectacle left the humans embroiled in battle, utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what had triggered such a sudden frenzy among all creatures. This is bad. They mean to assault the city. City Lord Bai realized the terrifying possibility, exclaiming in alarm. Chapter 57. The frantic flight and sudden dash. Accompanied by her shouts, she wielded her long sword, while the illusory gate behind her exhaled vast amounts of spiritual energy, pursuing the golden eagle. All were tasked with preventing the commander-level beasts from breaching the city. If they entered, countless lives would be lost. The furious roars reverberated through the air, shaking the very essence of the atmosphere. Humans within a radius of several thousand meters could hear the commotion. Beside her, Deputy City Lord Guxin similarly brandished her spear, transforming it into a dragon of azure light, in pursuit of the golden eagle. With the city now vulnerable and devoid of defenders, should they truly penetrate its walls, they could annihilate everything. Years of arduous effort could collapse in an instant. A reality that was unacceptable to Bai Qingfeng. Yes, within a radius of several thousand meters, the humans roared in unison, fervently pursuing the fleeing leader-class creatures, driven by the desperate hope of vanquishing them. Among those chasing the rampaging bulls and the white-winged tigers, the humans exerted every ounce of strength, determined to strike from behind. They could not allow these beasts to breach the city, where their families awaited. Naturally, Chun Fan also heard the commotion and involuntarily turned to glance back. What he beheld was alarming. Soaring through the skies were the white-winged tigers, each resembling a bomber, measuring an impressive 30 meters in length. Their bodies covered in hair as rigid as steel needles, with enormous wings sprouting from their sides, gliding effortlessly above. Despite having been soaked in mud, rendering them filthy, it did not hinder their relentless pursuit. On the ground, four frenzied, rampaging bulls thundered forth, uprooting trees and hurling aside massive boulders in their mad dash, that in the distant sky, golden eagles, akin to suns, flew majestically. Following each colossal beast were humans, fervently in hot pursuit. Yet, even those at the sacred lotus realm could not keep pace with the crazed leader-class creatures for long. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Fan dared not linger. He bolted ahead with wild abandon. Wherever there were trees, he darted through. Wherever there were rivers, he plunged in. Though unafraid of the leader-class creatures, the golden eagles in the sky posed a lethal threat. With each stride, he covered over 30 meters. And with the aid of his arms, he could add an additional 3 meters. It could be said that he was traversing 100 meters in merely 3 seconds, believing that after running 1,000 meters, these leader-class creatures would cease their pursuit. However, the thunderous footsteps and terrifying roars behind him showed no signs of diminishing. That a fleeting glance over his shoulder revealed that he had indeed created some distance from the white-winged tigers, perhaps due to their difficulty in discerning his location amidst the clouds. Yet, the 4 rampaging bulls on the ground showed no signs of letting up in their relentless chase. Why are they all chasing after me? He pondered. Are they akin to poisoned dragons, sensing the aroma of treasure upon me? Unable to suppress a curse, he continued his frantic flight, lacking any fixed direction. He simply ran toward wherever seemed safest. Who, in a desperate bid for survival, would bother to glance at the general direction? Encountering open spaces unsuitable for escape, he would undoubtedly veer around them. Gradually, his speed reached an astonishing 40 meters per stride, nearly completing 100 meters in under 2 seconds. After covering over 5,000 meters, the roars behind him had receded somewhat, yet a glance back confirmed that the pursuit was still relentless. The only solace he found was that the Golden Eagle had seemingly been overwhelmed by the attacks of 2 city lords, now positioned 2,000 meters away. Nevertheless, the remaining leader-class creatures, consumed by madness, disregarded the humans' assaults, fixated solely on him, as if vowing not to relent until he was slain. The sacred Lotus Realm humans could not keep pace, many succumbing to exhaustion from the prolonged chase. Chen Fan, undeterred, pushed himself to run once more, refusing to believe he could not outpace them. Regulating his breath and circulating his energy, he channeled his true qi into his feet, contemplating ways to conserve energy while increasing his speed. In times of duress, one's latent potential could be unleashed, and Chen Fan found himself no exception. The oppressive presence of the aerial leader-class creatures drove him to devise strategies for rapid escape. Realizing that sheer force did not equate to speed in the air, adjusting one's form and direction was a challenge. So he focused on shortening his strides and increasing his frequency, employing a technique he called the burst step, a method for rapid advancement. With each footfall, his speed escalated, propelling him further away. Uncertain of how fast he had become, he crushed elite-class creatures in his path before they even had a chance to react to AS for the other beasts. They were reduced to mere remnants, their cores collected and integrated into his own power in his mind. The system's notifications rang incessantly. Eliminated a stitching monster, gained 100 fusion points. Eliminated an elite-level swordgrass, gained 1,500 fusion points. Discovered fusion energy, increased slight true qi, requires 100 fusion points. Discovered fusion energy, increased minor true qi, requires 500 fusion points. The amount of energy he had fused was beyond Chen Fan's comprehension, as was the distance he had traversed. All he knew was that the thunderous roars behind him were receding, indicating he had created some distance. Pausing on a hillside, he looked back to see the rampaging bulls and white-winged tigers now a kilometer away. Though they continued their frenzied chase, their trajectory had evidently shifted, suggesting they would require more time to catch up. Seated among the branches of a tree, he swiftly regulated his breath. His body had become increasingly extraordinary. After running tens of thousands of meters, he felt no significant fatigue, as if he had merely sprinted 100 meters. Casting a glance within, he noted that only a third of the 10th section of the Golden Bridge had emerged. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "This won't do. The rate of improvement between elite class and ordinary creatures is far too slow. I must eliminate leader class beings to rapidly enhance my strength." It became evident that he could no longer remain in Shadowhunt City. It was time to journey to the next city, Southgate City. Gazing southward, he hoped to quickly elevate his abilities and reach the 8th Sky Pass. Retracting his gaze, he scanned his fusion points and was astonished to see a change. His total had reached 100,000. With 100,000 available points, it seemed likely that this transformation resulted from a breakthrough to the Golden Bridge realm, as the fusion of high-level items necessitated increasingly more points. It was clear that he required an elevated threshold. Just as a sense of joy washed over him, he noticed the rampaging bulls had altered their course, again pursuing him. Damn it, they truly are relentless. Do they possess a bloodhound sense? The white-winged tigers in the sky also resumed their pursuit. Only the golden eagle was momentarily restrained by the two city lords, significantly reducing the immediate danger. Chun Fan descended gracefully, placing a hand upon the earth. Executing a forward roll, he absorbed the impact. Striving to minimize sound, that moment, the system chimed in his ear. Discovered fusion of superchromium or increases bodily resilience. Requires 15,000 fusion points. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. He sensed another opportunity for enhancement. 15,000. This is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Fusion. He promptly issued the command. Chapter 58. Lost in the wilderness, choosing the burial site with a resounding boom. A faint blue light erupted from the mountain peak as the essence of the earth was entirely consumed. The trees above withered instantly, and flowers and grasses turned brown, swept away by the wind. Armed with the experience of the previous two encounters, Chun Fan was not one to remain stationary. He swiftly darted in another direction. Thump, thump, thump. The trees beneath his feet shattered into countless fragments. Waves of pale blue energy coursed through his right hand, flowing through his bones and flesh, ultimately converging in his dantian. That moment, Chun Fan felt a remarkable transformation. His bones, once rigid, now possessed an elasticity akin to powerful springs, offering even greater resilience. His already extraordinary physique had become even more formidable. Chun Fan had no way of knowing how much strength resided within his arms. He merely realized that even without utilizing true chi, a single leap could propel him over 50 meters. While it did not rival the aerial gliding of the Golden Bridge realm, he could easily clear small streams of 40 to 50 meters in a single bound. In his frenzied escape, he continued to obliterate various elite-class creatures. Though his speed had slightly increased, he now had intervals for rest, alleviating the exhaustion he had previously felt. During these brief respites, he pondered how to refine the burst step further. Making it more suited for combat, his intermittent stops were bearable. Save for the emptiness in his stomach, he was lost. Once more, he found himself disoriented. Despite running northward, he inexplicably veered southward. His sense of direction was atrocious. While he fled, he even found moments to rest. However, the humans trailing the rampaging bulls and other leader-class creatures were utterly bewildered, clueless as to what these frenzied behemoths were pursuing. Instead of charging toward Shadow Hunt City, they were veering 2,000 meters west, racing toward Peace City. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to muster all their strength and pursue with fervor. Although Peace City was a gathering place for humans, its defenses were not particularly robust. As they grew increasingly anxious, the humans noticed that the rampaging bulls had again altered their direction, heading toward the southern Shadow City. Many Sacred Lotus Realm experts, having chased for 2 hours, were at their limits. The prolonged flight had drained their true chi significantly. Continuing the pursuit not only risked failure against the leader-class creatures, but also the possibility of being countered. Among those who persisted were late-stage Sacred Lotus Realm individuals, who had banded together, including Feng Xiong, and the Hatman Feng Xiong continually lamented. "What have you done? Such a talented disciple. And you left him on the road? Do you really think he can outrun a poison dragon in the Bitter Sea realm?" Fortunately, the poison dragon had perished, and there were no signs of Chun Fan's belongings at the scene, indicating he was likely still alive. Otherwise, you'd never sleep soundly again. Alas, the genius disciple we worked so hard to find, could he truly just vanish? Though he was in pursuit of the commanding level beasts, he felt an ever-widening gap that rendered him unable to keep pace. The chasm between them could not be bridged. Were it not for the necessity of discerning their ultimate objective, he might have relinquished the chase altogether. By 5 in the afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the west, he found himself far from Shadow City, instead arriving at the southern Westgate City. In terms of distance, they were drawing nearer. Yet a disheartening turn of events occurred. The rampaging wild bulls veered eastward, appearing not to assault a fortress, but rather to be fleeing in a frenzied, Directionless panic. Feng Xiong sensed that his vital energy was nearly depleted, leaving him with no hope of catching up. Thus, he remarked to the others donning conical hats, "I presume the others have returned to the city for rest. Let us also retreat and wait patiently for our quarry." The human consumption of vital energy pales in comparison to the physical stamina of these beasts that he could not deny that even among beings of the same rank, humans lagged behind the myriad creatures in terms of endurance. This disparity elucidated why, despite their combat prowess capable of slaying creatures, humans struggled to exterminate all the myriad beings within their realm. Human strength has its limits, unless a formidable figure descended to engage in relentless, indiscriminate slaughter day and night. Perhaps all beings of the myriad realms could be eradicated. However, such an outcome would not bode well for humanity, as it would strip them of opportunities to enhance their combat abilities. The remaining 16 masters of the Sacred Lotus Realm relinquished their pursuit and turned back towards Shadow City. As they altered their course, they were spotted by Chun Fan, who was resting in the distance. A smile broke upon his face, akin to tears of joy. He had just been lamenting why he hadn't brought Little Hay's map, which would have spared him from losing his way. With no signal on his communicator and unable to view a map, he could only dash in a single direction. While humans pursued blindly, he resembled a headless fly, running amok. Now, however, he could follow in their footsteps, ensuring he would not stray again. Yet, he was not tailing them closely. Instead, he maintained a distance of several kilometers, stealthily tracking them. In truth, traversing the earth to chase flying humans was no simple feat. The air offered a straight path, while the ground was uneven and complex, leading to considerable detours. Ling Feng managed to pursue for several thousand meters before he noticed they had stopped in a valley to the northwest. In the valley, a small stream flowed into a nearby river, while the opposite bank was carpeted with sword grass, perfect for merging with sword energy. Many of these grasses were elite level, reaching heights of 2 meters, with sword energy rippling through them. Without hesitation, Chun Fan dashed in, eager to merge with more sword energy, preparing this place as a burial ground for the commanding level beasts that had pursued him tirelessly for half a day. Seemingly devoid of fatigue, the aftermath of the battle should go unnoticed. His speed, after considerable training, had now reached a leap of 70 meters, exceeding 100 meters per second, more formidable than many gliders of the Golden Bridge realm. While he was clearing the sword grass and merging sword energy with crystal cores, for wild bulls charged down the valley, it was as if 1,000 horses thundered forth, sending rocks tumbling and vegetation soaring. An unstoppable force. Each bull, measuring 30 meters, was clad in dark green scales like armor, with 2 horns resembling curved blades that reflected a metallic sheen. Their feet pounded the ground, creating a resounding rumble. If it were anyone else, facing the charge of commanding level beasts would surely necessitate a state of heightened vigilance and readiness. Yet, Chun Fan was entirely different, weaving through the sword grass as if oblivious to the massive bulls hurtling towards him. In the split second they charged past him, Chun Fan deftly evaded the impact, seizing the tail of the nearest bull and leaping onto its back with the agility of a nimble bird. His movements were fluid and graceful, allowing him to navigate the chaos with ease, and no longer was he confined to a mere 30-meter range against Du Failong. Now, he could operate within a 70-meter radius. And even if the bulls charged swiftly, they could not encompass the entirety of that space. Thus, he felt greater confidence in eliminating them all. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 bulls collided with the sword grass ahead, trampling it into disarray. Chun Fan, calmly standing upon one of their backs, unsheathed an ultra-titanium alloy knife and plunged it into the gaps between the scales. Yet at that moment, the bull beneath him suddenly turned its head, revealing a terrifying black shadow of death looming above. Chun Fan, who had been firmly positioned, was involuntarily thrown to the ground. The gaze of death. The grass nearly struck me dead. A wave of panic surged within him. Chapter 59. The Tragic Collision of the Bulls. The gaze of death is an innate skill of the bull tribe, a terrifying talent possessed by all commanding level beings. The venomous dragon, for instance, wielded a toxin that could shorten lifespans, albeit it had not yet found the opportunity to use it against Chun Fan. Now, as the bull turned, true terror took hold. In the moment Chun Fan evaded one blow, 3 bulls had already redirected their charge towards him. The bull that had just unleashed the death gaze, however, could not escape Chun Fan's grasp. He maintained a firm grip on its tail. With hind legs as thick as stone pillars, it kicked with a piercing wind, hurtling towards him. Chun Fan, nearly paralyzed by fear, felt a surge of anger rising within him, and he immediately raised his left fist, channeling Tian Shi's explosive strike to meet the oncoming assault. Whoosh! The force of the wind was torn apart. As an overwhelming power, nearing 1,000,000, collided with the iron hooves, boom! The air exploded, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Chun Fan felt his left arm tingle, muscles quivering, his body involuntarily shifting backward. Yet he did not relinquish his grip on the bull's tail. Instead, pulling it backward, boom! At that moment, he witnessed the bull's right hoof explode in midair, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Its femur was driven deep into its abdomen by his terrifying strength. The dark green scales of its skin shattered like flying darts. Scattering in all directions, one leg was visibly shorter than the other, nearly protruding from its back. Additionally, with Chun Fan's relentless tugging, the creature's body was uncontrollably drawn back, lifting nearly off the ground as it emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Aya! The frantic cries echoed through the valley, deafening in their intensity. Chun Fan had not anticipated that a single punch would incapacitate a wild bull. In his mind, he heard the System S voice, detected a talent available for fusion, Death Gaze, which manifests a terrifying image of death to instill fear in enemies through formidable mental power. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Detected a bloodline available for fusion, Primordial Bull Demon Bloodline. Enhances bloodline strength and purity. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Detected a skill available for fusion, Bull Charge. Concentrates all force into the hardest point, unleashing triple impact power. Requires 2,000 fusion points. The voices rang out incessantly, yet they did not distract him. Gripping the bull's tail, he applied the method he had used against the venomous dragon to the wild bull. They were more robust than the dragon, their muscles denser, their bodies enveloped in scales. Resembling massive dark green hammers, tracing an arc, he aimed at the bull charging in from the left. Fly for me! With a furious shout, Chun Fan hurled the bull he grasped towards the oncoming giant. Colliding with it violently, it was akin to two locomotive engines crashing together at full speed. The hardened horns pierced into each other's flesh under the force of impact. Even the toughest scales could not withstand such a terrifying collision. The two bulls, each over 2 meters long, had their horns embedded into each other's bones, locked together in a horrific embrace. All that remained was a cacophony of agonized cries. They struggled futilely, unable to dislodge their horns from one another. Chun Fan, too, was astonished by this unforeseen outcome. With a mighty effort, he found he could no longer maneuver the bodies of the two bulls. Relinquishing his grip, he leaped aside to avoid the charge of the other two bulls. Thud, 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 like heavy armor, they charged onward without pause. Even though Chun Fan was no longer in their path, he had no time to evade. The 2-meter-long horns plunged into the body of the bull he had previously grasped. The sound resonated, and Chun Fan felt a pang of sympathy for the beleaguered creature. 2 horns pierced its neck, and now its abdomen and lower back were similarly impaled. Moreover, its 30-meter-long body, subjected to the forces from 3 directions, could no longer maintain its form. Bending into 3 grotesque arcs, its belly torn open, the dark green scales stained crimson, and no matter how one looked at it, the scene was pitiful amidst the wretched howls. It thrashed desperately, yet the more it struggled, the more it tore at its own flesh. Blood gushed forth from the wounds on its abdomen, back, and neck. The bull in front of it, too, was caught in a frenzied struggle, blood spraying from its neck. Seeing this opportunity, Chun Fan could not let it slip away, that he drew forth his ultra-titanium alloy knife, unleashing all his strength as he lunged forward, delivering a horizontal slash. Vital energy mingled with sword energy surged into the blade, and he could even sense the sword energy quivering, eager to break free. Crack! The nearest savage bull to him had its neck severed on the spot, blood gushing forth in a terrifying display of vital force, causing its massive body to stagger back 3 meters. Blood sprayed forth, engulfing the savage bull in the center, while the other 2 were also caught in the maelstrom. In an instant, the dark green bulls transformed into a vivid crimson, the stench of blood rising ominously into the air. With a thunderous roar, The enormous head of the bull exploded in midair, the horrific force shattering flesh and bone, dispersing into a mist of blood. The sturdy 2-meter-long horns pierced through the belly, embedding themselves deeply into the body of the central bull that a yellow, round crystal core shot forth, which Chun Fan caught in his grasp. With a series of squelching sounds followed by explosive thuds, Chun Fan swiftly maneuvered past the entangled trio of bulls, his super titanium alloy blade slicing through their necks with the ferocity of a sword's edge. A voice resonated in his mind. Kill the leader-class Savage Bull. Gain 25,000 fusion points. Kill the leader-class Savage Bull. Gain 25,000 fusion points. Kill. Before the system could finish its notifications, Chun Fan had already fused 4 3-tier high-grade crystal cores. Just as the fusion concluded, 7 white-winged tigers descended from the sky like bombers, their terrifying presence evident. Their massive claws resembled excavators, and their gaping maws could consume over 100 people, in comparison. Chun Fan appeared as insignificant as a flea-point-1 tiger alone was formidable, let alone 7, which swiftly covered a radius of 100 meters. Chun Fan was acutely aware that his super titanium alloy blade would falter against their onslaught, prompting him to retract it immediately, but he seized the bull's tail, and despite the head still spewing blood, he swung it with abandon. Harnessing his speed, he charged forward like a furious tyrant, his muscles rippling with power. Ready to confront all assaults, "Come down," he commanded as the bloody bull's carcass transformed into a 30-meter-long colossal hammer, exuding an endless stench of blood, and struck towards the foremost white-winged tiger in his mind. The system's voice echoed. Bloodline fusion detected. Primordial bull demon bloodline, capable of enhancing bloodline strength. Though he heard the reminder, Chun Fan chose not to fuse but instead swung down with great force. The green hammer struck the white-winged tiger with a horrifying impact, causing a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds interspersed with the grotesque noises of disembowelment. Blood erupted from the gaping wound in the bull's neck, and its insides were sent flying. The creature's form contorted, scales scattering in all directions. The white-winged tiger suffered a similarly grim fate. Its 15-meter wings were abruptly severed, broken bones piercing its skin and embedding into the bull's body. A massive hole was smashed into the tiger's bloated abdomen, its white fur stained with blood. The enormous tiger head suddenly twisted, its neck straining under the burden. Even leader-class creatures, when faced with the violent collision of equally sized beasts, met with catastrophic outcomes. Moreover, having underestimated humanity after their relentless charge, they were unable to withstand the impact in a mere moment. They suffered greatly, their bodies flung aside, and the 2 companions pursuing closely behind could not evade in time, also hurtling into the air. Although their injuries were not as severe, they too were impeded in their flight, crashing to the ground. With varying degrees of damage to their wings, they tumbled into a heap, struggling to rise. Chun Fan felt his arms vibrate from the impact, almost losing his grip on the bull, he initiated the fusion to mitigate any further strain, ensuring a seamless battle in an instant. A faint blue aura enveloped the bull's body. The next moment, he sensed the bull's corpse had completely relinquished all its essence. The vibrational force in its tail dissipated, and waves of warmth surged through his veins, rushing to every corner of his body. His heart raced as he felt the energy coursing through him, amplifying his strength. Moreover, a new power surged towards his eyes, and inexplicably, he perceived countless reapers wandering through the wilderness. Wielding scythes that glimmered with red light, one reaper, having detected his presence, charged towards him, intent on merging with him. Startled by the sudden change on the battlefield, Chun Fan dodged rapidly, but could not escape. The reaper fused directly with him, and his eyes instantly sparkled with crimson light. All illusions vanished, revealing a colossal white-winged tiger before him, its shovel-like claws mere meters away. Its enormous eyes glinted with excitement, fixating on him as if it sought to ensnare him as a meal. Chun Fan understood that even with all his might, evading its attack would prove challenging. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through his mind as an unfamiliar power surged into his eyes. They burned with heat as he unleashed a potent glare. "Death stare," he shouted, employing a sudden burst of speed to leap 70 meters away. The charging white-winged tiger reflected the horrific visage of the reaper in its eyes, which swung its scythe towards its head. The massive creature instantly lost its spirit, its eyes shifting from elation to sheer terror, before they glazed over, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous impact. Its force met the earth, creating a 5-meter-deep crater. The reverberations echoed through the valley, shaking the surrounding peaks, sending dust flying and boulders tumbling. Chen Fan stood 10 meters away, heart racing, his eyes filled with relief. Kill the leader-class creature. Gain 25,000 fusion points. He had never anticipated nearly being overwhelmed by it. A single defeat would render him powerless. The terrifying claws of the white-winged tiger were not something his small frame could withstand. Nor did he expect that his death stare would annihilate such a formidable leader-class beast. His innate skill proved truly extraordinary. His gaze fell upon the remaining 3 bull carcasses. He must enhance the power of his death stare. Just as he became distracted, another white-winged tiger adjusted its course, gliding through the air as it lunged at him once more. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile creeping across his face. His confidence restored. Let it taste the might of my death stare, he vowed, ready to unleash silent death. He swiftly repositioned himself behind the recently fallen white-winged tiger, gripping its massive tail to wield as a shield. The essence of the death stare required precision. Aimed directly into the enemy's eyes at a T 50 meters away, the white-winged tiger charged with its claws extended, prompting Chen Fan to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Utilizing the enormous corpse of the white-winged tiger proved far more effective than as soon as he grasped it, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Fusion detected. Beast King dominance, capable of intimidating all lower-level creatures. Forcing them to the ground. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Fusion detected. Hungry Tiger Pounce, increases attack power by 30% and weakens the enemy's spirit. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Fusion detected. White Tiger Bloodline, enhances bloodline strength. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Fan perceived that the white-winged tiger was merely slightly stronger than the savage bull, presenting abundant benefits that he surmised that these so-called bloodline absorptions, akin to the Thunder Beast's heart, merely contained a trace of the strong's bloodline power. Though it was just a fragment, it sufficed for him, as long as he continued to fuse, his strength would grow immensely. Without delay, he did not immediately fuse, but instead used the immense power of the bull's body to collide fiercely with the oncoming white-winged tiger. The sound of bones shattering filled the air as the white-winged tiger crashed into the nearby rock wall. The entire mountain peak shook violently, the earth swirling with dust as trees and massive boulders tumbled down. Crashing upon Chen Fan's hand, the white-winged tiger was commanded to merge amidst the chaos of collisions, transforming into a cloud of dust as the boulders fell, that he felt his bloodline strengthen, allowing him to unleash even greater power. The surging blood chi emanated a formidable Beast King's aura. The benefits of this fusion were numerous. With a swift motion, he grasped a yellow circular crystal core amidst the swirling dust. And without waiting for the system to alert him, he fused it directly into his body in mere seconds. One white-winged tiger lay dead, 3 others injured, rolling on the ground nearby. Above, 2 more remained in the sky, surprisingly soaring away without descending immediately. Roars echoed through the valley, as if they sensed they could not defeat Chen Fan and were calling for reinforcements. Chen Fan felt utterly helpless in the face of this. His gaze shifted to the 3 injured white-winged tigers who staggered to their feet, seemingly ready to flee. Still wished to run. All of you are my prey. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the newly learned bull charge, eager to test its might. This was a charge even swifter than his own creation. The burst stepped in an instant. He resembled an ancient bull revived, his feet pounding the ground, disregarding all obstacles in his path as he charged forward with reckless abandon. Rocks and soil flew, vegetation uprooted, coiling into a formidable energy that obediently trailed behind him. Chapter 61. A hard collision with a commander-level beast boom. In a flash, Chen Fan closed a 100-meter distance, crashing heavily into the most severely injured white-winged tiger. His right elbow struck like a terrifying blade, driving inward. Boom! The white-winged tiger seemed to be struck by a speeding locomotive, its body bending grotesquely into an arc. Its 30-meter-long form lifted off the ground, violently colliding with the 2 others of its kind. Thud thud. Chen Fan's heavy footsteps continued unabated, each step on the ground resonating like a hammer, producing a deafening sound. Standing at merely 1.80 meters, He appeared like a terrifying, demonic god, towering and unstoppable. Boom! Just as the white-winged tiger had risen, it had no time to fully regain its senses before being slammed into the stone wall by Chun Fan's charge. The sheer force drove the two white-winged tigers into the wall, leaving only one remaining outside. The sounds of bones breaking, for being pierced, and wings snapping melded into one cacophony. Blood gushed from the three massive tiger heads, staining the white fur crimson. Though they had not perished, their limbs struggled futilely, teetering on the brink of death, unable to extricate themselves from the wall. Chun Fan could not afford to linger, for at that moment, the two remaining white-winged tigers in the sky dove down, emitting thunderous roars. They were enraged to the utmost, intent on avenging their fallen kin. Chun Fan pivoted, and the claws of the white-winged tiger were nearly upon him. Just 10 meters away, the enormous head, with eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, seemed to burn with flames of wrath that it was evident that it possessed intelligence. Death gaze. Knowing he could not evade, Chun Fan unleashed the innate skill of the bull. A surge of warmth coursed through his mind, and the crimson light in his gaze fell upon the furious tiger's eyes. In an instant, the white-winged tiger's body stiffened, all anger dissipating as it lunged straight for him. Chun Fan felt a sudden sharp pain in his mind as the system's voice warned him. Death gaze consumes excessive mental energy. Use with caution. He quickly grasped that this ability could not be used frequently without sufficient mental energy to sustain it. Having only fused with one bull, his mental strength was evidently lacking. He needed to strive further. His mind raced as he charged forward without a moment's hesitation, intersecting with the white-winged tiger in the sky. Appearing behind it, thud, his heavy frame crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust and blood mingled, coating him in a grimy layer. The last remaining white-winged tiger, oblivious to the demise of its companions, swooped down from another direction, targeting the lively and fearsome Chun Fan. Facing the final charging white-winged tiger, Chun Fan felt no fear. That a cruel smile spread across his face as he advanced, that he was eager to test the bull charge against the airborne predator. Tired of skirmishing and evading, he sought a direct confrontation with a commander-level beast. In the brief moments of inhalation and exhalation, his spirit surged like a colossal pillar. Blood chi roiled above him. Manifesting as a blood-colored entity, claws outstretched, it appeared monstrous and unrecognizable. The tumultuous energy thrummed through his limbs with a raw, violent force, as if summoned by the ancient practices of Tianshi. His body crackled with lightning, resembling a formidable thunder god. Fully unleashing all his innate strength, he braced himself against the advancing white-winged tiger. His small fists felt insignificant before the gigantic claws, akin to mere thorns. Noticing Chun Fan's refusal to flee, the white-winged tiger's eyes glinted with excitement and anticipation. It let out a bellowing roar, its massive form enveloped in a golden glow, an aura bursting forth. Suddenly, sharp blade-like shadows manifested on its claws, seemingly intent on shredding Chun Fan to pieces. Chun Fan felt a momentary dip in his momentum, an impulse to flee rising within him. Just moments ago, he had been filled with bravado. How could he possibly retreat? In an instant, he realized it was the Beast King's aura. Immediately, he let his blood chi surge, unleashing his own Beast King aura, dispelling the mental pressure, observing the white-winged tiger's claws swirling with lethal energy. He surmised it must be a gifted skill, the hungry tiger pouncing. Without flinching or evading, he decided to test his physical resilience against it. In the blink of an eye, Chun Fan collided with the tiger's massive paws. His diminutive form was as hard as steel. The razor-sharp energy did not harm his body, but the sensation was undeniably painful, albeit within tolerable limits. The explosive power of the bull charge tripled, making Chun Fan's raised fist resemble an immovable steel needle, piercing through the white-winged tiger's paw. The momentum did not cease, driving through the paw and towards its body. The bull charge would not relent until its goal was achieved. Anything in its path would be toppled, including the white-winged tiger standing before him, which would receive no mercy. Roars of agony emanated from the white-winged tiger as its paw was pierced in pain. It witnessed the minuscule human leap towards its head and body, rage igniting in its eyes. With its massive jaws agape, it revealed a cavernous maw, exuding a foul stench, sharp teeth glinting like swords. Reflecting cold light that a terrifying vortex formed in its throat, seeking to swallow Chen Fan. One could not deny that commander-level beasts were indeed formidable. With remarkable precision, the two massive teeth clamped down on Chen Fan. Clang! The collision of its teeth with Chen Fan's body produced a deafening metallic sound, as if forged from steel. Chen Fan was bitten with ferocity, although his skin and muscle-less elasticity and tenacity prevented injury. The crushing force was astonishing, seemingly capable of shattering bones. Grass, the terror of commander-level beasts, was undeniable. For the first time, he found himself in peril, sensing that death was alarmingly close as he beheld the barbed tongue rushing towards him. Chen Fan dared not hesitate. With all his strength, he struck the teeth beneath him with his left hand, while his right hand unsheathed a super titanium alloy knife, slicing towards the oncoming tongue. The white-winged tiger, observing the situation within its mouth, stood upon the ground, retracting its wings, intent on devouring Chen Fan. Should it consume him, it could merge with the power of the mountain treasure, evolving into an imperial-level beast. Transforming into human form. At that time, devouring humans would be child's play. Commander-level beasts possessed remarkable intellect, capable of strategic thought. As it envisioned its ascension to imperial level, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its tongue, as if it had detonated in an instant. The intense agony compelled it to involuntarily open its mouth, attempting to expel its tongue. However, it felt a tooth break, the pain forcing it to gnash its jaws. With a roar of fury, the white-winged tiger violently retched, hoping to expel the human it had attempted to swallow. It never anticipated that the human it usually swallowed with ease would cause such damage to its teeth and tongue. Chapter 62. A Day and Night. A world-transformed Chen Fan seized this golden opportunity. With his left hand gripping the edge of a tooth, he unleashed a swift, decisive strike with his super titanium alloy knife. Sharply slicing through the jawbone. Swoosh, thud, thud. The wound was torn open, unleashing countless blades of energy that shattered into a gaping chasm 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The skin erupted, muscles were shredded. Bones were pulverized, and blood gushed forth in torrents. The entire jaw of the white-winged tiger was nearly obliterated, and the excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy. Its massive body spun wildly upon the earth, its head shaking violently in a desperate attempt to dislodge the detested human, Chen Fan. The torment began when it clamped down on the human, reaching an unbearable peak. Chen Fan was tossed about uncomfortably, prompting him to release his grip. As he let go, he descended towards the tiger's neck, wielding his dual blades with determination, applying force from his waist and abdomen to slice through the white-winged tiger's throat. With a hiss and a thud, the 2-meter-long super titanium alloy blade severed its windpipe, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that assaulted the gaping wound. Blood erupted in a frenzy, drenching Chen Fan from head to toe in its warm embrace. Suspended in the air, he could not evade the deluge, enduring the full brunt of the blood's onslaught. The white-winged tiger, struck with a fatal blow, did not halt its frenzied rotation immediately. It continued to whirl for half a turn before colliding with the descending Chen Fan, sending him hurtling to the ground like a cannonball. Chen Fan lost all control of his body, tumbling into a nearby creek. Gripping the super titanium alloy blade tightly, he swiftly turned to his feet. He was acutely aware that the battle was far from over. The remaining white-winged tigers needed to be exterminated. With a leap, he charged forward, decapitating every struggling creature in his path, transforming them into lifeless corpses. In an instant, blood flowed freely through the valley, and bodies lay scattered amidst the craters. The rock walls bore new holes, and countless trees from the peaks tumbled down. Everything morphed into a world drenched in crimson. Only when he had extinguished their lives did Chen Fan cease his slaughter. Yet it was still not concluded. Accompanied by the incessant ringing in his mind, he began to assimilate all that he had discovered. Killing a leader-level creature granted him 25,000 fusion points. He uncovered the possibility of merging with the bloodlines of the primordial bull demon and the white tiger, as well as a third-tier high-grade crystal core. However, upon completing all his merges, he suddenly realized that the fusion points he had acquired seemed entirely consumed, leaving him with nothing. His income and expenditure had balanced out at a 1-to-1 ratio. If this continued, there might not be enough fusion points in the future to assimilate all his gains from slaying myriad creatures. Never mind, I can always hunt more low-level beings, Chen Fan thought. dismissing the lifeless bodies devoid of essence as he walked slowly towards the creek, distractedly assessing his internal condition. His bloodline had been continuously strengthened 9 times, imparting him with an almost weightless sensation. Each breath could last up to 3 minutes, and the energy absorbed in a single inhalation far exceeded that of normal individuals by tenfold. His blood coursed more rapidly, allowing his body to receive an abundance of energy. The bull charge had received a tremendous boost, achieving a 5-fold explosive strength, with the ability to change direction at will. However, it remained a single wave of force. Should it fail to connect, it would be a wasted opportunity that could be exploited by the enemy. The mental fortitude required for Death's gaze had tripled, as if his entire mind had become exceptionally clear. Within the depths of his dantian, a pale blue glow appeared, likely derived from the fusion of superchromium ore. His golden bridge had gained 10 segments, reaching a total of 19, falling short of the anticipated 21. Moreover, he still lacked the capability to glide through the air like an ordinary person, upon checking his fusion points. He discovered that the upper limit remained at 100,000, leading him to suspect that he had not advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Bridge. Well, since I've achieved the great perfection of the Bitter Sea, it seems unlikely that I can break through, Chen Fan mused with self-deprecation, having hoped to experience the fleeting sensation of flight. Disappointed, he waded into the creek to cleanse himself of blood, washing away the grime from his rune armor, and donned his tattered yet clean clothing. Such damage was inevitable in the midst of battle, unless he procured specially crafted battle attire capable of withstanding the strain of movement and the aftermath of attacks. His garments would invariably suffer wear and tear during combat. Once he had tidied himself up, he grasped his super titanium alloy blade and ascended the mountain peak to rest beneath a great tree, distancing himself from the recent battlefield to avoid detection. Chen Fan had not returned to the city since his departure from Shadowhunter City the previous night, even after enduring several fierce battles. He was acutely aware of his significant fatigue, yet he could not deny the immense rewards he had reaped, having elevated his realm to the Golden Bridge stage and acquired powerful skills like the Bull Charge, Death's Gaze, and Hungry Tiger Pounce. Not to mention, merging with mountain treasures had rendered him even more formidable than leader-level creatures, incapable of inflicting genuine harm upon him that a day and night had transformed his existence. It was time for him to depart from Shadowhunter City to pursue the footsteps of his great-grandfather, seek out the bones of his kin, and find Ji Tianwu. With the wind at his back, Chen Fan rose to his feet, resolute in his decision to leave. Remaining in Shadowhunter City could no longer satisfy his urgent desire to enhance his strength. The lowly elites would take ages to reach the sacred Lotus Realm. Your absence makes me yearn for you, he reflected. How peculiar is the human heart. Leaving behind a fleeting remark in the air, he hastened in the direction where Feng Xiong and the others had departed, moving at an astounding speed that reached 100 meters per second. With a single stride, he covered a distance of 100 meters. His formidable physical prowess was terrifying, yet he refrained from overexerting it. He moved like a streak of light, weaving through the forest. Along the way, he encountered remnants of battles, confirming that he was nearing Shadowhunter City. Upon returning to the crater where he had acquired the mountain treasures, all was utterly silent. Aside from a few wandering creatures, there was no sign of any formidable presence. Shaking his head slightly, he bid farewell to this suddenly flourishing locale and rapidly altered his course to the north. Within a minute, he beheld Shadowhunter City, a towering edifice rising 100 meters from the ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a dark shadow across the land. That I'm finally back. Next time, I must bring a map to avoid getting lost, Chen Fan thought, overcome with emotion upon gazing at Shadowhunter City, his strides quickening that in mere minutes. He entered the city, feeling a profound sense of comfort wash over him. Finally back, no more constant vigilance, he retrieved his communicator, relieved to find a signal, allowing him to clearly see the range in which he had previously operated. Wait, I almost ran back to Taiping City. I nearly brushed past Shadow City. He was astonished to discover that he had traversed over 600,000 meters in a single day and night. Upon examining the map, he was utterly dumbfounded. Having been pursued by leader-level monsters, he had unwittingly exceeded the usual distances that he strode briskly towards his dormitory, eager for a hearty meal to satiate his ravenous hunger. Reflecting on his escape route, he opened 2 private messages. Point 1 was from Ji Tianwu. Brother Fan, I have arrived at the 8th heavenly layer. The cities here surpass imagination, resembling celestial palaces floating in the sky. The architecture exudes terrifying power, unleashing unimaginable lethality. The myriad creatures outside are immensely powerful, capable of standing tall against the heavens. How frightening! Brother Fan, I will miss you and hope to see you soon. Once I meet the requirements set by our ancestor, I will surely seek you out. Chapter 63. Envy and jealousy among the newborns. Chun Fan read the message, feeling as though she had painted an unimaginable world for him, that a city, floating in midair. Wouldn't he have to withstand assaults from all directions? He could not fathom her thoughts or envision such scenery, creatures that could stand against the heavens. How powerful must they be? They were undoubtedly the strongest of seeds. In any case, this message served as a reminder for him to grow stronger, that if he tarried any longer, he would likely fall behind their formidable progress. Resolutely, he sent a message back. Wait for me. I am striving to grow stronger, hoping to catch up with your footsteps, that I will head to the 2nd heavenly layer tomorrow. As for whether Ji Tianwu would receive it, he was uncertain. Under the guidance of their ancestor, to avoid distractions, it was highly likely that communication devices were confiscated. He then glanced at the message from his great-grandfather. Little Fan, born in this era, you must strive diligently and continually strengthen yourself. Annihilate the myriad creatures, showcase the splendor of humanity, and emerge invincible. His great-grandfather would soon emerge from seclusion, promising to report his safety upon entering the city. The Qin family had not lost its lineage, and they would surely be pleased. While the message lacked exuberant expressions of joy, it was evident that his great-grandfather was immensely satisfied with Chun Fan. Understanding that his great-grandfather still sought the remains of their kin, Chun Fan pressed his lips together and sent a message. Great-grandfather, I have achieved the great perfection in the Bitter Sea and entered the Golden Bridge realm, that I hope to soon follow in your footsteps to search for the remains of my parents and relatives. If you grow weary, take ample rest. Do not let yourself get hurt. Wait for me in the city. The outside world is perilous. Even though his great-grandfather had assured him of safety, Chun Fan felt the looming danger. He had deeply experienced the perils of the outside world over the past 2 days. Despite his formidable strength, the more he ventured outward, the stronger the myriad creatures became. His elderly and weakened great-grandfather might not survive the journey beyond the 8th heavenly layer. Knowing full well that his great-grandfather would not receive his message, Chun Fan sighed and entered the cafeteria. He returned just in time, as many new students were dining below, their spirits high as they envisioned their futures. Haha, today I learned sword techniques from the sword master, and I feel I have made tremendous progress. I too sense that my skills surpass those of ordinary bladesmen. After mastering them, we shall venture beyond the city to vanquish our foes. Haha, the novice phase is finally drawing to a close, and I am eagerly yearning to rush forth and slay the wicked demons. Indeed, I have heard whispers of individuals outside who have slain countless creatures, amassing materials to forge formidable weapons and gear. Some unfortunate souls, however, find themselves bound to serve the city's defense forces for 2 years, honing their physique and willpower. After 2 years, we shall charge towards the distant Southgate city. Many have become arrogant, mocking those who have been eliminated, as if they believe that upon exiting, they will instantly decimate myriad creatures and achieve unparalleled glory. Chun Fan shook his head, a barely contained aura of menace surrounding him. As he stepped into the throng, that he had spent the last 2 days lurking in the shadows, with almost no interaction with them. Thus they were unaware of his accomplishments, that it was speculated that the man in the conical hat needed to venture out for exploration. Hence the shift to blade training, which might be completed swiftly, likely within a day. After a day of training in footwork and agility, it was indeed feasible to release them from the city. Yet for him, the survival of the newly trained outside remained uncertain due to the vast disparity in strength. Ignoring the new arrivals, he exuded an aura that discouraged approach, and after ordering a hefty serving of sword-toothed pig rice, he settled alone in a corner to eat. His presence immediately attracted the attention of many newcomers who, fixated on his silhouette, engaged in hushed discussions. Did you see? Chun Fan has returned, but he seems to carry a heavy aura of menace. He must have slain quite a few ferocious beasts, right? How could that be? It seems deliberate, a display of his might, an attempt to stand apart. What can a mere sea of suffering cultivator slay? It's the Golden Bridge realm that comprises the main fighting force of Shadowhunter City. Qianfen scoffed, his lips curling with derision as he spoke loudly to the crowd, that I in his eyes. Chen Fan was merely capable of taking a beating. In the face of myriad wicked entities, he would stand no chance of killing them, ultimately achieving little. Everyone knew that a turtle would never possess formidable combat prowess, existing only to endure. Lin Yu, possessing sharper perceptive abilities, sensed the killing intent radiating from Chen Fan, likely stemming from the numerous evil entities he had dispatched. Such an aura could not be feigned. Zhao Yi, unaware of Chen Fan's recovery, found the latter's solitary demeanor particularly irksome. Were it not for him, he wouldn't have faced elimination, nor would he have been ostracized that Jitianwu might not have strayed to others, leaving him with no opportunity. Thus, he retorted with annoyance. Chen Fan, do you think that just a few trips outside the city make you exceptional? What a lofty expression you wear. For whom is it intended? Today it was mentioned that a super genius of the Sea of Suffering has emerged in Shadowhunter City, that he is certainly superior to you. You are nothing. After speaking, a cold smirk graced his lips as he unflinchingly regarded Chen Fan's profile. For in Shadowhunter City, despite countless grievances among humans, one was not permitted to fight one another. Disdain could only be swallowed. Outside the city, who could say if one would be slain by humans or by wicked entities? Once a corpse vanished, the truth would remain elusive. Chen Fan found his annoyance with Zhao Yi reaching a peak, as the latter incessantly targeted him. Having saved him, Zhao Yi nonetheless stood to point out perceived faults. Such an ungrateful ingrate deserved to be dealt with. Otherwise, in the event of an assault by myriad creatures, he would be the first to flee if by chance he became a teammate, witnessing danger. He would undoubtedly be the first to abandon ship, that a waste of flesh, all those 16 years of learning squandered. Chen Fan shot him a fierce glare, choosing to ignore him. Were it not for the crowd and the watchful eyes upon them, he would have cast a deathly gaze that would have ended Zhao Yi on the spot. Yet, this did reveal a piece of news. A genius capable of manifesting 7 colors from the Sea of Suffering. Could it be that the Sea of Suffering extended beyond the city's confines? Just how vast was his own Sea of Suffering? He had no concrete concept of it, but he found it hard to believe that any other genius could emanate such colorful brilliance. As he devoured his meal, contemplating how to convey his intent to leave Shadowhunter City to Feng Xiong and the others, he realized that the elite creatures here no longer allowed for rapid enhancement of combat prowess. Meanwhile, Yu Linghai, dining with Qian Kuan, noticed Chen Fan's solitude. The two exchanged glances, suppressing their own aura of menace, and approached Chen Fan's table. Hey, we've come to join you for a meal and to hear about your experiences outside. Yu Linghai had long desired to converse with him, but had lacked the courage to sit before Chen Fan alone. Today, accompanied by Qian Kuan, he finally gathered the nerve. Instantly, the attention of all 260 freshmen converged upon them, eager to see whether Chen Fan would accept their company. Chen Fan glanced up briefly, but did not halt his meal, mumbling indistinctly, "There is nothing particularly special outside. It's much like the area around our plane crash, teeming with demons. Danger lurking everywhere. One could easily lose their life." This was the stark reality he had witnessed, offering them a word of caution. Upon hearing his words, Yu Linghai felt a weight lift from his shoulders and nodded. I see. I had thought the vicinity of Shadowhunter City would be filled with horrors. It seems it's not much different from the area outside Peaceful City. It appears Chen Fan isn't as unapproachable as I imagined. Perhaps this aloofness is merely a guise to avoid disturbances. Nevertheless, one must not be complacent. A commanding-level creature has been spotted outside today, as well as a royal-level entity. Even the Holy Lotus Realm could not contend with them. The two city lords joined forces and battled for quite some time. Chen Fan's words left the gathered newcomers utterly stunned, their ears perking up in shock that in their understanding, the strongest beings around Shadowhunter City were merely elite level. There shouldn't be anything more formidable. Yet, Chen Fan spoke of commanding-level creatures, even royal-level beings, far exceeding their expectations. More astonishing was the fact that even the Holy Lotus Realm could not match them. A testament to their might that is this for real? We are only at the first tier of heaven. How could creatures from the fourth tier appear? Who knows? Perhaps he is merely exaggerating to draw our attention. The first to venture out always attracts more scrutiny. Just as they exchanged words, three figures strode in unison through the cafeteria doors, making their way directly to Chun Fan's table. Upon seeing these three individuals, all chatter ceased, and the hall fell silent. The training over the past 2 days had made the newcomers acutely aware of their formidable power. These were not mere commoners, but beings of terrifying combat prowess. All eyes fixated upon them, even the meal forgotten. Chun Fan noticed the three standing beside him, promptly setting down his chopsticks and rising to greet them. "Teachers, you've come to see me. Is there something I can assist you with?" They regarded him as a gifted disciple worthy of special training. Fang Xiong clapped a fist on a Chun Fan's shoulder, surprised at the solidness he felt, and asked in astonishment, "Chun Fan, how have you trained? Your physique is more fearsome than that of a commanding-level evil entity," that he was well aware that during the last assessment, Chun Fan had not possessed such terrifying strength. In response, Chun Fan's expression twitched slightly, and he smiled. "I haven't undergone any particular training. I simply absorbed the energy from numerous crystal cores." He refrained from disclosing the specifics of his training methods, as they could not be replicated. It was the system's formidable fusion capabilities that had forged his current might. Beside him, the man in the conical hat grasped his arm, voice thick with emotion. "Thank heavens you've returned alive. How did you escape the pursuit of 9 venomous flying dragons after we left you behind? I shall never act so recklessly again." He felt profound regret for his actions. It was also gripped by an unfathomable fear, prompting him to inquire directly in the public eye. The students who had previously doubted Chun Fan nearly sought refuge beneath the tables. Their various suspicions of him, attracting attention through deceit, crumbled. Chun Fan had indeed encountered commanding-level entities and even fled from Holy Lotus Realm experts, returning alive under their very noses, a testament to his strength. Should they face such creatures, they would undoubtedly find no escape. Especially Qin Fun and Zhao Yi, who felt an icy chill wash over them, their faces turning crimson. It felt as though they had just slapped themselves in the face with their previous remarks. They realized that Chun Fan could easily hold his own against them. Chun Fan had anticipated this moment and knew they would question him about his escape. Chewing thoughtfully, he replied, "I slipped into the thickets, dove into the river, and evaded their senses. After navigating a wide circle, I found you all engaged in battle against the myriad creatures, following closely behind. One must absolutely refrain from admitting to having committed the act of murder, for it could easily lead to misunderstandings among the populace. The notion of fleeing might still hold merit. However, once articulated, the entire assembly gasped in unison. The newcomers, needless to say, were acutely aware of the extraordinary speed possessed by beings of the commander level, which surpassed the realm of imagination. To even suggest the possibility of escape would be futile. One could scarcely hope to elude them. Yet, Chun Fan managed to elude 9 commander-level entities, which attests to his extraordinary swiftness. The man beneath the conical hat was well aware that, in the absence of Chun Fan, he could easily evade the pursuit of commander-level beings. However, Chun Fan was merely at the bitter sea stage. Even if he were to run until his legs were broken, it should have been implausible for him to outpace a commander-level entity. Could it be that his speed had surpassed that of the Sacred Lotus stage? Fang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Chun Fan's swiftness. The final words of Ge Chun, as he patted Fang Xiong's shoulder, rang out. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. You are indeed the prodigy I had envisioned. Tonight, do not venture beyond the city. There are over a dozen commander-level monsters and a wounded king-level monster. You must be aware." He knew that Chun Fan must be harboring some secrets that he had not fully divulged. However, as long as he could return safely, he would be content. That as for the secrets, he was indifferent provided they did not pose a threat to humanity. Chun Fan nodded, replying, "Yes, I shall remain within tonight. Tomorrow, I plan to journey to Southgate City to continue my pursuit of knowledge, as well as to trace the footsteps of my family. I felt it prudent to inform you in advance rather than depart without a word." This declaration stirred a tempest of reactions. Chun Fan had only been in Shadowhunter City for 4 days, yet he felt that there was little merit in cultivating here. Was it truly so exaggerated? Not only the multitude of newcomers, but even Fang Xiong and his companions found it hard to believe. After all, he was merely 16. How could he possibly venture to the second heavenly barrier? Fang Xiong could not help but exclaim, "Chun Fan, you must think carefully. The second heavenly barrier is vastly different from the first. Outside the city, commander-level beings covet humanity, which poses a serious threat to your cultivation. Furthermore, within the city, human power is formidable and resources are scarce. Everyone must contribute to the city, unless you possess sufficient resources. You cannot reside outside the city. This elucidated the more ruthless competition, aimed at motivating more individuals to venture out and slay enemies. Only the truly strong could enjoy special privileges. Chen Fan, however, was undeterred by the warnings he had overheard regarding the abundance of commander-level beings. A broad smile spread across his face as he declared, "No worries. It is only in the most arduous environments that one's will can be tempered. If one does not strive, how can they discern their limits? It seems that our territory is too barren, which is why even the myriad beings are reluctant to come. More danger signifies more opportunity." Eager to explore Southgate City, he reflected that having already slain over 20 commander-level beings, it should not be too difficult to achieve the latter stages of the Golden Bridge realm or to assimilate more useful innate skills that Ji Chun, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. What Chen Fan said was indeed sensible. Regions like Shadowhunter City were notoriously desolate. Not only were minerals scarce, but various resources were also relatively limited, without deep mountains and vast rivers for irrigation. How could such a plethora of resources be cultivated? Pressing his lips together, he conceded, "Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow morning." Having promised to be his protector, how could he allow Chen Fan to leave alone? He had not anticipated such rapid growth and would accompany him despite his own frail condition. The man beneath the conical hat could hardly believe that Chen Fan, at the Bittersea stage, was daring to journey towards Southgate City. It was simply preposterous. Fang Xiong, however, raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Bravo! Those of our kind are indeed more formidable than those who solely focus on cultivation. To have slain elite-level beings and not venture to Southgate City would be a travesty." Chapter 65. What to do when encountering a commander-level being. Just kill it. The instructors were somewhat accepting of this. Yet the other students could not comprehend. After all, Chen Fan had only successfully opened the Bitter Sea stage the day prior to departing from Peaceful City. Along the way, he had slain elite-level monsters. And now, having been in Shadowhunter City for just over 4 days, he was preparing to journey to Southgate City. Even Lin Yu, the most accomplished among them, had yet to step beyond the novice training camp, let alone gaze upon the exterior of Shadowhunter City. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already completed his exploration of the novice village and was setting forth into the broader world. The students exchanged incredulous glances. Feeling as if they were from entirely different realms, they were unable to savor their meals. Ge Chun and the others' communicators vibrated in unison, prompting them to glance at their devices. Their expressions immediately darkened as they instructed him. "Go ahead and eat. After your meal, ensure you rest well. There will undoubtedly be numerous dangers along the way. It will not be an easy passage." He needed to prepare, for protecting someone was no simple task. Even a former God Gate-level expert felt a sense of trepidation regarding the potential dangers ahead. The council chamber had just sent word that the city lord had sustained injuries and was returning, necessitating an immediate meeting. "I have faith in you. When faced with danger, prioritize your survival. Living is the only hope." The man beneath the conical hat patted Chen Fan's shoulder, imparting the most basic of advice before hastily preparing to depart. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. He had fled numerous times that day. On the other hand, Fang Xiong embraced him tightly, proclaiming, "You are the most gifted student I have ever encountered. You must go to the 6th Heavenly Barriers Wushan City to meet my teacher. Tian Shida, he has reached the peak of body refinement, rivaling demigods, and can contend with beings of myriad races." He earnestly wished for the prodigious disciple to grow stronger, for the continuation of humanity depended on the emergence of more formidable experts. I will certainly cultivate to achieve the Thunder God physique," Chen Fan affirmed, patting Fang Xiong's robust back. The 3 instructors departed the dining hall, reminiscent of a farewell. Remaining behind, Yu Linghai could not help but inquire, "Chen Fan, are you truly leaving Shadowhunter City? Aren't you afraid of the commander-level beings outside?" He could hardly fathom what would happen if they encountered a commander-level entity. They struggled even against elite-level foes. Would they not be devoured? What else could they do? Chen Fan sat down, took a bite of food, and mumbled, "Just kill them." Having already slain over 20 and under siege no less, what more could he possibly fear? He had long ceased to be concerned. Anticipating more encounters would only serve to enhance his strength. Consuming his meal heartily, he prepared himself. Rapidly increasing one's strength was not always a boon. He had just forgotten to ask whether the extraordinarily powerful king-level malevolent being had met its end. Should he encounter it en route, it would spell certain doom. The three hastily departed, neglecting to pose their queries. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Yu Linghai nearly knocked his food container to the ground, his face awash with disbelief. Qian Kuan, seated beside him, bore a similar expression, nearly spitting out his meal. The surrounding classmates had yet to recover from Chun Fan's earlier demeanor, but upon hearing his words, their eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to him, that commander-level beings, simply to be killed. He spoke as though it were a trivial matter, as if with a mere wave of his hand. He could annihilate them. Yet, all were acutely aware that he was merely at the bitter sea stage. How could he possibly slay them? Such grandiose claims. Lin Yu, after recovering from his shock, wore a disdainful expression and coldly retorted, "Puffed," with a sacred Lotus Stage expert accompanying him. Is he truly so arrogant? Encountering two commander-level malevolent beings would spell doom for all. He had no faith whatsoever that Chun Fan could eliminate commander-level foes. He believed he was merely relying on Gu Chun. Meanwhile, Qin Fun, swallowing a mouthful of snake meat, sneered, just 4 days after opening the Bitter Sea stage. And he already dreams of breaking through the border? Once he even realize how he meets his end. Ignoring warnings, he is bound to perish. He vented all his resentment over Ji Tianwu's departure onto Chun Fan. Zhao Yi, present nearby, despite being the weakest and having been saved by Chun Fan, harbored no goodwill. He scoffed, overestimating oneself. Even the teachers do not dare to roam alone. What makes you think you can? Do you truly believe that having slain a few elite-level beings makes you invincible? I shall await the moment to collect your remains. With that, he shoveled a hefty mouthful of food, chewing vigorously, his eyes fixed on Chun Fan's back as though he wished to devour him whole. Chun Fan paid no heed to the vitriol, primarily seeking to conceal his prowess and avoid drawing undue attention. Among the chefs, there were still 3 sacred Lotus Stage experts. Any unusual movement would surely attract their notice. When the opportunity arose, he would not mind eliminating Zhao. One less traitor could prevent countless lives from being lost. Contemplating these thoughts, he quickly consumed his delectable meal. Leaving Shadowhunter City would mean forfeiting the chance to enjoy the cafeteria's fare. Henceforth, everything would depend on his own strength. After finishing, he intended to peruse the trading market and procure a few pills for emergencies, should he sustain injuries along the way. At least he would have a safeguard. Yu Linghai eventually regained his composure and quietly inquired, "Is it true that your current physique has far surpassed that of the elite level? I sense a subtle glow emanating from beneath your skin." His muscles seemed more supple, unlike the rock-like rigidity of Fang Xiong's. Chun Fan's eating motion faltered suddenly, and he cast a glance at Yu Linghai. Truly, he was the most astute student in the class, with an eye for detail that even the teachers might overlook. With a faint smile, he replied, "More or less. In any case, elite beings pose no threat to me. They wouldn't even be able to kill me if they tried. I have finished my meal, so you all take your time. I can no longer continue dining with him, as it may reveal further hidden secrets." That I lifted my plate and made my way to the recycling station, placing it inside. Under the gaze of the onlookers, I exited the cafeteria and returned to my dormitory, where I stored my rune armor and super titanium alloy knife. After refreshing myself and changing into a clean and tidy outfit, I ventured outside. Upon leaving the dormitory building and reaching the roadside across the street, a figure cloaked entirely in black suddenly appeared beside me. That a mere glance was enough to recognize him as the young man who had sold me the map. Frowning slightly, I was puzzled as to why he would obstruct my path, that we had merely engaged in a single transaction, and there should be no further connection between us. The young man glanced around swiftly before whispering, "Hey, could we speak further? There are a few of us who wish to propose a transaction." As he spoke, he gestured toward the shadow of the legislative building, where I could vaguely discern several figures, all of whom were staring in our direction. That my brow furrowed in confusion as I darted my eyes around, questioning, "Who are you? Why do you want to trade with me? You must understand that I am merely a newcomer in Shadowhunter City. With little value, I was not particularly afraid of them. After all, there were powerful guardians in Shadowhunter City that prohibited humans from harming one another. Hence, no one would dare to create chaos within the city. The young man stepped back, retreating into the shadow of a street lamp, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to vanish entirely, leaving no trace of his presence that I could not help but feel astonished. This technique resembled that of the Shadow Clan. How could a human employ such a skill? Only the descendants of sinners might possess talents akin to those of myriad creatures. 3 passers-by brushed past me, discussing the crises occurring outside the city. Once they had departed, the young man re-emerged beneath the street lamp, revealing his dark complexion, but he lowered his voice and said, "You may have guessed it. We are the descendants of sinners, and we genuinely wish to engage in a transaction with you. We assure you that we pose no threat." His tone was somewhat urgent as he glanced around, seemingly apprehensive about contacting me. Chapter 66. Acknowledging a master? A web of confusion, my brow tightened, and my eyelids twitched as I surveyed the shadows of the building. That I licked my lips and replied, "Very well. I will accompany you to see what this is about. However, I cannot guarantee that I will agree to your terms." On my first day in the city, the Deputy City Lord Gu Xinyue had specifically cautioned against any dealings with sinners, as it could lead to repercussions. I had not anticipated that they would approach me so directly. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile spread across his face as he said, "Excellent, no pressure. Follow me," as he spoke. He avoided the street lamp and led me swiftly into the shadows of the legislative building. The route was quite peculiar, as it did not proceed in a straight line, but instead took numerous twists and turns, seemingly avoiding something. Curiosity piqued within me. I wondered what kind of transaction they were involved in that required such secrecy. Could it be that they wished for me to accompany them to eliminate demons? After several winding paths, we finally arrived in the shadows, where a gathering of 10 or so men and women of varying heights awaited us. Although they were all clad in robes with hoods, it was apparent that they were quite handsome and beautiful, lacking the ghastly appearances one might expect. Despite being in the shadows, the area was not dark. Rather, I could clearly see their faces. This peculiar phenomenon struck me as odd. Upon observing the group, I soon realized that the light emanated from one girl in particular, who stood at the center, surrounded by others, shielding her from external scrutiny. The young man declared, "I've brought the person. It cannot be wrong. Who will negotiate? I am not eloquent." The young man who had guided me then seemingly melted into the darkness, becoming invisible, as though he had no further involvement in the matter. I suspected that many sinners were concealed in the darkness, only revealing this small contingent. Without my rune armor, I felt quite vulnerable, though I held no fear of the ghost or shadow clans. An uncomfortable sensation lingered. I coldly addressed them. "I have arrived. What is it that you seek? If you do not wish to speak, I shall take my leave." Having approached, I found no one stepping forward to discuss the transaction. Just then, the glowing woman took a bold step forward, enveloping me in a strange golden light that in that moment, I felt as if my body had turned transparent, exposing all my secrets to their prying eyes. It was utterly displeasing. To them, I was no longer a mere human figure, but rather a being radiating vibrant energy, my dantian filled with 7 colors. A perfect manifestation of the 7-colored great completion dantian. Their eyes sparkled with endless fascination. The girl staggered back a step, appearing extremely weakened as she nearly collapsed. The light dimmed, barely illuminating the group, that a tall man clad in an all-black robe, with golden hair and emerald eyes, spoke. "Esteemed sir, greetings. That we are the descendants of sinners. Our sole intent is to become your most loyal subordinates. Wherever you go, through fire and water, even to the depths of hell, we shall follow you to the death." As he spoke, he knelt before me, bowing respectfully. With his movement, everyone around us dropped to their knees, prostrating themselves. Indeed, there were hidden figures in the darkness, now revealed as a dozen individuals kneeling before me. Witnessing this scene left me utterly bewildered. I could hardly fathom that a group of sinners would address me as their lord and pledge their allegiance on the spot. What could this possibly mean? Did they possess knowledge of my system and foresee my potential for immense power? Their actions seemed far removed from my expectations. I had anticipated they might attempt to rob me, preparing for a fight. Yet, this act of kneeling left me at a complete loss. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back, pressed my lips together, and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" What is there about me that warrants your respect? The City Lord and Deputy City Lord are both formidable beings. They're the ones you should be loyal to. What jest is this? A mere Gold Bridge realm individual cannot be your master. I was utterly confounded by their thoughts and instinctively rejected their advances. The golden-haired, emerald-eyed man raised his head and replied softly, Master, you are unaware that City Lord Bai Jingfeng and Deputy City Lord Gu Xinyue, despite their great strength, do not command our respect, that in a true confrontation, we would not be incapable of defeating them. It is solely due to our status as sinners that we are compelled to remain hidden in the shadows. He explained their reasoning for not pledging fealty to the two city lords, which only deepened my confusion and astonishment that I directly questioned. Then how is it that if they cannot defeat you, I, a mere newcomer, would be worthy of your regard? I felt an undercurrent of treachery, unsure of their true intentions. Perhaps the Deputy City Lord's words had influenced my perception, or perhaps it was simply the blood of sinners that flowed differently. The golden-haired, emerald-eyed man continued, No, you possess the extraordinary talent of the seven-colored bitter sea. Your future accomplishments are limitless, and you may even become a king among men. Our allegiance to you is to achieve great deeds and break free from our sinner identities. We are aware of our limitations and know we cannot reach such heights. Thus, we seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, I was seized by a shudder, nearly collapsing to the ground. I had never expected them to discern that I was a seven-colored bitter sea practitioner. Even Gu Chun and Fang Xiong had not guessed this. How could they possibly know? Would this information leak out? Many would seek to capture a genius for their own purposes. Were they truly seeking to ally with me? Or was there a hidden agenda to control me? My mind raced with countless thoughts, rendering me unable to make sense of it all. After a lengthy pause, I replied, If you are so powerful, why then do you seek refuge beneath my wings? You must know that I am merely at the Gold Bridge realm, incapable of exerting control over you. To be honest, if I were to possess a group of subordinates that I could control, who would not find joy in such a prospect? Anyone else would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. The golden-haired, emerald-eyed man continued to elaborate. It is different. Our goal is to shed the identity of sinners, which concerns future generations that we do not wish for them to grow up in mockery and disdain, nor do we desire for them to thrive in dark corners. Though we may possess abilities, we are destined never to become kings, destined to remain unrecognized. Should we err, we risk being annihilated. Humans, however, even when they err, are granted a chance to redeem themselves. His explanation was thorough, and those around him listened quietly, clearly having conferred beforehand. Yet, my concerns remained unallayed as I took another step back and inquired, I still do not understand. How do you know I possess the seven-colored bitter sea? How can you be certain that I will become a king among men? I lack confidence in myself. This nagging doubt was a thorn in my heart that needed clarification, that if even a single individual could see through my secrets, it would pose a significant danger while I traversed the world. Not everyone wishes to follow. Many would rather control me, turning me into a pawn for their own ends. Chapter 67. Acknowledging a master, an appointment at the 8th layer of Heaven's Gate, the golden-haired, emerald-eyed man did not hesitate to clarify. Yao Guang possesses the talent of the Holy Light Clan, allowing her to perceive a person's bitter sea. However, using this ability comes at a tremendous cost, which is why she currently appears so weak. Rest assured, my master, this secret shall remain buried within us, never to be divulged. Although he claimed it would not be shared, Chen Fan felt an underlying threat. Should he refuse to comply, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction. Strategies swirled in his mind as he contemplated the consequences of their following him. Surely they would uncover the truth, leading to even greater troubles. No matter how sweetly they spoke, uncertainty would inevitably ensue. He inquired, Yao Guang, what a lovely name. Such a remarkable talent you possess. Can the rest of you also sense? She was undeniably a significant threat, her very existence a risk that could not be concealed. Chen Fan's words made Yao Guang tremble, fully aware that not just geniuses like Chen Fan, but even ordinary individuals would staunchly refuse anyone probing into their secrets, being a sinner if she were reported. Her entire family could suffer dire repercussions. She quickly whispered, My lord, we seek only to confirm your identity, harboring no ill intentions. Those with such abilities are rare even among the Holy Light Clan. It requires the awakening of extraordinary talents. Her already trembling form quaked further, as if sensing an ominous fate. The others quickly chimed in. "Please do not take offense, my lord. We truly mean no harm. If we had malicious intent, we would not be here in the city, but rather in the wilderness. My lord, please forgive us. We come to serve you. Our elders have decreed that only by staying close to gifted humans can we hope to cleanse our sins. Indeed, please accept us. We long to escape the scornful gazes of others." The rest bowed deeply, pleading for his acceptance. Chun Fan weighed the pros and cons in his mind before waving his hand and saying, "I shall propose a plan for your consideration that my current strength is insufficient to allow you to remain by my side. We would merely be wary of one another. I will enhance my abilities alone, which may be expedited to become a human king. One must traverse the eighth heaven's trial. Should you wish to accompany me, you must possess adequate strength. Otherwise, you will not withstand the battles outside. Therefore, you should focus on strengthening yourselves while also uniting with other sinners who are intent on serving me. Let us provide each other with an escape route. If you lack strength, I shall not accept you, and if I lack strength, you shall not follow." How does that sound? Without binding them to an agreement. He merely painted a vision of the future that as long as they could mitigate danger, eradicating it in its infancy, survival might be within reach. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth and the others exchanged glances. Swiftly realizing that Chun Fan's strategy was indeed astute, that it was, after all, premature to pledge allegiance now. With no strength of their own, how could they expect to be valued or aid in shedding their identities as sinners? "Very well, my lord. We shall strive to enhance our strength swiftly, aiming to reach the threshold of the eighth heaven." They vowed to seek like-minded allies to bolster their power, eagerly anticipating their reunion at the eighth heaven's trial. Understanding that this arrangement benefited them all and would prevent future regrets, Chun Fan finally exhaled in relief, having extricated them from his immediate concerns that if he truly became powerful, he would at least possess means to safeguard his life. Ensuring he could not be easily manipulated at that moment, Yao Guang suddenly spoke. "I am an awakened one of the Holy Light clan, and my method of strengthening is rather unique. May I accompany you? My lord, to serve by your side? It would be prudent to add each other's contact information for future correspondence to avoid losing touch." Her frail form appeared weak, and Chun Fan was skeptical about how she could serve him. Would it not be the other way around? What a jest! Thus he declined, stating, "Do not follow me. Let us discuss this again when I am strong enough to disregard the gazes of others. However, I shall gladly exchange contact information." Refusing one request necessitated acquiescing to another to avoid inciting resentment. Having secured his agreement, 10 individuals stepped forward to share their contact details. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth introduced himself as Tong Jiu, a descendant of the Lion clan. The dark-skinned youth was Yi Ling, a descendant of the Shadow clan. Yao Guang retained her name, being a descendant of the Holy Light clan. Others included Hua Piaoyu, a descendant of the Peach Blossom Demon, Lu Chongkong, a former human king's descendant, and Zhao Fei Xian, a former human descendant, among others. All 12 were descendants of sinners. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief, having added 12 new contacts of sinners. After everyone had exchanged their information, Yao Guang spoke again. "My lord, I assure you I will not disrupt your cultivation. I can serve silently by your side, like a ray of light protecting you." She remained unwilling to relent, desiring to stay close to Chun Fan. But he firmly refused. "It is unnecessary. If one grows under the protection of a master, their future achievements will be limited. The human race cannot afford such a fate. Prepare as I instructed. We shall meet outside the eighth heaven." With that, he turned and headed toward the trading hall, fearful that lingering would lead him to accept their conditions. Yao Guang appeared delicate, yet undeniably beautiful, her fragile form evoking a desire to protect her. It was imperative to depart swiftly. The 12 watched his retreating figure, bowing deeply. "Farewell, my lord." They only lifted their heads once he was out of sight. Initially, they assessed that beyond his strength, he was otherwise quite satisfactory. The fact he could refuse Yao Guang suggested that women and enchantresses held no sway over him. Tong Jiu, the blonde youth, expressed his admiration. Most young humans, especially those around 16 or 17, would find it exceedingly difficult to resist Yao Guang's allure. Chun Fan had performed admirably, Yao Guang remarked. His gaze held no pity or tenderness, only wariness and distance. That it seems I am not beautiful enough, that I shall return to inform my family. Action must be taken. Though she appeared frail, her movements were swift, vanishing in an instant, seemingly merging with the surrounding light. An Yiling commented, "He is no ordinary man. I grasped little of him just now. Perhaps should we join forces? We may not be able to retain him. Let us go, and may he hold no resentment toward me." He had been the one to entice Chen Fan and likely suspected him of possessing the seven-colored Dantian. Should he pursue this, he would have to face Chen Fan's wrath. Hua Piaoyu chirped, "No worries. Did not our Lord say we shall meet at the eighth heaven's trial? Let us strive to see him then." With a wave of her hand, countless dark green shadows coalesced around her, illuminating the surrounding darkness and causing streetlights to flicker to life. Chapter 68. The Mystery. An unknown expert the 12 most talented sinner youths discussed among themselves before vanishing in small groups. Suddenly, Chun Fan reappeared, sighing, "Becoming a genius overnight, attracting envy, is quite an adjustment. It seems strength remains paramount." With another step, he was 100 meters away, as if he had never been present. Entering the trading hall, he sought out medicinal pills, only to be greatly disappointed that he traversed the entire hall in haste, ultimately discovering only 4 blood-inflaming pills, potent remedies that could enhance vitality, requiring merely 2,000 for fusion. For Chen Fan, the effect was negligible. It would be more beneficial to fuse with the bloodline of a commander-level creature outside. Perhaps his own bloodline was too powerful, diminishing the pill's effectiveness, but he deeply resonated with Gu Chen's assertion that the area surrounding Shadowhunter City was exceedingly barren, with rare spiritual herbs for pill refining. Ultimately, he spent 60,000 on the 4 blood-inflaming pills, purchasing nothing else as he exited the trading hall. Amassing too many items could easily attract attention. Having already acquired weapons and armor, the most crucial element in battle was his own physique, rendering further complications unnecessary. Upon stepping outside, his gaze fell upon the task hall across the way that he murmured, "What a pity! Slaying 20 commander-level creatures surely yields countless rewards. Yet, I have neither accepted nor dared to submit a task." In a rush, he returned to his quarters to recuperate. His day of exertion had concluded. Yet the conference hall remained ablaze with light, especially within the grand meeting room, where both city lords exuded a sense of bloodlust, revealing their injuries as they hurriedly adjusted themselves. Their eyes glimmered, scanning the numerous experts of the Holy Lotus realm surrounding them. Bai Jingfeng observed the flickering flames, her eyelids twitching, as she inquired, "Has news not yet returned? Are the remaining commander-level creatures still unaccounted for?" Her voice was icy, tinged with anger. The two had been on the verge of defeating the Golden Eagle when it had unleashed a desperate talent skill, injuring them as it fled. Hearing that all commander-level creatures had escaped only fueled their rage, which was difficult to suppress. An expert below remarked, "The reconnaissance team has ventured out to assess the situation. We should receive news by dawn. For now, our greatest threat remains the king-level Golden Eagle." He did not exhibit much fear in light of the Lord's fury. His words seemed to subtly imply that the combat prowess of the two lords was lacking, allowing the Golden Eagle to escape. A middle-aged man seated opposite the two lords opened his eyes and remarked, "Once they are located, I shall take action. For now, I wish to ascertain whether there are any prodigies from the seven-colored sea among the newcomers. I witnessed the seven-colored sea spreading before my very eyes during the day. The Divine Fire Realm experts arriving from Nangguan City were indifferent to the threats to their lives, focusing instead on nurturing talents who would undoubtedly emerge as invincible forces in the future, safeguarding the growth of humanity while reaping endless benefits for themselves and becoming local overlords." The formidable Feng Xiong responded, "Esteemed elder, I am responsible for the continuous training of newcomers over the past 3 days. Although I have indeed seen some talents, none possess the extraordinary abilities of the seven-colored S, the one with the most authority." He was well aware of the background of each new arrival and understood the responsibilities of being the first instructor. The Divine Fire Realm expert shook his head, dismissing their so-called talents. Only the super genius from the seven-colored sea warranted his serious attention, even though Gu Chen was his comrade and had previously recommended Chen Fan. He had not sought an audience with him, nor did he wish to engage. The perspective is different when one is not on an equal footing. The others remained as silent as wooden carvings, waiting patiently. With experts present, their safety was assured. However, none wished to be trapped in the city, waiting idly. Only through risk could they obtain resources and enhance their abilities. As time flowed, the moon ascended to its zenith. And a figure appeared at the entrance of the conference room, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and clad in a black night cloak, resembling a specter. Yet upon speaking, he brought joy to the assembled crowd. Exclaiming, "I have discovered the remains of 4 savage bulls and 7 white-winged tigers, their heads completely shattered, their bodies lying in a valley. All essence has been lost." His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, but it resonated like a tempest within the conference room. Numerous experts of the sacred lotus realm and otherworldly beings rose, their eyes gleaming with excitement, astonished that so many had perished. It was evident that they had been slain by a single individual, and the manner of their deaths was identical. Bai Jingfeng could not help but stand, his hat bobbing slightly as he inquired, "Are you certain that all essence has been lost? The work of a single person?" Even if she herself had taken action and slain 11 leader-level creatures, she could not have rendered them devoid of essence. Her doubt mirrored that of everyone else present. The figure with the hat quickly replied, "I cannot be mistaken. All essence has been lost." That my hand upon them revealed no texture of leader-level beings. That in attempting to extract organs, they crumbled into fragments. Moreover, their deaths mirrored that of the 9 venomous flying dragons that perished this morning, suggesting the same perpetrator. And he was confident in his assessment, having ample experience. Bai Jingfeng regained her composure and seated herself, asking, "Elder Lung, are you certain that you are the only expert to have come to hunt Shadow City?" She was acutely aware that there could not possibly be a third expert of the Divine Gate realm in the city capable of so effortlessly slaying 11 leader-level beings. The middle-aged man opposite her, Ling Yi, rose and stated, "I am accustomed to operating alone. How could I possibly have companions? Surely it is not one of your city's otherworldly beings who has acted. Is there no exceptional expert among the sacred lotus realm?" His gaze swept over the faces of those present, hoping to glean some insight. However, the expressions of the crowd were filled with excitement and curiosity, with no one avoiding his gaze. Bai Jingfeng furrowed her brow and said, "The sacred lotus realm experts are all here. None possess such combat power. The otherworldly beings would not strike at random. Who could it be?" Her voice was laced with confusion, grappling with the sudden emergence of such a formidable individual. At that moment, a swordsman from the crowd suddenly spoke up. Perhaps it was a prodigious genius from the 7-colored sea. Though they may struggle to control their true energy, they could certainly slay leader-level beings. The essence dispersing from the sea could arise from only 2 scenarios. Either it was a newly opened realm, not yet fully mastered, or it was a full-force battle that could not be contained. The 2 scenarios differed. A newly opened realm could extend the essence to the maximum limit of the sea, while an explosive battle would generally maintain a protective radius of about 100 meters around the body. Thus, most believed that the 7-colored sea was home to a prodigious genius who had only recently opened their realm. Impossible. Even a genius could not transcend 2 levels to slay a leader-level being. Nevertheless, I shall proceed to Shadow City to investigate. The crisis here seems to have abated. The wounded and retreating royal-level malevolent beings should not reappear. Ordinary individuals are unlikely to find it, and there are few experts available. So I shall set this aside, that he did not wish to squander precious time in the seemingly futile endeavor of Hunt Shadow City, that no one knew who the genius was, nor who had slain the 20 leader-level beings. And they could only disperse in resignation, leaving it an unresolved mystery. Even Gu Chen could not have imagined that it was Chun Fan who had acted at this moment. Chun Fan was in his dormitory, diligently recuperating, unaware that many were searching for him. The following day, the sun rose as usual, heralding another beautiful day. Chun Fan opened his eyes in bed, his gaze shimmering with depth. Remarkably, he had experienced another enhancement during the night. It seemed some energy had been stored within his body, awaiting gradual transformation. It is time to set forth. Chapter 69. Eradicating Threats, Encountering Peril. Precisely 7 o'clock, having completed his morning routine and breakfast. Chun Fan appeared in the small square in front of the dormitory, carrying a simple backpack. Over 200 students, all clad in training attire, were scattered about, chatting in small groups upon spotting Chun Fan. Their gazes converged upon him in unison, astonished that he was truly about to depart. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Such a moment, one that should have been his, was instead occupied by Qin Fan, the one who was supposed to be the strongest. Yet he was leaving even before the newcomer training had concluded, striding confidently towards the exit. Qin Fan remained silent, his eyes betraying his resentment and jealousy directed at Qin Fan. Yu Linghai approached, his voice filled with envy. I can't believe you are ahead of us. You are leaving after just 5 days. Wishing you a safe journey. May you slay many malevolent beings and see your strength soar. His heartfelt wishes accompanied Qin Fan on his departure. Nearby, Qin Kuan also approached, quickly echoing, Yes, yes, wishing you a safe journey, that I hope we shall meet again. His words were solemn, devoid of trivialities. Take care. The mountains are high and waters deep. May we meet again in the martial world. Qin Fan patted the shoulders of both, offering no further words to others as he made his way towards the street's edge that in the crowd. Zhao Yi sneered coldly, remarking, What a spectacle, daring to roam around in the mid-stage of the sea realm. Should he perish outside, his body may never be found. See you in the martial world? More like see you in the underworld. Even as they were about to part ways, he could not refrain from uttering unkind words, seemingly wishing for Qin Fan's immediate demise. At last, Qin Fan could no longer contain himself, glaring at Zhao Yi from a distance of 10 meters. A surge of heat flooded his eyes, transforming into a fleeting crimson light. He coldly declared, I should never have saved you. Ungrateful wretch. Everyone must take responsibility for their words, and that includes you with that. He turned and departed, leaving behind a chilling glare as a farewell gift, removing a thorn from his heart. Upon reaching the street, he noticed Guchen also carrying a backpack, standing beneath a street lamp on the opposite side. Teacher, have you been waiting long? Let's go. Although there were buses, none headed out of the city, necessitating their walk to the exit. Come, I will take you. As they spoke, she grasped Qin Fan's right hand, and with a flash of the sacred lotus, they soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond the city's borders. The numerous newcomers were left in a daze, some feeling a twinge of envy. While they might have elders at home, none received such attentive care. The path of martial arts and growth must be forged by the child themselves, unless one had particularly outstanding talents, in which case they would be nurtured closely. Qin Fan, however, was fortunate enough to have a teacher accompanying him, a privilege that sparked envy among them. With a resounding thud, a heavy object crashed to the ground, drawing the attention of the crowd. They discovered Zhao Yi lying rigidly on the ground, his eyes filled with terror, as though he had witnessed an unimaginable horror. His skin had turned a pale green, appearing to have died from fright. The surrounding students instinctively recoiled from his body, murmuring among themselves, What happened? It seems he was scared to death. How strange. How could he suddenly die? There are no visible wounds. Could it be that Qin Fan killed him? But they were 10 meters apart. I saw no sign of him acting. Impossible. If he had the ability to kill from 10 meters away, he would have long since dominated the world. Someone should report this to the teachers. A group of freshmen, utterly bewildered by the death of Zhao Yi, hastily informed a teacher to come and investigate. Yet upon the teacher's arrival, the cause of death remained elusive. Zhao Yi's demise rang alarm bells for many of the newcomers. A stark reminder that death could indeed lurk within the city. Reckless words and actions, carelessly made enemies, could lead to a fate so sudden that one might not even comprehend how it happened. Particularly for Lin Yu and Qin Fan, who felt themselves targeted by Qin Fan, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, stifling their once brazen demeanor. Regardless of their thoughts, Qin Fan's emotions remained unperturbed by Zhao Yi's death. It felt akin to eliminating a malevolent entity, merely ridding the world of a threat. Under the guidance of Guchen, they surged toward the southern city of Nangguan. Initially, Qin Fan had envisioned a frenzied dash across the ground to reach Nangguan. But now, it transformed into a flight through the air. This was not his first experience of soaring through the skies. He felt the mountains and rivers rushing beneath him, the flora and fauna flashing by in a blur. Yet, before he could become accustomed to this sensation, they were off, with nothing of significance left behind. The paramount objective in heading to a city was to enhance one's strength as they journeyed toward Nangguan. They remained oblivious to the fact that many formidable experts were also departing from hunting Shadow City, including Gu Xinyue's 2 sons and daughter, bidding farewell to their mother as they embarked on the road to Nangguan. With their strength already formidable, Further breakthroughs would necessitate encounters with powerful beings from myriad races and access to abundant resources. Although the challenges in Nangguan would be great, it was deemed safer compared to hunting Shadow City, at least capable of fending off attacks from king-level entities. Moreover, the 16 families of the guilty, each boasting 2 young experts, also left hunting Shadow City in pairs, following Chun Fan's advice to swiftly bolster their abilities. They planned to regroup at the 8th Heaven Pass, but if they did not exert themselves now, how many years would it take to stand outside the 8th Heaven Pass? Others too sought to seize this opportunity to escape hunting Shadow City, though the precise reasons remained inscrutable to outsiders. Unbeknownst to Chun Fan, as he strained to control his body and observe the shifting surroundings, a featherless golden eagle suddenly emerged from a valley as they soared over 10,000 meters, blocking their path. Despite its disheveled appearance, its massive form still spoke of its might. Upon spotting it, Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This is bad. The golden eagle is obstructing our way." He instantly recognized that this molting giant was the same golden eagle that had battled the 2 city lords the previous day. He could hardly believe they had encountered such a formidable creature. Chun Fan, upon hearing this, also identified the golden eagle from its outline. With the relentless pursuit of other commanding-level beings in mind, he felt that this creature would not relent until it had devoured him. He urged, "Teacher, we must descend quickly. We can hide in the mountains and forests, though we certainly cannot outfly it." Yesterday, even while being carried by the hat-wearing man, they could not outpace a group of commanding-level beings, let alone a king-level one. Today, burdened with numerous belongings, their weight was even more daunting to Ji Chun. Realizing the gravity of the situation from Chun Fan's warning, quickly acknowledged that flying was indeed not an option. Whether they continued to ascend or attempted to retreat, they would undoubtedly be pursued. Should the golden eagle catch up, neither of them would survive. With no alternative, they rapidly descended toward the ground, their speed akin to that of a diving bomber, with Chun Fan feeling the fierce winds rushing past his ears. Yet despite their velocity, he sensed the golden eagle drawing ever closer. As soon as they touched down, Gu Chen urgently stated, "This is critical. You are a genius of the human race, a pillar for the future. Run. I, an old bone, cannot withstand more than 3 years. Today, I shall die alongside it." As he spoke, radiant streams of light erupted from his body, as if he were unlocking some seal, and his aura intensified. Chapter 70. My life, my soul, shall accompany you in living on Chun Fan. Moved by his words, felt an overwhelming emotion swell within him. He had never anticipated that Gu Chun would choose to face the golden eagle alone, effectively transferring all hope for survival to him while sacrificing his own life. Observing the luminous glow enveloping Gu Chun, his brow furrowed, hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he clearly endured unimaginable pain, he could not help but declare, "Teacher, I will not run. I will fight it alongside you. What is there to fear from a mere feathered beast?" He believed that together, they could surely vanquish it. However, Gu Chen urgently retorted, "Run. I must open the divine gate and elevate my powers to hold it off for a moment. You must bring the city lord and the others back. Otherwise, we shall both perish here. My life is inconsequential. I have never expected to live long. But you possess the extraordinary bitter sea. You absolutely cannot die in vain. My promise to protect you may end here, but I shall die with purpose. Run." As he uttered the last word, a magnificent silhouette of the divine gate materialized behind him. Boundless vital energies converged into the gate, transforming into countless phantoms that ultimately surged into his body. It was visibly apparent that his withered right leg reformed, and he pulled out a long spear from his pack, assembling it into a formidable weapon of approximately 1.2 meters in length. This was indeed his true armament. With a firm grip on Chun Fan, he hurled him away towards the opposite direction of the golden eagle. Only the echo of his roar lingered in the air. Chun Fan, my life, my soul, shall accompany you in living on. Never give in easily. Do not speak of life and death lightly." Chun Fan felt himself propelled backward by a surge of ferocious power, helplessly watching as Gu Chun, radiating brilliance, charged like a war god toward the descending golden eagle. The resolute silhouette, combined with earnest admonishments, formed a poignant tableau for a student with no blood ties, whom he had taught for merely 3 days. He was willing to expend the last 3 years of his life. He was prepared to undergo extreme transformation and face death gallantly, that I in the face of peril. There was no hesitation, no inner turmoil. He had long been ready to embrace death. Only death awaited him. He understood all too well that any delay would mean the demise of both. That as these thoughts flooded his mind, Chen Fan's eyes brimmed with tears, grief enveloping his heart. For the first time, he was moved by the legacy of humanity's spirit, touched by Ge Chen's fearless courage. Perhaps it was precisely because of generations of such strong individuals safeguarding the innocent that humanity could carve a path of resistance. It was only because he dared to fight and kill that he stood out among his peers, that he witnessed Ge Chen's spear transform into a blood-red dragon, charging toward the golden eagle, illuminating Chen Fan's heart with the brilliance of a second sun. The dazzling yet bloodied figure wielded the spear with ferocity, morphing into a dragon that collided violently with the golden eagle. The eagle, enraged by Ge Chen's obstruction, screeched in fury, its massive claws glimmering with a blinding gold, filling the air with a tempest of claw shadows that it seemed as though the very fabric of space was torn apart. Reaching for the diminutive human beneath its talons, between the man and the eagle, fierce winds howled and swirled. Ge Chen's garments fluttered wildly. The few remaining feathers of the golden eagle danced uncontrollably, affecting an area of 1,000 meters. Chen Fan, soaring through the air, found his hair whipping about. Nearly unable to keep his eyes open, he flew backward 300 meters before finally managing to land. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted in the sky as the blood-red dragon and the multitude of claw shadows clashed violently, unleashing shockwaves that ripped through the air. The golden eagle's onslaught came to an abrupt halt. Chen Fan felt a pang of regret. Had Ge Chen landed safely, he could have lent a hand. Now he felt powerless against the fierce winds. He hastened toward Ge Chen's direction. That moment, Ge Chen had transformed into a blood-red war god. His feet rooted in the divine gate that loomed behind him, his vitality staining the gate crimson. The spear in his grasp resembled a dragon, each strike accompanied by the furious might of the blood-red dragon. "Break for me," he roared, his entire being radiating red light, merging with the spear as he charged toward the golden eagle's wings from behind. The golden eagle, already wounded, had lost a significant portion of its feathered armor. Resembling a nearly bald creature, its speed had diminished by 30% compared to the previous day, yet it now faced Ge Chen, who fought desperately for its life, without regard for his own safety. Ge Chen's form surged forth like a terrifying red dragon, veering to the right. The golden eagle, with a furious cry, hastily attempted to evade, its massive beak opening wide to form a black hole as it lunged toward Ge Chen's body. In comparison to the eagle's immense form, Ge Chen appeared no larger than a caterpillar. Chen Fan, observing from a distance, saw his teacher fighting valiantly and quickened his pace toward the battlefield no matter what. He would never be a coward. However, in the grand scheme of the battle between man and eagle, his speed paled in comparison. With a piercing sound, Ge Chen's spear pierced the golden eagle's wing, and with unstoppable force, it broke a bone within. The body glided like a swimming dragon, skimming the edge of the wing as it ascended into the sky, leaving the spear embedded within the eagle's wing without retrieving it. The golden eagle, in agony, let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed for 1,000 meters around. Unable to maintain its altitude, it plummeted toward the ground, its massive beak snapping empty, barely managing to grasp the spear lodged in its wing. Ignoring the searing pain, it forced the weapon out. Accompanied by the sound, countless streams of blood cascaded down. Even while enduring the pain of flight, with broken bones rendering him unable to maintain his form, he glided down towards the ground. Dodging a strike, Ge Chen's morale soared. Although he was weaponless, he felt no fear. Bearing the majestic divine gate upon his back, he resembled a blood-red war deity, his fists raised as he pursued from the sky. At that moment, he noticed Chen Fan on the ground, who was not fleeing but rather rushing towards the place where the golden eagle had fallen. That a sense of urgency surged within him, and he shouted, "Chen Fan, you must run." The royal-level creature was not so easily killed. It possessed terrifying trump cards. Though he felt relieved that Chen Fan had not fled alone, he did not want him to perish under the onslaught of the royal-level beast. It was unacceptable for such a promising human to meet his end here. Chen Fan paid no heed. With a mere glare, he could strike fear into it. Even if he could not kill it outright, he would undoubtedly cause sufficient distraction to prevent an easy kill that as long as he could assist Ge Chun, his return would not be in vain. Thus, he dismissed the roar without concern, seeing that Chun Fan was impervious to his warnings. Ge Chun resolved to fight fiercely, understanding that their survival depended on their combined efforts. With fists clenched tightly, countless crimson rays converged upon his hands as he unleashed his self-created fist technique. Unleash Fury. If his fists landed upon the Golden Eagle, they would certainly rend a massive wound. Yet at that moment, the Golden Eagle let out a furious cry, "Caw!" Accompanied by its roar, the few feathers remaining on the Golden Eagle shed away. In the next instant, numerous feathers shimmered with a golden light, resembling long spears, piercing towards Ge Chun with a deafening shriek, launching a concentrated assault to thwart the most threatening human. Its massive beak opened wide, aiming for Chun Fan on the ground, intent on swallowing him whole. As long as it consumed him, the power of the mountain treasure would remain, ensuring its own survival. Chapter 71. If I perish, let me be buried here. Within the simple mind of the Golden Eagle, the priority was to gain advantage and strengthen itself. Ge Chun, witnessing the barrage of spears descending upon him, was greatly shaken. He pushed his agility to the limit, straining to evade the oncoming spears. Even if some pierced through his arms and thighs, his right fist, brimming with vitality and true energy, was poised to strike. He transformed into a monument, descending from the heavens. Chun Fan, distracted, evade. He would not allow Chun Fan to perish before his eyes. Otherwise, he would die with unfulfilled desires as Chun Fan drew closer to the Golden Eagle. He felt the tremendous impact of its presence. The creature, towering at 50 meters, loomed like a 15-story building, its sheer size indicating the potential devastation it could unleash. When Ge Chun's command reached him, the Golden Eagle hesitated momentarily, weighing whether its brute force could indeed crush its foe. This brief pause allowed Ge Chun an opportunity. Bathed in blood, he plummeted from the skies, his wounds swiftly healing. As the blood-red energy from his right fist surged forth, crashing down upon the Golden Eagle's back. Boom! The colossal energy instantly obliterated a large expanse of flesh. Yet this was merely the beginning. Disregarding his own injuries, Ge Chun unleashed punch after punch upon the Golden Eagle's back. With each resounding impact, their bodies plummeted rapidly through the air. The Golden Eagle's back was a gruesome sight. Flesh flying like a torrential rain, covering vast stretches of land. In pain, it struggled to roll over, its wings transforming into blades, sweeping towards Ge Chun. It screeched repeatedly, desperately hoping to alter its fate of being battered. But it was futile, at least for Ge Chun. Its attempts were in vain, unable to change its destiny of suffering. The creature's immense size, coupled with its damaged wings and prior injuries, could not withstand the desperate onslaught of Ge Chun. With its left wing severed at the base, it lost all ability to fly. Accompanied by a wail, it plummeted to the earth like a shooting star, smashing into a mountain peak, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground trembled violently as boulders and trees tumbled, causing the very earth to shake. Waves rippled forth, stretching into the distance. Ge Chun staggered, halting 20 meters above the Golden Eagle, his body cracking like porcelain. Blood flowing uncontrollably as the majestic divine gate behind him quaked, as if on the verge of collapse. Clouds of dust rose, scattering across the sky in the distance. Chun Fan observed this scene and immediately understood that Ge Chun was in dire straits. In this life-or-death struggle, he had undoubtedly employed his most desperate tactics and no longer concerned for his own safety. Chun Fan swayed, using the step technique he had devised to close the distance in the blink of an eye. With his elbows propped up, forming a terrifying angle, all sharp energies converged at this point. When his feet struck the ground, he charged forth like a rampaging bull, unleashing a terrifying whirlwind aimed at the Golden Eagle's vulnerable neck. Seeing this, Ge Chun understood that intercepting him was futile. He raised his right fist once more, gathering all his true energy, as if even the entirety of the divine gate was focused there. Smashing down upon the Golden Eagle, bang! The Golden Eagle, having just begun to rise, was forced back down towards the mountainside. Simultaneously, Chun Fan's assault struck, colliding fiercely with the featherless neck. The power of the rampaging bull, channeling all its might, surged into the neck without hesitation. Puff, bang, bang. His body transformed into a blade, tearing through muscle and shattering skin. Moreover, the violent true energy erupted within the neck, causing continuous explosions. The body of the royal-level creature was harder than he could have ever imagined. The five-fold explosive force penetrated only 2 meters into the neck before it could advance no further. Realizing that he could not kill the golden eagle in a short time with sheer strength alone, Chun Fan swiftly reached out, grasping the golden eagle's cervical vertebra, that a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detected potential for bloodline fusion. Phoenix bloodline grants regenerative abilities. Requires fusion points. 100. 000. Detected potential for skill fusion. Void Claw of 100 Rifts. Instantly evolves into 100 Claw Shadows, forming a terrifying attack. Requires fusion points. 30,000. Ignoring everything else, Chun Fan felt tears prick at his eyes. With the current limit of fusion points at only 100,000, he was uncertain if he could fuse everything. Without further ado, he decided to fuse the bloodline first, to drain its essence. Then he would attempt to merge the talent skill. To his surprise, it was successful. In an instant, a layer of blood mist enveloped the golden eagle, coalescing into a blood mass that surged into Chun Fan's right hand. Simultaneously, a black light surged within him, merging into his body. Even so, he did not receive any hints about killing the golden eagle to obtain more fusion points. Chun Fan could not afford to ponder what he had fused. He raised the ultra-titanium alloy knife on his back, channeling all his strength to strike down upon the wound he had just created. All sword energies and true energies poured forth, causing the ultra-titanium alloy knife to tremble. Nearly unable to withstand the force. Puff. Perhaps due to its grievous injuries or the loss of regenerative capabilities, the knife cleaved through most of the neck in one decisive blow. Blood gushed forth. Yet it no longer glimmered with the essence it once possessed, resembling that of an ordinary human. The severed wings flailed desperately, and its claws thrashed in the air, attempting to staunch the wound on its throat. But it was utterly futile. The violent thrashing made it impossible for Ge Chun, suspended in the air, to remain steady. He swiftly maneuvered to Chun Fan's side, pulling him, now drenched in crimson, to safety 100 meters away. Behind them, the divine gate trembled and began to collapse, all its radiance fading. Moreover, the cracks in Ge Chun's body multiplied, blood flowing incessantly, pooling on the ground. His visage bore 4 deep fissures, resembling fragile porcelain, on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, Chun Fan was filled with regret and emotion, coupled with a sense of unwillingness and sorrow. He could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, what has happened to you? I will take you back to the city immediately." As he spoke, he crouched down, preparing to carry him away. There was no time to lose. What if he perished because of his own actions? Just yesterday, he had urged himself not to venture to Nongguan City so soon. Yet he had not heeded the advice. Had he listened to even a word, they would not have encountered the golden eagle, nor would Ge Chun have suffered such a tragic fate. Reflecting on his own stubbornness, which had ultimately harmed others, tears welled in his eyes. Ge Chun pressed firmly on his body, a sorrowful smile upon his face, saying, "There is no time left, and I have burned 3 years of my lifespan, pushing my body to its limits. Do not grieve. Humanity persists for the sake of continuity, that I did not foresee that you would be the genius of the colorful Dantian. Proving my discernment was correct. I find solace in that as he spoke, the fissures on his face expanded, his flesh nearly falling away. That if I die, let me be buried here. I wish to guard this land forever, witnessing humanity rise bit by bit. Throughout history, who has escaped death? Let my loyal heart illuminate the annals of time." That as he spoke, the fissures on his face widened, and blood flowed from his mouth. Chapter 72. When the time comes for success, I shall return to toast you. Tears streaming down his face, Chun Fan knelt before him, raising his finger in a vow. "Let my teacher be my witness. I, Chun Fan, shall eradicate all races in my lifetime and restore peace to humanity." The impact of Ge Chun on his soul was far greater than that of his parents. He was the first guardian to step forth after leaving the Peace City, destined to perish before him, selflessly sacrificing his life to protect him. Fully aware that transcendence would lead to death, he made his decision without hesitation. The shock and remorse in his heart were beyond words. The spirit of inheritance would forever be etched in his memory. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed up at Ge Chun, only to see his body losing strength as he slowly sank to the ground. Despite the dimness in his eyes, a smile graced his face. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he managed to say, "I have done nothing, or perhaps have endured too much suffering. This is a form of liberation that do not grieve, do not be sad. Carry a part of my life with you and live on in times of adversity. Do not act impulsively. You are not just one life that live. To live is to hold on a hope." His eyes remained fixed on Chun Fan, a smile lingering on his face, yet he could no longer utter a word. "Teacher." Chun Fan beheld the stillness in his eyes, trembling as he grasped his wrist. Merely a touch caused a layer of flesh and blood to peel away from his hand. In the next moment, his hand nearly fell off as well. This was beyond Chun Fan's imagination. Guchen's body had become so fragile that it would shatter at a mere touch. He could only wonder what kind of wounds he had suffered that left him unable to heal. It was said that those in the Divine Gate realm could heal rapidly from injuries, even regrowing severed limbs. Yet he was not among them. Unable to shift his position and wary of touching his body, he knelt back 2 meters, his face streaked with tears, respectfully bowing 9 times before Guchen's lifeless form. "Teacher, in the future, I will spare no effort in exterminating all races, not failing your healing. When the time comes for success, I shall return to toast you." Amidst his sobs, he made this vow. Rising, he fashioned a stone coffin from super titanium alloy to cover Guchen's body, then surrounded it with numerous hard rocks. Constructing a sturdy grave, he erected a stone tablet. "In honor of my teacher, the grave of Guchen, unfilial disciple, Chun Fan, stands here." Kneeling before the grave, he bowed once more. "Teacher, I will tread the path ahead. I shall not betray your teachings, nor the grace of your salvation. Life is but once." Yet Guchen had given his all in the future. He would certainly strive tirelessly for humanity. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he slowly approached the nearby 9 Lives Golden Eagle. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Defeated a king-level creature, the 9 Lives Golden Eagle, gaining 150,000 fusion points, although he had received a benefit. He could no longer feel the excitement he once had. Chen may have only accompanied him for a little over a day, yet he had kept his word, sacrificing himself for the path. This bond would forever remain in his heart. This moment, he intended to shred the Golden Eagle, spilling blood before the grave. His heart was laden with boundless hatred and fury. Approaching, he seized the robust claw of the 9 Lives Golden Eagle. And the system's voice rang out once more. Detected a fusionable talent skill, 9 Lives Rebirth. Suffer 9 fatal injuries and heal rapidly. Requires 120,000 fusion points. Detected a fusionable steel claw, enhancing the sharpness of your fingers. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Detected a fusionable beak, enhancing the hardness of your fingers. Requires 5,000 fusion points. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. He took a deep breath and decided to fuse them all at once. In an instant, the fusion points he had just acquired dwindled by 130,000. A few strands of light suddenly appeared on the body of the 9 Lives Golden Eagle, which then surged into Chun Fan's body. In that fleeting moment, he felt his body undergoing rapid transformation, a warm power flooding every part of him. His body felt significantly lighter, and his fingers seemed to have transformed into blades, as if they could slice through the nearby rocks. Despite having fused many elements, Chun Fan discovered that the essence of the Golden Eagle's body had not been entirely lost. It was different from before. He did not dwell on it too long. With one swift strike, he severed its head, causing it to explode into countless fragments. A jade green, round crystal core, emitting a faint glow, was grasped in his hand. Detected a fusionable 4th-tier high-grade crystal core, capable of significantly increasing energy. Requires 50,000 fusion points. He glanced at his remaining fusion points, which stood at over 50,000. Without hesitation, he initiated the fusion. Ignoring the changes in his Dantian energy sea, he seized the corpse of the 9 Lives Golden Eagle and splattered its blood before Guchen's gravestone. "Teacher, the Golden Eagle is dead. You may rest in peace. I will return to visit you." He knelt dazedly before the gravestone, unmoving for a long time. It was not until the sound of something slicing through the air reached him that he instinctively looked up, only to discover a middle-aged man he had never seen before, with flames burning fiercely behind him in the Divine Gate. He emanated an aura akin to that of a deity, standing proudly in the heavens. Chun Fan could not help but rise, assessing the stranger, who also scrutinized him, or perhaps the space around him. You actually killed the golden eagle? That's impossible. The middle-aged man slowly descended from the sky, his gaze falling upon Chun Fan with astonishment, that he had not anticipated that the golden eagle, which had wreaked havoc throughout Shadowhunter City, would be slain by such a young boy. He had come specifically for this king-level creature and was now filled with curiosity towards Chun Fan, wanting to uncover the truth. Chun Fan had already sensed that this individual was undoubtedly a terrifying expert, perhaps even a legendary figure of the divine fire realm, said to possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and wield inexplicable powers. Rivaling the innate skills of various races, that it was a realm of immense terror, capable of effortlessly extinguishing ants like himself. Yet unexpectedly, he appeared above him. Hearing the question, Chun Fan licked his dry lips and replied in a low voice, "I do not possess such abilities. It was my teacher, Good Chun, who transcended and stepped into the divine gate realm, exhausting his last 3 years of life to slay the golden eagle that he cracked apart and died on the spot. I have just erected his grave." As he spoke, he pointed to the large grave nearby. "I would never snatch my teacher's glory." The middle-aged man then turned to look at the grave, where the inscription read, "Grave of Good Chun," erected by unfilial disciple Chun Fan. He could hardly believe that they had been in a meeting together yesterday, and today it had turned into mere dust. Approaching the gravestone, he inexplicably found a bottle of wine in his hand. Pouring it over the stone. After circling the grave, he placed the empty bottle beside the gravestone, then bowed 3 times, standing up to say, "You are a true warrior. I admire you. I cannot forget the battles we fought together in Gale Wind City, where you were wounded by the Gale Wind Mantis, leaving lasting scars. You departed without even sharing a drink. Farewell, until we meet again in the afterlife. You must treat me to a drink," with a casual flick. He conjured 3 incense sticks, waving them in the wind and planting them into the earth before the gravestone, that a sigh escaped him, indicating that the two were old acquaintances. Chun Fan's eyes widened. This man knew Good Chun and had not anticipated his ability to conjure such items so effortlessly. The remarkable storage function was intriguing. Just as he was pondering, the middle-aged man turned to face Chun Fan and said, "You are Chun Fan, the most talented among this year's newcomers. Good Chun spoke of you. Come with me." Chapter 73, Forcibly Taken Away, Unpleasant. With a single sentence, he determined Chun Fan's fate, insisting on taking him to South Pass City. Chun Fan hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior. May I ask your name?" "I wish to guard my teacher's spirit for 3 days before heading to South Pass City." He intended to adhere to the ancient customs of mourning for 3 days. Yet the middle-aged man interrupted, saying, "My name is Lung Wai. I in the battlefield. The dead do not require 3 days of mourning. Killing more of the myriad races is far more meaningful than the ephemeral act of guarding a spirit. Come, I will protect you from now on." Ichin once said that if he were unable to manage, he would ask me for help. His judgment should not be lacking. Without further ado, he stepped forward, grasping Chun Fan's shoulder, and they broke through the air together. With a wave of his left hand, the corpse of the golden eagle vanished. Upon contact, he indeed sensed Chun Fan's exceptional nature. His arm muscles were as hard as those of a terrifying commander-level creature. Not only that, but he also weighed far more than an ordinary person, at least 3 times. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, constantly flickering. The divine gate manifested behind him, blue divine flames roaring to life as they surged toward South Pass City. Chun Fan could feel that the speed of a divine fire realm expert was at least 10 times that of the Holy Lotus realm. The landscape below seemed to flicker like flowing light. The fierce wind struck his face, feeling as though it were cutting him. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely be unable to endure it, that he felt no fondness for the suddenly appearing Lung Yi and even held a sense of wariness. He had merely intended to express filial piety by guarding his teacher's spirit for 3 days, yet was outright refused. There was an impatient air about him. Perhaps he knew of Chun Fan's talent and sought to claim him for his own? Rebellion is undoubtedly futile. It is advisable to seek opportunities to inquire about the situation that in any case. All secrets shall remain concealed from him. Like the wind rushing through the air, we dashed toward the southern city gates. Outside the city walls, numerous human remains lay scattered, resembling statues that guard the descendants within. It appeared that the atmosphere here was far more formidable than that of the Shadowhunt City, and the structures were notably newer. The entire city was 4 times larger than Shadow Hunt City, akin to a grand metropolis from a previous life, capable of accommodating millions. Furthermore, the land surrounding the city was adorned with an abundance of crops, meticulously overseen by designated individuals. Before Chin Fan could make further comparisons, Lung Yi had already led him into the heart of the city. Observing the architecture, although it bore the same gray hue as Shadow Hunt City, the buildings were imposing, bustling with life and far more animated. Some edifices even boasted unique designs, surpassing the prosperity of Shadow Hunt City. 2 rivers flowed north and south within, equipped with a specialized filtration system that began its work outside the city, ensuring ample supplies for drinking and irrigation. Under Lung Yi's guidance, the two of them descended into an estate located in the city center, where they were immediately greeted by 4 young individuals who approached respectfully. "Master, you have returned." The 2 men and 2 women exhibited such reverence that they seemed on the verge of kneeling. Lung Yi released Chun Fan's right hand and addressed the newcomers. "This is Chun Fan, a prodigy among this year's newcomers. Arrange suitable accommodations for him. Henceforth his growth is in your hands. I hope you do not lead him astray. I must meet with the city lord to discuss the details of our journey." With that, he turned to take flight once more. However, seemingly recalling something, he turned back to Chun Fan and said, "This is my estate. Consider it your home from now on. Strive diligently and aim to contribute significantly to the propagation of humanity. They are my 4 disciples, all at the sacred Lotus realm, fully capable of guiding your future cultivation and experiences that go ahead." As if fearing he might escape, he pushed Chun Fan toward the 4 disciples. Chun Fan opened his mouth to argue. "Senior, I understand." Faced with a formidable being capable of effortlessly dispatching king-level creatures, he initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the cold glint in Lung Yi's eyes, changed his mind and acquiesced. He watched as Lung Yi leaped towards a distant spire, slowly retracting his gaze. His attention shifted to the 4 disciples, his eyelids twitching slightly. 4 sacred Lotus Realm practitioners, yet merely disciples here, whereas they were renowned experts in Shadow Hunt City. The disparity was vast. Most concerning was that this was clearly the second heavenly gate, where one would expect only those of the Golden Bridge realm to maintain order. Yet a powerful individual who had ignited divine flames ruled here, suggesting that even greater forces likely existed, as they would surely be contesting for their own dominion at the 4th heavenly gate. Of course, these were merely his speculations. They must have their own agendas. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." Chun Fan, adhering to the principle of humility under the eaves, first offered his respects to the 4 to owe his surprise. The 2 men and 2 women simultaneously cast him scornful glances. The eldest among them immediately remarked, "You flatter us. We can hardly consider ourselves your senior brothers. From what our master implies, you are but a transient presence and will not linger here for long." A woman with a graceful appearance and narrow eyes stepped forward. Dressed in white attire and wielding a hooked spear, she smiled and said, "You must be Chun Fan, correct? Little one, you seem to be stained with blood. You should clean yourself up. Follow me, and I will show you to your room." She beckoned with her left index finger, a smirk of disdain playing at her lips. Chun Fan glanced over her figure and nodded, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Yet he had already discerned that the 4 harbored hostility toward him, concealing ulterior motives that he felt he should remain vigilant. The atmosphere of this city did not exude the same ease and harmony as Shadow Hunt City. Perhaps because he had only just entered society and was unaware of its true nature. All his knowledge stemmed from his teacher's guidance and teachings. He had yet to gain a clear understanding or feel the reality. Though his physical prowess rendered him indifferent to their schemes, he could not afford to let his guard down. Following the woman's lead, they ventured toward a large villa at the back of the estate. In the courtyard, a group of martial artists appeared to be in conference, loudly discussing how many prey a particular squad should capture. Upon noticing the woman's arrival, they abruptly ceased their chatter, turning to bow respectfully. "Second Miss, have you come to assess us again?" "Second Miss, good to see you. Have you brought a newcomer? Which squad will he be assigned to? Perhaps you could assign him to our Frost team." "Second Miss, welcome back. Has the new arrival just come in?" Each greeted her with enthusiasm, their flattery echoing in waves. Clearly, she wielded considerable influence here, hence their eager attempts to curry favor. Chun Fan sensed that something was amiss. According to Lung Yi, he was to learn from the 4 disciples, yet it seemed he was being presented to others for guidance, likely no more than those at the late Golden Bridge realm. Was it a joke to expect them to mentor him? He had slain over a dozen leader-level creatures. Wouldn't he learning from them be a regression? However, he refrained from speaking out of turn, adhering to the principle of humility. Seeing their apparent fondness for newcomers, he wondered what their true intentions were. Were they genuinely committed to nurturing him into a true powerhouse? Just then he heard the second miss declare, "Stop speculating. My master has instructed us to focus on cultivating him. Let us provide him with independent accommodations." The conditions she described were indeed favorable, far superior to those offered to others, yet her tone carried a hint of aloofness and mockery. Chapter 74. Concealed Malice. A bold escaped Chun fan observed keenly as the once amiable martial artists, eager to welcome a new team member, suddenly wore expressions of rigid disdain. Their faces hardened, and their eyes widened with scorn. Mockery and contempt, a complex array of emotions flashed across their features that, so we have a genius in our midst. I wonder what capabilities he possesses. Seriously, a newcomer merits such lavish attention. Is he truly worthy of such investment? Second miss, would you mind testing his foundation? He possesses independent quarters. He must be formidable. Some expressed disdain, others disbelief, and some outright challenged him, their words revealing no trace of goodwill toward Chun Fan. Unfamiliar with the dynamics of this place and being a newcomer, Chun Fan felt a sense of humiliation but did not retaliate. After a moment's thought, he said, "Second sister, it seems I am not particularly welcome here, that I think I shall take my leave." With that, regardless of her agreement or dissent, he turned and made his way toward the entrance. Upon entering, he had noted the direction of the gate, and he wouldn't mistake it, having slain so many leader-level creatures. Did he truly fear these individuals? It was laughable. His only fear lay with Li. His strength was overwhelming, having ignited divine flames, and his speed was blindingly swift. He likely possessed other terrifying abilities. The second sister had not anticipated that he would refuse to endure humiliation and would simply walk away. A cold smile crept across his lips. Survival within the estate would require him to bear various indignities. How could he possibly rise above them? The nearby martial artists wore expressions of derision as they mocked him, saying, "Oh, look at him, unwilling to endure humiliation. A newcomer with no accomplishments. What right does he have to occupy independent quarters? Does he truly believe himself a genius? Here, everyone is a genius. In this place, genius holds little value.